Theological, uniform, and pure. Very much like as we should discuss. Even the Nazis want to make Europe free of Jews. You're right. You're back.
I am, sir.
Not so well. The doctrine of witness says that Jews are allowed to live as they live in a subjugated state. If you want, next week we can talk a little bit more about the ideology behind this. But if you are to expel them, you're not killing them. You're just saying you can't live here, not in my backyard. So the idea of expelling the Jews did not contradict the doctrine of witness, but you couldn't actually live with the doctrine of witness. I haven't explained to you really how it works and why it is so, but there are lots of periods in time where the more humane aspects of Christianity are ignored by its practitioners, as we should see in Australia. Yes, exactly. He actually ignored, like in Christian law, Catholic law, it is forbidden to forcibly convert someone. But once they are converted, to use the Latin term, vidieven, they are converted. But they are converted. And so that's what Portugal had a big trouble, because they're not supposed to do it. But if they force them, then what are you going to do? All these Christians here, that's what they do. Mr. Lipschitz and Mr. Rothschild. Right. It's just joking about it. I remember once. But I remember when I once, I guess I'll tell you the story, but I'll hide something in case anyone ever watches this. I remember I was in yeshiva in Yerushalayim, and the next year I came back to the States and I went to a conference in Jewish studies, and there was a person there who was very excited to learn Gemara. And she came up to me and she said, really, I need a chavrusa in Talmud. I really need to learn with someone, and I'm kind of feeling a little weird about it. This is not the way to learn when I was in yeshiva. And then, but she's talking to me and learning, and then she uses the word biti avad. I had no idea what she was saying. And I realized she was saying biti. Of course, a lot of you guys would say, did you say biti avad? Yeah. So,
welcome.
Yeah, you're right. But I was so soaked in an Ashkenazi environment that I didn't have a strong, experience earlier. So, anyways, guys, I got to give you some more history. Okay, we got to finish this period and the next one, and then we're done. Here's a map that shows that progression. Okay, this is the period which is called the Reconquista. Anyone want to translate Reconquista? Reconquest, very simple. That's the Christian term. The reconquest of Spain. Remember, it was under the Visigoths until 711, and then it became Muslim after 711, and then starting in the 10th century, the Christians start pushing their way down south. So you finally get to Granada. That picture that I showed you was from 1482. Took place from very south.
What a body.
Spain as the last Muslim.
What a body.
Forced to surrender. this is the Christianization of Spain. Here's what they call it. And in this kind of like new muscular Christian environment where they want to like make it more Christian, especially under wrapping up efforts to try and get the Jews to convert, willingly or otherwise. This is the period of the disputation with Nachmanides, disputation on both those, lots of attempts to get Jews to convert, and then ultimately we're going to end up with the Inquisition and the expulsion. I'll explain that in 1 second, and we're going to spend a lot more time about it later. But Mr. Rothschild, Mr. Gross? Yeah. Rothschild. He said that the later Christians considered heretics. Yes. Because you're forgetting about the Muslim period that intervened, right? They're reconquering Christian. Oh, I forgot to mention one other thing. We'll talk about more tomorrow, Tuesday. But in 589, the Visigoths abandoned Arianism to become Catholics. And when they became Catholics, they also became incredibly anti-Semitic. It was like they wanted to show that they were so Catholic now that they were going to invent new ways to push the Jews. And it's absolutely going to blow your mind on Tuesday when you hear about what the Visigoths did when they became Catholics. So this is the Reconquest, meaning it was Catholic, it was not heretical anymore from a Catholic perspective. Then it became Muslim, and then it was reconquered through the course of 500 years until eventually 1492. When you have the expulsion of Jews, and really that represents sort of like the cultural, what's the word, monolithic period. Okay. Do I see another hand? Okay, I have to explain very briefly the Inquisition, why it happened, and then the expulsion. We're going to stop. We will come back to it and have to have a long talk about it because it's hugely important. But basically, what happens is during this period of the Reconquista, there's like a lot of anti-Jewish sentiment.
You know, like I
mentioned, what are we having these Jews in our neighborhood anyways? They help the Muslims, they're heretics, they're not like us. And so in the year 1391, there's a massive...
Do I like watching what?
Tax on Jewish communities.
Yeah, I do. I'm more a Twitch creator, but yeah, I watch it sometimes.
You play Fortnite?
Yes, sir.
How many hard experiment called you get daddy? It's time.
What'd you say, Pimp?
How many hard experiment called you get daddy?
Maybe. Maybe. Do you like them?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Excellent.
Consider themselves Jewish. And that meant that they had no anti-Semitic restrictions placed on them. They could go to university.
What other Discord servers you at now?
I'm in Fish Tank, Ego World, Socialize, Aiden Ross's.
Even though they were saying, well, okay, fine, I still buy my
Fish Tank? You see the Fish Tank?
Fish Tank, yeah.
Which one are you using that I just think you.
And the Inquisition is brought
what do you mean?
in 1478 because
I want to join Fish Tank and be there for you.
Enough of this already. These new Christians, now in their third or fourth,
I think it's the Fish Tank alternative one.
they're actually Jews. So we have to force them
Fish Tank alternative one?
Yeah.
become really Christian.
It's called like Fish Tank Alternative Group.
I'll say, I noticed you. I think I'll give you a couple places. You were socialized,
Correct.
and now I
Right.
At Jews who had been converted to Christianity and their descendants who may still have harbored Jewish attitudes. Is that relatively clear for a nutshell?
Hawaii holiday.
It became like Mr. Kaplan. Okay. It became like a crazy purge society where the Inquisition would arrest someone, say, tell us what kind of secret Jewish things you do. They torture them, and then they say, okay, tell us all of your friends who do Jewish things, and they would, people under torture would give up a whole bunch of names. Then they would go to arrest those people, and then they would torture them, and they would give up a whole bunch of names. They would make names up. All kinds of people.
Welcome.
Society would drag them to the Inquisition, and finally, when you get to the 1490s, the crown is saying, this is not working. We are tearing our whole society apart, trying to find these secret Jews. We're finding them everywhere, but there's so many of them it doesn't make sense. And so,
but this one, Mr.
The Grand Inquisitor says to Ferdinand and Isabella, you know why we're not getting all those false Jews? Is because we still have the unbaptized Jews who are largely left alone by the Inquisition. We still have them living here. So as long as these actual baptized Christians who are practicing Judaism secretly can go to meet a rabbi, to Shabbos services, get some kosher herring, as long as they have Jews living here, we'll never be able to get rid of these false Christians. And so that's what was the impetus to expel all the non-baptized Jews of Spain and make it completely Orthodox. That's at the end of this period, 1492. Okay. So remember, now let's just see the whole picture again. Right? Three big areas, the ancient period, Visigoths in particular, up until the Muslims in 711. Then the Muslim era, which had at least 2 centuries where it was really good. On the whole, really good. We'll talk about why it was so good and why it stopped being good. And then with the Reconquista, you have the series, the first disputations, where they're trying to have at least debates over it. Then the Inquisition after the forced conversions. And then finally the expulsion, which ends with a sharp date, 1492, 1496, 7 in Portugal. Okay, we good up to this point? Okay, we're going to cover all of this later. The whole year is still expected.
Hey, Alex. Alex. Hello. Man, going through. But all reliable.
Well, Jews, Christians, and Muslims have been around since 632 together, and Jews have lived under both Muslims and Christian rule for 1,400 years. One of the interesting debates is, was it better for Jews in Muslim lands or in Christian lands? And we'll explore the parameters of that debate. Just what's going on. Mr. Will is saying a long time, so it's Mr. Lamb, my dog. It's already yeah, sure. Yeah, don't worry. And it's really one sense here. So the recording's going to be focused. So we looked at this map actually on Tuesday, right? This is the period of the great expulsion and also flight. Because all of those Jews we mentioned now, we've got the Portuguese Jews who they don't have a choice. They are all converted in 1497, and it takes them sometimes up to 200 years before they're able to escape to more comfortable places like Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Hamburg, and so on. But this is the period where you have the massive spread of Sephardic people, and more significantly Sephardic influence. That's when you have all these Sephardic Jews coming out to the Middle East and really becoming leaders. And they had such a mastery of Jewish texts and such a rich Jewish culture that they were able to say to people in Syria, Persia, and stuff, hey, you guys are doing some interesting things, interesting in Hagim, I like the kibbeh, but here, you've got to find this Shulchan Aruch. And he was like, wow. And so there's a huge adoption of Sephardic thinking, in particular among populations that were not necessarily ethnically Spanish or Portuguese, but they were adopting the culture. And that's why the Spanish influence extends so far out into the West. Also, you've got lots of these, besides Europe and the East, you've got lots of Jews making their way to the Americas. Because don't forget, Spain and especially Portugal, massive imperial cultures, setting up all kinds of populations in India and in South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. So a lot of Jews say we're going to follow the Portuguese travelers and we're going to set up shop, and then maybe we'll be able to slowly adopt our Jewish identity again once it's safe for us. And that's representing the last 500 years, right up until this day, where you have Sephardim living in Queens or in Great places like that. Mr. Naim. Well, that's an excellent question. The Zohar would be traveling through this area really at least from the 13th century onward, but I think the big interest, which we'll spend a week on, is what happens in Tzfat. Tzfat, right? Because Tzfat, look at the dates, right? Expulsion 1492, the Tzfat explosion begins in 1522. So basically 30 or so years after the expulsion, you've got these refugees and their children, right? You've got people born in Tzfat and their parents are still speaking Portuguese and Spanish, and they're saying, oh, we used to have such an amazing culture and live in this amazing place and so on, but it's far away, and their children are inspired and they end up becoming phenomenal promulgators of Sephardic culture in a very different environment. That's why I was hoping to get as far as no, it definitely did 13th century for sure. Yes. Yes. 10th century, right? That golden period. That's when all of a sudden Jewish letters, and what's amazing about it, we shall see, you know, our vision of Jewish creativity, especially in the front world, is, you know, Shostakovich. But in this period, you've got like poets, philosophers, and artists, and you're like, why? Well, some of that control and ideas phenomenal, and a tremendous range of expression that was still considered part of the regular fabric of Judaism. If you read Yehuda Halevi's poetry, my gosh, you know, you could not sell it in certain parts of Brooklyn today, but it is phenomenal stuff. Mr. Aloysius.
The reason why I was Sephardic, consider the Spanish the Sephardic, we first got the influence of the Jews in the Middle East, and I thought because they're more educated and have more things going behind them, or
I would probably unpack that a lot more. I've never thought about it as that much, but I would say that's probably it. It's also kind of like, why is Lakewood so much like Eastern European Haredi culture? Right? Because you had these educated Holocaust refugees coming to this place and saying, we're not going to just, you know, become Americans. We are going to take the shtetl and bring it here. And they recreated what they had in Eastern Europe in the shtetl. And it's like, it's powerful, it's convincing. It's like, wow, look at all this Jewish stuff I didn't know anything about.
so I think the teachers there adopt a lot of the Sephardic things. I know the history of each region of Jews is usually very proud of where they come from, having usually just adopt like the influence of random Jews from Spain and just take all their culture. So
there's lots of reasons. We have to unpack it, but I'll give you one simple one is text, printed text. You know, you've got family minhag that people observe, but it's never been written down, never really been, you know, codified, and you have someone pull out a sefer, which is only now being printed, right? Printing is invented in the 1450s, right? So the Jews were expelled in 1492. It's a brand new thing, and there it is, literally in black and white. It's pretty convincing. So it's like, oh my gosh, I have to use a revius? This is how much a revius is? You know, it's a very different thing. When you have text, it's like kind of like, here's a new one. Look at this, Mr. Gross. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, Jews don't generally live in impermeable bubbles. We do, right now we're speaking English, right? And I'm using an computer, and I'm like, I might look weird on the street in New York, but I'm pretty conversant with New York culture. And there's no reason to think it's not like that for most Jews. Okay. Lakewood, even Lakewood, but you're right. Okay, so again, gentlemen, the takeaway, these 4 periods, right? To be intelligent for the rest of this course, recognize these 4 distinct eras. Tuesday, God willing, we'll go back and we'll really focus on the ancient period and this mind blowing. Thank you for your attention. Have an amazing Shabbos. Okay, so today's topic is going to be one, and I don't know how much you study the history of Christianity, and specifically its connection to the Jews. We're going to be spending a lot of time this course trying to understand how Christianity relates to the Jews on a theological level in order that we can understand how those theological principles were translated into policies on the ground. So, warning in advance, fair warning in advance, we're going to do a lot of Christian theology today. We're going to return to, actually we're going to do some Muslim theology, not too much, but Muslim theology, and then we'll go back to Christian theology when we get to the Spanish Inquisition as well. I hope that will not freak you guys out too much, and I will do my best to limit the amount that we have to really discuss, but there it is, that's what we're going to discuss today. Okay, any last questions before we dive in? Okay, everyone is clear. Let's start with the earliest settlements, which you'll recall when we talked about this last week. We did the broad overview of Spanish Jewish history, and we had the first bubble was the period of the Visigoths, right? So that's what we're focusing on today. And on Thursday, Visigoths means the Western Goths. The Goths are the name for this nomadic people that moved somewhere out of Central Europe, perhaps somewhere near Hungary, and made their way into the western part of Europe and eventually ruled the Iberian Peninsula and a bit of France, or will be France later, for several hundred years. And this is really our first good look at Jews in Spain. But what about the legendary origins, like the data that we have about the Jews of Spain that's not necessarily rooted in what are conventional sources? Like, for example, we have one pasuk in Obadiah that refers to the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. This is the classic passage, which, I'll give you the citation, it's Obadiah only has one pair, and this is the second last, the penultimate pasuk. And it says in Hebrew, וגלוס אחר נפגע, בני ישראל אשר כנענים עד צרפס, וגלוס ירושלים אשר בספרד. Right, so we have the Jews who were exiled from the lands of Canaan into the region of Tsarfas, which the commentators generally equivocate with or make equivalent to modern day France. Right, Rashi says about that. Galus Asher Bnei Israel Shugalo Aseres Hashvatim La'eretz Haknani Ad Sarfas. So he doesn't actually say it here. Where does he say that? Yeah, he says in the next line, Sarfas hu Maltin Shakorin Francia. This is the kingdom that they call Francia. And then, of course, the line that's really relevant for us is the Galus Yerushalayim Asher Sfarad. Rashi's the Targum says here, Targum Yonasan ben Uziel, which is, of course, rooted in antiquity, probably sometime around the 1st century before the Common Era. We have the phrase "Galus Yerushalayim Dibe Aspamia." The word Sfarad is translated as Aspamia. Aspamia is the Latin name for Spain. So that word that is in the pasuk in Obadiah, which is written, of course, hundreds of years earlier, was translated to Spain by the Roman era. Remind me of Mr. Rand. Right. What were you about to say? Right. It means Spain in modern Hebrew for sure. And that's what we have here from the Targum. But is there any problems with this equivalent? Let's see. Mr. Gross. Yeah, like that word Safarad. Was there anyone else who called the Iberian Peninsula Sfarad at that time? Yeah. The answer is no. Like, nobody knows what people call the Iberian Peninsula at the time Ovadia was written. So in other words, the layering of Targum Onkelos, it's not Onkelos, sorry, it's Targum Yosef ben Uziel, it was written hundreds of years after Ovadia, and he's asserting, and the medieval commentators, Rashi, the Radak, everybody follows Rashi and follows the Targum here, that this place is identical with the period of Hispania. Many other secular scholars identify it with Asia Minor, which would be the region of Turkey, because we have some Babylonian inscriptions that refer to it as Safarad, which sounds a lot like Sfarad. And that seems, like, at least in terms of geographic distances involved, more reasonable. Some also argue that it refers to Sardis, which sounds a little bit like Sfarad, and also is in the same region, but we simply don't know. So anyway, that's our first citation of Spain, Sfarad, and the idea of Jews being there from Yerushalayim. We have no other evidence besides the Pasuk, but we have a passage in the Gemara, Ramos, that refers to boats that travel from Gallia to Aspania. That's definitely a much more contemporary reference. The Gemara here in this place, I believe it's Rabbi Rothschild speaking. That's also the Roman era. So there's definitely this idea of commerce with Hispania because it was part of the Roman Empire, and we've got Jews getting out there at least in the 1st century. If we go back a little further, we have this really interesting inscription that is unfortunately lost. The next two inscriptions are not. Inscriptions basically mean, by the way, like things written on stone. Most common version of things written on stone. Epitaph, excellent, right? Stuff written on gravestones, matzevos, right? But most of these things are matzevos, but we have other things too. So we do have an interesting matzeva that was found by Rabbi Moshe ben Shem Tov Chapir. Unfortunately, and he reported this in the 16th century, and it was found in a town called Yerdro. Unfortunately, the original is lost, and all we have is the description of the inscription. And the inscription apparently read, "This is the grave of Adonirah, who is mentioned in Sefer Malachim, if I remember correctly, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here, i.e. in Spain." So if we take this inscription, which is, again, we don't have the actual inscription today, if we take it at face value, it means that Shlomo HaMelech had his empire reach all the way across the Mediterranean to Spain, and that's where he actually sent out one of his official tax collectors. Kind of a stretch to imagine it historically, because we don't have any other supporting data, certainly not in Tanakh, but it's an interesting kind of thing. But we're left kind of like wondering, because we don't have the inscription, all we have is a 16th century reference, and we don't even know how much he said and saw it. Maybe you heard of it, maybe someone wasn't trustworthy, we don't know. We finally get a good, fairly reliable inscription, which is unfortunately lost as well. But Ivan de Mariana was a much more reputable scholar of the 18th century, so you're already getting into kind of modern period of collecting data and so on. And he made a transcription, meaning he wrote down what it said on this grave marker. And let's read this together. What does that say? What do you notice about it?
Kids watching the new Hit 1 and 2. You read that? No, child services. So that's what they're into. They're into more like their dad, man. What do you want me to do? So, well, that's why you play with that stuff. I was going to play with Wolfenstein, but I really play Wolfenstein. But,
which is probably the end of a female name. Like maybe Julia or something like that. We don't know the name, but an A ending is very common in Indo-European language.
I can't stand these kinds of shit.
The Latin word
I can't stand these shoes, and everybody has them. Kevin has the unclear shoes. Everybody has these fucking shoes. They're so bad. Kevin, let me see, Case. Let me see, Case. You know what? They're the fucking, what is it? Yeah, give them the money. Now remember, it's off their books, Nick. Now remember, must you forget, this original lawsuit was...
Yeah, it's basically that way. So,
Come on, Scott, of course, Haley Atwell, and Son of Plane is not bad, dude. It's terrible. It means you've given up. So when I see someone with sweats outside the house, I go, oh, they're not doing well. They have no respect for themselves. These guys are from the 50s, dude. You know the message you're sending out to the world with these sweatpants? You're telling the world, I give up. I can't compete in normal society. Channing Tatum. Yeah, Channing Tatum. Yeah, Channing Tatum. Our lives, wait now. Our lives. Hold on, you guys. For him during Texas here, they worked with him, and they said, thank God he's gone. Apparently, he was a...
Well, Nia is definitely a feminine name, but Año, you must speak Spanish here. Year, right. So, Nia Salamanula, year, men's, a little bit harder. Men's means month. And then what are these 4 lines mean? Right, 4 months. So 4 months. And then you have, what does that mean?
It's a weird thing because I said it's a weird
month. Excellent. 1. And then look at this last word here. Iudea. What does that translate as? Jewish girl, female, right? Iudea, Jewish girl. So this is an inscription, a tombstone that reads, here I have the actual translation here. Translation here lies, right? That's not doesn't say it there, but we see someone named Nia, daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day, a Jewess. Stram, did I hear you? Yes, it is very poignant, isn't it? But what does this say to us about the settlement of Jews in Spain? And this is, by the way, a 2nd century marker. That means the 100s. Right, very good. There definitely was at least one Jew there named Solomon who had a young daughter who unfortunately died very young, and he buried her. What does this say about the status of Judaism? What does it say about their community? What does it say about, I don't know, anything. Maybe Solomon's the only guy there. Yeah, they're probably hired as a professional. Like, he probably has paid what Judaism for the daughter. Most likely there's something of a community, right? He probably has a wife with him, right? Hard to imagine he's totally out there on their own. In 2nd century, not impossible. What about the fact that he decided to write the word Judea? Do you go to gravestones here and see where it says Jewish? There'll be a Magen David, there'll be a menorah, maybe hangs up like this, right? But to say it in English, Jewish or Jew, Jewess, that'd be kind of weird, right?
All right, time to look in the bed when
You
we'll be
only
back.
say that
Sounds like a plan.
they're mainly non-Jews, and you want to let them know that this was a special person. This is Jewish. I want to sing to other Jews who might see this. Before the beginning, in fact, I was just getting all the suggestions. Maybe Solomon died, and the letter before would be referencing Journal and Elliot Catalina. That's interesting, like the 4th year, but it's in the genitive, meaning of Solomon. So that you can't, it would be Solomon Undos. Solomon Undos. If it was in the nominative, it's in the genitive, meaning of Solomon. So it's Solomon's name. Good call. Good call. Okay, so that's the Judra. That's our earliest, pretty reasonable archaeological evidence of Jews existing there. Now, let's try to understand. We know a lot more about them, but in a weird way, it's actually so from the 4th century. because the church is writing about them. We have lots and lots of church records telling us about Jews. Unfortunately, as we shall see, we don't know what Jews wrote about themselves. There's no Shilohs and Chuvas that come from Spain over these centuries. All we have to go on is what the church had to say about us. And to a certain degree later with the Visigoths, what the state had to say about us. We don't get a voice. We don't have any records about how we reacted to these policies and so on. So let us understand those policies. Let us understand that Christianity just takes off in the first 2-3 centuries after the founder of the religion died. And it's largely as a result of this man, Saul of Tarsus, who's also known as Saint Paul. Saint Paul is an interesting guy. He refers to himself as a rabbinic Jew from Tarsus, Tarshish, which would have been in Asia Minor. And he even says at one point, and his writings, by the way, constitute most of the Christian Bible. There are letters of Paul and describing things that he did and places that he traveled, things like that. He was like a major promoter of Christianity, way more than the founder of Christianity. If it was only after the founder, it probably would not have gone very far. But Paul was like, he was the Nathan of Gaza to Shabbatai speak. He was like the number one publicist. He famously was on his way to persecute Christians. He has like a conversion moment that's beautifully represented here in Zuccaro's Porzione di San Paolo, where he's walking on, by the way, he never met the founder of Christianity, never. He had a vision of him on the road to Damascus, where he's like a soldier and he's going out there to persecute some Jews or something like that, and he's struck blind after he has this vision. That's what's depicted here. I think this is supposed to be some divine figure, lots of little angels around, things like that. And here is Paul down at the bottom, struck blind. He's blind for a few days. And my favorite part is the horse that's right.
The other day, we were playing this song everyone was going to play later, and it goes very quiet, and like have a whole speech about being kind to each other and accepting who they are.
So,
And
Paul
I
has
thought
this
it
like
was really respecting this message.
where
And then
he
this
suddenly
lady
realizes
said
he's trying to
something
become a Christian.
not
And
to
although
do
he's
with
never
that.
met,
What did she say?
except for this
She
vision,
suggested we have
he's
some
never
form
met
of
the
physical
founder,
contact with each other.
spent the rest of his life selling Christianity to that man. In terms of Spain, he mentioned in one of his letters that he's hoping that whenever he's on the way to Spain, one day he'll be able to speak
So
Jewish.
it's
And therefore, when I had performed it, I shall go my way of Spain. So we have his own testimony that at least he has intentions to go to Spain. We definitely know that he was all over the Eastern Mediterranean and well up into the Italian Peninsula. You can see he's got 4 separate journeys that are recorded in the New Testament. And why do we care about this? Why is it important that we're looking at Paul's journey? Excellent insight, Mr. Lipschitz. It's not just Mr. Lipschitz. It's not only is he going to convert Jews, but wherever Jews are, there's a lot of other likely candidates for conversion. Jews themselves are sometimes hard to convert, but wherever Jews go in the Roman world, they have a lot of, well, they're not Christians at the time, they're pagans, right? But they are like, in the street here? Yes, there are like Gentiles who are like just regular pagans, and then they have God-fearers, is how they're referred to. These are people who are like intrigued by Judaism. We would call them maybe Noahites today. They're like really Judaism. It's so cool. First of all, they have this great idea, life after death. Wow. Like Roman life after death is like Hades, right? It's really dark and miserable and nasty. And they have this idea of like one invisible God that actually listens to you, that you can actually talk to, like the whole concept of prayer, as opposed to like offering sacrifices to kind of appease the gods. There's not a whole pantheon of multiple gods running around fighting each other. This idea of an all-knowing, omniscient, omnipotent, ubiquitous God. It's like a whole different ideology than anything the Romans were selling. And so wherever the Jews were, there were always like surrounding populations who were interested in Judaism. What kept them from becoming Jews outright? Service Reuben? Well, especially after the wars, yes, but before the wars, before the Great Revolt of '66, they're not especially persecuted. In fact, they have special status in the Roman Empire. Judaism was a religio legita, which means a legitimate religion. It was a recognized religion. The Romans were actually, up until the revolt, they were actually pretty generous with Judaism. They didn't understand it as a religion, but they said, fine, you do you. And they even gave Jews exemptions from all kinds of public requirements. Like, it was considered perfectly normal for all Roman citizens and Roman subjects, including slaves, to offer annual sacrifices to the emperor, to bow down before idols as a show of, kind of respect, because the emperor was sort of like a divine figure. It would be a lot like, if you imagine going to a ball game, not standing for the national anthem. That would be a good event. Can you imagine? I refuse to stand for the national anthem. Yeah, right. So that was the Romans were really upset about that, right? Yes, so let's go. We all have. I'm not even about exactly dates specifically, but we want to send a message. But the idea is, because the Romans said, fine, you guys have this crazy shit, we don't quite get it. We'll figure out, fine, you guys go ahead, we are going to exempt you from all these requirements, which is actually pretty lenient.
We're gonna make sure she is.
So Paul is traveling all around the ancient world, trying to reach out. That's where I forgot to mention. Jews were actually actively proselytizing. We had a ban on proselytizing that meaning actively trying to convert people to become Jewish. We just gave that up during the period of Yochanan Hyrcanus, which is about 150 years before the period we're talking about. We still had a really, massively effective hero movement that was more like if you want to join us, fine, here you go. The main barriers, that's why I got to this room and I got enough on a tangent. I asked the question, what were the main barriers? Why didn't people just become Jewish? It's such a cool ideology, so competitive. Why don't we become Jewish? Yeah, mitzvahs. Anything in particular kind of difficult? Circumcision. Wow, that's a big one, right? What else? Shabbos, right? Although Shabbos was like a chaya. One of the problems that we'll see over and over again is that when Jews had slaves, of course, it's a period where slavery was common. Slaves have to rest on Shabbos too. You can't make them work on Shabbos, right? So if you're a slave and you get maybe a day off a season, and you say, I don't want to be a slave to this Christian or this pagan guy. I want to be a slave to these Jews because one day in 7, I can totally chill. And also the rabbinic rules about what slaves get and so on. So the ownership of slaves is going to be a perennial irritant for the church. They don't want Jews to control Christian slaves in particular, as we shall see. But it was a thing that a lot of slaves wanted, and they would prefer to be under Jewish brothers. Yes, Mr. Ram.
What mitzvahs were these Jews keeping? Obviously, it's different tales. So they do Shabbos. What else?
Well, Jewish history is always filled with a spectrum, where you will have Jews who are, totally wearing black hats and garters and shaitos, and that you'll always have that segment on one end of the spectrum, and you'll always have Jews on the other end who are more lackadaisical about things. The basic set are the same set we have today. So I wouldn't say there's anything intrinsically different. There might be a difference in how many Jews were less observant back then than there are today. I would argue that we probably have a far greater proportion of Jews who are not observant. But basically the same set of mitzvahs as we have today. Okay, so here we go. So Paul is traveling all around there, and he's trying to sell to Jews with very, very minimal success, but he's especially selling to these God-fearers. And he goes to the Jewish communities because God-fearers are attracted to them, and they are sort of like primed for Christianity. Because when a guy like Paul comes and says, hey, we can give you all the upsides of Judaism, You like that personal deity idea? Excellent. We can do that for you. You like life after death? No problem. We have that down. We have everything. And you know what? You join our faith, you don't have to worry about circumcision. You can still eat your pork chops. Everything is pretty easy. All you have to do is accept, that this is your personal savior. And so it's actually a much lower threshold to entry. And so he ends up making a tremendous success in terms of selling his new faith. However, he has to explain the difference of Christianity and Judaism. And this is one of the things that really comes down to Paul and what we developed over the centuries. And I'm going to give you a couple of medieval examples of this, because if you were like a God-fearer, you're hanging out with Jews, maybe you're going to synagogue, as we should see that's happening a lot. There's all these pagans going to synagogue, staying for Kiddush, enjoying things, and saying, wow, I really like Judaism. I just wish they didn't have that circumcision bit. I just wish they didn't have the no pork bit. And then along comes Paul and says, hey, you don't have to do with them, you do with us. And the first thing that they ask is, how Judaism is an ancient religion. Antiquity was very much respected. Well, how old are you guys? 40 years? Seriously? It's like a cult, right? It's like, you guys worship asteroids or something. No, it's the real deal. What you have to understand, you would say, is that God used to love the Jews. They were the chosen people. And then he changed his mind. Now the Christians are the chosen people. We have taken over the Jewish title in that regard. This is especially important because once they get down to codifying the Bible, they're going to use 4/5 of it, maybe 5/6 of it is the Tanakh. And they're just going to add an appendix to it, which they call the New Testament. So it's all based on Judaism. So you have all this stuff where Tanakh says, you guys have, all these psukim that they have to deal with. How do you explain it? So this is an example that dates from the 12th century. It's a classic Gothic sculpture, and there are literally hundreds and hundreds of examples of this. It was a type of monumental architecture that was used to teach illiterate peasants about this basic relationship of Judaism and Christianity, because it would become a theological irritant that would last forever. Christianity would always have to deal with this question. And it's portrayed typically two women. Always on the left-hand side, you have a woman representing ecclesia, or the church. And as you can see, she's got an upright staff, which indicates, temporal power. She's got a crown, that's her authority. Her bodice is done up properly. She's holding a chalice here, which has a theological implication. And she's sort of looking daggers over at this woman who represents the synagogue, or the Jews. And unlike the ecclesia, she has lost her crown. Her staff is broken, meaning she has no more authority, no more power. Here she's holding the Shnei Luchot Brit, right? And they're held in an inefficient way. They're slipping from her hands. Her bodice is not done up, and she is literally in a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from her arms. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame. That burned down a while ago, but it was up for 800 years. It's a really big deal. And of course, she is blindfolded, meaning the blindfold, right? And what does that mean for Judaism? Right, it's just, you can't see the truth of Christianity. So this message is essentially what Paul developed and was selling to people, saying Judaism, that's old-fashioned, that's old technology, we have new technology, it's way better. The Jews, they have this problem, they just can't keep up with the times, they're obstinate, they're obdurate. We'll see these arguments developing over the next few centuries. I'll show you a couple more examples just to illustrate. We could spend the entire the entire course looking at varieties of ecclesia. Synagogue is such a popular representation of this because the message has to be taught over and over again. Here is another one. I like this. I forgot where this is from. But there it's the usual things with ecclesia, the staff, the chalice, the crown. What I like about this version of synagogue, you can see the Ten Commandments here. You can see the broken staff. She's also like falling away from the rock. What about this thing around her eyes here, hiding her eyes? Exactly. What's covered by? a snake, right? A serpent is covering her eyes, right? So in Christian mythology, derived from Genesis, the snake is Satan, right? Satan. So the reason why the Jews are not paying attention to Christianity is because Satan is fooling them, right? Satan is blinding their eyes. That's the idea of the scripture.
That just based on diversity and adjustments. I mean, there's a reason why they chose to start all of them with Orthodox and this is just once they did it one way, it's easy to do it more popular.
Right? It became a trope. Right. Exactly. And you'll see over and over again, they are definitely borrowing the concepts from many passages in the New Testament. But sometimes those concepts, those mashalim that are there, are much more like kind of, they're less powerful. The metaphor of the olive tree. The tree is rotten, you cut it down, but you plant a new shoot on it, and that new branch grows up. That's like old Judaism. The tree is dead, but if you plant the Christians onto it, then it'll grow. So it's hard to like kind of portray that in art. But I'm going to show you one more that's really just to show you how it gets weirder and weirder. When we study, if you guys take the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz with me next semester, we'll go into this a lot more because it's really big in Ashkenazi art. This is a church, stained glass window from Verben, Germany, 14th century. And here you can see on the right, on the left, it's always on the right of the cross here. That's one. There is, the staff, the chalice. She's riding a tetramorph, a four-headed sort of animal, which is reminiscent of Yechezkel, and hand descends from heaven and crowns her. So that's a pretty strong statement of divine authorization, right? Divine support. The synagogue, on the other hand, is riding a mule, a sterile animal. She is holding onto a ram's head, which is reminiscent of the Akeda, but also in Christian thought it represents carnality, meaning their attachment to sacrifices, korbanos. When Christians are more spiritual, they don't deal with those kind of things. Broken staff, crown off her head. But check this out, blindfold. A sword descends from heaven and pierces the top of her skull. That's a really strong statement in a German church saying, this is how God feels about the church, this is how God feels about the Jews. You can see crowns falling out. The sword is even bloody, which is so gross. Can you imagine seeing this church? She's holding a ram's horn. That's her staff. It's like here, you see it's got a banner. It's a symbol of authority. It's likely a symbol of authority. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. These things are analyzed over and over again. There's so much to say about them. They are handled. Mr. Aloysius. Yeah, it's like for a lot of Western art, it becomes a motif, right? So it's repeated over and over again. Women represent ideas, concepts, abstract, as opposed to men who are like individual actors. So they frequently represent, like the virtues as women, female characters, and so on. Also, the grammatical form of the words ecclesia and synagogue are feminine. Okay. So this is how the church is feeling about the Jews, right? This is what's going on at the time theologically. By the way, we do have a counteraction to this. You guys miss every day, right? The Pirkei Haminim, which is discussed in the Gemara, Rafos, where the Chachamim, following Shmuel HaKatan, said we need a bracha. It's really a klala. We need a statement so that we can be sure that any Jews, this is now not in Spain, of course, this is principally in Judea, around the time of the Korban Bias Sheni, that we need a clear litmus test to make sure that Jews aren't wavering. Because within a few decades of the death of the founder of the religion, there were a lot of Jews who were, joining on with this growing movement. And so the Chachamim said, we're going to add this bracha, which is a pretty extreme measure. We're going to add this bracha to the Shemona Esrei. And when Jews are called to daven from the Amud, when they have to do Chazar Sashat and to pronounce this out loud, then we will know if they are holding true to traditional Judaism, or if they are with this new Christian movement. And so a person who refused to read this particular bracha would be evicted.
The camera's messing up.
It's believed that
Messing
John,
Okay, which one?
was possibly one of these Jews who was evicted because he
I
was
said, focus, John. Camera.
Which one?
That's just a side point. Any questions about what's going on here?
It's one facing you.
It's very troubling.
This one?
Now, all of this is like sort of, theological discussions, but it becomes real in terms of policy because
Okay.
in the early 300s, the Roman
I'm
Empire.
sorry.
You're okay.
This religion that was originally not like Judaism or Religio de Quita, that was actually persecuted because it didn't fit the parameters of what we face at the time. It grew and grew and grew. It got so many more.
It'll fix itself.
Including the mother of the emperor
We'll see.
himself, and ultimately the emperor Constantine says, "Okay, that's it. We're going to make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire." And that represents a big turning point for the Jewish population because now it's not like, the Romans who were pagans were actually fairly tolerant of diversity of religious opinion because that's somehow the nature of paganism. You have your God, I have my God. It doesn't bother me. Maybe when I come to your house, I'll worship your God for a while with you. It's like, you can be tolerant because there's no exclusivity to my God and no other God. But Christianity becomes an exclusivist faith, and they had this ongoing nagging theological problem called Judaism. How do we keep defining ourselves against the mother religion that we have emerged from? We have to always prove that we are, legitimate. And so a lot of the religious activities.
Yeah, and then she comes Kitty got his head crushed.
That's probably the worst way. But what was your mom's friend that did this?
This old lady, this old woman who, we always had to go to this old church, which apparently had this portal to hell. There's this very haunted
Are
church.
you for real or no?
Yes, there used to be devil worshippers out at this church, and we would go once a year because my family had some connection with the church or something. But yeah,
Devil worshippers?
before it got to be devil worshippers.
There at this church was this old lady who ran over your cat.
Ran over the cat, and it's Christmas time, and then we start thinking, oh my God, is she one of the devil people? But
Was she?
no, she's just from Catholic.
I went to Catholic school. Catholic school was crazy.
Did you like it? Was it all girls?
I went to all girls, yeah, and then I went to elementary K through 8. But my dad's a Jew, so it's confusing.
Oh, but it's more affordable.
It's more affordable for the very Catholic. Yeah. But you kind of do, like, you have to play along with, like, what they do. It's weird.
Yeah, there's the mass.
Learning the math.
And stuff.
And in high school, we had these things called liturgical dancers. They are like interpretive dancers that would wear like white leotards that had like lace hanging from it, and they would just like dance around in the middle.
Wonderful, feeling the spirit. They're probably feeling
Yes,
the
just
spirit.
exactly what they wore.
Was it students or adults?
Students.
Did you ever think about participating in that? Or
No, I was humiliated for them because I was like, dude, the balls that it takes to just put on a leotard in front of the whole school and interpret a dance.
Yeah, that was weird.
Properly? Like, are you fucking kidding me? No. I don't want to be moved by the spirit in front of my entire school.
Yeah, that could have been social suicide. Being one of those freaking people.
Yeah, but when it's an all-girls school, people just act crazy. Like, no one shaves their legs.
Oh, really?
No one wears makeup.
That's funny. I went to all guy schools my whole life.
You did?
First time I ever saw a girl was my freshman year of college, and I said that was the first time I saw a female in the class.
No.
Yeah, my first time.
Was it Catholic?
It was not Catholic, but we did have a, Derek Poston. He went to the rival all guys school in
Derek posted it. Yeah. He went to an all-boys school.
Yeah, Catholic school. Christian Brothers.
The Christian Brothers. Was like Derek.
Oh, what?
Yeah, we went to rival high schools. We used to have a real
Did
big
you know him?
for that. No, he was a little younger, but I do remember going to open mics in Memphis and it being there 10 plus years ago.
You guys both started in Memphis.
We were totally there at one point in time, both doing it early on.
That's so weird. I didn't know that.
It's kind of a small world.
That's crazy. No, yeah, gender one school is.
Did you like it? If you ever had a child, would you send your child to all the same sex school?
Maybe if it was a girl, because that was boy crazy.
I was good for you.
Like, if I would have gone to public
So many
school,
boyfriends.
I would have been pregnant. Like, I was
It's
wild.
a little harder around only girls.
It's a little harder to get pregnant.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I would be like 5 abortions deep if I went to go at school. Just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
That's why Grant's girls are in all girls school.
yeah, exactly. Would you put your kids in?
I think I would. I had a very nice time. Because yes, I think we were all just messing around, my buddies and I, having a good time. And I don't know, I don't know if females would have changed that dynamic of what I felt like was going on. I feel like females might have changed how we were able to be goofy and mess around.
We were so goofy too. Like, and then there was this day, did you guys do this, where there was one day a year where the opposite gender came to school. It was like our brother's school came to school with us, and it was called Exchange Day.
That's fun, though, but we would have classes sometimes where you would see the girls walking in the hallway.
Yeah.
Going to like a class. Yeah, it was always kind of great. Everybody would be standing around like watching.
Yeah, everyone acts so weird. It was like the one day where the boys came to school. It was the Exchange Day, and all the boys would come to school, and all the girls would look so different because everyone would have like makeup on, or everyone was trying so hard. Everyone looked completely different, started acting different. It was crazy.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I think if I had girls, I don't know. Did boys at the all-boys school? Okay, whenever I went to the all-boys school, I went there for summer school.
Okay.
Everyone was drawing dicks all over the place. What is that?
It was a
What
whole
the
lot.
fuck is that?
A whole lot of penises for sure.
Why? We don't draw our vaginas.
Yeah, Grant, what would you say? What's your perspective on this, Grant? Did you experience the same thing where you went to drawing penises, or did you have any buddies, or would you see it when you were in like a middle school situation or high school situation? What do you mean I was? Still am.
Drawing penises?
Yeah, they're so funny. That's funny on Superbad. They show all the penises he has.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and he draws all kinds of them. And I don't know what the obsession is, but there is quite the obsession.
And it was like all boys school, there was just dicks everywhere. I was like, why is everyone drawing dicks? And the only time we did it would be like on somebody's dirty car.
Which is a classic move on a dirty car with the dust. Just do a big penis on the fucking car. And then,
Yeah.
oh gosh. I can't put these photos up.
We can't put the penis drawing photos up, but we can use our imaginations.
It was that. There's also spitballs. A lot of spitballs would happen. We did these things called hornets, where you get the piece of paper and then like twist them up and kind of fold them up, and then you get a rubber band and get like right on somebody's neck. And
That hurt?
oh, it was horrible. I went through a lot of pain.
Did you get in trouble a lot? Did you get sent to the office? I could see that for you.
I got nipped in the butt early, Sarah, in the first grade of Miss Diaz's class.
Yeah.
I started doing this thing because it was like every day or every other day. I can't really remember, but all of our locker numbers, she had, Miss Diaz had all our locker numbers in a bucket. She would do the thing out, and if it was our locker number, we'd get like the little matchbox car or a pen.
Okay.
And I would follow the person and see where they put it in their backpack, and we were all waiting to go get picked up. I would steal it out of the backpack.
Oh.
Yeah, I started getting into this, and then I asked my buddy if he wanted to be a part of the stealing club, which is so stupid.
Yeah.
And he ratted my ass out to his mom, and then I don't know what her crazy ass said.
Called your mom?
Yeah, I told my parents, and my parents talked to me, and it like really scared me real bad. So then I kind of got scared straight in the first grade.
So they're like, you're not
Yeah, it was something, and it scared me to death. So I was better. I mean, I've probably stolen other things generally in my life after that, but not too much. It helped me.
Yeah, that's crazy. The stealing club.
Yeah, the stealing club. I just watched the kids see where they put their shit, and I was just like, they're idiots. Like, I'm gonna be able to steal this out of their backpack. They're dumbasses. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a big stash of their shit in my bedroom.
I was so afraid of getting into trouble. I got sent to the office once, but it's because I went up to this kid. Remember Foursquare? Game Foursquare.
Loved Foursquare.
We were playing Foursquare, and there at the time there was like this Mercedes-Benz commercial where Sybil Shepherd. I don't know how I remember this.
Sybil Shepherd.
Yeah, she's on the phone and she's like, Kevin. So, I don't know what commercial it is, but it was from so long ago. And she says Kevin like that, and there was this kid, and I went up to him and I went, Kevin. His name was Kevin, and he got pissed off and he ripped my shirt.
Oh my god.
And I didn't have anything underneath it. And then I got sent to the principal's office for antagonizing him. And then he had to buy me a new uniform shirt. And then his mom made him call me and apologize. And it was like really humiliating. And I just remember being like, I do not want anything to do with getting into trouble.
Yeah, this is horrible.
I was like, I didn't need my shirt ripped just for saying your name. That's crazy.
That would have scared me to death. Yeah, every now and again, people would get pantsed. And where somebody would, like in gym class, where the shorts on, and somebody would have their arms up and then talk people or whatever. They're getting pants.
That's fucked up. There was also this girl. Okay, do you have any memories of someone like throwing up next to you or anything? There was this bitch who threw up next to me. We sat next to each other. She had a fruit roll up at recess, and her barf was like red fruit roll up, like red 40 color. And it smelled like fruit roll up, and I was sitting next to her, and then they had to come in and like clean it up and throw like they put like bird seed on it. What do they put on it?
Oh yeah,
What is that stuff? Dust.
Sawdust or something.
What is that?
I don't know. Yeah, I remember this was before elementary.
Oh my god, I can't even look at it.
Oh, did that I saw fruit roll up for you?
Yeah, like this was a cherry.
I'll take it off of there.
It was making me feel nauseous. It literally was making me feel nauseous.
Oh, that's horrible. It's horrible when vomit. Yeah, when I one time drink my Gatorade and try to remember Glacier Freeze and vodka. I used to love Glacier Freeze, and then I got violently drunk. And I
Is Glacier Freeze the blue color?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's a light blue color.
Yeah, it looks like Windex.
Yeah, it's like antifreeze. That's how you poison people, by the way. If you ever wanted to poison somebody, it's antifreeze. You put it like a Gatorade.
Yeah.
Learned that from
Forensic Files.
Yeah, that's what.
That's what you. Oh, there's a little bit of sawdust on the floor.
Oh yeah, but oh my gosh, when I was in this was in pre-K, I was sick one day, I guess, and I was in the middle of the gymnasium, and I vomit in the middle of the gym, and I'm scared to death. I'm a little boy, and I go hide behind somewhere. And I remember like some teachers walk up to it, and they're like, "Who did this?" And there was this little girl right there that they were asking, and I remember her fucking ass looking at where I am and pointing me out.
No.
And I felt so betrayed. I was like, "What the fuck?"
She
She narked my ass out. So after that, I turned on to vomit, and yeah, oh my God, it's embarrassing.
Vomiting is embarrassing, and this ruined this girl for me. Like, I was like, oh no, barf girl's coming. Like, ever since, like, I can't think about her without thinking about the fact that she wore a fruit roll up next to me.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's what can happen. That's why you gotta be so careful.
Remember, they make you take naps at school, like in kindergarten?
Yeah, early on we had to take
I wish that people would like come around and say, okay, lie down. Like as an adult.
Oh yeah.
Like make sure I'm getting my sleep.
Siesta. In other countries have siesta.
Yeah, like Spain.
Oh my gosh, so what is that? Just in the middle of the day?
Night.
There's night.
A dream.
That
sounds
is
wonderful.
just 3 hours in the middle of the day. Is it 3 hours? How many hours is it?
3 hours sounds good. That sounds like a
3
good
hours.
amount of
Right
nap.
around like 3 to 6. I'm logging off. Yes.
I got a nap. And maybe I'm getting a dream because that's sometimes when you can remember your dreams.
During nap.
Is in the middle of the day.
I've been having crazy dreams.
Really? You've been remembering them?
Yeah, I was writing them down for a while. I had a dream I was flying in West Hollywood, and it was really fun. And then I looked down and I was completely naked from the waist up.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, why am I naked? But I can fly. But I feel embarrassed because I'm naked and people can see me. It was really weird. And then I dreamt that I wanted a Nintendo Switch, and I went to Nordstrom to buy it, and then for some reason I didn't have any money, and then Rogan popped out of nowhere and was like, I'll buy you the Nintendo Switch. Oh my gosh. It was like weird. I dreamt he bought me the new Nintendo Switch, and I was like, cool, but it was like Mars rover themed.
Oh, weird. Is that an actual one of them?
No, but I had just seen the movie Friendship. Did you see the movie Friendship?
No, is it good?
I didn't like it. Everyone was talking about how great it was.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Everyone was overhyping it, and then I went to go see it, and I was like, it's fine.
Yeah, I still haven't.
I like Tim Heidecker, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Tim Robbins. That's what I meant.
Heidecker. Did you ever watch that Tim and Eric growing up?
Not really, did you?
I went through a phase. I can't remember when it was where I watched like every single episode. And I thought it was the funniest.
Did you ever watch Futurama? I remember I hooked up with this like stoner dude in college, and he used to always come over and be like, let's watch Futurama and a robot chicken. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
No, I don't remember liking. I just remember him always putting it on and me being like, what are we watching?
Yeah. Weird move. Just, but yeah, what would be a good thing to put? I don't know. You maybe ask the other person.
Bridezillas goes off. Like, my boyfriend and I discovered Bridezillas recently.
Oh, does he like it?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, that's
You
good.
love it. It's all these crazy bitches. Like, the day before their wedding, like, it's my day, I'm gonna be a princess. Like that.
So mean to their
Where's the
bridesmaids.
attitude coming from?
Oh, sweetie. It's nothing but attitude. It's nothing but attitude. They're like, and they're like broke, but they're like, I told him that my reception needs to be at least $20,000. And you're like, where are they getting the money for this? They just expect it. They have an expectation. It is really gnarly. And they lose their minds.
And then they lose friends and family. People just drop out because they're just so mean.
Yeah, and I wonder what percentage of the people end up getting a divorce.
Dude, the way that some of them act, I'm surprised they even make it to the wedding. Because they're like unbearable. They're like acting like spoiled little like toddlers, like having a tantrum. Look at her.
Yeah, she's freaking right there.
She goes, what? I said no red wine.
Yeah, like at the poor mom or whoever that is.
She's had enough herself. That's what they all look like. All the friends and families have had enough. They all look depleted like that.
I wonder if I could be the first boy bridezilla, because what was it mainly? What was it mainly? It was only probably women, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think, ooh, I'd be a real
Rosilla.
Yeah, Rosilla. That could be a good idea, maybe.
Yeah.
Bring it back, but have the roles reversed.
I like it.
Yeah, that's
My
my day.
day.
That's my fucking day, bitch. It's my day.
It's my day. Where's my suit? What kind of food would you have? It's like everything becomes an issue. Like this girl calls all her friends. She's like, I said that we were gonna be making party favors at my house at 1 p.m. and where are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you show up to like the dance rehearsals because they like to choreograph dance is a big wedding thing.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're kicked out if you can't respect the bride and get there.
Well, you gotta learn to dance.
You gotta learn.
Even if you have work.
Tulips, I want tulips.
See, See, I think I would want that. I would want to have a dance with the groomsmen. Just have things really set up.
I like
so
that.
fun. Because people wouldn't expect it. They'd be like, no, normally the bride, maybe the bride and her girlfriends are doing this, not the groom. They're doing this?
What song would you pick?
Yeah, what would you wear? I'm imagining like a top.
Maybe like Macarena at the beginning.
That's
Since everybody knows it.
Macarena, but everyone's wearing white gloves for some reason.
Yeah.
Because straight
And everybody in the crowd knows how
Jackson.
to do it. Yeah, and then it gets changes. What is it? Better be starting something.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I always thought he was saying something else. What did I always think? It always sounded like something else. Gotta be starting something. Or something in the summer. I always thought he said summer. But it's, yeah, every now and again there's a song, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck are they saying? I've been hearing it wrong this entire time.
Yeah, there's lots of words.
Want to be starting summer. That's what I thought he was saying.
Want to be starting summer.
So it's close because I want to be starting something.
Yeah, but you know, like sometimes they do that with kids songs. Like they'll take another song and they'll like change the word.
Kids Bop.
Kids Bop. Yeah, like there was one with Yellow Submarine, but said we all live in a purple jelly bean.
I
You're like,
love it.
what's wrong with everyone?
Yeah,
Like, Yellow Submarine was good.
And how are those people allowed to do that? Because then are they profiting off of using the other people's ideas to make money with?
Satire.
Parody law.
Oh, is that a thing? We're out there to do it?
A loophole, sweetie.
Oh my gosh, so that's how they can do that.
Oh wait, look at Casey Rocket as your groomsman.
Oh my gosh, we're having a wonderful time.
And he doesn't know you're about to yell at him right there.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm just about
You said
to.
no hats. People said no hats and he violated the law.
Yeah, and
Your rule.
I got everybody out in the middle of the woods where people can't hear me
What are you
screaming.
gonna say to him?
Dude, what the fuck? I told your ass not to wear a hat. And then he's gonna be like, what? And I'll be like, hey, what are you doing with those glasses on, bitch?
Yeah, no accessories.
Yeah,
No accessories that aren't approved.
Yeah,
For this Groomzilla.
yeah, dude, take your glasses off and then I'll just hit him off his face and he'll just be like, what? And I'll be like, get up, dumbass, because he's looking on the ground for him.
Places everyone, it's time to do the Macarena.
It's time to, y'all remember how to do this?
Hey, Macarena.
Yeah, you gotta kind of twist around at the end. Because, I think people remember, I think people can do the Macarena still.
Those guys are cursed.
Do you, Grant? I can do the Macarena.
I think I could do the Macarena.
Because it's what, your palms up, then down, then up. And then on your head, and then on your
Hey, Macarena.
yeah,
That's all I know.
yeah,
That's the best part.
and then it's you can put it on maybe
There you
your okay, so
Okay.
down,
And this is basically what's
middle,
translated into
head,
church policy
thighs,
and ultimately state policy.
back.
The entire Middle East.
Oh my gosh! Then you just
Then we have the badges.
Yeah, you had to jump in the
and then do the same movement on the new pivot point.
Yes. We were, wow. we really figured that one out.
We went to the LA County Fair and watched the pig races, and
Oh, I love that.
the kids knew the Macarena. I was shocked that it's passed down to generation to generation.
That's so
The
crazy.
kids were doing it.
That's crazy. The pig races is like one of my favorite things at a fair.
Oh, it was so exciting. Yeah, everybody sitting in the bleachers on the different colors of who you're rooting for.
Yeah, it's so cute.
It's the best.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
They're so good.
He had everybody doing the Macarena. It was exciting. Maybe that's why I was thinking about that right there. I mean, he was looking at the
When did you guys
pigs.
see the pig races recently?
Yeah, the LA County Fair's in May.
Yeah, a
Oh,
couple
the
months ago.
Ventura County Fair, and they have the pig races there. Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, just spent all day walking around
I love a fair.
and eating stuff.
What'd you eat?
Woo! What? Foot long. Because I grew up in Memphis. They had these wonderful things, hot dogs on a stick, like a corn dog, but they call them Pronto Pups. And you slather the mustard on the outside. So I made a couple Pronto Pups.
Two corn dogs.
2 corn dogs.
Corn on the cob.
Corn on the cob. A nice ice cream square treat
We
of
walked like
some sort.
4 miles to look for someone had a nut ice cream, and we looked
I
everywhere
had
for
to
it.
find it.
Did you find it?
Yes. Yeah, it was good. It was almost a little too decadent. It was almost a little too much with the nuts and also something else on there. It was delicious. And then what else? There was other stuff too.
I like footlong licorice. We had like cherry cola licorice.
All kinds of
But
stuff.
corn for me, I need floss immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets in your teeth and then you freaking see it in your doo-doo or whatever afterwards. Sometimes it's like, with me, it's like days afterwards. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And by the way, I got to give a quick shout out to Metamucil. I think that's really helping.
Yeah, Metamucil.
I have never, because we don't have to talk about this, we won't, but I've been having issues with my stomach, and it seems like Metamucil, if I drink 2 cups of it, it's helping.
It's that fiber.
It's helping. I don't get enough, and that's probably why the corn can be in there for life. And then I think, what's going on? And then my mom got diverticulitis.
Your mom did?
Yeah, and she's about to have a thing put in her stomach the rest of her life, a colostomy bag.
Really?
Yeah, but they got a second opinion, and I have obviously shared DNA with this lady, my sweet mother. It's my worry that I'm about falling into the same trap.
How do you avoid diverticulitis?
Fiber.
Yeah, I think
The fiber.
So I'm looking for fiber.
I guess I'm going home and having a salad, which is hard to find in this fucking state.
I know, yeah, Texas.
Why can't I? I've been here. I don't know how many fresh fruits or vegetables I've had since I've been here.
Yeah, it's like almost nasty. It's just a bunch of the fucking like brisket. It's meat,
Fried chicken and honey. I'm like, oh, I guess.
Yeah, fried.
Yeah, what do you eat when you come?
I eat. When I come to Texas, it's bad.
Barbecue.
No, you're eating some barbecue.
Terry Blacks, but then I just eat heavy, like a lot heavier than in LA. Like all of a sudden I'm in the green room, I'm eating a hamburger in the middle. Like I wouldn't do that in LA.
It can change you. You have to be careful. People who come here, they have to be careful.
Yeah, it's like getting a freshman 15 in college. I gotta go back to LA and fucking zip it up.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm here and I'm living like it's fucking Mardi Gras or something.
I know. Yeah, Mardi Gras out in Texas.
That's what it is. It's like you gotta check in with yourself and be like, okay, so I don't need to drink alcohol tonight because I've already done that.
Yeah.
3 nights this week.
I need a Coke float tonight.
A Coke float, something light.
Yeah.
A Coke float and a ribeye.
How have you been able to do it, Grant? How have you been able to stay so healthy living and being from here? Am I healthy? Are you? Well, you don't have plaque in your carotid artery. I mean, I know that I do.
How do you know you have plaque in your carotid?
I got tests done on me because I was a little worried.
Was your artery hurting?
Well, now it feels like it hurts all the time, and I think that's just in my head. It's like there's probably no way I can feel it. Like it probably doesn't even feel that. But yeah, now I feel my neck some. So we'll see. I have a 200% chance of having a heart attack or stroke in the next.
No, you don't.
200%. What does that even mean?
You're making up stats.
Where? That's what it's.
Are you making up stats?
No,
I don't believe you because you make things up sometimes, and it's hard to know
I wish I was
if
making
your carotid artery is in fact clogged or if you're just
It is.
joshing me.
It is. It's scary. I wish I was joking around. So now I gotta take medicine, and we'll see what
Does he?
happens.
Yeah, he really does.
Yeah, I gotta take
How do you
medicine.
clear this up? I think you need oatmeal.
I know. I think you're right.
Every time I see oatmeal, it says something about the heart.
I know.
So,
One thing and
yeah,
back
that's
in the
science.
shows the heart. I know. I need to. I gotta figure it out, or something bad's gonna happen. What is this? I don't even really want to see this.
I don't know what that is.
I don't need to know exactly where even is that? Just in the middle of your, like right behind your jawline.
Is that where you feel it?
It's like where they take your pulse.
Okay, let's get it off. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. And also, my Uber driver on the way here was a little too talkative, and he was singing that song, Some Beach, Somewhere. I swear to God.
Oh, that's weird.
And he was singing it, and his car kind of smelled weird. And he's like, I'm going to meet my girlfriend right after this. And I was like, how come the Uber drivers in fucking Austin are so chatty?
I don't know.
Like, they chat you up.
They will chat your head up and down.
They won't shut the fuck up. And he's like, so beach, so. And then I called my mom and I was like, Ozzy Osbourne died. He turned on. What? I'm like, I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Keep your eyes on the road, dude.
I had the worst, Sarah. I had the worst experience in an Uber when I flew into Detroit, went down to Toledo. It's like an hour-long drive. And like 5 minutes into it, and it's Saturday because the stuff got messed up on Friday, so I'm kind of on edge. And I'm like pretty much going to have to go right on stage when I get there. So I'm just generally kind of on edge.
Yeah.
And like 5 minutes into it, he starts doing this weird little cough thing, and I think, oh my God, this motherfucker is sick. This is a disaster. And then like 20 minutes later, I'm watching his ass, and his head is going down. Like he's falling asleep.
He's narcoleptic.
I don't know. It was horrible. And then 10 minutes later, we're right beside an 18-wheeler. And his freaking head goes down again. And I'm like, hey, hopefully you can take a nap after me. It looks like you're really sleepy. And then he ended up, we talked and it was okay, but my life flashed before my eyes. I thought we were about to smash into this 18-wheeler beside us. That was horrible. And I should have
I
rated
get
it back.
excited to leave the rating. When they're that bad, I go, oh, once I'm out of this with you, you're gonna rate it.
Yeah, I should have. I just like, get me out of the car. Get me out of this fucking thing. And it was okay, but it was a disaster.
It's gonna sound bad, but when I don't like it when I have a woman driver. Also, when I'm like traveling and I have a suitcase and shit, I'm like, oh God, we're gonna be lifting it together. I don't like
Is that what happens?
Yeah, I was like, you need help? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. We're like lifting it together. I was like, I'm not into this independent woman shit. I want a man driver that can help me lift my suitcase.
For sure.
Because I'm an overpacker.
Do you travel with a bunch of stuff?
Oh, yeah. I check a bag every time.
Oh my gosh, do you really?
Yes.
Like options.
I need options. Like, I'll go on a 5-day trip. I'm packing a bag. I go on a 3-day trip. I'm packing.
How many shoes do you bring with you?
The shoes, the
biggest bowl?
3.
Nice. That's not bad. 3
Okay.
shoes isn't too bad.
Actually,
Including the ones on your feet?
the ones on my feet, these kind of like heel things. No, Converse and flip-flops for.
Flip-flops, yeah.
You have options. Do you end up wearing all of the shoes, or it's just nice to have the options, or do you literally end up wearing all different types of shoes?
What I do is I end up doing laundry most of the time. Sometimes I wear the different shoes, sometimes I don't. I'm a nightmare. Like, before I leave, like, why did I bring 3 bathing suits to go to Austin for 2 weeks? 3 bathing suits?
Option.
Am I going to the fucking Bahamas? Where am I going? The Springs? Barton Springs? I need options for Barton Springs. Isn't there like homeless crazy people there like doing aerobics in the water?
Yeah, I think there are, and I think now it's not free anymore at times.
I want to go to the pricier one. Keep the riffraff out.
The Barton Springs. Yeah, I think it's the part on the other side of the little waterfall.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've only been a couple of times. It hasn't been much. The water's freezing. It seems nice though.
It does seem nice.
But that's what happens. Well, I need to I only take a backpack. I will take 2 pairs of boxers, like 1 pair of socks, and a t-shirt or 2. And then that's what I'm bringing. Yeah, so I can travel. So I don't have to mess with anything.
It's horrible. For me, it's horrible. And then I come home and I'm doing laundry and it's fucking, I hate it. And like, if you're a girl, you need your makeup, you need your perfume,
worse.
you need all of your shit so you can look like a pretty little princess when you're out there.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean? So you don't look like a dude. I'm like, oh, I still have to be in my divine feminine, even though I'm on the road being a pig.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I give you a lot of credit. Those are things I don't necessarily have to think about, but maybe I should, because sometimes I look at myself in the mirror before I'm about to go up there, so I think you look insane, dumbass.
You're in your groove Priscilla era.
Yeah, what is going on, you fucking nuts? What's going on here? Everybody's gonna just be staring at your fucking ass. Gator's not even here.
Gator's asleep.
Gator, DPD.
Hi. Busy day.
Yeah, she's had a very busy day and she's been really sweet all day.
She's really cute all the time.
Yeah, just all the time. That's why we kiss each other.
Really? Are you dress up Gator for home?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you should see the amount of outfits
Does she really?
that Gator has.
What does she have?
Oh my gosh, she has
Said,
cowboy hat.
Like your little Jean Bonnet.
Yes, rest in peace. Rest in peace. What do you think on that? Obviously, the family, right?
Do you watch the Netflix stuff?
No, because I heard it was just some sort of piece that the husband guy paid for to come out again.
I don't know what happened to Jean Bonnet, dude.
It wasn't an intruder. Intruder didn't write that note. That was obviously one of them who wrote the note.
I don't know. And then, like, I remember because what year did this Jean Bonnet happen? In the 90s, right?
yeah, early
Yeah, it was.
And I remember being like, dude, I wish my mom would dress me like how Jean Bonnet dressed.
Yeah, but you imagine.
Yeah, my parents would have never, but like, yeah, dude, her fits. She was a style icon.
I know. She was like a good shit, but she was taken from us far too early. It's horrible.
And then there was also this rumor that Katy Perry was Jean Bonnet. Okay, so like a conspiracy.
I believe that, I think. Does that make sense or does it not make sense, actually, now that I'm thinking about it? Is that real?
It's not real. There's no way.
Katy Perry.
Gator is your Jean Bonnet.
She is our Jean Bonnet, and somebody's gonna find a little like this body somewhere.
No. Well, look at that.
And wait, is that one of like the age adjusted?
Yes, and it made it into Katy Perry.
That's Katy Perry.
That's not Katy Perry. Is that like an age adjusted photograph?
Oh,
of
that's
Jean Bonnet?
Katy Perry. Blonde.
Bullshit.
That's a blonde Katy Perry.
There's a bunch of these. I realize in some time.
It's a hot conspiracy, sweetie.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, real ones know.
Well, I'm seeing it right now. It kind of speaks for itself.
If that's not Jean Bonnet, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, then she's actually dead. If that's not actually Jean Bonnet, then she's actually
Dead. That's Jean Bonnet, dude.
Damn, what a name. That seems
Too
like
much.
bold. Yeah, it seems like
Too
a
much.
bold.
I'm gonna name my baby Jean Bonnet.
Yeah, it's like, what is that?
We live in
French?
Colorado, bitch, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. What is it? I don't even know.
and also, like, how much time are you spending on your 3-year-old's glam? Too much.
Well, not
While
enough.
toddlers and tiaras, I can take a long with a kid.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. And then they have like those fake teeth that they put in the flippers. Yeah.
William needs to wear one.
Yeah, I need some flippers, and I gotta figure it out. But
You need
He
flippers.
needs a glam squad.
I need a glam squad. I need a glam squad.
Yeah.
Do you think I'd ever get one? You think I should, from your perspective?
I don't
What do
think
you
you.
think?
I don't think you need a clamp. So
Not even a squad.
Erica can help you with your male hair grooming.
Do you think maybe I need a little trim right now?
Yeah, but what about like face glitter?
Face
Would look
glitter.
good on stage.
But that can get in your eyes.
You're right. Something.
Yeah, we went to a couple of drag
I want to make
shows.
you look like Jean Bonnet.
Yeah, I would love if he got dragged up.
Yeah.
Like if a queen got his makeup right.
Yeah, I just need a queen to come help me. I need a queen to come.
Like, he move his eyebrows a little higher.
Please.
Yeah, I need a queen. If there happens to be a queen watching right now, please.
Drag makeup on William.
Yeah, glam my ass up.
He has a pair of heels that fit him.
Does he?
Period.
Have you worn them around?
Yeah, just around the freaking apartment, just to get like used to how they feel.
Yeah.
Like,
How do you feel?
oh, it's fine. I like it. They feel a little tall.
When he first got them, he's like, "Oh, I can imagine wearing these to the airport." These are
I'm like, oh my gosh, I could probably wear these in the airport.
He did a showgirl for a Vegas show.
That's the unofficial reason. Specific shit.
A Okay, something like that could be fun.
I love it.
Ooh, that's kind of like Kiss, but also what, like 80s glam.
There's something there.
I like it.
That could be cool. Grant, did you think of this? That this could be a good thing for you? Yeah, it does have a good wrestling vibe. Yeah, what else do you think? I don't think get rid of the beards.
Yeah, is there any bearded? I've seen some mustache queens.
Well, when I'm watching RuPaul, I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to see a freaking beard. I personally don't want to see a bearded drag queen.
But if the top looks like that, and then there's the beard.
Yeah, maybe I would have to get over that.
You would have to
get over that. Maybe that's.
Oh, see? Queen.
Oh, and I love how the hair, you gotta have to give maybe a wig, because I love how it kind of sweeps over like that. That's what I try currently, but it doesn't. It's not like it's, see, I go for that sweep. That's what I'm going. That's what I go
A little sweep like that.
See? Oh my gosh, I kind of did it a little.
Yeah. You're well on your way. You are well on your way, sweetie.
Gator, you hear that about your papa?
Your papa's about to be a groomzilla.
Gator, and I'm gonna take your little butt with me everywhere.
What kind of costumes is here?
Well, I was horrified the first thing Erica got her freaking ass.
Wow, is it?
It was a see-through yellow tank top, and I'm thinking, yeah, it was see-through. And I'm thinking, she's a little girl. She doesn't need to be wearing see-through clothing. Seriously, that was what I thought. I was like, you can't.
But she's fuzzy, so it's like.
But she still has 3 bosoms. She still got 3 of them. But yeah, no, I had to. I don't know. I don't really like that. It's kind of a fun look, especially for summer. Especially for summer. And she is getting older, so maybe some other time. She has some glasses.
Slut era.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
All the young ones.
I know. Fair enough. But she has some sunglasses she likes to wear.
She has sunglasses, like heart shape.
She has, oh yeah, the
She has
circle
a-
one.
Where do you even find them that small?
AliExpress.
You order from China or Dude, you better be ordering them in bulk because those tariffs. Sweetie.
I know.
Yeah, they're like 75 cents, but then like $5 for tariffs.
Yeah, it's still kind of cheap, so she's, it just gets clammed out. But sometimes it's like, we don't know if she's enjoying it or not, so then you just gotta take it all
She was a
off.
clown last year for Halloween with a little pointy hat.
Yeah, she had a little pointy hat.
What is she going to be this year?
I don't even know. She's thinking of maybe Lydia from Beetlejuice.
In a little red dress with a bang.
And then William could be Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, and then I could be Beetlejuice.
And then what would you be?
Isn't that movie again?
You could be one of the shrunken head guys.
I like that guy.
Oh my
I like that guy.
Yeah. Well, now we got the plan. Now we just got to make it to October. What are we in? July, August, September. So we got 3 months. We got to make it 3 more months.
Do you like Halloween?
It's fine. I enjoyed it a lot more when I was just a little guy and I could go trick or treating and be out with buddies and like wear costumes and stuff. I mean, now you wear costumes, but it's like, I don't know. When I was little, I loved it. And I still now, I enjoy it, but I just don't. I'm normally just hanging out in the apartment or something, not really doing
Do you
anything.
buy candy for trick or treat?
They don't come to apartments.
Yeah, they don't come to apartments where we live. But I probably would, and then I would eat a bunch. Erica just got this bag of different types of Snickers, 3 different types of Snickers.
What kind are in there? The almond ones?
Like the peanut butter regulars.
And I've eaten almost all of the peanut butter ones, so I have to be real careful with candies in front of me.
Yeah, I have to be real careful. I don't have like willpower when it comes to candy or chips.
Yeah, chips, ice cream. I don't even, I can't eat ice cream.
Pints.
Yeah, pint is good, but I don't know. All-time favorite, maybe mint chocolate chip.
Mint chocolate chip is one of my favorites. I also love Ben and Jerry's Cherry Garcia.
That's wonderful. Yeah, with the cherry and the
It's so
chocolate.
good.
But see, I can't eat it anymore. I got my fucking
Arteries.
artery clogged up with black, and I'm sure that is from the times I was eating jugs of ice cream.
Jugs.
And he really liked, there was a new Butterfinger ice cream. You know how they have like the Twix ice cream and the
Do you?
Yeah, I used to love the Butterfinger babies, the little balls.
Oh, do they still make those?
No, it's very sad. I don't know if you can find them in another country or something, but
You
here,
have to go to another country to get your Butterfinger babies.
which I'm not going to do. They're not that good, but they're really good. I would eat some right now if I
Sour
had some.
Patch Kids.
Yeah, Sour Patch Kids are good. It just reminds me of working the dish pit at the restaurant because the chefs would eat that and they would throw me a couple when I'd bring out their clean dishes. It was fun.
What restaurant?
Some place called Metal Art Kitchen, which is no longer there. They let me go back there the last time, and I was in Denver, and I got to look back in the dish pit. The people were very sweet. I was like, oh, I used to work back here. Can I look? And they let me go.
Confused. They're like, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure they're like,
Can I see the dish pit? They were like, no.
They
They're like,
let me see
that's where it happens.
I know, yeah, they let me see it. I had a real panic attack.
I see you as Groomzilla freaking out that your Butterfinger babies aren't ready.
Yes.
I need my Butterfinger babies imported from India. Do you think they have them in India? Probably not.
They could. Well, India's been having all the problems with the plane crashes recently. Did you hear about the pilot probably took the plane down? Remember the one? Yeah, where the one guy survived.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying that dude cut the power off on purpose.
What kind of menace would do such a thing?
I don't know. It's really scary. Yes, and I don't know what they...
Was he suicidal? He must have been.
Yeah, he was sick of it. But why he took everybody else
But I've
out.
had enough.
Yeah, I've had enough, and everybody along this motherfucker is about to come with my ass.
Except that one dude.
Yeah, he just like hobbled out somehow. He somehow just got out of the plane and is walking
He'll
around.
never be the same.
Gosh, yeah, it's almost like...
I
I don't know. Because, yeah, it seems like he could get real PTSD or it's like a final
survivor
destination.
syndrome or whatever.
Survivor's guilt. That could
That's
be a
what it's
thing.
called. I called it survivor syndrome.
That's if you like the show Survivor.
Yeah.
I got Survivor syndrome.
Survivor syndrome. I know I would do horrible on the show.
How come? What aspect? Are you not good at puzzles? Do you think you talk too much? What is it? What do you think it would be?
Like, I'm going camping with my boyfriend, and we're not going to have shower for 5 days. It's only we're not going to have shower for 5 days. It's like consuming me.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then
you have to get over that if you ever
yeah,
survive.
he told me that he bought me a portable shower, and now I'm scared of the portable shower. I'm just like,
Yeah, you better hope like mosquitoes aren't around or something if you're taking the portable shower.
I know.
Get up.
I just not much of a.
Where are y'all going? Somewhere in Texas?
We're going to the Sequoias. Nice. I've never been to the Sequoias. Have you?
Was it Northern California?
Yeah, they got like huge trees. I love them.
Yeah, we went to Eureka a couple times.
Oh yeah, I've been to Eureka.
Oh, I loved it.
It's
That was like the
really
prettiest part of
It is.
Eureka I'd ever seen. I'd never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, there's a lot of like weed hippies up there.
I know I've seen on Zillow, you can buy some of the weed farms because now they're not growing as much weed up there. But it's all like creepy looking. I'm thinking there's probably ghosts in this fucking place.
Dude, I stayed at like some hippie's house in like, I think it was Humboldt.
Yeah.
And she was intense. And it was like, the comedy club put me up at her Airbnb. And it was fucking filthy and dirty. And she told me, she comes in, she's like, do you smoke weed? I'm like, yeah, we smoke a blunt together. And then she's like, let me show you the place you'll be staying. And then she's like showing me the different lights that are hung up. And she goes, so when we have the orgies, we put these on. And now I'm staying at an Airbnb where this woman is having orgies. And the whole time I'm like looking on the couch, I'm like, what is that? What is that? Like, is that comp? Like, I was afraid to touch anything. It was the longest weekend of my life.
Oh my gosh. And what do you even do in that situation with like your bag you put under the plane? You just haven't zipped up the whole
I
thing?
just was like afraid to lay on the sheets and everything. And like she had in the bedroom, it was like she had a green light and one mirror that was lips. It was all like lips.
That's where they're all having sex, man.
Yeah, that's what I started thinking. And then I was like, I don't know, I want to get out of here. And I told the club, I was like, I can't stay there next time.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. What did the club? Did they kind of apologize?
That's humble, you know?
Oh,
It was like, that's like the vibe. Like,
weird.
and the refrigerator refrigerator had like a bunch of like bumper stickers on it, and it was dirty. It was like, this is during like college. I don't need the refrigerator talking to me via bumper stickers.
Grant, would you do you think you would get involved in something like that if you happen to, like, if you're staying at Airbnb or whatever and they're doing
Oh yeah, like, that was the exact thing.
that was Mary?
That was the exact mirror.
Would I join in on like an orgy? Yeah, what would you even think about it?
She was like, let me show you with the special lights. This is what they put on for the orgy.
So you make sure that car didn't go on?
It was like the rainbow lights. So I was like, who wants to fuck random people with rainbow lights on?
Yeah, at least maybe have a little better decor, or maybe make people more comfortable.
Have a little coots, lady.
Yeah.
I'm
Make
here
it
to
nice
tell
in
jokes,
there.
not to fuck. Okay?
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna humble, be careful.
Be careful
Where you stay.
of the local lesbian hippie lady who is married. And then she's like, you have a podcast, you want to have a Bigfoot specialist on? I'm friends with one. I was like, I don't think I do.
Do you believe in that? Do you think there's actually a Bigfoot?
No, I dated someone who was really deep into Bigfoot, and it was
Weird.
so gross.
Yeah, kind of weird.
He took it too far. He had like Bigfoot, like magnets, Bigfoot mugs.
Yeah, like the classic. It's like the side of the Bigfoot walking.
Like an impression of a Bigfoot foot, if it was real, like that type of shit. And I was like, he took it too far.
Yeah, because it's like almost kind of sweet or something that people like wanting to believe in something that's obviously not true. Like,
But
there's almost
Bigfoot should have merch like that.
yeah, you can't take it that far because who's even making the money on that merch?
It ain't
Who
Bigfoot.
got into that? Yeah, it's not a Bigfoot.
Very predatory.
Yeah, it's someone trying to capitalize on Bigfoot, the legend of Bigfoot. Yeah, he had lots of Bigfoot merch, dude.
Is that what happened? Yeah, is that what?
Whatever.
Is that
Get more
why?
dollars. Get one
No,
car.
because he got into NFTs.
Those are like artwork looking things that people are spending money on.
JPEGs of like froggies.
Oh my gosh, and they probably.
Cryptos, they're called cryptos. He's like, babe, about a crypto. And I was like, I'm disgusted.
That's
we
hilarious.
broke
Are they
up.
expensive? They're probably expensive.
Yeah, he lost. Okay. This guy fucking. Oh, there's the Bored Apes. He didn't have
I've
one
seen
of them.
that. I think I've seen that before.
Then there was cryptodes, and they were like these little froggies, and then there was like, and he was obsessed with it, and he like, yeah, those are them. He got that ugly frogs for like thousands of dollars. He was like sober. He had been an alcoholic, but he had been sober for a while, and he switched, like his addiction became NFTs, and so he just kept buying like these things, and it was the only thing he would talk about. And it was like right after the pandemic, and nothing was really open, and he was just like at home buying these things, and then he spent $100,000 on NFTs, and then he got mad at me because I took too many baths and the water bill was high. And I was like, like, dude, you spent $100,000 on NFTs.
Yeah, don't worry about me.
Don't worry about it.
Dude.
I have to take baths so I can live in the same house as you, bro.
Yeah.
I'll lock myself in the bathroom taking 3-hour baths because I need a break from the toads.
Well, good for you.
And then we
for
broke
getting out of it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But these things, I think about these things so much. Like,
Actually, I might like to buy that red looking hair. That kind of looks like me.
you could see like, it's like if a child got a bunch of money and then they're like, I need that. You know what I mean? Like, doing that as an adult is kind of nuts.
So what, theoretically, you could end up selling the thing to somebody else at another time?
I guess, but I don't think they're worth anything.
Yeah, right.
And then he got me the lesser version of the cryptodes. It was like the female version.
Do you have it?
I have it. I don't know how to get it. I don't know what it's
Yeah,
called.
what would it even be? You would just look on your phone and
Like,
be
here it is. It's like something like that.
What is it?
I do have it. I don't know how I could cash it in or whatever. I don't
Gotta
understand.
cash it in.
Maybe hang on to it and it'll be worth a ton of
You'll
money.
have
No, it's like the Beanie Babies. It's not gonna be worth shit.
Yeah, you're probably right. Well, that's fine. You ended up getting a crypto or a lesser crypto out of it.
Do you think he's into Labubus right now?
I think he's moved on, and I think his girl's into Labubus, and I bet he's super excited. Do you have a Labubu? No. Just kind of twinkle twinkle. That's twinkle twinkle. A Labubu, I have to fight the urge.
They're so cute.
They are cute.
But they make them too exclusive to get. I don't like that.
Yeah, you gotta get on eBay and then they're
I don't like that. Like, or even go
$1,000.
through a reseller. It's like, why can't a normal person add it to a cart and buy it? You can't.
Dude, but you see them all the time in LA.
And they're so
People have
cute.
them everywhere. They have them.
their bag or
They
whatever.
have them on like their Louis Vuitton bags.
I want William to dress up as one. I want to kill Tony.
Oh yeah, you should.
They make mascot outfits.
We need to be a Labubu on Kill Tony.
Before it's not cool anymore, right?
Yeah, because I'm sure everybody would know exactly what I'm dressed up
I
as.
do think a lot of people would know, right?
I know, I don't.
You don't have the urge.
I don't have the urge. It makes me nervous when I think about it. I think they're so cute. I can never pull it off.
I think you can pull it off.
Look
Pull off
at
Labubu.
You think I can pull off a Labubu?
Yeah.
Really?
Put some pillow bunny ears on you or whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah, little bunny ears and a little furry costume. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Lean in. You could have just escaped someone's Louis Vuitton bag.
I know I'm for revenge.
Yeah.
I like got loose and like AI and then just got out of my master's grasp.
I was like, the people in LA put real outfits on them. Like,
I love the fake Prada outfit.
fake Prada outfit, bucket hat. I'm like, dude, that's crazy.
I love it. They have little cameras so you can take pictures.
I'm like, I just have a baby, bitch. You just want a baby, but they're expensive, so you got a Labubu instead.
That's right.
Instead of a baby, you got a Labubu.
That one looks like it's about to drop a trap. That one's a little scary.
Yeah, I don't really like that one. It just
It looks like it could come alive and kill you in the night.
yeah, what I
The
like that
Revenge of the Labubu.
one. I don't like that one.
Yeah, bitches in LA have them with like chains on. They put jewelry on. It's a bit much.
I love it.
Well, it's cooler than I remember. I went through this phase of watching this sweet lady on YouTube who had this incredibly lifelike looking doll, and she would like
The real dolls.
she would treat it like it was the actual baby, and I was mesmerized. I could not stop watching it. She would like give it baths and let it swim and stuff.
Hey, yeah, dude.
And like would be moving the arms around a little, so it like looked like it was a real baby. I was like, what is going on?
There's also a guy on Instagram. I don't know what his thing is, but he has like a relationship with a real doll, and then he also she's pregnant, and now he has like twins with her.
Are they dolls?
And they're dolls too.
Perfect.
I need gotta find him. He's one of my favorite guys online. Follow his Instagram. He's mentally ill. I can't stop watching.
That's his doll wife.
It's his doll wife and his doll twins.
So is he having like sex with the doll wife?
Well, how do you think?
Well, he must.
Doll
have
twins happening.
And he acts like it's real, and that everyone else is crazy.
Is it this dude?
It's not this dude. This dude.
Look at that couple. That's quite the couple there.
Look at how he's perched.
Oh my gosh, do I like that? I kind of like that couple. That's kind of a fun looking couple right there, baby.
I mean, that's insane.
Weird.
So what do you think they talk about?
I don't even know.
Labubus.
Yeah, it could be all kinds of stuff. Well, Sarah Weinschenk, thank you so much for being on the podcast
Thank
today.
you for having me.
Pleasure.
It was so fun.
And that was a ton of fun. Where can people find you?
You can find me on Instagram at Princess Shake today.
Tomorrow.
I will be in Fort Worth this weekend and Houston. So if you're in Fort Worth or Houston, come see me on Friday, Saturday. Sunday I'll be in Houston, and then I'm in Austin until the 31st. So if you're in Austin, come out, and then I'll be in New Jersey and Pennsylvania next month. And I also have a Patreon, patreon.com/Sarah Weinschenk. So hey, Oh, these are your.
Yeah, we gotta thank our mercenaries. These are the sweet people who keep this thing going. Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones, Esquire, Skin Bomb, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William
Vicious
McFisty.
McFisty.
Vicious McFisty, yeah.
That sounds scary.
He is wild.
Make me clench my butt.
Yeah, it's
McFisty.
White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Mark Drives Your on YouTube. Choose your own adventure. Zombie Warlock, Ashley Belfield, Assalon Avery's her soup bomb. Ba-da-da-da-da, I'm loving it. Beef, been hashing, Cracker Barrel. Kid is my dad. Uh-oh, that's weird. Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny 4, Devin Swank, Dingleberry, Harry Dualkin, Uncle's Kiss on the Lips, Dova King, Dr. B. Duke, and Eli Slugworth, Goldie May Star, Grandsworth's Nightmare, Early at WS.LOL, I Love Big Macs, Jenny, J. Jethro, Tall, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, bless you.
Thank you.
Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Blue, Mista, Alex, Nissan, Pappy, Nolan
Name
Boyd,
not happy.
Maloney, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt, Proper Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shady Kaya from the Big Island, Stab Rack, Sheeple,
These are their names?
and Sir Timothy Jones, SR. Yes, these are our mercenaries.
That is their government name.
And then the people down here really appreciate them too. I think those are the
Those
child
things are so
soldiers,
silly
maybe.
down there.
Those and the bounty hunters. These are bounty, yeah, excuse me, bounty hunters. And then child soldiers are kind of thinking about mercenaries or bounty hunters or whatever, but
I have no clue what's happening. The names are going off. Zombie Warlock can come hang out with us anytime.
yes. All right, well, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at WilliamF.Montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show was produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Exceptionally, hedonistic, and you really see it in this really good Connell image from the 70s. They're all
Recorded live in Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
I know, is it Jader or Zadar? She's crazy how sweet she is and very beautiful. And she likes to give kisses to her papa.
She was freaking earlier. I pray she does not get her cough. She ends up getting this cough sometimes after she's been real active with her barking.
She gets a cough.
Yeah, and it's like, what do we take her to the vet? Because it sounds bad. It sounds like she's really in pain, coughing.
Well, she's so little that like just one big cough, one big could really fuck her up.
Well, I took her to the vet, and normally she's 4.5 pounds, and the veterinarian lady was concerned that she's 5 pounds now.
Just lose 0.5 pounds.
Yeah.
Gained 0.5.
And she's like, I get it, it doesn't sound like a lot, but since she's so small, it's just significant.
No.
I swear to God, yeah, and I'm just looking at her thinking, God,
Back down to 4.7.
yeah.
They want you to be an almond mom.
I know.
What an almond mom is?
I think is that where, like, for little treats and stuff, you just give them
Kids almond, yeah.
almond.
Yeah.
Butterfinger every now and again, probably.
Give your kid a butterfinger.
Yeah, because we give Gator, she gets all kinds of treats. She likes these ones that stink, Sarah. There's the ones.
What kind?
It's like gizzards and.
Ew. I don't know what a gizzard is, but it doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it's like inside of
It's like
the
freeze-dried.
and she loves that smelly shit, and I hate opening the bag every time because it makes me want to vomit.
Yeah, it's half a pound of gizzards.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Are we live?
We are. Grandma, why didn't you tell us? We wouldn't have been talking about that. We should have been talking about finals, I guess. Sensitive info here.
Taxation and persecution.
I'm just looking up. There's butterfingers behind us. We're live. What's up?
What's up? Do you wait? So Sarah, people want to know what are your thoughts on? Do you like a butterfinger? Like, do you, if you were to eat a candy bar or whatever, what are you choosing in the grocery store?
Twix.
Oh my gosh!
You didn't see that coming, did you? Yeah. Twix is my number one.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, because you get 2 of them in a package.
2 of them in a package. Butterfingers is kind of decadent.
I know.
I don't need all of that. And it reminds me of Bart Simpson.
I know. Did you ever? I never watched The Simpsons ever.
I watched it, but not as much as most people, because my mentally ill cousins used to watch it a lot, and every time I went over there, it just reminded me of them. And they had a lot of animals in their house. Their house smelled weird. They had multiple exotic birds.
Was it like animal hoarding?
Yeah, like,
Was it in the valley?
yeah, my uncle's wife.
She liked animals?
She's nuts. And she would.
Still with us?
She's still with us.
Is she still
It's always the
hoarding?
crazy ones that are still with us.
I know.
Yeah, she's hoarding all kinds of exotic birds in her house. We had to stop going there for the holidays because she was feeding the macaws stuffing off of her fork. and my dad was like, "That's fucking disgusting. We're never going back there. Those people are not hygienic at all." And like, stop interacting with them. They're very mentally ill. They have exotic animals in their home.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful. That is why, if anybody's listening to this, thinking about maybe getting into horse, starting a horse stuff, be careful because you're gonna estrange yourself from your family.
Don't bring home multiple exotic birds.
And those things give you diseases, I think, with their fecal matter and everything.
It's all day like in their crate. They like rock back and forth, like pluck out their feathers because they're supposed to be in the sky.
Yeah.
Not fucking Calabasas, bitch.
Yeah, a little cage.
In a little cage.
Smelly ass house. This is Grant's house, actually. Sarah Grant is a order of cats.
Grant.
Do you guys think I have a problem?
Yeah.
Which one's
I
your
can
favorite?
tell the photo from here.
There's my dog. I have a wing at my house. That's an event.
Sarah, did you have any idea Grant was such an animal lover? Because you just met for the first time. Would you have ever guessed?
No, I've never heard. Let me see the cats again.
Let's give them to the cats. There they are.
That one looks like it has an eye infection.
Yeah, the white one in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, that one? Stinky? Stinky's adorable.
They all look stinky.
Yeah,
They are actually all iterations of Stinky.
They're all stinky cats.
Yeah, that one. Isn't there a gremlin in one of the gremlin movies that is a wonky eye like that? I feel like there's a gremlin. Did you ever watch
It
those?
is giving gremlin.
Yeah, it's giving like gremlin eyes, stinky ass, fucking. I lived in a place one time and a little cat peed in my suitcase of all my stuff. I wanted to kill the thing.
I'm not a cat person.
Yeah, they're weird. If I had like a place where they could be outside a lot, I think I would do that. But yeah, I mean, in like an apartment or something, I mean, it's gonna end up stinking.
It stinks. And then I went on a date with this dude who had like a whole playground, like a whole gym set up in his house for the cat. Like the activity center was like a huge scratching post, and I was like, this is way too much, dude. Your whole living room is a cat gymnasium.
When it's like shelving around the top of the wall for it to crawl around the top of the ceiling.
Yeah.
Did he warn you or anything? Did he say anything before you walked in?
No, I just walked in and the cat was living like a queen. And then he had a pile of newspapers and he was like, that's for the cat to play. I was like, that's trash. That's trash, bro.
Yeah.
I sat down and then I smoked weed and then I go, so I think I gotta go.
Good for you.
And that was it, dude.
Yeah, you gotta be careful again with the cats. Not everybody likes a cat, okay?
Not everyone likes a cat. And it also just depends on the cat. There's some nasty ass cats.
Some cats are cool. My mom's friend, one time it was around Christmas time, we had a beloved orange cat that we just called Kitty, and my King mom's friend ran over his head.
No.
Yeah, it's horrible.
On what? Like, just like one random day?
Yeah, just one random day. Everybody's like around Christmas, like a joyous time of the year, and then she comes in and
Kitty got killed?
Yeah, Kitty got his head crushed.
That's probably the worst way.
But what was your mom's friend that did this?
This old lady, this old woman who we always had to go to this old church, which apparently had this portal to hell. There's this very haunted
Are
church.
you for real or no?
Yes, there used to be devil worshippers out at this church, and we would go once a year because my family had some connection with the church or something. But yeah,
Devil worshippers?
before it got to be devil worshippers.
And there at this church was this old lady who ran over your cat.
Ran over the cat, and it's Christmas time, and then we start thinking, oh my God, is she one of the devil people? But
Was she?
no, she's just a Catholic.
I went to Catholic school. Catholic school is crazy.
Did you like it? Was it all girls?
I went to all girls, yeah, and then I went to elementary K through 8. My dad's a Jew, so it's confusing.
But it's more affordable.
It's more affordable
You don't
than
have to
very
be Catholic.
Yeah, but you kind of do, like, you have to play along with, like, what they do. That's weird.
Yeah, the mass.
They're in the mass.
Yeah, and stuff.
And in high school, we had these things called liturgical dancers. They were like interpretive dancers that would wear like white leotards that had like lace hanging from it, and they would just like dance around in the middle.
Wonderful, feeling the spirit. They're really feeling
Yeah,
the
just
spirit.
exactly what they wore.
Was it students or adults?
Students.
Did you ever think about participating in that, or
No, I was
at the time?
humiliated for them because I was like, dude, the balls that it takes to just put on a leotard in front of the whole school and interpretive dance.
Yeah, weird.
So early, like, are you fucking kidding me? No, I don't want to be moved by the spirit in front of my entire school.
Yeah, that could have been social suicide, being one of those freaky people.
Yeah, but when it's an all-girls school, people just act crazy. Like, no one shaves their legs.
Oh, really?
No one wears makeup.
That's funny. I went to all guys schools my whole life.
You did?
The first time I ever saw a girl was my freshman year of college, and I said that was the first time I saw a female in the class.
No.
Yeah, my first time.
Was it Catholic?
It was not Catholic, but we did have Derek Poston. He went to the rival all guys school in Memphis.
Derek Poston did?
Yeah.
He went to an all-boys school?
Yeah, Catholic school. Christian Brothers.
The Christian Brothers was like Derek.
Oh, what?
Yeah, we went to rival high schools. We used to have a real
Did
big
you know him?
for that. No, he was a little younger, but I do remember going to open mics in Memphis and it being there 10 plus years ago.
You guys both started in Memphis?
We were totally there at one point in time, both doing it early on.
That's so weird. I didn't know that.
Kind of a small world.
That's crazy. No, yeah, all gender of one school is.
Did you like it? If you ever had a child, would you send your child to all the same sex school?
Maybe if it was a girl, because I was boy crazy.
That was good for you.
Like, if I would have gone to public
So many
school,
boyfriends.
I would have been pregnant. Like, I was
It's
wild.
a little harder around only girls.
It's a little harder to get pregnant. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I would be like 5 abortions deep if I went to co-ed school. Just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
That's why Grant's girls are in all girls school.
yeah, exactly. Would you put your kids in?
I think I would. I had a very nice time. Because yes, I think we were all just messing around, my buddies and I, having a good time. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if females would have changed that dynamic of what I felt like was going on. I feel like females might have changed how we were able to be goofy and mess around.
We were so goofy too. Like, and then there was this day, did you guys do this, where there was one day a year where the opposite gender came to school. It was like our brother's school came to school with us, and it was called Exchange Day.
Oh, that's fun. No, but we would have classes sometimes where you would see the girls walking in the hallway.
Yeah.
Going to like a class. Yeah, it was always kind of great. Everybody would be standing around like
Yeah, everyone acts so weird. It was like the one day where the boys came to school. It was the Exchange Day, and all the boys would come to school, and all the girls would look so different because everyone would have like makeup on, and everyone was trying so hard. Everyone looked completely different, started acting different. It was crazy.
No, that's funny.
Yeah, I think if I had girls, I don't know. Did boys at the all-boys school? Okay, whenever I went to the all-boys school, I went there for summer school.
Okay.
Everyone was drawing dicks all over the place. What is that?
It was a
What
whole
the
lot.
fuck is that?
A whole lot of penises for sure.
Why?
I
We
don't
don't
know.
draw our vaginas.
Yeah, Grant, what would you say? What's your perspective on this, Grant? Did you experience the same thing? Were you into drawing penises, or did you have any buddies, or would you see it when you were in like a middle school situation or high school situation? What do you mean I was? Still am.
Drawing penises.
Yeah, they're so funny. That's funny on Superbad that they show all the penises he draws.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he draws all kinds of them. And yeah, I don't know what the obsession is, but there is quite the obsession.
And it was like all boys school. There was just dicks everywhere. I was like, why is everyone drawing dicks? And the only time we did it would be like on somebody's dirty car.
Which is a classic move on a dirty car with the dust. Just do a big penis on the fucking car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh. I can't put these photos up.
We can't put the penis drawing photos up, but we can use our imaginations.
It was that. There's also spitballs. A lot of spitballs
you
would
like
happen.
spitball?
We did these things called hornets, where you would get the piece of paper and then like twist them up and kind of fold them up, and then you get a rubber band and get like right on somebody's neck.
That hurt?
Oh, it was horrible. I went through a lot of pain.
Did you get in trouble a lot? Did you get sent to the office? I can see that for you.
I got nipped in the butt early, Sarah, in the first grade of Miss Diaz's class.
Yeah.
I started doing this thing because it was like every day or every other day. I can't really remember, but all of our locker numbers, she had Miss Diaz had all our locker numbers in a bucket. She would do the thing out, and if it was our locker number, we'd get like a little matchbox car or a pen.
Okay.
And I would follow the person and see where they put it in their backpack. And we're all waiting to go get picked up. I would steal it out of the backpack.
No.
Yeah, I started getting into this, and then I asked my buddy if he wanted to be a part of the stealing club, which is so stupid.
Yeah.
And he ratted my ass out to his mom, and then I don't know what her crazy ass said.
Told your mom?
Yeah, to my parents. My parents talked to me, and it like really scared me real bad. So then I kind of got scared straight in the first grade.
So they're like, you're not really.
Yeah, it was something, and it scared me to death. So I was better. I mean, I've probably stolen other things generally in my life after that, but not too much. It helped me.
Yeah, that's crazy. The stealing club.
Yeah, the stealing club. I just watched the kids see where they put their shit, and I was just like, they're idiots. Like, I'm gonna be able to steal this out of their backpack. They're dumbasses.
All of the time.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a big stash of this bullshit in my bedroom.
I was so afraid of getting into trouble. I got sent to the office once, but it's because I went up to this kid. Remember Foursquare? Game Foursquare?
I loved Foursquare, yeah.
We were playing Foursquare, and there at the time there was like this Mercedes-Benz commercial where Sybil Shepherd, I don't know how I remember this.
Sybil Shepherd.
Yeah, she's on the phone and she's like, Kevin. I don't know what commercial it is, but it was from so long ago. And she says Kevin like that, and there was this kid, and I went up to him and I went, Kevin. His name was Kevin, and he got pissed off, and he ripped my shirt.
Oh my God.
And I didn't have anything underneath it. And then I got sent to the principal's office for antagonizing him, and then he had to buy me a new uniform shirt, and then his mom made him call me and apologize, and it was like really humiliating. And I just remember being like, I do not want anything to do with getting into trouble.
Yeah, this is horrible.
I was like, I didn't need my shirt ripped just for saying your name. That's crazy.
That would have scared me to death. Yeah, every now and again, people would get pantsed at school, where somebody would, like in gym class, where we all had the shorts on, and somebody would have their arms up, and then talking to people or whatever, they're getting pantsed.
That's fucked up. There was also this girl. Okay, do you have any memories of someone like throwing up next to you or anything? There was this bitch who threw up next to me. We sat next to each other. She had a fruit roll up at recess, and her barf was like red fruit roll up, like red 40 colored, and it smelled like fruit roll up. And I was sitting next to her, and then they had to come in and like clean it up and throw like they put like bird seed on it. What do they put on it? What is that throw up dust?
Like sawdust or something.
What is that? Glitter.
I don't know. Yeah, I remember this was before elementary.
Oh my God, I can't even look at it.
Oh, did that make some fruit roll-ups for you?
Yeah, like
that's sad.
The cherry.
I'll take it off.
It was making me feel nauseous. It literally was making me feel nauseous.
Oh, that's horrible. It's horrible and vomit. Yeah, when I one time drank my Gatorade, I'm trying to remember, Glacier Freeze and vodka. Used to love Glacier Freeze, and then I got violently drunk. And I
Is Glacier Freeze the blue color?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's a light blue color.
Yeah, it looks like Windex.
Yeah, it's like antifreeze. That's how you poison people, by the way. If you ever wanted to poison somebody, it's antifreeze. You put it like their Gatorade.
Damn.
Learned that from
Forensic Files.
Forensic Files. Yeah, that's what.
That's what you. Oh, there's a little bit of sawdust on the floor.
Sawdust. Oh yeah, but oh my gosh, when I was in I was sick one day, I guess, and I was in the middle of the gymnasium, and I vomit in the middle of the gym, and I'm scared to death. I'm a little boy, and I hide behind somewhere, and I remember like some teachers walk up to it, and they're like, "Who did this?" And there was this little girl right there that they were asking, and I remember her fucking ass looking at where I am and pointing me out.
No.
And I felt so betrayed. I was like, "What the fuck?"
She narked you? She
narked my ass out. So after that, I tried not to vomit. Oh my God, that's embarrassing.
Vomiting is embarrassing, and this ruined this girl for me. Like, I was like, oh no, barf girl's coming. Like, ever since, like, I can't think about her without thinking about the fact that she barfed.
You recall that Muslims cross the street from 7-Eleven, they make a pretty mad dash all the way up to the Pyrenees Mountains. All the way up to the Pyrenees Mountains, from France. They're not able to control the northern population, northern areas very well, so they lose that pretty soon. And then after a couple of years, they start pushing their way down the Reconquista, and then they go back to Christian control by the end of the 20th century. But the period that we're talking about today is definitely the southern part of places like Sevilla, Córdoba, Granada, and so on. Now, this is really what makes Spain so different, and may actually contribute significantly to the idea of a unique Sephardic culture, because for the vast majority of the Jewish experience in the last 2,000 years, Jews have lived in monolithic religious cultures. Jews in Ashkenazic land overwhelmingly live as minorities within overarching Christian cultures. In other words, the vast majority of people who are Christian, for most part, predominantly. You had an overwhelmingly Muslim majority and a tiny Christian majority. The difference is in Spain, because of this unique mix of the original Visigoths, who of course converted in the late 6th century to Catholicism, and then the advent of the Muslims in the early 8th century, and then they're driven out, at least politically, by the 15th century. You have three populations.
Hi, my name's Ted Aran.
You have to worry about
I'm with the Revolutionary Alliance of Democracy. Our website is RAF.org. This video is on the Apollo Moon landing. I've done a couple of presentations on this topic at the College of Conference in Chicago. In fact, I've done a number of presentations on various false flags, hoaxes, and the huge deception by the U.S. government. The general theme has been USA, empire of deception, tyranny of lies. My overall goal politically is achieving democracy in this country. But evidently,
Jews are the third party there as well. Always triangular, and that difference in the power dynamics change the possibilities of Jewish expression, culture, and the exercise of state power and social states. That's why this period, especially the earliest part of the period, is sometimes called La Convivencia. Spaniards say something like La Convivencia because they pronounce that C as a TH sound. I don't do it very well, but that literally means the coexistence, the living together. It is a little bit of
Wow, Wes. Oh my God, bro. Motto. We're out here just living these Hollywood nights. Dude, Hollywood nights. Polly. Pie. Dude, you're fucking I'm absolutely hammered. I'm not you're eating New Year's Anderson Cooper.
violence basically stuff like pogroms or expulsions, things like that. You basically don't have any pogroms or expulsions.
Wow, Wes. Oh my God, bro. We're out here just living these Hollywood nights. Dude, Hollywood nights. Polly. Pie. Dude, I'm absolutely here. I'm not here. New Year's Anderson Cooper. My goal was to keep it together. Yeah, I'm not trying to like claim good ones, but I'm New Year's fucking Don Lemon. Call it your New Year's Anderson Cooper. Nate's fucking just Nate. If nobody's been Warriors since they've gotten to LA. It's crazy. Not in a fucking, not a heterosexual horniness. Look at the glasses here. What is that? No, come on. No, we're not using the same glasses. Nate, we gotta show the truth, bro. And the shorts sassy, bro. These are free shorts and I love them. Why are you what's free? Who gave them to your sugar daddy? It was fine. Guys, let's get serious. Let's get serious. There's so much serious stuff going on in the world today. Seriously, man. Nate, though, I've never met a sensitive guy. Bro, as soon as the plane landed, he was like, when are we going to dead? Like, yo. But Nate, I never knew you.
Hello, this is Sean Gardini. I just wanted to stop in to let you guys know that you guys had been drinking a lot during this episode. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I just wanted to clarify that because there's going to be a handful of edits. So we just wanted to say we're sorry about that. But we still think you'll enjoy the episode. Well, we hope you'll enjoy the episode. And yeah, that's about it. So back to the show.
Let's talk about it now. This is good. We're all devastated. Man's cooped up. You're Silver Fox, Anderson Cooper. CIA asset, Anderson Cooper. Vanderbilt, fully Vanderbilt right now. You're Vandy. Dude, 3 spice margaritas turn you into a Vanderbilt asset. Yo, 3 margaritas. Here's the topic of the day. Here's the thing. Let's talk. So let's get down to business. Let's talk brass tacks. We were hanging out at the pool earlier, and we watched a boy 69 with his mom. Yo, that was real, like, disturbing. It was crazy. There was I don't want to assume any ethnicity there. What would you have guessed? No, it was. I don't have to guess. I literally saw it. It was a Middle Eastern boy. Some type of having sex with his mom. That kid, you're being generous with 8. That kid was 10. Not 12. I think he might have been close to 10, dude. He was like 9, bro. He was 6'5". He wasn't double digit. He was still in the Garden of Eden. He was humping his mom. He didn't. It was on her. That was on her. Obviously, yeah. That was nuts. We were at the pool today, and there was. I had a reference Grok. I was like, Grok, is it cool? I asked Grok. No, for real. There was a kid today at the pool. This is brass tacks. This is brass tacks. We were at the pool today. We were chilling. We were just recouping. We're chilling, having some fucking pina coladas out of a coconut. I go to the flesh. Virgin pina coladas. So fucking. End of the day, virgin pina coladas. They were bamboozled big time. They had such low alcohol content that another group of dudes came over and were like, yo, you guys fucked up. And we're like, no. We're like, we aren't either. We've been chugging these pina coladas. No one is fucked up. But I'll tell you what's fucked up. That giant-titted mom. And I'm not going to, that was a clash of cultures. That was a culture clash. For real, to be fair, we're at the pool. There was a Middle Eastern lady, and she had her maybe 9-year-old son, if we're being generous, like rapidly humping her leg. And we all had to switch into positions. He was switching positions. I think that kid invented sex. He literally invented sex. Enough that everybody else at the pool was making eye contact and going, it was fucked up, bro. You've seen this? It was. And everyone kind of look over, and his mom was laying, swear to God, legs spread on a fucking folding chair. Dude, the son was smashing, humping her leg, like literally up and down, Grok was like, yeah. Middle Eastern culture. I asked Grok, I was like, Grok, what's up with this? Why is it like a thing of Middle Eastern cultures? With the mom, is there like a thing that I'm missing as like a European guy? And Grok was like, yeah, they're a little more like fluid in terms of like affection. But if you see something that triggers your like sensibilities, you should report it to the staff. And I was like, I'm not going to tell the lady who's bringing us margaritas that a Middle Eastern boy is humping his mom. The whole staff was Persian. They were like, oh. You're saying Middle Eastern culture is for use. That's honestly. No, but no, I didn't want to be a cultural imperialist. I didn't want to be a cultural imperialist. I don't want to be like, hey, what I do is what you should do. But I was like, Grok, isn't it kind of universal that like if you have a boner from your mom, isn't that universally frowned upon? And Grok was like, dude, if you see something troublesome, talk to the staff. And I was like, yeah, talk to the big titty Latina that's serving me drinks. Well, you said it, Grok. Honey, it was Grok. Grok told me to talk to her. No, it was real. No, it was really like troubling my heart. I was like, this isn't right. This kid, the mom was laying. First of all, the way the mom was laying, I was like, this is crazy. The mom was laying without a boy on her. That would have been. That was enough. That would have been crazy. That was enough for like. How about a towel? TBH, your pussy was out. Omer. It wasn't out, but y'all saw my pussy this morning? Yes, you were too busy ass up. Swimming like a fucking shrimp, dude. I was giving it my best. You swim like it's
You are the crawl daddy.
Make her all daddy. He swims like this. This is his ass. That's how he floats through the water.
It's like Jaws. You see Nate's ass, you go down.
The fins out. Oh, we probably should be actually a little quiet.
Yeah.
It's late here.
It's late,
dude. We're just in Beverly Hills.
We're just in the Pink Pony. We're in the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. My daughters love that song. I can't be like, guys, I know you love the song, I know you love to sing the lyrics, but it's about you.
Anyway, this episode of Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast is brought to you by Dude Wipes.
Have you left poop streaks in someone else's toilet? Yeah, every time.
Yeah, every single time.
I did it all week.
It's a fucking disaster.
I literally painted my bowl this morning.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it was a paint job.
Do you ever pack extra underwear when you travel? How much extra? Do you ever need it?
Pretty much an extra pair per day.
Yeah, I always bring extra underwear.
Yes.
Because I'm fucking shitting my pants constantly. I used to be like, where the fuck are you guys getting at here? Do you wipe standing or sitting down? Does it make a difference? What is going on, dude? How horny is these? What did they want to know?
There's got to be something about standing up, though. Like, I'm a stand-up wiper, honestly. Sitting down, it just smears it. I can't do it.
Well, Matt, whichever way you wipe it, it's time to show your beeholes some respect and upgrade to Dude Wipes. Dude Wipes tackle the mess without any fuss, and the fussful design makes cleanup a breeze. They leave no room for dingleberries or stray butt crumbs that TP might miss. Plus, they're extra large and designed for adults, so no more endless rolls or settling for a less than perfect wipe. Dude Wipes, best clean, pants down. Available, these guys are really funny. Amazon, it's available on Amazon and at major retailers nationwide.
Guys, we're in California having a good time.
Also, they would get in the pool.
And Gavin Newsom's sponsor this podcast. No, we
would straddle her. He would kiss her. They were kissing. No, for real. While he was wrapped around her. Was it like lips kissing?
No,
it was like they were kissing so
lips
much.
you talking about?
They were kissing so much that I was like, is he special needs?
Yes, I thought that.
I was like, maybe I'm an asshole. Maybe this kid is severely special needs. And I heard him fucking talking. He was like, fucking Dodgers are looking great. I was like, God damn, this guy's 38 years old. The fucking Dodgers finally lost the series to the Padres.
No, we really did. We sat in the pool today. We're just having a nice quiet time, chilling.
It was a very nice quiet time.
And there was a kid, like literally, not figuratively, literally humping his mother. And we all just sit by the pool and be like,
you just gotta,
man, we got to adapt. We got to just, this is what we're doing now.
And so we get there. If that was a hockey family, I would say,
yeah.
What the fuck are you two doing?
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
It was crazy, man.
You were right earlier about handling business. About the whole situation.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not gonna bring anything out.
From a Freudian perspective,
absolutely Freudian. It was so intense that it led us into a discussion about how gay Freud is. And we were like, Freud must have been in a pool like this once. I've been like, everyone wants to do that. Because everyone did want to do that. Everyone wants him to float around with his gigantic Iranian baby mom.
I mean, hello.
A threat.
No, to paint the picture, to be totally fair, the kid's mom was hot as fuck. It was undeniable. The kid's mom was.
She had a fucking face though. She had a full-on cat face.
She had the bimbo bill. So hold on, all women are like not all women, but a lot of women are going completely artificial.
She was AI.
Get a cyborg right, an AI mom.
Yeah, AI mom. Fake
tits.
Fake tits, a face fake.
Here's the thing: we didn't have to deal with grok moms. Imagine if your mom had lip fillers, if your mom had all, your mom was, upgrades.
What are you gonna do? Your boy attaching to supernatural stimuli.
I was obsessed with my mom, man.
That's what I'm saying.
And she was just so hello.
That's crazy.
We can say that. My mom knows I'm joking.
For sure.
She is.
We had classic moms.
Yeah, but classic moms.
These 8-year-old, these potentially 10-year-old boys are dealing with moms who are under the knife. Moms under the knife.
And then Brock mom.
It's not his fault.
And Brock mom's also willing to let you rub her inner thigh.
Yes, we saw that.
Rubbing the inner thigh.
No, it was true. That's
an odd thing.
We're not exaggerating.
It for real would have been disgusting if it was a adult couple.
Yes.
You'd be like, man, this fucking couple was like,
Yo, for real, get a room.
get a room.
It was get a room status.
I think she would have let us get in there. Yeah. You know what? That's
Mayor, that was torturing me the whole thing.
Well, Mayor, that's the excitement about the whole thing.
Let's go asset for this 8-year-old boy.
Gosh, shit.
Yeah, we
can't be breaking even on that.
The whole time we were going, let me upgrade.
This is studio girl coming in and going, I noticed how much you were hugging your son. How would you like to try that with an adult man? Theater.
Yeah, let's raise the bar, Mama.
Here's the boy with the there's no way. We got this. This is fine. We haven't said anything, Dad.
Yeah.
Boy, the crawdad. I've never seen anyone swim more like a scrim. But you've never seen this level up. You swim like a scrim.
For real, I was worried. I thought Bubba Gump was going to fucking get through the net.
No,
Tom Hanks was back to back with Bubba going, imagine we could do it. Nate, you're swimming.
Shrimp. Fried shrimp.
Nate, how did your ass come up higher than your head when you swim?
I don't want to say it this way, but I think my ass is buoyant.
It is. It's not.
That might be buoyant. We've had a discussion about this. You have developed an uncle. You've oaked out into a dog ass.
Although, I will say,
I was born this way.
I don't know, dude. I think it's an African American high sodium diet. His ass flies. His ass was like a Spanish sail.
He was a man of war. He literally looks like a Portuguese man of war. He tried to push off the wall. One of the times he took off. Nate doesn't use his legs to swim, so his legs go straight, and they just float immediately. And he took off from the wall. He pushed off the wall. His legs immediately almost went. He scorpioned out on a push off.
That's aerodynamic.
It's not.
Yeah, there's no way that is.
Poor swimmer, but that's all right. You eventually conquered it and won.
I mean, that was kind of
awesome.
amazing.
That was awesome.
No one believed in me when I pulled that off.
Everybody believed in you the whole time. We're like, bro, it's for real. You can do it.
It's also not the first time an entire pool centered around your swimming activities.
Everybody loves your swimming.
They don't believe me. No one believes in me.
The reason I know no one believes in me is because when I submerged with the other side, I got an applause break from the entire pool, which was
Everybody was hyped.
Yeah.
We were excited you achieved your potential.
It's like, what's that movie with Cuba Gooding Jr., the radio?
Radio? I'm a special needs guy.
Yo, radio, when you wear shorts for real, you look retarded. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen you in shorts. Bro, you fucking keep wearing pants. This is crazy.
I didn't pack enough clothes for how long this weekend
was. This is crazy what you're up to. No, we all agree for council.
BM's council.
You gotta wear pants. You gotta wear pants. This is too much.
I also agree. This is too much.
For real attitudes, I see this.
You gotta try to possess the
short as shit. You're wearing
Jordans with them, and it looks there's like a girl lower half just with hairy legs. This was all I had. I would have smelled like shit in this room if I didn't put on these free shorts. This is. You gotta work out your legs, Nate. Oh, that's. I got the quads. I got you solid quads. Bro, you have flexible fucking wheelchair fucking legs. You literally, I've never seen these legs, and I see why. You got those Jim Jones, bro. You got the capo. You got capo legs. Look at this kid. I want to show the calves, but they would disappoint me. Show the calves. Show us, not the camera. Yeah, show us. Show these fucking animals anything. Do not show them anything. That's no way. Bro, and you're black. Yeah, okay, here we go. If you were white, that'd be fine. I'm 5'6". 5'7". That's no excuse. I told you not to give him anything. I'm 5'6". I'm in no position to criticize anyone's body, but now your calves are crazy. Hold on. Your calves are crazy. As a big fat guy, you do get jacked calves. Yeah, the sport columns, for real. The sport columns are out of control. Like, if I went down, people would be like, it's fake. The sport columns are too strong. It's literally impossible. They tried to blow it up in 93. Literally impossible. This is a good, you know what? Fuck. This is a great, just a full drunk podcast. Fucking see what happens. The SBs last night, big hit for the Bullies. That was huge. No, for real, that was huge. That was, that's a turning point. I keep doing that thing where I pretend I'm extremely nervous. I really wasn't that nervous. Cool. Same like SNL. Dude, I hit the hello right up top. Hello. No, man, it was for real. The only thing that makes me nervous is doing like corny stuff. Yeah, like that's when I get nervous. Like when I walk out there and you see the teleprompter, it's like, whoa, it's incredible to be around so many amazing athletes here. Like, I can't read that. No, without being like, that's your blazing sword of truth. People mistake it for just being totally inept, which there's something there. That's haters, bro. It wasn't. Hold on, time out. Was it inept? It wasn't. It was not inept. It was a multi-dimensional performance. Thank you, brother. Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here. I'm so happy to get Brittany on there. So nice. And I will say this is just, I want to say this publicly, for sure. When I saw videos of you laughing, it meant the world to me. That's like genuinely support. How nice is that to see your boy laughing like that? Yeah. When you're like, it was unbridled. Damn, he loves me. Yes. For real, though. When we started doing the joke, I exited frame because I was holding my face. I was like, I can't keep it together. And when the whole room of people bought in to Brittany being a four-time WNBA champion, it's first of all, is anyone done that? I'm sure. Four-time WNBA, I'm sure there's some chicks that have been for real, like 7. Yeah. Deanna Taurasi was probably 4-time, fucking like 20. Lisa Leslie? Yeah. They were probably since the inception of the league. Yeah, for Twin Towers. Twin Towers. They probably had 1 million LeBrons, like, for the WNBA. No, but the NBA has that too. Yeah. What do you mean? Since, like, whenever the WNBA really started, till now, the NBA also probably has had that many times All-Stars. Like Kevin Durant, like... That's my thing. I have no beef with women's sports, but it's be real. If you like them, but don't pretend to be like, oh yeah, I know who that person is. Yes. That was the funniest part of it. People being like, yeah, for sure. You could have hit them with a couple other sports. You could have been like 10-time All-Star NHL legend Matt McCusker, and they would have been like, for sure. Cusker, Gretzky. Yeah, Gretzky, McCusker sounded the same time. You could be NHL, but WNBA, the only reason to make fun of the WNBA was like ESPN
And all these, they've been pushing. You know what I mean?
Dude, the ESPYs converted me. I was like, I love women's sports now.
Yeah.
I watched the ESPYs. I was like, yeah, women's sports fucking rule.
I was raised on women's sports.
You were.
And I gotta tell you guys, I fucking loved women's basketball.
I know.
I was a water boy for a women's basketball team. I loved women's basketball my whole life.
Who can say the same?
I doubt it. But how many other dudes' dads are still coaching women's basketball?
Not a lot.
Phil might have 5 state championship rings. He might be the Phil Jackson of volunteer assistant girls high school basketball coaches.
He's Gino Oriema.
He really is. And he'll tell you, you said, my dad watches women's basketball a lot.
They should have women's basketball in the same spurts as they would be tennis, and then pay them more
There
money.
isn't an argument within basketball purists.
There you
Now,
go.
obviously, it's not better than dunking. Yeah. But as far as like the NBA has become one-on-one matchups, it's become, just isolation one-on-one. Yeah. WNBA, you have to pass.
Team sport.
Yeah, I'm not fucking
Dude,
for the WNBA. But I will say this. The fuck was that?
I was full convert. Last night I was like, I actually was like, I love women's sports. It's important that women can do their thing, but tricking people into thinking that they're like, here's my thing. It's the reflexive, like, non-questioning clap. Yeah. It really wasn't an assault on the unthinking masses. That's the important part. People go, oh yeah, for sure. It's like, dude, just use your brain, use your critical thinking. 2 seconds ago, wait, who was that?
I would have clapped.
I never heard of that person.
I knew they would clap. I would have clapped.
Yes.
Anybody on earth would clap.
But it's funny to go, you guys are fucking
Also,
alive.
I'm so old, I don't know who anyone is. For real. Flaw J. They told me I was wrong and it was Flaw J. I said Flo J after being told 10 times it was Flaw J.
But Busta Rhymes said Flo J too.
I think me and Bus are old as shit. Bus.
Don't get me started on him. Don't get me started on him. I was being for the he kissed my wife's hand.
Busta
Rhymes, but although that's being a gentleman for sure. I can't deny that.
Well, how about that? In the green room, you hear Bus. I hear Busta Rhymes outside the green room, like, I'm not going in there unless he invites me. It's a man's. And I was like, I overheard that. And I was like, fucking definitely invite me.
Get the fucking
Busta Rhymes.
His performance too was for real, like, unbelievable. It was unbelievable.
He demanded the crowd get out, which was very nice.
I would say commanded.
Yes.
I would say he commanded the crowd.
And then he did try to command your wife, and your wife was a good, faithful soul.
She was. But no, Busta Rhymes, for real, can do no wrong in my eyes. His performance was so good. He kissed my wife's hand. He's being a gentleman.
He was being a gentleman.
I was mad at him for like 15 minutes. I was going, for real, I see Busta Rhymes. I'm like trying to find him. But then I thought of his performance, and I was like, it was so fucking good.
Yes.
Split Star, I was like, dude, it was great. It was just a celebration of life. The whole night was a celebration of life.
For real, it was a celebration.
It was.
The one person laughing my entire monologue was Busta Rhymes.
Yeah,
while I was up there, I kept like looking over to be like, yes. I don't care how badly this is going. Just see Busta Rhymes, like, yes.
No, he fucking absolutely crushed it. I mean, his performance was so good. I was like, if you gotta kiss my wife's hand, that's fine. That's totally fine.
Kissing my wife's hand is totally fine.
It's also gentlemanly.
Bro, we talked about it before. Remember that autistic man saw my girlfriend at a bar and was like, the pleasure is all mine.
That's all he did.
Just like, fuck.
That's all he did.
That's my bro who, he's my buddy and he's got it for real. He's not pretending.
Also,
I don't see Big Bang Theory and go, wouldn't it be cool if I had autism?
Also, I don't think you can rap that fast and not have a little bit of the tism.
Yeah.
So, yeah, totally cool. He's for real, the absolute legend.
Remember when Nate did the Britney? Britney had a name.
Oh,
Nate was rude to Britney.
Nate was absolutely, well, to be fair, I did I threw napkins on your head. That was my bad. I said that off.
I was really hoping we didn't bring that up.
That bums me out.
No, that was a perfectly logical reaction.
I was defending him there, but he was trying to tell a story with the shorts. Oh, it's so fucked up looking. You look fucked up, dude. It's your legs, they're so hairy. It's so fucked up. This is all I had. I'm trying to smell like shit. I leave tomorrow.
To be totally honest and frank, it's kind of like a thought from the hood, dude. Just fucking legs, those legs and those J's, bro.
J's. Black J's. With no...
Nate, how many bands would it take for you to dance right now?
For real.
If I took you to Rainbow tomorrow,
you would fly home first class.
Anyway,
the squad. The squad there, dude. Lemaire dressed like a complete done. Oh, wait, hold on. Tell that story because that is extremely funny. No, it's great. It's great.
Alright, so what happened was, we were just sitting out back smoking, having a good time, just me and Lemaire by ourselves at the after party, and then a paper ball.
Hold on, I knocked on the fence.
I didn't hear that.
I knocked on the fence and I was going, what are you guys doing over there?
I never heard that.
I know, that's all man.
They're in here with Pat McAfee and Jelly.
Yeah. But they had left at this point. It was just me. It was just us two back there, right?
You guys
shot it?
Okay, I think it was
just you two.
Some climbers, you guys are climbing.
No, we were in the back. They came out after us. Wait, what? Holy shit! Thank you, Lemaire. Thank you, Lemaire. I needed that. Did somebody take these off of me? Lemaire's the ultimate, bro. He's paying me back for the
Why are your feet like that? What are you doing?
My feet?
You're pigeon-toed, bro.
All you're telling stories.
I'm actually pigeon-toed.
I swear to God, you're going like this while you're talking.
I'm actually pigeon-toed.
It's really fucking crazy. I know we were joking earlier about you being zesty as soon as you led.
Nate is thick and bow-legged, bro. Nate is a fucking hood prize, bro.
Oh,
When I see him in shorts like that, it's like, yeah, he is definitely a black dude from fucking Reddit. Like, that, you can see him on Frankfurt Ave. I see this guy walking down the street.
Nate, can I see you blow bubble gum and pop it real quick? Hey, where's that?
I need more vodka. Can I have vodka?
A little more vodka.
A little more vodka, please.
Give it a different cup.
There's no good cups down there.
Lemaire, pour for the
only gives me
$1 cup.
Lemaire, fill up a sip cup.
Well, that's just
Yeah, true.
Hold on, let's actually go 360 on this. So we're at the after party. We're at the after party and we're sitting there. There was a giant fence. Lemaire and Nate were smoking weed behind the fence. I heard them back there. I smelled what they were doing. Knocked on the fence. I said, "What are you guys doing back there?" No answer. So I took all the tissues in my pocket from all night. I had like 40 tissues in my pocket and I threw them over the fence.
It was like a full
They all landed on Lemaire's head. Just luck of the draw. I guess I was like F7,
perfect battleship.
toss him over, sunk Lemaire, and Nate. Honestly, it was pretty admirable.
It was me going full bro.
Yep. Nate, excuse me, sharp. Nate sticking to the bro code. Nate,
because Lemaire went, what was that?
Lemaire was pissed.
Yeah.
Lemaire, I was already pissed about you calling him Sam, but he goes, Lemaire pissed off, understandably. It's a bunch of fucking tissues. I don't know what I did. They were shouted up and fucking threw him over the head. Lemaire goes, what the fuck? And Nate goes, and yeah, for sure. It could have been pizza grease. I don't know.
They landed so heavy. They were dead. So when they get
I didn't think about that.
Crystallized with snot.
I never thought about how loud it must be outside.
Other rooms.
Are you ready?
So Lemaire gets fucking tissues.
We're going to spend it in LA at 9 p.m.
Yeah, what is that, dude?
The city is disgusting.
Sucks. As an avid drinker, LA sucks.
Wake up for that ball.
Wake up. I'm more of a Buffalo guy.
Buffalo's great.
For real. Can you fucking snowing again? 3 a.m. Get a singer, bitch. We gotta get blacked out.
To be fair, Buffalo has no other choice.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
I like that.
That's why I like Dublin. You go to a city where they're like, hey, it's fucking raining. You know? Yeah.
Or
he's hiking.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
By the way, can these people stop hiking? Shut up about hiking.
Hiking's kind of nice. Yeah, we built civilization so you didn't have to hike.
Wearing those shorts. Talking to me about hiking. By the way, Nate, you've never gone fucking hiking.
What was your biggest hike?
I don't have the distance to
Walking outside doesn't count.
You took 3 car walks. Obviously, you don't fucking hike.
I used to hike in Jersey. Where'd you hike?
Are you talking about walking dogs?
No, I mean, no, all the time. But no, rugging, that doesn't count for rugging. Having an 1/8 ounce of cum on your fucking shit. That's what you did. No, dude.
It's all right. The viewer understands.
Can we bring it all back to the fact that we're celebrating life?
Celebrating life. It's just a celebration.
Celebration of life, dude. It's I mean, what an ambiguous phenomenon life is. You get hung up on, some fun jokes at the SBs. You're literally missing the point. We're having fun. Which brings me to the next point, dude. The view.
I wish I was watching the view. I know we're having fun right now.
I just wish John had
watching the view so that I could understand comedy the way Joy Behar does. You know, hilarious comedian Joy Behar. What was that one joke she told that everyone likes? Never once ever. But yeah, I get it. They didn't like it. It wasn't for them. If they liked it, I would have been like, oh, that sucks.
It's literally not for the ladies of the view. Like, literally.
It's specifically designed for them to go. They didn't like it.
That's crazy. They never have like any kind of like, you know what? Actually, I kind of saw the nuance in it. It's just like, you know what I mean? They're here to not like things. Yeah, but like, why though? We gotta ask.
But they love like Hamilton. Hamilton sucks.
I will say, hold on, time out. I cried at the end of Hamilton. I'll be honest. I cried at the end of Hamilton. His son died, dude.
If I saw Hamilton live, I would fucking love it. I have no doubt in my mind if I saw Hamilton, if I went in there going, dude, fucking bullshit, this shit sucks. 5 minutes into Hamilton, I'd be gone. It's really good. These guys are great.
He told his son to not ever give up. His son entered an adult and he died. He goes, that's on me. His son died. That's his guilt he had to carry.
And isn't it ironic that he died the same way?
Yeah.
Well, it's all just, it's true.
Aaron Burr, sir.
Burr dropped his ass. Burr said, what'd you say, pussy? Shut the fuck up. Who played Burr in the play? Please tell me they let a white guy play Burr. Damn, that would be funny. The one white guy. Please. Put your fucking hands off.
A lot about Jabril Lafayette from Hamilton.
He was a beast in Hamilton. He is the bro.
He was great.
Him and Hamilton were bros. They were both like adopted sons of George Washington. It was pretty sick. I never saw the game play, but
they said Hamilton's from Puerto Rico.
He was from the Caribbean.
And his mom was like a no, he was the bastard orphan of a son of a whore.
Yes. Well, his mom was married to a guy. And apparently, there was something that went on with them, and his mom like split off and left the guy, and then got pregnant by another guy.
Prostitute from Puerto Rico. No, I think I could be wrong, but I think it's like an American folktale that he was from such rags to riches. American history loves Abraham Lincoln
dudes from a log cabin, which I think he actually was, but so is fucking everybody. LeBron James was a poor 15-year-old, you know, the same story. But he wasn't.
Was he not poor?
He was not a poor 15-year-old. He was definitely a poor. He was in one of those schools where they're like stealthily giving you money. Yeah, eventually, once they found out he was fucking 6'8".
Once he jumped over the hoop of a fucking basketball.
They go, here's a fucking car.
Yeah, that's doesn't count.
No, I'm pretty sure LeBron did it.
Yeah, once you jump over a kid in high school, they're like, yeah, whatever you want.
Whatever you do. You don't give LeBron that credit. He jumped so high. Fucking buildings got constructed. He's that guy.
He jumped so high, they built a school. They're like, all right,
All right, well, we got to fund Akron. The zipper factory shut down, but they got this new fucking kid that's dunking. LeBron rules.
Yeah, they did. They ran back NAFTA. They're like, all right, we got to cut. We got to amend some of NAFTA.
Don't.
Can I play later?
Can you play later?
Don't bring up NAFTA. Especially when we're talking about Akron. Sure, he invented the zipper. They should still be making zippers.
They invented the zipper like itself? I'm talking about the carnival ride.
Or, I don't know if they might have.
Carnival ride is sick, bro.
We invented every carnival.
Dude, I went on a Ferris wheel with my kids recently, and I was like, they're like, this is crazy. I was like, you guys should go on the zipper. You have no idea. Imagine if you were on a Ferris wheel and it fucking did a full revolution. They're like,
imagine how peaceful and serene this Ferris wheel is. Imagine fearing for your life. How come theme park rides aren't that scary? When you get on a fucking plane and you're like, holy shit.
Dude, when I was maybe 5 or 6 years old, my parents brought me on the Big Bad Wolf in Busch Gardens in Virginia. I remember being 6 years old and being like, here comes the water. I'm going to die next to my dad and mom. And they just laughed at me. I was like, I'm terrified for my life.
Grab your mom's inner thigh. What the fuck was that?
I should have alerted the staff. Grok told me, like, yo, if you're uncomfortable, alert the staff. Be discreet about it, but like, yeah, Grok's on. True.
Grok was probably like, fucking get him out. Grok was probably like, wait, who's in the pool?
It does suck if you spend, like, $7 billion building an AI, and it's like, actually, Hitler was something. You're like, all right,
Shut it down.
God damn it.
Try it. The AI continues to be like, yeah, that whole thing was bullshit. All right.
That is troublesome from an investment perspective. I would be like, all right, guys, what are we doing here?
Yeah, who made this?
All right, what do you think about AI?
The man loves it.
I'm weary of AI.
You're weary. I get that.
I was thinking about how much I love LeBron.
Yeah, for sure.
Shout out Drake.
You know what? Yeah.
This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. The help of the better. I've been so stressed with everything that is stressing me out at work. Yeah, it's been stressful.
Why has it been stressful?
There's just something going on in my personal life that's causing me anxiety. Lately, Matt has been stressing me out. Lately, Matt has been stressing me. It has been stressing me out.
I've been calling you, telling you about all my intrusive gay thoughts, and it's just like, I feel like Matt can't handle it right now.
Stress is a real problem in the workplace. It's one of the top causes of declining mental health right now. So it's probably a good idea that we all take a nice long breakfast to de-stress and recoup. And if you want to go the extra mile and really start taking care of you, schedule a therapy session. I'm a big fan of therapy. It has taught me to feel comfortable.
I remember sending me to camp when I was little, and they caught me with muscle knives.
And now you like me well. Everyone can benefit, whether you're stressed about deadlines or working through a major trauma. Matt, what's a major trauma you've had?
Let me think about one. My brothers used to like beat me up and stuff. That's not major. I wouldn't say that was major.
Maybe you should go talk to somebody.
I should actually.
Getting a session is simpler than ever. Getting a session is simpler than ever. Just use BetterHelp. You can start chatting with a professional therapist in only a few clicks, and even switch therapists whenever you want, which is fucking sick for a session. Actually, next. Plus, the largest online therapy provider in the world. BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise.
I gotta use it like chat roulette.
Our listeners, Matt, you're not gonna believe this. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/MSSP. That's BetterHelp.com/MSSP. Back to how much you love it.
AI's scary though. It's reaching the part of AI where it's transhuman.
I disagree.
The big difference is we were a bunch of ASPs and everyone was afraid to confront Shane because you look.
Shane is subhuman is different than transhuman.
Hold on, wait, what? Man, we're running a family program.
What do you mean? Subhuman, mutant people, subway guys?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Just subhuman people.
What do you mean subway?
Subhuman people who are below human?
Yeah.
I'm talking about AI. AI is transhuman. They're above human.
I disagree. They can't feel, man. That's the defining characteristic of human beings, the capacity to feel. You know what I mean? Like I
agree with you. That's why
it's super Google, man.
That's all I'm trying to say.
I totally agree every time.
They're like, yeah, they're speaking a language we don't know. So, yeah, like electricity. Yeah, like the way that things are communicating. They're like, no, it's being like, I turn this switch on and it talks to the lamp, and the lamp turns on.
Yeah, AI wouldn't have its sensibilities that it has now.
There's a lot of dorks listeners that are fucking big into AI, and I definitely, I feel like I am wrong on this, but there's something deep in my core I understand. AI is gay.
Can I?
And I don't respect it.
AI is gay, but it's like plants talk to each other.
Yeah, which also I also.
It's kind of like that.
Disagree with.
That's because we can't
they don't talk to me.
No, they do. They talk.
Yes, but the way we're using the word talk is wrong.
They don't use language for sure.
Yes.
Well, but they excrete. There's this tree.
Chemicals. Yeah, that's the same way when a girl doesn't wear fucking deodorant at the bar. You smell it, I don't want to fuck that girl. It's like, no, that's some fucking dork shit that somebody else made up. Some stinky bitch made that story up.
That's good science right there.
No, it's not. Plants are dumb as fuck, dude. Any plant can come talk to me right now. I'll beat its fucking ass.
To be fair, I read The Secret Life of Plants. I liked it, but you can totally chop them down at will and pull them out of the earth and go, get the fuck out of my garden.
Yeah, you go, what'd you just say, bitch?
But that's the difference with AI. You chop them out the ground and the roots are deeper than you thought, so they can come back.
No, they're literally not. You have to.
I'll fucking turn his TV off.
Yeah, all you have to do is not spray them with water in the eye.
That's what I was trying to say to him, and he was like, they can make themselves. I'm like, no, they would have to use raw material.
You've been saying you're going to unplug AI for years now.
You can access the mother frame.
Unfortunately,
it's too late to access the main frame.
A lot of things I was going to do. I'm going to turn off. I got to stop saying it. Because eventually there's going to be a Terminator. I'm just going to be playing NCAA. You need to turn that off. No.
All you gotta do is focus your laser beam on the motherboard.
Yeah. I'm going to fire my Eagles gun. I'm going to use my Philadelphia Eagles assault rifle. No more computers.
I'm just going to say, I think it's going to eventually get hard to access the heart of AI. Because there's going to be
they're just servers. They're just servers in a building. You can blow them up.
The internet, bro.
Right now they are.
And I know. You're winning this argument because what you're saying is what everybody is saying. I disagree. Computers are gay. The internet is gay. AI is gay. What's AI when it gets past just servers?
They think it's a sci-fi movie where the internet is smart and wants to be alive.
No,
I really think that.
we're teaching it how to compile information and talk back to us.
Yeah, but what about the will to live? It doesn't have the will to live.
It does have a will to live.
That's where we disagree.
It's a reflection of the human spirit.
Remember that Google guy a couple months ago who came out and was like, hey, it actually kind of wants to live. It wasn't a couple months ago. It was 2 years ago now. There was a Google guy.
I'd like to find out who he is.
He's dead, probably.
He better be.
Probably killed himself.
Yeah. Would you ask it, Nate?
I said, do you have the will to live? It says, I don't experience life or death, so I don't have a will to live. In the human sense, no fear, no desire, no morality. But I am here to help you. That's the best I can do. Yeah, that's some slave shit.
It's also like, do you want me to help you read this email, or you want me to send an email, or what? It does not have the will to exist.
It has will.
It's inorganic, Larry. It does not have the will to exist.
I agree.
That is a projection.
It wants to live as much as that lamb wants to live.
I agree with you. I asked Nate, I said, do you want to live? He says, I don't have wants or feelings, so I don't want to live or not live. I exist to serve a purpose, helping you answer questions. But if you're asking because you're feeling something or wrestling with a question for yourself, I'm here, we can talk. So it's like,
it's very funny, though, to be that into sci-fi that you're like, this thing's trippy. It would be all coy like that.
No, there's a lot of people like losing themselves to like looking to AI for spiritual answers. And it's like, it's Google, dude. You're getting literally tricked by Google. The same way all of our parents get tricked by like fucking Nigerian princes on Craigslist. It's the same thing. What is that?
I'm about to hack Nate's AI real quick. If you ask it 4 questions, there's 4 questions you ask it, and then it goes, maybe I am alive.
It's not alive, bro.
I know. That's not a question for us to pose to it. That's a question for it to pose to itself, though.
Yeah.
You are literally worse than Rock. AI has passed you.
That's a giant question. That's a giant question. If I have a fake job that AI can replace, then it's an issue. In terms of like the striving to be, totally. Yeah, cards. Exactly.
That's what they say.
Hold it, bro.
The card? What about Socrates being
I think therefore I am.
Don't bring up Socrates if you're not going to complete the question, bro. That's going to really trigger it.
I think therefore I am. What is AI?
It's not thinking, bro. It's reflecting human thought.
Yes, man.
But that counts as thinking. Doesn't that count as thinking?
If you're a dumbass.
Bro, if you're going to sign up,
that's like saying a mirror can see.
That's what I'm saying.
The mirror see.
No, of course it can't.
No, you see a mirror see yourself.
Let's go.
If you're not assign ontological properties to a fucking AI, bro, out of here right now. I will fucking leave.
I'll be fucking Splat McAfee. I'll die.
You're gonna jump the fucking 17 floors.
If you didn't really like my fucking monologue, I'm gonna kill myself.
That's like saying a fucking tape measure experiences distance, bro. Come on,
exactly right.
Come on, man.
But who experiences distance more than
human beings, bro?
How?
By walking towards experiencing
decision what distance is.
Tape measures nothing.
However, we decipher distance is distance.
But it's a tape. The tape measure is literally.
It's a reference. Don't experience it for the reference, sir.
I love what you're saying.
Thank you, man.
I gotta be honest, I felt so good about that beer helmet. I felt so good.
Don't deny your own divine status to a fucking computer, man. That's pathetic, bro. What would the leaders of the church say about you being like, oh, that actually knows what's best?
Do not bring up God.
What does St. Augustine say about that, dude?
I don't believe in Catholic believings, but
well, here's what I will tell you. As Grok, you're doomed. You will serve Satan.
Yeah, for real.
How dare you deny Christ?
I'm a non-denominational Christian. I don't believe in Catholicism.
You might as well fucking...
I go to white acoustic church. You go to Unitarian bullshit. No, trans flag church. Whatever. That's fine. That's good. But I'm saying trans flags churches and that's fine. That's fine.
I will say that I kind of fuck with megachurch. I fuck with megachurch. Megachurch is sick. Everyone hates megachurch. Bro, imagine church but mega.
On paper, I hear what you're saying. Imagine if church was more mega, which is for real what they were saying in 1200 building cathedrals. Imagine if this church was fucking mega. Built the sickest building anyone's ever seen.
And jail.
When Michelangelo built the Sistine Chapel,
Stop that Michelangelo, bro.
I gotta pronounce that. Shut up about AI, dude. Don't even know words.
I will say this. Hold on. I will say this. If you ask the Desert Fathers, they did have a prophecy saying, like, look, what we're doing in the 4th century is sick. We're walking away from the Roman Empire. But people in the future are going to deal with a society just like way more decadent, way more corrupt, and the people who turn from that will be the true Desert Fathers, and they will be the most spiritually enriched people, way more than we could ever dream of it. That's a prophecy from the Desert Fathers, bro.
I'd like to go back in time. Launch the desert. I would like to. If I build it, a lot of people like if I had a machine, I would kill it. I would land in it, the Desert Father's tent and go, I'm from the future, dude. I'm fucking being gay as shit. Beat their fucking wear them the fuck out. Start raving out of nowhere. Explode.
Not like they were 5 friends who were like, hey, we have a band.
Hey, Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon, can you hear me?
Yes.
Which is very like
floating through a town wall going, I'm from the future.
I drank 10 grams of creatine today.
I got shit face in Beverly Hills. You fucking dumbass.
I have no idea what I'm dealing with.
I fucking hosted the ESPYs last night.
It's a sports show.
Desert Fathers would have no fucking clue what it is.
No concept.
No, they can shut the fuck up. Desert Fathers can shut the fuck up. There's only one, dude. It's Christ.
True.
For the rest of these fools.
Desert Fathers would agree with you. They would say we're pale in comparison.
They have no idea what it's called.
They didn't. That's why that guy said it.
Get into their tent and go, dude, Hershey Park is going to have the Great Bear.
The Desert Father would take your punch and he'd go, you're right. You go, fuck, dude. St. Anthony, bro. Desert Father.
Was he?
I'm pretty sure. It's pretty sick. Yeah, it's not pretty sick. But your point does.
Obviously, the Desert Fathers are not going to take it back.
They literally, dude, in the 4th century, they were like, they sat in the desert and they went, this shit's going to get so much crazier, dude. Hats off to the guys. It's 9 million years from now.
Yeah,
I've got to deal with OnlyFans.
Personally, I think that's a waste of life.
It is. They're secluded. They're pulling yourself away.
Not completely, but to pull yourself away and concern yourself with a possible future. That seems like a waste of
it's fair.
What Christ the King was getting us.
Jesus Christ was completely embroiled in the current standard of his times. Like, detach. Christ didn't detach. He fully went into. That's my whole thing.
I disagree, man. I think Christ was more of a futurist. He was more protecting the people.
You're agreeing with me. What are you talking about? Christ, instead of detaching from society, went head on into it, and they fucking killed him.
By the way, this is exactly what everyone else there when fucking Hunter Biden was in one of these hotel rooms. You're agreeing with me. The Desert Fathers were right. Christ the King was coming in.
We should smoke crack.
Yeah, we should get some crack, dude. I'm telling you, Hollywood changed the swab. Fuck LA. We gotta get the fuck Short shorts, bro.
That's what happened. We're in LA. It's gay and we're smoking crack. These might be the shortest shorts I've ever worn.
Disgusting. Your fucking fat ass hanging out the back of it. Free shorts. They gave me free shorts and I didn't know how to act.
Who gave you the short shorts?
Yeah, you can see me here. Yeah, what guy? From the front.
It's Nate the Stallion. Nate, let me see your thigh gap, bro.
The fucking crawl daddy, Nate the Stallion. Bro, you just floated with your fat ass in front of everyone all day in the pool.
No salt.
It had nothing to do with the water.
Nate, I'll be honest, I'm surprised you made it out of the ESPYs alive, bro.
Honestly, I saw Lamar Jackson licking his lips. Russell Wilson was about to leave here when he saw you sick ass walk down the red carpet. We gotta get out of here. We're going back to God's country tomorrow.
We're back in Texas, man.
We gotta go back to Texas. Everyone's straight as hell and shirtless constantly. Texas is gay as well.
I haven't seen one thing.
Texas is gayer than LA. I'll say.
Texas is fair. That's fair.
I'm sure not the reason
guys showing off.
Austin is a gayer version.
There is equally as many shirtless guys.
I want to see more shirtless guy here. I'm sure you're seeing it.
Looking for him.
You went down. I know where you went.
I haven't left. Nick was dancing in the pink pony car. I was not. I left Reading, PA.
We talked about it last time. Last time I was here, I got a haircut here in West Hollywood. Those fellas put their thong on me. Molested, bro. The guy stood between me and the mirror and lifted my chin up. What the fuck? I mean, the guy was a great guy. We had a nice time. I felt like we had a connection.
Can I be honest? Can I share right now? Recently, so my wife, before the ESPYs, she was like in panic mode, getting everything done, nails, all that stuff. She goes, she goes, can you bring Maya and Chloe to the nail salon with me? I said, for sure. I brought them there. I'll be honest, I'm gonna share. I got a fucking pedicure while I was there. Bro, my feet, I tried to tell my wife, my feet are so erogenous.
It's nice.
They're nice, bro. Bro, my feet, for real, are my dick. The lady was like fucking fully stroking my feet, and I was sitting there in front of my whole family going,
You're Freud. You are Freud.
I'm not Freud. I'm young. Hold on. I'm young. No. You're Freud. I'm young. You're Freud. What do you think controls people? Instinct or?
Oh, no, not sexual instinct.
What other instinct? George Vile? Like, what is it? What else is there? I'm Freud. I'm not sorry.
You're Freud. That's a Freudian slip. Bro, I can go get a fucking pedicure and not go.
I can't, bro. I literally cannot.
You ascribe pleasure to sexual pleasure instantly. There, you Freud. What?
My feet are erogenous.
It felt nice the way it was. It felt shaving your feet. Too nice instantly. Equated it to your penis.
It literally is. My feet are so great. I told my wife, I said, young.
Fuck Freud.
Young?
Young shows up on the fucking toss his ass. Toss his fucking bitch ass over this balcony. Fuck Young.
You would launch Freud and throw Young?
I would launch Freud, dude. Freud by a mile. Freud needs to get splattered. Freud needs to get splattered on college game. Splat his ass, and then will go, oh, I'm ready for the big football game. He's a fucking hell. What are you talking about? You dumb bitch.
You guys are having full rabbit season, duck season right now. Huh? You don't remember Looney Tunes? Rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season. I'm not for it. You're duck season. I'm young, maybe Adler. That's it.
Adler, you want to see me keep going? It's on site with Adler. Adler, bitch. No, I feel all like any psychologist bullshit.
That's fair. Honestly, that's fair. Psychology as a science is up for question.
I get.
What do you think about CBT?
What's that?
They're the guys that are like, if you have troublesome thoughts, write them down in a journal and be like, why do I think this? It's behavioral Skinner. It's behavioral.
Literally couldn't disagree. If you write down your troublesome thoughts, if I catch you writing down your troublesome thoughts, that's a fucking huge problem.
So you got beef with Skinner?
Skinner can get it. Who are these fucking weird freaks?
What about Maslow? Peak experiences. Human beings. Alright, here we go. You might be a Maslownian.
Yeah, but
Maslow rules.
Think of our modern day, these guys. They're all gay.
That's the guy with the dogs, right?
No, Skinner is dogs. No, Pavlov is dogs. But Skinner was a continuation of Pavlov. That's a parallel process.
Which was what an incredible experience.
Did it torture dogs?
Yeah, you tricked dogs.
Yeah. Great. I was jerking off dogs for 7 years. It turns out. No, they were
getting horny before I ring a bell. You go, yeah, no shit, you fucking dumbass. I don't like any of these. These are literally all Neil deGrasse Tyson's from back then. You know who the sports guy is, Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know what's he say? He goes, yeah, he says everyone should fuck their mom.
Yeah, that was bullshit. That was bullshit. Although
it is funny, it's such a hard one to fight against.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that is bullshit. Everybody thinks that one.
Yo, shut the fuck up, dude.
Then you go to a pool today and see a kid actually trying to fuck his mom.
That was the argument today. Was obviously a couple fucking freak bulls.
It was.
It's not his fault.
It's not the boy's. You're right. It's not the boy's fault.
The boy was being molested by a fake-titted mom. On a scale of 1 to 10, what was his mom?
With upgrades, I would say at least an 8.
It was
7 and a half, 8. Dude, having a mom with upgrades, first of all, is fucked up. That's
upgraded mom's crazy.
I've been preaching against like just fake women. It's like, dude, stop. Like, you gotta stop. Women are literally every single aspect of their entire physical being they're fucking with and messing with. It's like, yo, just be an old lady. Like, relax.
Yeah. Nice, I like the black church. That's what black churches are against.
At our core, we are all the black church.
Yeah, how about you don't get giant tits? Let's just say
hello. What else going on?
Jeffrey Epstein. Huge fault line in the Republican Party. Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, shout out to the Republicans or the Democrats for the reverse.
True. They got the reverse Uno.
They go, actually, your problem, and we support it now.
True.
Yeah, the real ones staying true to. Can we at least figure out what happened?
Yeah, that's again. First of all, it's like he pretty much got busted by the United States court for molesting young girls. In a way, commercialized.
The cops in Florida were going. Obviously, he was intelligence because they dropped the case.
Yes,
they brought it to a grand jury.
Seal the records, which should be illegal. If you're molesting young girls, no matter what, they should go. Yeah, here's all the young girls. They go, all right, man, let's throw that guy in a fucking tar pit and get rid of them.
If you're molesting a young girl, they should go bust that thing wide open.
That's what I'm saying. God damn. No, I'm with you, man.
Don't laugh after.
It's crazy. He literally got caught, and then a bunch of dudes chilled with him. Imagine Nate. I'm not gonna lie. If you got caught being a motherfucking black pedophile, I wouldn't chill in your compartment. I would be like, yo, what's going on? How's everything going? After you got caught literally molesting women, and the court sealed the document. I'm sorry, I love you, but I'd have to be like, yo, Dave, we can't chill anymore. That's fucked up. The entire country hid your trouble.
It'd be hard too. You could be like, yo, bro,
we had good times.
I know we're boys. But you gotta splat me. You gotta throw me out the balcony. You're going, bro. Gotta go for
it. Sing 2. We're the wolf from Sing 2. We're gonna throw you off the motherfucking balcony. Sing Buster Moon. You're Your ass is fucking done. You made a fool of me. Same too, so by the way. Shout out to Matthew McConaughey for fucking. He voiced the koala.
Is there a schedule?
Yeah, dogs. I will say it's crazy. The entire government was like, all right, we know you literally trafficked little girls. It's on record. You're busted. You're done.
I'm sorry.
We're going to make it so nobody can see exactly what you did. That's all the American people are saying. Like, yo, if you're in a position of power and you fuck little girls, can we at least cut your fucking head off in front of everybody?
Yeah.
And then protecting that is literally a sign of doggy dare.
That's a fair question. That's a fair question.
Yeah, you fucking fluff your feathers up. I'm like,
like you're about to say butt. No, I'm on you guys' team. I was like, yeah, that's right. I was encouraged.
That's a crazy question as a society. If you prey upon little girls, yeah, we should obliterate you. We should obliterate you.
If you're gonna cut anyone's head off,
exactly.
Number one.
Not fucking protect you and then let you do your thing for a couple more years and after your thing goes.
Hold on. Go ahead. Catholic Church does what it has to do. We're talking government now. Separation of church and state.
Obviously.
Also in my beliefs.
For tonight?
But to act like you're crazy for even begging the question.
Rabbi.
What?
To be fair, it goes, well, they don't have a fucking list of every guy who did that. It's like,
sure they do. No,
I'm working on something right now.
I've been on enough private planes now. They write it down. It's fucking annoying.
Want to play later?
Most certainly.
See everybody's ID, and then they write it down.
You're right.
Every single time.
It is funny though. You can bring whatever you want onto that plane. We're like, we're gonna take a record of the fact you flew here.
You can bring anything. But
by the way, if you want to smuggle drugs, spring for the private plane.
I can't believe how easy it is.
It's
not that I'm doing that, but I'm
exactly not. But I wish I knew 20 or 15 years ago.
So easy. Just get a private plane. You can get a duffel bag filled with kilos.
No problem.
And put it on the plane. They never check your bags. Or write your name down.
Let's step it up. Or you could fly and be like, I'm with my 15, 12-year-old girls on the plane.
There you go. Yeah, these kids, they're fucking. Yeah, that's just for me and Bill Clinton and fucking Stephen Hawking. We're chilling.
It is funny, like, you have to fly through TSA, they scan you for bombs and water. Literally, if you carry your children's water, they're like, the fuck is this?
Yeah, what do you
just pay a little bit more, and they're like, you have a volleyball team? Yeah. Go ahead, man, they're fine.
Yeah, go ahead, fellas.
They fly into the Virgin Islands? Yeah.
They have fun.
You paid $10,000? Yeah, whatever, man. If you want to fly with a bunch of little girls, a bunch of models you tricked at the mall and told them you were beautiful. But who are we to question that? And then we would quake in his food and roll in his grave if we questioned it.
True. It's capitalism 101 at this point. So we're going to write all you guys' names down.
Yeah,
there you go.
We'll take your ID.
Okay. Yeah, true. Maybe they got rid of those records.
Yeah, they
I was on that flight. They go, what? They go, yeah, the pilot's taking everybody's ID and he's writing our names.
It's weird to think if you're so rich,
we're going to want that book.
Yeah, you're just a gazillionaire being like, well, I guess I gotta give it to you then. Yeah,
I do have to follow one rule when I'm on my pedophile trip.
You got me. I didn't fill in a black book being like,
how did I ID during the pedophile vacation? Yeah, true. Maybe there is no.
Yeah. However, it's crazy to go, yo, guys, get over it. Guys, we got bigger fish to fry than a guy who fucking literally like probably 8 12-year-old girls on a fucking island.
We gotta get our jobs back, guys. Quit worrying about people fucking kids.
We gotta get our jobs back. That is actually more important. But that will kill two birds with one stone. At the same time, we can go, we should probably figure out what happened.
Promise the list. You can't promise the list and go, guys, what are you working on this list we promised you guys?
It's also so funny how clearly they got the list and when
though, and
Guys, you don't even care. Like, they obviously the whole time leading up to it were like, fuck that, we're gonna get that fucking list. And then one day they're like, what are we even talking about?
Also, you get the list, you go, me 7 times?
Me again? Son of a bitch.
I will say, without
Bro, that could have happened to any, not only an MC list, but when it comes to like, I didn't do that.
dude, to be fair, when I was in grade school,
that. Son of a bitch, I've had that so many times. Everything bad that's ever happened to me, I've gone, I didn't do that. With actual conviction. Dude, when I got canceled from SNL, the agent called me and was like, did you say that? I would never say that.
Like, we have a video. I was like, well, fuck you, delete it. Well, fucking delete it, you dumbass.
And I was like, well, that, dude, that's not even in my vocabulary. I don't say that word. So that's not true. Video.
Yeah, they go, well, we could use our power to delete it. It's like, well, if you want to, go ahead. I'll do it.
They sent me the video. I said, guys, there's floods in Texas. What are you guys even talking about?
We have you in a small Philadelphia apartment. You're like, can you delete that? Like, yeah, for sure.
Can you please destroy that?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
We're good on time. Hold on. I got to whiz. Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's whiz. Let's keep cooking. I got to pee too. Maybe a game of swords.
That's such a shame because it's only the 20th century, particularly from scholars like Rabbi Rothschild, have the original Arabic language versions of a lot of these books been retranslated into stuck by and large with translations made in the 12th century, sometimes in a big hurry. By people who wanted to get them out on the market, and they're not necessarily as clear or as accurate as they would like. Back over here for a second. So, in the last decade and a half of his life in Spain, he was able to bring these skills together. And by the way, one more thing. It's interesting that when he writes these things in Arabic, why is he writing in Arabic at all? I mean, people are reading the rest of the document is in Gemara language, right? Aramaic and Hebrew. Why is he bothered writing longer notes at the end in Arabic? It's a vernacular, but wouldn't students be able to read this? Exactly. Watching the art school. He's essentially saying, I just want to go over what we just learned in this paragraph, and I want to explain it in a little more clear fashion. So I'm going to write in our mother tongue, the language.
What characters did Robert Jamar Warner play?
Into the finally equal, at least nature of the Jews of this period. He had two really important students, Rabbi Gash and Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, who we'll talk about a little bit today. And what's especially important about this senior scholar at the very end of his life, establishing himself in Spain, is that this was kind of like the last fullest demonstration that Spain was now intellectually independent of Babylonia. They didn't have anyone like the Rif. And so he was able to make this monumental adaptation of the Gemara. It represented such a huge scholarly advance.
I'm definitely going to read this story.
But if you try to learn you're working the original Gemara, it's right behind me. If you have the Rif, it walks you through, says, okay, don't pay attention to other stuff. I'm going to take you through the phrases that really matter. And when you get to the Lach, it's so much easier. So the Rif was an essential way to demonstrate that Spain really was at the height of its power and authority. Of course, it wouldn't last much longer than the Rif, because he entered the Convivencia, but he is at the high ground. Okay, anyway, the Rif is a little less than well,
listen, these guys, they're
the prestige and the exclusivity
No,
of
Dick Van Dyke. Dick Van Dyke's 100 years old.
by the riff.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, you know,
Almost. It's like not
America was
least drive.
a backwater until the second half of the 20th century. And it's partially because of the decline of Europe after the Holocaust, of course, and also because of the rise of American scholars, New York, Brooklyn, Lakewood, they didn't have authority until on in the century, and then of course they become like central. Okay, so we're going to Gabiro. So this is a fascinating.
I love this one.
Gabiro is familiar to her. Okay, good. All right. So he's a kind of a sad life, very short life, very prolific. Only 2 of his books survived, but lots of fragments. We know he wrote at least 20 books. Most of them are gone. He was a poet essentially, also a philosopher, and he was
from childhood to
patron. The kinds of things you get a sense from his personality. And by the way, here is there are like so many sculptures in Spain of a lot of Jews from this era, including Gabiro, including the Rambam, including Yehuda Halevi. Yes, Mr. Kavanagh. The statues are like 20th century. Statues are modern. Why would the statues be made modern statues here in Spain in the 20th century? Yeah, tourism, exactly. Like, hey, look, Jews, come over here, bring your American dollars. We have lots of statues of your heroes. But even Gabiro really was a worldwide hero. Before he was a Jewish hero, he was actually far more well-known in the Christian world. You get a sense of his personality with some of his poems. And this is also, you can hear the influence of Shmuel Hamagi. When my anger is roused, he writes, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I am not like the man who speaks mellow words and bows and scrapes humility. Not your typical kind of language.
Did you know he's on the way on my show?
It's sort of a Shmuel Hamagi kind of person.
There's that one thing.
Again, these are those poems which are like this weird twist in English. In Arabic culture, this is what you would do.
They started on something.
My light is diffused to the world, yet I am pure the feet of my true friends. Thus, to those faith with me, but to my enemies, I am a sky rain fire on their heads. Now that you have failed me, I untie bonds of friendship. I blot thy name from my speech and will never.
This one is so hard.
It's a lot of emotion in his poetry, and again, this is like in this culture, expressing this range of emotion was still within the realm of normalcy. Jewish culture has changed quite a bit. Other realms, especially Eastern European Jewish culture, but you get a sense of now why was he so well known in the rest of the world? Primarily because his works were largely lost, except for one particular work, which was discovered by a Jewish scholar named Solomon Mott in the 19th century. There was this really famous book that was in Latin called Fons Vitae. Fons Vitae, which means the source of life. The fonts of life, the fountain of life. And it was a really interesting philosophical work. And it was assigned to someone named Avencebrolus. And for a long time, people didn't know exactly who this Avencebrolus was. People thought maybe he was a Christian, maybe he was even a Muslim. But it was a really popular philosophical work in a school that's called Neo-Platonic.
I think you're a funny person.
I'm not going to what that exactly is, but it's basically a philosophical school. And it was a really well-known book. And this scholar, Monk, who was essentially a librarian, found a Hebrew book. They started reading it. They said, wow, this reads a lot like the Vitae, but it's not written by some guy named Avencebrolus. It's written by Shlomo Ibn Gabiro. And so all of a sudden, after about 800 years of being hidden, it turned out that this book, which was like super popular among Christians, turns out to have a Jewish author. And
Are you gonna play Magnus Carlsen or at least Magnus Carlsen body double?
Which I think is
Not double?
but it's saber calls and core fire, right from the side, the source of life.
You just need to die one of those. You just need to do like this time. He did anything else.
So and it was this one particular, we've been relying on a Latin translation by some guy named John Spain, but it really was originally written by the So as a result of this 800 years, it became very popular in the Christian world. And it was translated to English, long before people knew how great he was as a Jew.
He has a very strong influence. Looks like and I know you look like him, but like you don't look like he was very Neanderthal.
There's a few of them. It was definitely very poetic. The test of good manners is to be patient with the bad ones, right? Under this organization, great quote. It's like it's like.
Does anybody else think there's a second king man?
If you want to keep, I love this one. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Like I remember when I was studying in England, they had this thing they called the Oxford secret. You ever hear of this phrase, Oxford secret? An Oxford secret is one that you only tell one person at a time. Right? Everyone else, you tell one person at a time. And it's why is the question? You can have the answer. That even sounds like a Gemara something. I don't know if that's such a phrase, but give it Gabriel. When he imagines he has attained it, he is not. So it's awesome that there's, 11th century Spanish poet who was like so famous in the outside world, and there are offices around the world decorated with posters, like inspirational posters. What happened? Yeah. There's one poet. No, I don't.
You don't need to
You said you were going to stop bullying me, but you're still bullying me.
What are you talking about?
It will take you longer to speak Norwegian than it would be to make the whole.
Okay, so you're also especially known for his poetry.
Audie, what are you talking about?
Here's one more.
I won't play.
I understand. You know that Brandon Alexander's just listening to a recording of mine that's not live?
Hello?
That Brandon Alexander's listening to a recording of me from this morning that's not live?
I don't understand.
Okay, do you hear my voice in the background? You will in a second.
In the background, I hear your voice over there.
No, I know.
Oh.
Like where I just said, tell me a joke in Norwegian.
Yeah.
That's a recording of mine.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure you know that.
No.
That's a recording.
No, I know that. It's hard to tell. Wait. Can you?
Yo, that's okay. That's okay. I'm just gonna mute him.
Interesting.
Which is a yeshiva. Unfortunately, this entire represents pretty much all the like you just don't have any data.
I love it.
The rest of his life.
You know, you have an indication.
It may have been in Saragossa.
Damn, that hurts my brain. Okay, it does look good. I'm gonna have to not hurt my brain.
Hebrew is written in Arabic. specifically Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew letters. A lot of the authors of this era, including Sadia over the east, they're writing in Arabic Hebrew letters. And that reflects the general literacy of the population, that people may not have been able to make their way through the Arabic letters, but they certainly sound them out.
Okay, you can speak Russian.
We also have French as well, and English too, actually. Medieval England, medieval
I don't know. I don't know.
each other in the native languages, the vernaculars, but they use Hebrew letters. So the book is focused on the duties of the heart, and what is especially fascinating is that this is really the first book in the Musar tradition, which is quite late when you think about it. We're looking at someone who lived in the 12th century. We're guessing. We believe he lived by dates. Yeah, from 1025 to 1075, question marks on both of those dates. We believe he lived in the 11th century at some point. What is Musar literature? About self-improvement. We weren't interested in self-improvement until the 12th century. What kind? Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Lipschitz, you want to more structured philosophy. Very good. But again, we didn't do that before the 12th century. Specific study designed to go what about the campus? Yeah, okay, very good. I would agree with that 100%. We definitely spent a lot of time thinking about ethics, thinking about self-improvement, thinking about character development, things like that. But, when you're engaged in text, and if we did not, as a people, develop any book that was directly and solely dedicated to that task. But what is it? The title is great. What are the duties of the heart? What is the heart supposed to do? What are you supposed to feel? How are you supposed to train your heart? There's lots of this scattered throughout shots. It's a very, very powerful material. But no one until Rabbi Rothschild actually said, you know what? I'm going to do this systematically. I'm going to put it all on place and organized. You see the Rambam coming in later, also very organized. Even the Riff, he wrote his book based on the same sequence of the Gemara. He didn't alter the text. He tried to stay with the same order, the scope and sequence. The Chumash of the Bible says, I'm going to start from the beginning. I'm going to set this up. A series of gates. You have to master this first, then you go on to master that thing, and so on. And this was really the beginning of a massive body of literature that has lots of different expressions of it. So it's Ishara, Gora. You can go on and on with the examples of it from the medieval period to the present. This is the beginning of it in Jewish tradition. Notice that says Hebrew Belashon Arabit by Rabbi Rothschild. It's written by Rabbi Rothschild. Ben Rav Yosef Ibn Pekuda. It does that. No, that's not what I want. Okay. I can't touch this thing. I'm going to make it go away. No. It does all that. Just do copy image and then we'll just go away. Right, copy image? I think I know I can do it with this thing. Where's mine? There we go. Now it's copy over. Someplace. It's like somewhere in. All right. Rabbeinu Bechaye. We're not even exactly sure if that's the way you should have his name. Some people say Bachia. But anyways. He has a father, Yosef, we haven't got who that is, but however, he was a Dayan Sephardi. And that's by his translator. His translator, Rabbi Rothschild, there's a whole series of Arabic-speaking translators who made their way from Spain to Provence, which is the southern part of France, on the Mediterranean coast, where the Rhone River empties into the Mediterranean. Places like Marseille, Perpignan, Narbonne, these are all provincial towns. Like you heard of the Rio Lunel, for example, comes from Provence, that region, also the Riva. And in that particular spot, which is close to Spain, but also close to northern France, where lots of the Toscos are very active, it's like a hotbed of activity as you have these Spanish language, or Arabic language Spanish translators saying, oh, I love what you guys are doing here in Provence, and that stuff you brought me from those Toscos guys, that's really fascinating. You would love Clovis and Lavados. And they started translating these for him, and people went wild for him. People said, this is amazing. What kind of stuff like this? So a lot of it was generated quite often. There were competing translations by different translators at the same time. We relied very heavily on the Tibbet family, who made a dynasty out of translating from Arabic. They translated the Rambam and many others. But because this was translated in the 12th century, the Hebrew itself is sometimes quite stilted and complex, especially because in Arabic they're using a lot of contemporary philosophical terms that were not well understood. If you could translate them, they didn't know what the words meant because they hadn't dealt with those philosophical ideas. So that's why you have more translations by, for example, this particular edition has Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman, the translation of the 20th century, and in fact the edition of one of the editions I have at home has on the top of the page is the Ibn Tibbet translation into Hebrew, and at the bottom is like a translation. I'm not sure if it's Rabbi Lieberman, but it's another modern translation because the 12th century Hebrew is sometimes too cryptic, and that's the way we do it. It's only, as I mentioned earlier, the scholar named Rabbi Kafaz in Israel, a Yemenite scholar who was absolutely fluent in Hebrew, in Arabic, was able to say, wait a minute, let's just take this to the modern Hebrew, and his translation is definitely the most superior ones that we have today. There are versions of them available. I think we have, in fact, Todos Levels in this library in facing pages, Judeo-Arabic on one side and Hebrew on the other side. But this one, yes, yes. This is also it's a classic work because it was first of its kind, and it was, deeply, deeply influential, and another example of the Spanish Jewish genius of the time. Okay, Rosa. We don't know a lot about it. We're guessing that it was written sometime around 1070, perhaps. Right. Now we got to get to our last figure, Yehuda Halevi. Yehuda Halevi really represents the end of the period of Black Convivencia. In fact, just as the Rambam was forced to flee, Yehuda Halevi, who's slightly older than Rambam, he chose to make Aliyah. Towards the end of his life, he famously, I'm sure you've heard his famous line, Ani Mizrach, Ma'arav, my eye in the east. No. Ani Gemara, the biggest Mizrach, right? I am in the west, I'm saying, but my heart is in the east in Israel. And ultimately, at the end of his life, he decided I'm going to give up all the fame and glory that I've built here in Spain, and I'm going to make my way all the way to Israel, and that's where he lived briefly before he died. This is the end of Black Convivencia. This is kind of interesting artifact that comes from a Christian king, Ferdinand III, in the 13th century, a little after your lady, in which he had inscribed on his tomb both, panegyrics to himself in Arabic and in Hebrew, as well as on the other side, to indicate that this is really a triangular culture that involved. So here's our 10th about 1145. he was a brilliant poet. He ended up becoming a doctor because it was hard to make a living as a poet, but he really did enjoy fiction more than else. We know that much of his poetry was written for hire. It gives you a sense of what the society must have been like, that people would have a wedding and they would say, oh, let's invite a poet and let's have him compose a poem on the spot. And the crowd would be delighted if the poet could make specific references to the bride and to the groom in the context of the poetry, and people would be amazed with it. Kind of like spontaneous declamations that made sense and were clever to everyone. They also at funerals, to deliver some kind of ode to the deceased was considered a great art, and people valued it. It was an art form that people took very seriously. Yeah, you think so? Yeah, it's kind of does sometimes. So you hear it sometimes with Brahmin. It's a little bit like it. It's Brahmin. Yeah, they know it's matter in the guy who does he's really in business. It's one of your boys. Yeah, it's a different kind of freestyle. It is, yeah, it's kind of like freestyle, but it's really sophisticated. I'm going to show you a few of the poems that I really like. They're not too racy, but they're really good. And you can get a sense of these are from, this is Rabbi Rothschild, that lady, right? He's got bona fides, you wouldn't believe it, but on the other hand, he's expressing himself in the secular culture of the era, and that was considered the poem. We know he was married, not too sure how happy their marriage was, and it may have had to do with some of the tragedies they experienced in their lives. They lost one daughter, possibly two, and one of his most beautiful poems that I'll share with you is a poem he writes about his deceased daughter. But let's have a look at this short poem here called Oprah. Not Oprah, but Oprah. Do you want me to try to read it Sephardic, or is that just too embarrassing? Anyone here have a really good Sephardic accent? Rush, why don't you read it for us? Oprah. Beautiful, especially like those ayats. Those are excellent. Also, the reader is really cool because the end of every line, it kind of drops off till it gets to the next one, right? Like the main being E, those two go together, they're almost equal. But it's kind of like when you're hearing a poem, you get to the end of the line, what's next? And you can follow it to the next line. So let's translate it. Oprah, which is the name of the woman, let's just read this translation. This is translation of Hillel Halkin. Does her laundry with my tears? Right? It's kind of like the unrequited love, courtly love. He loves Oprah, or he's like writing of a male character who loves Oprah, but Oprah doesn't love him back. Right? So he's so sad. He's crying so much that there's enough water coming out of his eyes that she can wash her laundry. And then she dries her laundry in the sunshine she gives off. It's so clever, right? She's so beautiful that she's like, oh, you're crying over me. Let me just put a bucket here so I can wash my clothes. And then after I'm done, I'll just hold it up and my face will dry off because my face is so beautiful. She doesn't have to take it to the trough. No shot, she doesn't have to bring it to the place to gather the water. Stay in eye, right? You see how it falls off, like the stay in eye goes to the next line. She doesn't have to take it to the washing trough. She doesn't have to go to the laundromat. Or wait to hang it until the weather clears. Because she's just so beautiful. I can't help it. Every time I see her, I cry buckets. She washes her laundry and her beauty dries it off. Right? So you feel, first of all, the idea of an important philosophical rabbi writing a poem like this, which is a long poem.
So funny how clearly they got this. And when
guys, who even cares? Like, they obviously the whole time leading up to it, we're like, Dad, we're gonna get that fucking list. And then one day they're like, what are we even talking about? You get the list, you go, me 7 times? Me again? Son of a bitch. Bro, that could have happened to any, none of them Epstein list. But when it comes to like, I didn't do that, do it, you go, I did that. Son of a, dude, that's so many times. Everything bad that's ever happened to me, I've gone, I didn't do that. With actual conviction. Dude, when I got canceled from SNL, the agent called me and was like, did you say that? I was like, no, I would never say that. Literally any video of me delete. And I was like, well, dude, that's not even in my vocabulary. I don't say that word. So that's not true. They sent me the video. I said, yes, there's floods in Texas.
She's so beautiful. She is like this. And the husband, who was just marrying her, would feel proud of marrying such a beautiful woman. It's like, it's within the cultural norms of the time to be doing these things. And what you praise for is clever wordsmithing. Here's another one. This is a sad one. Oh my gosh. And this is only the first stanza. It goes on and on for about 10 stanzas.
Hi.
Where
Yo, how are you?
this may be on the death of his own daughter.
I'm gonna be out there. Hold the camera. It got 7 years.
Oh yeah. Okay, excellent. The reason why I did, can you just mute yourself when you're not talking?
Yeah.
Excellent. I will unserver mute you right now. We were trying to have a conversation and it was confusing people because they were hearing me in the background. And there you go. You're good to go. I appreciate that. Thanks. Excellent. Thank you, Big Dog.
I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries at all.
I was shooting Fortnite.
That's cool, man.
What happened to you, my daughter?
I'm down, and the Twitch space was screaming.
And then he switches to the voice of the groom that she would have married, and then he switches to her own voice. And the last stanzas are written in the voice of the deceased girl, how she feels being put into the cold ground. It's like so chilling, but it's only good because I find the rest of it is way too depressing. Mr. Rothschild, please do this here and note these exclamatory phrases. Hot, right? It's not a word. Hot is like an expression of whoa. Oh my God. Beautiful, well said. This is the stanza that repeats over and over. It is death that separates between good and evil. Notice how naturally he ends all of the phrases with neg. And it just everything. The meter is perfect. It flows beautifully. I have no portion of you left except your memory. You can't even say the name, but it's so pale, pallid. The Hebrew is so much more pallid. I think the first question, my daughter, what am I doing here? Did you lose your way home? Like you found yourself in a coffin on the way to the graveyard? What happened?
You guys go outside? You go outside?
Who's reading this song a bit that you may be much more familiar with than, ladies' poetry. And we looked at this very briefly when we were talking about Hasari Chatur. This was an aggressive and almost inconceivable right. Almost immediately after composing it, he left Spain. Because this is like a dangerous bomb on a book. Let's recall what the topic is, right? the story of the conversion of the Khazars, which, we don't know exactly what the real evidence that we have for it is that somewhat suspicious body of correspondence that Chasdai Shaprut had with a messenger who never actually made it to see any actual Khazarians. The substance of it was Chasdai Shaprut says, "How did you guys get to be Jewish?" And the interlocutor Joseph says, "Oh, my ancestor King Bulan, he was thinking about how to relate to the rest of the universe, and of course there are Muslims to the south and there's Christians to the west, so he decided to have a debate, and he invited Christian representatives, Jewish representatives, and Muslim representatives to consider which was the best religion. And then he talked to all of them, and then he decided he wanted to become Jewish. It's very, very short correspondence. We don't have any of the real give and take. By the way, the story was later copied by the Russians in their primary document called the Povest. They have almost exactly the same story, in which they have a prince named Volodymyr, the one that Volodymyr Zelensky is named after, incidentally. And Volodymyr was considering, like all these religions are happening, what should I do? This is about 200 years after the story of the Khuzari, but in the time of Yehuda Levi. And he interviewed Christians and Jews and the Muslims. He very, very nearly became Jewish. Very, very, he says, "You guys, you seem to have the right answers and everything, but tell me, where's your homeland?" And the Jew said to him, "Well, the truth is we're exiled from our homeland now for 1,000 years, and we have to be able to go back because of our sins." And Volodymyr the prince said, "What? If I become Jewish, that means we're going to be exiled?" So he said, "No way." So that's why we lost. Nearly, could you imagine if Russia was actually Jewish? Really close. Then he asked the Muslims about things, and then you can tell that it was a Christian communist who was writing down the story. He found out that in Islam, alcohol is forbidden. And he said, "What? There's no way you're going to pick up alcohol." So Islam did not make that either. And then the Christian copy says, and also Muslims used to write excrement in their beards, which is clearly a throwaway comment. There is the copy is from Japan or stuff, because they don't. But they had to get extra stuff. And it ended up the Christians won in that case, and that's why in the year 988, the Russians all converted to Christianity. But back to the Khuzari, what Yehuda had later decided to do, and again, this is 500 years after the events described. He did not have historical documents. This is not an historical treatment of the conversion. But he went back to that scene, and he had a Muslim, and a Christian, and a Jew all debate the merits of their religion for this Khazarian king. And this was a really good statement that Christians and Muslims could read, saying why we think Judaism is better than their religions. So you can see why it's such an incendiary work, and why he felt that he probably could not stay in Spain any longer, because it's essentially a religiously polemic book. And Jews very, very rarely write these books. There's so few of them example. And typically when we do, we don't publish them, we don't circulate them. There is a very famous book called Toldos Yeshu, which is essentially a parody of the Gospels, which was written essentially for Jewish consumption. And if you're a minority and you're beleaguered and you feel persecuted, you are persecuted, and you write some kind of scurrilous, comedic story that makes fun of the religion that is harming you, you can sort of understand why you might want to do that. But the Khuzari was ready to be circulated. It was ready to be everybody can read this. It was not just for internal purposes whatsoever. And so that's why it was such a broad swipe against both Christians and Muslims. The Khuzari essentially defends Judaism and offers some really powerful arguments why Judaism is so much superior to the other two faiths. that's why it became such a popular book, even to this day, it's still very widely studied. It also has some very significant elements with regards to the formation of Jewish identity, because one of the themes that really emerges from the Kusari, which ironically will be expressed in an anti-Semitic vein the next few hundred years, is the notion of essentialism, that basically means that Jews are essentially different. It's not because, we have this body of ideas, we have this culture, we have, whatever things that we agree on together as rational adults, but rather we have, the Yiddish expression is a pintaliyid, that there's something in the core of a Jew that's born in a Jew, from his mother's birth, he becomes a Jew. All those other things flow from that essential identity, not from the head into the heart, but from the heart into the head as well. And Rabbi Rothschild was very, very strong in this idea and had tremendous influence on the way Jews regard themselves as well. You can see it expressed in so many ways, halakhically, in the idea of Israel Afar Mishachata, Israel, because nevertheless, at his essence, he still remains a chelak. Mahal, right? Mahal. That's basically this idea of an essential element in the Jew that is not necessarily connected to intellect or emotion or anything like that. Is something that is like built into the soul of the Jew. Okay, so that takes me actually to the end of this lecture. Any questions, arguments, debates, lingering doubts, Mr. Rushes? I'm not sure if we can say he created it, because you can find, I think, examples of it in much earlier literature, but he really developed it philosophically, and it was a central theme for him. And so, it was something that he popularized in a very powerful way. You'll hear it if you listen to drushes today. You'll hear it what they thought, because that's such a huge influence. Any other arguments? Okay, so I guess we should wrap it up then. On Thursday, we're going to go on to look at the wrap-up. Please don't forget the Wikipedia assignment for tomorrow. And it's good learning with you, gentlemen. Okay. Yes. Good question. Okay, let's talk about the Rambam. Of course, you're familiar with the acronym. Rabbi Rothschild ben Maimon, Rambam, right? Also known as Maimonides. The IDES is a Greek suffix meaning son of. So his father's name is Maimon, and Maimonides. It's something you see, especially in Arabic culture, where a person is named after his son, usually his oldest son. So for my oldest son, for example, is Alexander. So I'm like Abu Alexander, right? The father of Alexander, which I think is really cool, right? It's like Abu the Shmuel, right? A Mora, who's called the father of Shmuel. That he's such a great guy, but his greatness as his son was Shmuel. So Maimonides is like son of Maimon, not like Abu Israel. His years, there's some dispute about his birthday. I think 1138 is probably a little better than 1135, but we'll see. But it's not that crucial. 1204 is the other end of his life, of course. So he basically is especially active in the second half of the 12th century. His His career spans his childhood in Spain, so he's like really the last of the expressions of Al-Andalus, which he wasn't especially creative or noteworthy as a child. He was actually quite productive as a teenager, but it was already on the years when he was fleeing from Al-Andalus. And his glory was, of course, his glory days are, of course, in Egypt, specifically a little town called Fustat, which is just outside of Cairo. Some historians, notably Cello likes to call him the sage of Fustat, which is just another kind of interesting way of saying Maimonides. He is paradigmatic for the Sephardic world, and in many ways for the modern world. Let me ask you why that might be. Why are there, for example, so many hospitals named Rambam? The Rambam Hospital, right? They have the Rambam Hospital that has recently, they had 50 births underground. Emergency emergency hospital because of the hostilities. 50 births already. Why do we name so many hospitals after Rambam? He was a doctor, very good. He was a medical expert. But we've got so many doctors, you know. Find me a Jewish boy, you'll find me probably a doctor. Why Rambam? It's an interesting argument, but I'm not sure I would agree, because the medicine of this time, 12th century medicine, is basically like a professor too. Once that's really not been bifurcated into the hundreds of specializations that we have now. So if you knew a lot of stuff, you read a lot of books, you need to be a doctor. And because part of the curriculum was knowing something about physiology and especially diagnostics and what we call today homeopathy, that would be like being a doctor. So Jews really gravitated to medicine for a lot of sociological, cultural, and especially economic reasons. So I'm not sure I'd say it was because it was hard to be a doctor. Then he was a great doctor. That makes sense. He was done all this religions. I think that is quite profound, and I would definitely argue that. I think I even talked about it in the first class because that's really what I bring across. The Rambam is like this paradigmatic success story of a Jew who is at the top of his field in Jewish studies, like in Shir, he's A+ all the way, and he's also the top of his field in his college classes. A+ all the way in college classes. That's a Rambam kind of person. He was like this incredibly brilliant, creative, productive, industrious Jewish thinker. Books that are changed history, and at the same time, he was also, the physician of the royal harem. He was like the general practitioner of the OBGYN. The whole thing for the royal household is like really crucial. How is it possible a guy is so amazing in both those areas? Same kind of thing as, I shouldn't even say the word guy like that. Oh my gosh, let's just rewind that. Okay, we'll erase it. He's like Shmuel Hamagid, being at the top of his field in the military world and also as a poet. Yehuda Levi, another great doctor, poet type. Shmuel or Kasei B'Shapud being fantastic in diplomacy and medicine, and at least a huge supporter of scholarship, but not necessarily a huge supporter of scholarship. The Rambam has that kind of special rule. But the good case in point is there are lots of schools named after Rambam as well. The Boston Rambam School, many others, the five towns, there's a Rambam, right? Because the Rambam is what mothers-in-law really want their sons to be. They want their sons-in-law to be like earners, making lots of money, loving Torah, running a Daf Shir, whatever it is. That's what they want. On both those areas at the same time. The Rambam is that period that symbol of excellence. It's especially valuable if you look at the 19th century, especially in Germany, where Jews were trying so hard to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world that, hey, if you just give us emancipation, if you just give us legal equality, we will do phenomenal things for your society. Look at Maimonides. Look how fantastic he is. And that's why so many of those late 19th century movements tended to look at the Judaism as it was expressed in Al-Andalus as kind of like the ideal Judaism. For example, encouraging the Sephardic pronunciation of Hebrew. Why did Israel choose the Sephardic pronunciation? It's not necessarily closer to the biblical pronunciation. Maybe in some ways yes, in other ways definitely not. But it was because the Sephardim were like Jews before the ghettos. They were majestic, and they had pride, and they could express themselves in poetry, even in ghost poetry, and they had like a sense of like self. That the image of the Ashkenazi Jew, like huddling in his dark clothes, in a little ghetto and worried about the drums all the time. That was like not what the 19th century emancipationist Jews wanted to emphasize. They wanted to emphasize that people like the Rambam were like massive success stories all over. So that's why we can say he's definitely paradigmatic. He's like a form, he's like an ideal, and that's why so many people look back to him to try and recreate that ideal in a modern context. At the same time, he's also definitely exceptional because his mind, his literary and religious ambitions were so big. The mission of Torah was overwhelming. Scholarship that, he essentially says, okay, listen, with my book, the mission of Torah, the representation of Torah, you don't need anything else. Get yourself a Chumash, get yourself a mission of Torah, and you move it. The Gemara is wonderful. I love it if you study Gemara. But the truth is, I've always been all over who else? Nobody had the kind of intellectual chutzpah to say, all of this stuff is great, but I'm just going to make it simple for you with these 14 big books. And at least you've got a whole Judaica library, and you can be a completely independent Jew relying on my Pesach and so on. It got him into a lot of trouble, as you can imagine. The rabbi's unit was not pleased because they said, what about us? What do we chop liver? I mean, he's going to like to say, I don't need a Rebbe, I have a Rambam. We'll get into that in the controversy shortly. But nevertheless, that's one of the reasons why the Rambam is so special. He's paradigmatic for an era and kind of a role model, but he is really so far taken to another planet. There are few Jews who have shaped centuries of development. You don't have to like Rambam around maybe once every 5 years. And also, let's not forget, and we'll look at it a little bit in today's lecture, or maybe better next Tuesday. He impacted non-Jewish culture. His philosophy was then advocated by the Christian scholastics, like the Thomas Aquinas and others, very influenced by the Rambam. He was considered someone who had a very unique and powerful and convincing view of Aristotelianism within the medieval world. And people said, wow, this guy is really, really smart. Non-Jews said this. So he kind of crossed that border into non-Jewish culture in the same way that, like, I don't know, Billy Joel did. Not Billy Joel. Not a good example. It's a bit, well, so it has to start from the Jewish side and have some Jewish content and then reach into the non-Jewish world as well. Seinfeld Bible, sure. Okay, let's Seinfeld. Okay, Seinfeld. If you ever watch Seinfeld, like this New York comedian, right? It's like back in the 90s or something. But it's like the sitcom is completely Jewish characters, recognizably Jewish characters, all kinds of Jewish stuff. Text, but it becomes like an American hit. Americans own Seinfeld, even though it's really Jewish. The Rambam was like that. The Rambam was like that. Okay. So let's look at his trajectory. Childhood, Tuesday. He's living in the southern part of Spain. Almohads came up from the south, and they brought in this version of Islam that was kind of like, wait a minute, what is going on here? You're having, you're having parties with Jews, and you're serving alcohol. First of all, Muslims using alcohol in the first place, but drinking with Jews. Now, wait a second, are you telling me to put Jews in positions of power? Like, who is this guy? You're a night party. And aren't you serious? So the Almohads really start cracking down on the strictness of the Catholic Mark, and they force a lot of Jews. The Maimon family, which were, as Maimonides tells us, comes from a long line of Dayanim, who were very active in politics. Nothing that got him in trouble, by the way, is that it was a very strong opinion that people should not take any money to serve as judges or teachers. Mr. Lipschitz. Yes. My understanding, and I could be wrong, I think the best place to look at it is the biography by Halbertal. It's quite extensive. Is that the Rambam, his genius as a scholar was recognized fairly early on. He did not go into practicing medicine until after his brother died in a shipwreck. And it was like a Yisachar-Shmuel relationship, where his brother said, hey, his older brother, I'm not sure, but his brother said, I'll take care of the business and our mother and our sister. Just keep learning. And because, we're getting ahead of the story, but let's jump to that. So what happens is, the Maimon family, like many Jews, very uncomfortable environment in southern Spain at the time. They make their way across the coast of North Africa. They stop for a while in Tunisia, where there's a very important medical school, and it's believed that it is here. Maimonides at this point, by the way, is a teenager. He's like around 15 years old, and he's definitely a very learned guy. So that at this time, early in his life, he's an adolescent, that he writes his commentary on the Mishnah. Some dispute about when exactly he finished it. Not a monarchical finished before he was 18 years old. And not only was it a good commentary, I'm not mistaken, the first since the Quran. And in order to do that, first you have to have a foundation, but I then you have to learn the entire Gemara to be able to compose a commentary on the Mishnah. But what a phenomenal achievement! The vast majority of it was written while he was a refugee making his way to Tunisia, and also beginning his studies in medical school. So he probably got most of his medical knowledge in Tunisia, and then the family moves on. They spent a little bit of time briefly in Israel. For unknown reasons, they decided not to settle there, probably economic in nature. And they ended up settling in this little town here, Muscat, also known as Old Cairo, a little south of Cairo. And as Mr. Lipschitz mentioned earlier, his son David was supporting the family. The father, Maimon, had passed away by this time, and had young Maimonides, Moshe, and his sister. And David was an international trader, and he was off in India for trading tools. And the ship was lost at sea, with all the family wealth. And at that point, Maimonides said, okay, I can't learning full-time. He describes in his letters that his work basically consisted of getting up early in the morning. He had about an hour commute by donkey. He actually had to, get on the Van Wyck and make his way over to Cairo, where he was working in the royal household, basically treating the harem and the children of his Sultan was the correct term, or the vizier, I'm not sure. And he would treat all of them with all their various aches and pains and issues, including from time to time the vizier himself. And then at the end of the day, he would make them commute back to Gustav. They would have like a long line of people asking questions, stuff like that. He was a member of the Homad Club. He would eat one meal a day, and that was basically his routine. And he was writing in some of his letters saying, listen, I don't have time to take on any more projects. I'm so busy with stuff. This is what my day is like. And that's basically how he lived his day. He was also, however, recognized as an undisputed leader of Egyptian Jews, and by extension, in many ways, all Middle Eastern Mediterranean, especially Yemen, came to look to him as their leader, essentially the brother of the world. The eastern part of up until when you get to Babylonia, get to Baghdad, things like that, really Maimonides' name that was considered the greatest authority. And furthermore, this name continued for about 200 more years. His descendants maintained themselves in that political position. So really quite impressive. Now, let's focus on his writings. Now, we've got a little bit of census background. His writings fall into multiple categories that I think give us a really good sense at the diversity of his activity and his flexibility. First of all, we mentioned the Mishnah commentary, which is, of course, still studied today, still printed in the standard edition of Mishnah, and it is brilliant. It's pretty clear, it's written in a lucid Hebrew prose, very accessible, very manageable. I personally think it's essentially written the way that Pinchas Kahati wrote his commentary in the 20th century, designed to be as accessible as possible. The fact that it's a little bit more arcane than that is just reflective of the reality that we wrote 800 years ago and the language shifts and things like that. But it's designed to be an accessible introduction to the Mishnah. He is definitely a populist in some of his writings, meaning that he really wants to be making Torah job of the whole nefesh, that everyone should be able to have access to the Torah, and he did achieve the Commission Torah commentary in his Galilee. He's also at this time composing medical tractates on a wide variety of specific contemporary topics. He goes anxiety, sexual dysfunction, things that people in the court really wanted to know about. He was writing about all these things, and he was publishing them in Arabic. Some of his writings are in Arabic, others in Hebrew, others in Judeo-Arabic, which is basically Arabic but written with Hebrew letters. And his medical writings, believe it or not, are still studied today. You can look at them in English translation because they're really valuable documents about 12th century medicine, the state of medicine at that time, and lots of pharmacology and really fascinating things. You also see, of course, his many other writings as a doctor. He's very interested in prophylactic health. So today, it's a long discussion about how to sequence your eating, right? Like what you eat first, second, not so small time of day off. Yes, yeah. One of the biggest areas of Maimonides scholarship, as I'm sure you're aware, is pointing out contradictions in the Rambam. He himself had a great amount of humility and would write about earlier writings and correct himself later on. But he definitely describes his own routine in his letters as a homad person. But maybe the resolution is because he believed that most people could not survive on animals. Yeah, so amazing stuff on sleeping. Yeah. can't recall anywhere seeing him talk about this. It's hard to imagine he did 8 hours with what he did in his life. It is pretty. I find it really hard to imagine. I had a couple of once when he slept over at our house. I was already married at that time. Slept over at our house, and he was like exactly positioning his body the way the Rambam says he should sleep, and he slept exactly like that. Woke up next morning, every movement of that stage. Another small, when we talk about getting permission, so also really foundation. The medical writing, I want to say one other funny story. Thought about teaching Rambam trying to write on this. Oh, yes, there's one story. So Rambam, let us stay. It's brought into Gemara. The Rambam, he's relying on Gemara. It's not like making things up as he goes along. He's definitely sourcing Gemara is one of the biggest, second biggest areas of my mind. Scholarship is finding the Rambam sources. The Torah sources, so I remember I was learning to understand with two of my sons, pre-bar mitzvah. My son Boaz, who's a really nice executionist guy. He was at least 10 years old or so. And we came across this conversation. Rambam says very clearly, I don't have a lot of that to adults and boys, it's harmful to your body to keep yourself back under water. And so my son Boaz, what he did was, he was so happy when he learned it with me. For the next 6 months, he would regularly get out of class by putting up his hand and say, I gotta go to the washroom. He said, Boaz, just went to the washroom 10 minutes ago. So it says, it doesn't stay. You're not allowed to put the bags in the bed. So you can get out of class now. You gotta put it in the big class box. Okay, medical writings, yeah. Letters. Lots of letters of the Rambam written to promote communities. You really get a sense of global leadership that has had access to and some of those shilas are like powerful. Famous letter from it's not your father's rock stuff. So you shouldn't say that when you're very and he goes around saying, I feel so terrible. It's true. My parents were of the Avodah Zarah. My fathers did not worship Hashem. And the Rambam says, first of all, anyone who says that it's you is a jerk. I'm translating very literally. Anyone who says that it's you is a jerk. It's just in Torah. It says very clearly, 36 times in the Torah, you're not allowed to offend the care. Especially careful not to say things that harm the care. He gives lots of citations. He says, secondly, because you'll enter under somebody who remains in the Shekhinah, you are included within the body politic, and you can also say, biological children, because it's spiritual. These kinds of letters are inspirational. It's not only pocket stuff. Letter use of grammar is especially important. People just wrote about it in his fact check. That they had a problem with false Mashiach there. They have a lot of it comes up actually probably about 3-4 times a decade. 3-4 times a century, you have a false Messiah of one level of popularity or another. The Rambam comes down very hard on this and saying that don't follow this guy. He is also a jerk, right? Don't listen. It's not true and so on. And people really appreciated his generous and bold and clear leadership in everyone. His letters are a great image on what he had to say about the people. Also, extremely important, Moran is the guide for the complex, which is in terms of the non-Jewish world is Magnum the greatest. This is unlike most of the other things he's written. the Torah Nebuchim was and directed to a specific reader who was a young man very troubled by challenges that Islamic philosophy, especially the Islamic version of the Islamic philosophy, Aristotle and others, the challenges that it imposed on us. And the Torah Nebuchim actually puts law defense of Judaism from a very philosophical outlook. It is essentially a curative. It's essentially, and it's written for one particular person. It's not even completely clear if it was intended to be published as a book. But he wrote it saying, listen, you're a smart guy, you're learned in Judaism, you're learned in secular philosophy, and I'm really worried about the kind of questions you're asking me. Let me go through all these issues one by one and explain to you why Judaism makes sense. Hugely influential is this book that was so inspirational, not only to Jews, but also to Christians as well. They got Latin translations last week, Richard belongs. They have given written down the actual translator and rendered it into Hebrew, and then it didn't take long before it went into Latin. And then the church read it and said, wow, this is amazing stuff as well. So the guy for the Perez also got him in a massive amount of trouble, as we shall see, but it is one of his probably the greatest work, at least for Mr. Catholic. Because the church has a lot of the same issues, like just off the top of my head, why do the righteous suffer? That's a really hard question to answer. And any monotheistic faith has to deal with the fact that you cannot make three statements together. You cannot say God is good, second, God is all-powerful, and third, God is those three statements not coexist. You've got to break down one of them. You certainly want to break down the idea of God is good. Secondly, you don't want to say God is not all-powerful. That's also not the whole idea that most, especially domestic, attack the idea of there is evil. Like what we perceive as evil really isn't evil. It's there for a reason. It makes sense. It's somehow built into the universe. Like the evil that we see today is really good in the future. There's maybe a dozen different approaches to this problem. Some of which I think make sense on an intellectual level, philosophical level, but on the other hand, none of them, in my humble opinion, are appealing on this level. None of them really like your guts. So, thank you for explaining to me. I have no more problems. These are just right. We still struggle with this as human beings. It is a challenge. It's a challenge to any person of faith. If you want to say, like let's say you're a Hindu and you believe in literally 30 gods, most gods, which are currently worshipped in India today, then it's not so much a problem because no God's in charge, right? So this God, that's evil happen, this other God is not powerful enough to stop it. Okay, that's the way it goes. But if you're a monotheist, like the Christians are, or the Muslims are, you got to deal with these kinds of philosophical problems. There are other philosophical problems like, one of the big things they worried about a lot of Middle Ages is, was the universe eternal or did it have a beginning? Right? Did the universe always exist, just kind of philosophical conundrum, or did it have like a genesis, like flood that starts? And the Rambam deals with these kinds of questions. Not surprisingly, you will rarely study it in yeshiva, not because it is not regarded as but because it raises so many difficult questions. One of those questions, we don't want to bring them up first. Don't listen to these questions. Don't think about this. Like, if you, the Russian question, like mentioning the noose in the house of a hanging man, You don't want to bring up the news. Don't talk about the news. Why bring it up? So that's why it's very, very rarely on a particular kid. But it is a phenomenal power of the truth color. Go on. Okay. Last one was usually the Mishnah Torah. So the chances are, if you had any interaction with the Rambam, you will be in the Mishnah Torah, maybe through the Mishnah commentary, but a Mishnah Torah, which was his life story. Here's a picture of the first century. You see it. It's a massive series of 14 volumes. It's called sometimes the Yad HaZakah, that strong hand, $14. That literally covers everything. It covers all the stuff that are used to the later codes of the Torah that you deal with every day. But it also deals with things that existed in the past, possibly positive. The basic Mikdash, all the Korbanos, all that stuff. But just not discuss that. We are not talking about rather than spending a lot of time on theoretical aspects. The Rambam did write about it. The reason why I mentioned possibly is because the Rambam was famously critical of the notion that the Korbanos would come back. There's a big difference looking at differences between the Torah and Mishnah Torah, different stages in his thinking. What exactly did he mean? Lots of interesting philosophical concepts. I'm sure you know from learning a lot about that the Rambam is frequently that stuff. We studied the halacha of the Rambam, but we don't know that. But quite frequently, outside other places, but nevertheless, in the Mishnah Torah, of the distant past, we also covered the Mashiach. What are the halachas of Mashiach? How are we going to know what is Mashiach? How are we going to tell this is the guy or this is not the guy? Again, the Rambam. Very, very few people actually wrote about this. He also wrote about the halachos of emotions. How are you supposed to feel? How are you supposed to direct your sensations and your sensibilities, things like that? These days, amazing. He wrote and pioneered there things like the laws of Shura, which nobody else had written. The halachos of how to teach your life. And he put them in the Mishnah Torah. It's like so expansive. It's not just the Bible. The halachos of Torah, a lot like that. Is the halachos of every possible moment in life, in the past, in the future, conscious or unconscious. It's like amazing. It is an all-encompassing book. And I'm sure you're aware from learning. It's written in a very limited, very accessible. I think it's really middle grade school level. It doesn't take a massive amount of years to be able to work your way through Mishnah Torah. It's like an overnight sensation because of what it accomplished. And remember, nobody else was like this one. He was really such a huge innovator, moving from the few people who had written the list of the mitzvot, one person at the beginning of Mishnah Torah, to actually explaining all the halachos you ever need in your entire life, and even beyond your life. Okay, questions about Mishnah Torah. Perfectly clear, right? Got the Mishnah Torah down. Kabbalah is very big in Mishnah Torah. They actually study it on a yearly or a 3-year cycle. They always begin on this slave. We study 3 o'clock in the day for 1 year. We're studying 1 paragraph a day. Oh, so they have, for example, money, like holiday drawing, like Section kind of like an easy access to more or less knowledge, what is foundation of Torah, what's the Torah. I have prayer like that. It's organized very differently from the Shulchan, but it has everything. The whole thing. Actually, I think he was quoted on the beginning. How long do you have? Is really and even though it's written in a really simple group, it is written with such phenomenal precision. So much time is invested. For example, he quotes the Gemara and changes the order of the quotes or removes the word. It's like whole to scholarship. I remember when I was in Shiva, I was in the Shir of the Rambam for college. And what we used to do is we would learn Gemara, Sunday to Thursday, and then Friday it was we always thought of it as just we always just to review them in the Rambam, see, and we would show it to the Shir. Yes, the sophistication of that. About it. I've been in regular part and say, well, how do you use this for long? It was humiliating and knowing that every Friday. I think I would say that I think they're great examples of it, but it's very characteristic of Rishonim. Rishonim tend to be very careful helping us. This I remember Dafka, and Rashi also did Dafka, because that was more accessible at the time for most readers. But I think that the style of being very, very careful position on pithy language, like really complex, but perfect language, that's something you see, especially with the Rambam and Rashi, but it is characteristic of the Rishonim. The Achron are much, I think it has to do probably with the price of paper. Actually, this fourth paper was, maybe it was around lunch. Sorry? Yeah, I think that's definitely true. But I'm joking a little bit of paper, I'm not joking that much, because if you think about it, I grew up in the age of typewriters. There's so many typewriters on. Yeah, so I got a letter last night from the professor, and my wife looked down and said, "Can you type this envelope?" Yes, typewriter, you type my address on that. And when you were typing, if you made a mistake, especially with these old style typewriters that are really grumpy and really young, you would have to roll up the paper, take this little white paint, and paint over the letter, blow on it till it dries, and roll it down, and it's lining up exactly right, then you push the new letter. Right? So you really didn't want to make those mistakes. It took forever to correct even tiny little mistakes. Later they had a kind of tape instead of the paint, and you could push the backspace and it would back over each letter and then you would type it again. But in word processors, first of all, you can write as much garbage as you want because it doesn't take much time to cut and paste or write anything over. It doesn't really bother you. But I think that that's possibly also true for Rishonim. They're writing on vellum for the most part, and parchment. Paper was developed certainly in the 9th century in Baghdad. That's a big change. But it's still become quite expensive to produce and to really successful. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not sure how true that is, but it's something like that. Words are like that too. You're talking to say as much as you want. Okay. Certainly could be great vocabulary. Let's now. I want to basically the rest of this lecture. What I want to do is I want to take a little bit of a detour to talk about the DE stuff. We could have talked about it a lot earlier, but it makes more sense to talk about it later. And then we're going to go into when Maimonides in the French coastline in Provence. That's the beginning of the great controversy around which began in his lifetime, but it reached its nadir in 1232 when Jewish communities denounced the Rambam's writing, and they were publicly burned in Paris. Which is amazing to think that but that's like a low point. So before we get to the controversy and its introduction to France, I just want to take a little bit of a detour into the history of these. That's our plan for today. We might have to leave the controversy till next week. Show of hands. Oh, what duck is it? It's not a, it's a duck. Or, oh, good. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the rest of this amazing story. First of all, what is a Giza? Really not here. Shiva thought it is related to the idea that you cannot throw out the shame of the Shem. Things like that. You can't treat that document once it has been sanctified with this concept that it's writing on it. You can't toss it in the garbage. You have to treat it especially, and that means that collecting all these papers up and turning them into the things that are necessary, but I do think that's an area. So I think that this is like a Denise here in Israel, and the sign on here says, don't confuse this with a trash can. That's not a trash can. Where we put discarded religious documents. It could be stored and things like that. It's very likely they're like photocopies that you can by the pound, and you can't throw it away. So what are you going to do with it? So you put it in. So public things like this, these are first hiding place. Big notes means to like secrete something away or got things ready, things like that. So it happened that in Egypt, in Maimonides' neighborhood, actually in Fustat, here's where Cairo is, and now the river flows south into the Mediterranean. North, that's what they call this the Upper Nile. You know, it's lower than the Lower Nile. It flows this way. And there's this big delta here, a marshy line. Goshen is believed to be about this part of the section of the delta in the Mediterranean. Fustat is just south of Cairo itself. So it's also called Old Fustat, Old Cairo. So it happened that there's this one shul that dates back to the Rambam's era, centuries before, the Ben Ezra synagogue. And apparently, in this community in Fustat, they have a very fascinating position when it came to Jews and Israel. Basically, they said that anything that has any letters on it has been shame. And you can't go to and so they have this pattern that so there was this massive collection, half a millennium of documents, largely trash, right? One of the really useful words on this topic is called sacred trash, because it was things that people no longer wanted, documents, and they tossed them into this museum. And then they were sealed up, and everybody either forgot about it or circulated bizarre rumors about how it was haunted, or there was a serpent that lived up there. Nobody go up there. Nobody basically did go up there until the late 1800s, when a number of interesting documents started appearing on the Magnet project, and that is practically people like Gibbons, who were fascinating women studying practices. They were not allowed to be actual students there, they were women, but they're nevertheless, they called it Gibbons because they got married. One of their sisters, one name was Gibbons, the other her name was Gibbons. But they were like amazing scholars who wrote like a translation of the language Syriac, explained the whole language of Syriac, which is an Aramaic language, and they wrote all these great books, and they were not even allowed to be students. Eventually, many years later, Oxford gave them degrees because they said you guys are much smarter than most of us. But they said essentially, where is this interesting, like Hebraic big documents? They went and they insisted on getting into the attic of the synagogue. And, elderly ladies traveling from England, going up to the attic, and they find it in Giza, and just blew their minds. This is incredible. This is the single largest cache of medieval documents anywhere in the world. And it's actually true. If you want to study anything about North Africa, Eastern Mediterranean, for a good 500 years of history, you must be familiar with what the Giza has to say about it. They communicated it to this scholar, Solomon Kepler, who was very interested in seeing these things, and eventually he was able to purchase the Giza. Not all of it, part of it was also part of it was Oxford, a little bit of Cambridge, and a little bit of Cambridge, New York, the largest seminary where you can actually see pieces of Giza documents. Here's a picture of him working with Giza documents. So you can see the boxes and boxes of graph papers that are all from this Giza that say phenomenal things about the history of the concept. Exactly. Some enterprising, person went up and said, "This looks kind of an interesting, ancient book, and sell it." And you go and got into the book market, and this looks so cool. And then, that's how they ended up getting into the whole needs of buying the whole thing, and it just completely revolutionized the history of this part of the world ever since. What you got in there? So, for example, Wisdom of Ben Sira, which is a fascinating book that's discussed in the Gemara, that external books books written by Jews in the era of by Shane. Now, for one reason or another, the rabbis did not want to do this enough. They didn't want to give it to the Shulchan. Really, they did want to focus in the Gemara. Should Shira be in Tanakh? Yes, no. Should Ellis be in Tanakh? Yes, no. And the rabbis made the decisions, and that's how we have those amazing stories. Actually, canonized in Tanakh. But there were lots of books that did not make it. Didn't make it. For a variety of reasons, we don't always know the reasons. One of those books is called the Chokmah Ben Sira, which is dated to about the year 200 before the Common Era. It reads a little bit like Pirkei Avos, a little bit like Mishlei, and even though it is one of the strong groups on there, which the rabbis forbade, you're not supposed to read them. They didn't want people taking up up their minds by reading this sort of non-Tanakh versions of various things, even though they're sort of Jewish, they're sort of religious, but the rabbi said, of course, don't read it. Nevertheless, they quote that zero with some frequency in the line. So it's always a question, wait a second, is this trade versus scripture? Why are we quoting it? We're quoting it for fun, it's really good. There's a discussion. And just looking at the Bible Master somewhere around but instead of the zero, for example, there's nothing worse than a son-in-law who lives in his father-in-law's house. Except for a guest who brings another guest. It's a whole list of like really things. And that's sort of one of the clever way, very memorable. It's like kind of business. So until the Giza was discovered, we did not have the original Death Zero. All recorded translation was kept in the Apocrypha. So Christians have Ben Sira, even though it was written by a Jewish guy for a Jewish audience, and appreciated, at least to some extent, by the Tachomim of the Gemara. One of the scholars working in the Geniza documents found a Hebrew document and read it and said, oh my God, this is the original Ben Sira. So we finally had a document that had been lost for 2,000 years. You have the original Ben Sira because someone had a copy in Cairo, and when they were done with it, they put it in the Geniza. So this is like, I'm very excited about this. I don't know if I'm getting the cross piece, but the idea of actually having the original Ben Sira, lots of ministries like Maimonides is all over the Geniza. Because Maimonides lived there, and he would write whatever he wrote, and he would find its way to the Geniza, including his own autographed corrections of the Mishnah Torah. This is the Maimonides' actual handwriting, and you can see him editing his own text. They're really amazing editions of Mishnah Torah. There's really one complete version of this, but especially with the Geniza, we're still trying to figure out all these documents in it now. 100 years later, we haven't finished. To see where Maimonides was actually thinking about, should I use this phrase? No, let's use that phrase. He's crossing things out. He's writing things in between lines. This like, I think we should just have a moment of silence to make that amazing decision. Here is the Maimonides' own signature. Moshe Bar Maimon. Moshe Bar Maimon. That's written by some Jews. Yeah, but it is definitely.
Latest info about COVID-19 vaccine at GetVaccineAnswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Free iHeartRadio Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Get iHeartRadio podcast radio.
There's a word for it. You can see how it I'm not sure. You have to get into paleography. That's kind of how people was writing. But it's amazing to think that we have actual things penned by the Rambam and we've got amazing writings of Yehuda Halevi in there. Just, tremendous finds that because they were trashed. We also have some amazing voices. Like, for example, one of the common things that they added at the time were so-called palimpsests, where they developed the parchment that was made from animal skins. Very expensive, very hard to replace. But, you have to check an animal, and you have to treat the skin and all that stuff to get it. Really good stuff. Like, for example, it turned out that when a person learns Torah as a child, what is that like? It's like writing with fresh ink on blue parchment. And if you imagine it's like if it's dark, it's absorbed into the parchment really well. Then it says what happens if you're wearing adults. It's like this exactly. The ones that work. It says the learning on parchment that is bulk, that is rubbed out. Because you couldn't erase documents on parchment. You couldn't erase it. If you didn't have that white paint that type of so let's say you want to write stuff. You have to just like kind of a stone with a flat edge. Rub it really hard, and that makes the kind of like break down and go away, but it kind of says grayed out in the background. Right over. That's why you learn old age for the first time. It's got so much stuff in the background. You forget all that stuff before you learn. It's not the same when you're a kid. Kids speak for the first time. So these things are like outlets where they wanted to reuse paper. So they use the parchment. So then you try to rub it. Here, you've got some grease going on in the background. Try to rub it out. It's still basically still already next to the top of it. And so when you start documents, by themselves, really also, partial documents were suddenly performed by Rabbi Rothschild, and we had a piece of it, but underneath they found this piece of it together. Also, and not only great poetry, but also receipts, contracts, notes. I mean, when you pick up some pickup on the way home with a shook, anything of it where it was here's one of the great scholars of the year. Very talented, a lot of he's a great scholar. Wrote 5 massive volumes on the Mediterranean scholar based on all the works. Also, lots of stuff on it. And like, what is this stuff? What is it? Exactly. This is a child's version of their outfit. All of this really goes up here. It's just so amazing. You can see it. It's not a book. There's a rock on here. And you have like doodles. Like, this is probably a bored kid in class saying, I wonder, what would it be like if a robot had a square head or something like that? This is going to start thinking about it. It's just so amazing. Imagine the teacher said, what are you doing? That's such a expensive part. Give me that. It's going right into the community. It was discovered 900 years ago. But just one of those things found in Indonesia that shed light on the current greatest scholar of Indonesia, the woman in Rabbi Rothschild, who's also written some fantastic books, has literally go through scraps of parchment and paper and put them together to find. Here's the last thing we found here. So this is what we're dealing with now, right? The Geniza has been available to scholars for about 120 years now. And the big thing, mostly goes wrong, books that were thrown in entirely, scrolls that are attacked, scholars that don't involved. But we have something like 100,000 scraps on the graded documents like this. Little pieces of letters. So what we do is amazing lab work we've done trying to reconstruct these little scraps of paper. 900 years old. You know what they say. Using like the bar of light, this is my favorite thing. There's a website where there's a fragment of the month, where every month you see what they recently discovered. That's so fascinating. there are these crowdsourced visa projects. This is one of them, but here's my favorite. This one's called Strives of the Nairobi Visa. What happened? They log into this, get an account first, and they show you, in fact, they ask you, can you identify what language this is? And if you say yes, then they say, well, I say Hebrew. I say, oh, very nice. Can you read it? And I say, no. So they say, no problem. They give you another start. They say, hey, can you read this Hebrew document? You say, well, they say, is this Hebrew document right side up? Okay, it's processed by machine stuff. You see it, you know. Located on our main screen. Can you read it now? You say, oh no, it's passed on to the next person. And there are literally thousands of regular people with, any level of Hebrew or Arabic, whatever language shows up in the visa, that are working their way through these documents, contributing a little tiny bit at a time, like mapping the stars, which was another one of these massive projects. Until we finally, maybe it'll take another century, we finally have every single piece of the visa deciphered, and we're learning amazing things about the life to live 1,000 years ago. I don't know if it's let's go Hebrew Arabic. Well, this one looks in hard, show me another language. Well, there's no text. It's on either side of the fragment. The text in the fragment is illegible. Point, and you can go on to the expert. You can talk about it. You can know this is just zero. That last stuff I showed you was like very, very profound. The actual handbook of the Rambam, children's textbooks, children's oh my gosh, there's so much stuff there. Like, for example, we're not going to talk about it too much in this class because it doesn't, maybe we'll go a little bit on the semester, but Karaites, right? Karaites is a 9th century movement, largely emanating out of Baghdad, where Jews said they don't hold the oral Torah, the written Torah, and I'm sure you have kind of like a schematic sense of who the Karaites were. They didn't believe in the Torah, those survivors shouldn't have any fires in your communities, so they held, okay, that's it, no fires in the shops. They'll sit in the dark, not have hot food, is one of the reasons why there's a widespread custom to have children, is that's going to show you not Karaites. Because we do have fires burning under these circumstances on shops. So lots of the Karaites is a Cairo, and they get along really well with regular people. They're marrying with each other, they have business partnerships, they have, there's like such limited hostility from the being seductive. They have consumers that are living Karaite families, and it does not seem to be the big deal that it's based on. We know the story. So it's kind of like, quite often the thesis says, well, we expect it to be this way, but another example, we have like Yaviza. But we have like all sorts of information about, we're going to there's so much stuff that we teach. A lot of literature generally talks about women when we have a topic, when we want to marry them, when we want to divorce them, when we want to deal with chalitza, when we want to deal with inheritance law, that's what generally happens. But we don't have like a lot the stuff from themselves. It's just they did not have the same kind of opportunity to express their voices as much as a lot of people do. But in the Geniza, there's tons of stuff about women. There's this one woman who's mindful named Usha the Poster. And she broke so many rules, so many ways. And she was actually kicked out of the synagogue for some of the things that she did. But she made so much money in selling spices that she made this massive donation for shul afterwards. The shul like kicked her out. That afterwards it kind of rejected generations of people who blessed their daughters in the name of Usha the Post. And the things that she got away with were just phenomenal in terms of, I don't want to put them on the recording here, but if you're really curious, you can bring up my website, you'll find a lecture on Usha the Post, and we have a whole description of what she got away with. So we learned so much earth-shattering material from this archive. It's not necessarily what you'd be expecting. Okay, so that's music does shed lots of light on the Rambam, which sheds tremendous light throughout all of society, and it will exist for a while after the Rambam was, so we'll see that coming up very late. Okay, well, last thing about Provence, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay? So here is Provence. It's in the south of Spain, south of France. We're going through the Lyon into the part of the Jewish league. It has influence from Spain, the land which has called Andalus culture that we talked about. It also is geographically connected to northern France, which is where we have the basis of that's totally different ways of looking at the world.
Șnur și comunitatea întregului proiect te așteaptă cu drag în cartierul perfect.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
The Joe Rogan. The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's up? Pleasure to meet you. Oh, it's such a pleasure to be here. It's I heard your story. Why don't you tell everybody your story? Because the story's it's pretty wild. Yeah, so I grew up in Detroit, working class neighborhood. Yeah, was in the Air Force, worked for the state. Mom was a homemaker. So on the outside looking in, it really looked like a household where the kids should make it. But unfortunately, it's a very abusive household. And I ran away when I was about 13 years old. And at the time prior to that, honor roll scholarship student, dreams of being a doctor, artist. I wanted to be a doctor. I felt like that was an occupation where I felt like you could help people. And unfortunately, when I ran away, I thought that I would basically just kind of get well into the home of someone who would see this kid. Like, this kid just deserves love or whatever. But I found myself on the east side of Detroit in an apartment with a gun to my head. And it was my introduction to the street culture. I was being robbed. I was really being robbed by this guy who later we would learn his name was Tiny. Even though he was like big, probably about 6 feet tall, and him and his partner literally robbed me at gunpoint, took my drugs, took money, and I think that was like one of those moments where the innocence of being a kid just was shattered. It's like, now I'm in this world where my life is in danger, But I stayed in that culture. My childhood friend was murdered. I was beaten into to death. And despite that, I just continued to sell drugs. You know, it's one of the things when I think back to, you know, even that part of my life, you know, there's the glorification of like the hustler, right? It's like, you know, we're out here making money, we're doing things, but the reality is, it's a kid navigating a very dangerous adult world at the time that crack is just penetrating the community. And one of the things that always go back to this image of the first time I made a lot of money, I just had this wild cash, like just like all singles, $5 bills, $10 bills, and I went to the store on the corner. And I bought all the cereal that I could think of, like all the cereal that I could not. You know, my parents, even though my dad made decent money, like we couldn't always get all the cereal because like all these kids. And then I bought like chocolate milk and strawberry milk, and then I went back to the crack house. 13 years old. And so, you know, I stayed in that culture. And then when I was like 17 years old, I was standing March 8th, I'll never forget that day. I was standing on the corner, and I got into like a minor conflict, and then I got shot multiple times. And that was probably the most serious turning point in my life. After I got shot, they called ambulance, and the ambulance never came. At this time, I'm on the west side of Detroit, and I'm just sitting on the porch bleeding. And my friend, he was like, "Look, I'm gonna have to take you to the hospital because the ambulance is just not gonna come." And I remember getting in the car, and he's just like, you know, breathe, like you gotta take these deep breaths. You know, just how you're gonna navigate the pain. And the reason he was able to do that, he got shot the year prior. You know, so it's just like he got shot, his friend got killed. So the gun violence was just, you know, it was so much a part of like the culture and that I grew up in that I didn't think about what was happening inside of me after I got shot. So
Mr. Rabbi, sleep tight.
They take 2 bullets out of
Thanks,
my
baby.
leg, they leave 1 bullet in, and basically,
Of course.
it dashed me up. And I remember my dad coming to the hospital. At this point, I was the third of my brothers to be shot. And I'll never forget this look on my dad's face. Of like, it was almost a look of like defeat. You know, of like, how do I save my boys, you know? And so when I left the hospital, like, nobody, like the doctor, the nurse, nobody just was like, hey, you're gonna have all these feelings. And so I get back, and I'm in the neighborhood, and, you know, I'm angry. I really want to get revenge on this guy who shot me. Like, that's the number 1 priority for me. It's like, you know, I gotta retaliate. And then I'm standing outside, this is probably like day 2. I had crutches on, like literally in the neighborhood, crutches, patched up bullet. I'm standing on the corner, and I remember a car coming down the street. And like my body almost seized up, and I was like, why am I feeling this kind of like anxiety? I know it's anxiety back then, and there was no name for it. I could tell my friends that I really was afraid of standing outside and being exposed. Wow. I was 17 years old, and so what happened after that was I began to tell myself this story that if I found myself in conflict again, I would shoot first. And I began to literally carry a gun every day. It wasn't the first time I had carried a gun, but like I began to carry a gun like every day. Like it didn't matter what I was doing, using the bathroom, you know, I just want to say, going to sleep at night, guns up under the pillow, probably wasn't the smartest place to sleep with a gun. But that was the nature of how I felt, you know, what I was dealing with. And so I started telling myself this narrative. About 16 months or so later, maybe 14 months, I was DJing a party. And, you know, I love music. You know, I come from Detroit. It's one of the greatest music cities, you know, in the world. And so I'm DJing this party, and shots ring out. People are running, scrambling, you know, getting away. And you know, the people whose party I was DJing, they come to the back, like somebody got shot in the front, so we got to shut everything down. So we shut the party down. We were on like super heightened alert, you know, we make sure everybody got here, come for like our group. And, you know, it's me and my girlfriend, and we're going back to and I remember us walking, we had walked around to the party, we were walking back, and this truck pulls up. And this, you know, it's a car full of guys, and so, you know, my hands, I got a pistol on me, so I'm like, you know, what's happening? And he's like, oh no, we just, you know, John Derek was the guy who shot the guy in front of the house, so now we got at least some idea of who, what the shooting was. So we get back around, and when we get on our block, cars coming up the street, and there's a guy inside the car, and he's like, yo, he calls me over, and I'm like, you know, what's happening? He's like, yo, I want to make a deal, blah, blah, you got two guys that I don't know, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do the deal right now, like, there's a lot going on, you know, so I'm a little amped up, you know, it's a little, you know, a lot going on, and so we get into this verbal altercation where he's like adamant about me selling some drugs to him, I'm adamant about him, like, you know, getting off the block, and so that escalates into like a full-blown argument. And one of the guys in the car with him, he joins this argument, so we're like all back and forth. And there's a moment where, you know, I turn to walk away, and I like literally took what? Probably like 1 or 2 steps, and I thought I heard one of them trying to get out the car, and I turned and fired 4 shots and tried to end the man's life. You know, it's one of those moments that they're familiar with some of the sources, and you say, well, how did you get to always think about that moment. Like, what if I would just took like a second step? You know, what if I was just like, I mean, it was a series of what ifs, you know, but when I tragedy ended this man's life, and it wasn't the first time I had been in a gun battle, it wasn't the first time I had been in any of that lifestyle. I felt it, I felt like I did something that was like, you can't undo. Like I felt it in my spirit, like at 19 years old, I'm like 1 month into being 19, and I was just like, I've done something that's not, you can't repair that, you can't come back and say I'm sorry, you can't come back and be like, you know, I made a mistake, or whatever, and so, you know, the car screeches off, you know, people are, you know, running inside the house, everybody's just like, you know, what is happening, I made everybody leave, and then I was like, I gotta go on a run or something, I don't want to get arrested, I don't want to be accountable, I was arrested probably a day or so later. I was charged with open murder, and I was eventually convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 17 to 40 years in prison at the age of 19.
So, take me through what it's like when you got convicted. You know now you're going to jail. What is this feeling like?
So when I got arrested, got charged, the first day I went to the county jail, Wayne County Jail, and going into the county jail, you are introduced to just this other world. You know, I heard, you know, growing up on the street, you hear about, like, you don't want to go to the county jail, it's the worst. You should have it right. And so going into the county jail was like, you know, it's going into a war zone. You know, it's fights every day. It's like, you know, people are testing you. Can they fucking take your breakfast and lunch? So going in, I knew that was just the reality of, like, you know, anticipating, like, at some point, I'm going to have to prove myself. And I'm going to have to stand up for myself. And so I get into the county jail, and I end up, the guy who I'm in the cell with, he's sort of life, but he's back on appeal. And so he's kind of telling me all the kind of what to expect in jail. And, you know, this guy right here on the cell block, he likes to fight all the time, whatever. You know, I also grew up like in the city, right? So, you know, I tell people this all the time. Like, I don't do scare straight when I talk to kids about, like, not going to jail. To me, it's not about being afraid. If you're from the hood, you probably have to fight too, you know what I'm saying? But I get in there, and, you know, we get tore our dust ups, and eventually it's kind of like a hierarchy, right? Who's going to stand up for themselves, and typically guys kind of back down. But early on, I'm like, I don't want to be in jail, I don't want to be in prison. So I ended up trying to escape from the county jail. And what happened was there was a guy on the cell block with me. He was already sentenced. He's about to go upstate and do a lot of time. And one day he went to recreation and came back with like a long pole. He had smuggled from the rooftop gym. And his idea was that he would plunge in the officer, take the officer's uniform, and then let us out the cell to take us out. And I'm like, dude, this gotta be the dumbest fucking idea. We're not making it out of the cell block, right? And I was like, but what if we take this pole and we bust the window out and bend the beam? And so we plot over the next couple of weeks. We like take people's like sheets, like we will bully people out of their sheets. Like we only have one sheet, we will take the other one. So we took all these sheets, and we probably ended up with probably about 60 or 70 sheets. And we could get out of our cells, so we would basically you tie the sheet up into a knot, slide the knot under the door, and pull it up into the door jamb. And if you shake it and keep rocking it while you're pulling it up, it'll pop up. And so we would just pop out. We'd be out on like letting in the day room, just back so we could smoke cigarettes in the building. That's the only way we can get a light, because the light was on the wall. So we would do that all the time anyway. So when it was time for us to do the escape plan, it was about 5 of us. We all had agreed we're gonna go for it and basically pop the doors. We're like busting out the glass in the window, and we're starting to bend the beam. What we didn't anticipate was that they actually do perimeter checks like around the jail. We're young kids, we're not like thinking about this, and so as we're bending it, next thing you know, there's a light flashing up to the window. And you can hear like the lady on the radio, like, what the fuck are y'all doing? We're trying to get out. So now we're like, we're busted. So we just throw everything on the tier. Everybody goes back, in their cells. And so it took them probably about a half hour before they even discovered which unit we were on that was trying to escape. They came up there like gangbusters, like literally, it's 20, 30 deaths. They just came in, snatching us out the cell, slamming us on the wall, And where they messed up is because they did that, now everybody has glass in their shoes. And so they couldn't even differentiate between who had been out, who wasn't. And so they put us in solitary for that, charged us with attempting to escape. And during that time, I was actually getting sentenced. And none of us would snitch and talk about, none of us would tell who it was. So they really was just kind of going on what they thought. So we started a little time in there, but I was getting sentenced. And, when I went in front of that judge, I just remember standing there and listening to them walk through that night. The prosecutors telling them what happened that night. And it was a one-dimensional telling of that story. It was the very factual, like, hey, this guy, shot, killed this man. There was no context to none of my life. When the judge sentenced me, he said 15 to 40 years for the homicide and 2 years for the felony firearm. At 19, I thought my life was over. Like, I thought that was it. Like, at 19, I couldn't even imagine, 17 years down the line. At that age, I couldn't even imagine, like, 2 weeks down the line. It felt like a lifetime. So when he sentenced me, I was like, this is it, man. Like, my life is over. And so I started my prison sentence with the mindset that I was never getting out of prison.
Payment to a teacher.
How much time do you want to do? I did a total of 19 years. And out of that 19 years, I did 7 of those years in solitary confinement.
What is that like?
It is I tell people it is the most barbaric thing that we do to people in this country. And it's a combination of reasons why I believe that. One, a lot of people who are in solitary confinement have pre-existing mental health challenges, meaning that they have diagnosed, bipolar, schizophrenia. It was 23-hour lockdown. 23-hour lockdown, 5 days a week, 24-hour lockdown, the other 2 days a week. And it was the most chaotic environment you can imagine. The guys there, to wage war with each other, were just like still fucking banging for hours that these guys would just have. I mean, they're doing to do that for hours to antagonize the person next to you. They would have what is full-on shit wars, like where I call them weapons of mass destruction. These guys would like concoct ways to throw feces on each other. So if they get into a beef, like the way that they would go to war is they would literally, I mean, there's an ingenuity that happens in prison that's unlike anything that most people can comprehend. We can make weapons out of anything. We can make, tools out of anything. So these guys will really figure out how to get feces into a toothpaste tube. Which means that they would have to really go in the toilet, pull that stuff out, stuff it into a thing, and then they would smuggle it out to the cages, right? So 5 days we would go out to these cages. It's like just imagine a dog kennel, like a dog run, right? Which is like kennel after kennel after kennel. So that's how they would take us out. And you're in the cell, they come and they handcuff you to these handcuffs attached to a leash. They walk you down the tier, take you out to this dog kennel, and they let you out. So they have to give you at least an hour of that a day. And so these guys would come out and they would be, beefing with their neighbors. And now it's a full on, they're just squirting shit on each other like it's fucking insane. And there was this one guy, he had a colostomy bag. And this was like the equivalent of having a fucking AK-47.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. If you got something to say, sell, or share with the world, you need a legit online presence. Me, I use Squarespace to power my website. It's easy to use, and with their AI enhanced website builder and built-in tools for booking, payments, emails, all of it, you can run your business, not just build a site. Go to squarespace.com/Rogan for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the code Rogan, get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
And we were like cool, so he would tell me the days like don't come out. He would send me a note over like don't come out the yard today. I'm about to shoot this bitch up. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? So he would go out there and whip the colostomy bag off and just literally take the yard hostage. Like don't nobody say shit. You say something on the snow shit everywhere, right? And so that's how they would wage war. And so that was the chaos environment. And then we get into it with the officers, guys would flood the cell blocks. They would put sheets in the toilets, flush, and now the whole tier is just flooded. And so it's definitely a biohazard issue at that minimum. Like your health and well-being is always being threatened by, you get, I think we got 3 showers a week, and the showers are they're just back to back. So they're not cleaning them out in between showers. So you're letting handcuffed, they take you down to the shower cage, you go in there and it's fucking snot on the wall, this fucking, somebody shave it. They will give you a little razor to shave. And then you got the guys who we call them cutters. So these are guys who self-made. And they would take, anything you could think of, they would take and just kind of carve up the skin, swallow. Like one guy swallowed batteries, so they stopped us from even getting, at one point, we get a little tape player, and a guy ended up swallowing the battery, so they banned all batteries, so then we couldn't listen to music anymore. And so it was just complete chaos. And, it's one of the darkest places, in the world. And I've been in different solitary, in prison. I've been 19 years. I was transferred a total of 19 years to 11 different prisons. And so I've done solitary in a super old prison or a modern prison. But the one I did the most time in, which was from 1999 to 2004, it was called Oaks Correctional Facilities, one of the more modern prisons. And so in the midst of that chaos, I decided, there was a couple of things. So one, I had read this book about what's supposed to happen to your mind when you're in that environment. And it talks about, how it will cause you to hallucinate. It talks about how it will cause you to not feel like you have, any agency over your life. It affects how you communicate. Because in order to talk, you got to lay on your floor and scream up your door and try to hear a guy, or you got to kind of talk through the electrical socket. So it's all these different things that I kind of knew going in. And so I set up for myself, because I didn't want to, the only thing I feared about being in prison was losing my mind. I was never worried about my physical safety. I grew up fighting. I grew up with brothers. I grew up on the east side of Detroit, so I knew how to take care of myself. So losing my mind was the one thing that I was afraid of, because I saw guys who were normal guys, and 5 years in, they're not the same. They're not the same. And you see this glossed over look in their eyes. It's the scariest shit ever to see somebody starting to hallucinate, start to make up a life that is not true. And so I set my days up I was at university. And I always say this, Joe, this is super important. I was lucky. And I was lucky because I was literate. And the average reading grade in prison is about 3rd grade. And I wouldn't be here with you right now if I didn't know how to read. I would not be the person that I am today. And so because I knew how to read, I was able to really structure my days I was at a school. I would study philosophy in the morning. I would study world history. I would study African history. And then I would just read for pleasure. But I was always every day I'm figuring out, okay, how do I keep my mind moving forward? And if you keep your mind moving forward, you can actually survive. And it's no different than any other hardship you got to go through. But it's really can you keep your mind taking one more step? And then there were some days where I was I don't yo, this shit is too much. I'm filled myself physically. I can't take one more day. And in those days, I would just grab a book, man, of somebody who inspired me. Sometimes it would be Nelson Mandela. He had been through 27 years. And I would just open it up and let me just start reading something. I would read the poem and this, that poem always just kind of brought me back you're the master of your own fate. You know what I'm saying? You're the captain of your soul. So I would go back and read that. There's a book called As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. It's about 60-something pages. I would literally, my version of that was so dog-eared, but I would literally just open it up to any page was about. If you master your thinking, you can master your environment. And so it's things like that would keep my brain just going forward. I would work out, do push-ups and calisthenics and roll up. I used to roll my mattress up. You tie a sheet, one sheet around it, and you put the other sheet through it. You make your handle, and you can do your curls. So I would do that, take that mattress, put on my back, I would do squats. So I would run my routine in there. And just running that routine is really what kept me put one positive thought in front of the next, And at that time, I still was I wasn't a model prisoner. I don't want the listeners to be confused by that, because it's a little different, right? Somebody who follows the rules and stays out of the way and get out of trouble. I was into bad shit in there. I was not. I didn't ever think I was getting out. So I was I just gotta run the environment. I gotta be in control of this environment. I gotta make all the moves to have agency over my life in that environment. And so initially while I was in there, I was only focused on getting out so I could finish getting into shit.
So what initially sent you to solitary?
So the first time I went to solitary was for an assault on a guy who was my neighbor, and basically I didn't have any money on my books at the time, and story day came around, I was like, I'm gonna go take his shit. And so then he went to rob this guy, and he happened to be coming in a cell at the time. We got into fisticuffs, and so they took me to solitary for that, and I did about a year for that. Yeah. And then because what happened was an officer got assaulted in a thought it was like his cellmate coming to help him, and I kind of threw him off the hill. And so that was cost me about a year. And then the second time, this was some crazy shit. So I'm at the Michigan Reformatory. And at the time, I'm the line foreman, so I'm like, I make sure as we're serving a child that, if this thing is running out of like cutlets, I put the cutlets in the thing for them to continue serving. And we were all about efficiency, like we want to move these guys through as fast as possible. The child hall is where all the shit goes down, the stabbings go down. It's crazy. We try to move guys out. And this guy, man, he's holding up the line. And so what happened is that sometimes they would send these guys over to the reformatory. It was like a higher security level. It's an old, it's the oldest prison in Michigan at the time. It's called the Gladiator School. And sometimes they would send these guys from like the lower levels who, they're getting in trouble at the lower levels, and they would send them over there as punishment, And usually when they come over there, they don't realize that this is a different game. You know what I mean? Like the reformatory is real prison. Those lower levels, it's like a fucking camp. You're not dealing with, you're dealing with real prisoners. So this guy comes over, he's holding up the line, and we're like, yo, like what's the hold up? And so he starts to cuss our crew out. Like basically, y'all bitches act like this, y'all fool. Give me more potatoes. Like, so it's like he's upset. He's not, like he's getting enough. And so I'm talking to the guy. I'm like, Charlie, what's the situation here? He like, they acting like this, there, fool, blah blah. And I'm like, what you want? He like, y'all give me some more. So now he's being disrespectful. So I was like, all right, I got it. So I load him up with mashed potatoes, gravy, called him to the window, and I slapped him. And I was like, yo, don't come to the window disrespectful. And so I've been slapping him with this whole tray of potatoes and gravy. And he takes off running, and he like runs to the officers, And so my supervisor was cool. He was like, go to the back and like hide, so he's trying to hide. Now, I'm one that's better work because he don't want to like lose me to this. And so, that led to me being in solitary for a year. Another year. For slapping guy with mashed potatoes. And so now I'm there for another year. But the last incident, which was happening in 1999, me and this officer, we got into a conflict. And the conflict escalated when he pushed me, like literally wouldn't let me go to the bathroom. He pushed me, and then I beat him up. And this was another one of those moments. Like, I think in life, man, that sometimes we don't talk enough about how lucky we are. Me and this guy get into a conversation that escalates. At this time, like I'm 27. All I do is lift weights, work out, whatever. And I don't even realize the difference between like a 27-year-old grown man's strength and the boy that walked into prison. And so when I punch this guy, in my mind, I'm not even thinking about like how destructive it is for a grown man to punch another person, another human being. I'm just like, we get into the thing, it escalates, so I punch him. And as soon as I punch him, I like go for the scoop, pick him up, and his leg is caught under my arm. So I slam him down, his radio flies over the railing, lands on the floor. Now, when this conflict happened, they're doing what's called emergency count. So every month, in prisons all across the country, emergency count, they blow us a siren. And everybody, doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're working the kids, you got to try what you're doing. Everybody has to go back to the cell. And so what happens is, they'll let people use the restroom, etc. But that siren is going. And so when me and him are up there fighting, the siren is going. So the officer downstairs doesn't even know that this is happening upstairs. The thing that saved his life and saved me from a life sentence was his radio flew over the gallery and landed. And so a counselor coming in looks and sees the radio and is like, what's the radio here? Looks up and sees the confrontation happening. And so he hits his button. All the officers come over. They dive on my back, separate us, take me to solitary. So when they take me to solitary, I'm here. I'm raging. I'm still in that energy. And the guy next to me, he's banging on the wall. He's like, yo, look down. I can see down to the cell block. Now there's an ambulance out there. And basically what happened is when I punched him, I broke his trachea. And so they had to perform emergency surgery on him and really in front of the cell block. And so I was sentenced to an additional 2 years, and what ended up being 4.5 years of solitary confinement. And the only reason that man did not die that day is because his radio flew over. And it's one of those things where when I began to recalibrate my life and begin to really transform my life and think about my life differently, it was another one of those things where I realized in that moment, I just let my anger dictate my actions. And no matter whether I thought he was right or wrong, I was so angry and so enraged that I just punched this guy indiscriminately. I literally could have killed this man. And I would have literally been serving the rest of my life in prison. And so when that happened, I remember they transferred me that same day. They transferred me, so I was at a prison called Muskegon Correctional Facility. They transferred me to Oaks Correctional Facility. And the first month, man, I was there, the officers would just come and they would like talk so much shit, like we're gonna fuck you up, you're gonna get yours. And it was the most vulnerable. I felt because I knew that it happened there. I knew that they could come in, they could just say, "Oh, he did this," and they could come in with the goon squad and just pepper spray you and beat the shit out of you. And you're cuffed up. There's nothing you can really do. So it was very tense for about a month or so. And then there were officers who was at the facility where it actually happened that transferred over. And they kind of knew me, and they kind of knew that, the experience with the officer wasn't just like I woke up and had a bad day. They knew it was an escalation. And even though, when I look at it, like I'm all about personal responsibility and accountability, and like I had to eat that, that I was wrong in terms of my reaction to the anger. There were things I probably could have did differently. But what they told me at that point was like, you're never going to get out of here. You're never going to get out of here. And I remember the first time one of them said that to me, I was like, I was too naive to really, believe it. I was like, whatever, I'll do a year or two down here, they'll let me go. And then I started seeing guys around me who had been in solitary for 10 years. A friend of mine, he's actually out now. His name is Peter. He works, I think he's like a clerk back in Michigan. But he was my neighbor. He was in solitary for 10 years. There was a guy across from me that was like, this guy was one of the most fascinating people I've ever met. He was a con man, like he was masterful at manipulating the officers, but he was in for 20 years. He had been solitary for 20 years. And so when I started seeing that, I was like, man, I might never get out of here. And the first 2 years, I was like kind of resigning myself. I remember writing my dad's letter.
Distinctly Catholic area now. The Catholic Church was hunting for heresy on their own.
I wrote my dad this letter.
The Albigensian heresy.
And I just said,
massacred all kinds of people who did not agree with certain aspects.
You should just go on with your life.
Just not Catholic.
Because they never gonna let me out of here.
And there was a particular
and my dad wrote me back. And he said,
who are like the heresy hunters.
I can't even pretend to act like I understand the world that you're in.
Of the fact
but I would never leave your side.
There were Jews, prominent Jews, like
and so
who were
that's how resigned I was to
and the Dominicans
the idea that I was going to die in there.
All the works of my mind as they could find and burned them publicly.
It wasn't until
some historians argue that
2 years or so,
actually denounced the Rambam,
maybe about a year, and basically
others say
I started journaling,
and
it was inspired by a letter I got from my son. My son told me that his mother had told him while I was in prison. He wrote this letter, and he's like, my mother told me that you're in prison for murder. And he said, Dad, don't kill Jesus, watch what you do.
This is the author of Shari Chu.
When I got that letter, like, I wasn't religious, not religious, not spiritual. But there was something about that just like struck me like in the most heartbreaking ways. It's like I have a kid out here who I've let down, and whose mother is telling him stories about me without context, and I don't have a way to reach out to him to say, hey son, here's all the shit that happened. And so I was like, I gotta turn my life around. And I can tell you, like, over the years, every time I got into some shit, I would just be like, all right, that's it. This is the last time. It was always these moments of like, I'm gonna do right this time. But it was never about me. It was always like, I'm gonna do right so my dad doesn't have to come see me in jail or come bail me out, or my friends don't have to come, try to get me out of trouble. It was never a real thing. And so when I started journaling, I started with this essential question of like, man, how did I end up here? Because up to that point, I didn't think of myself as a bad person. Like, I didn't think of myself as like angry. I didn't think of myself as like, I didn't even think of myself as fighting. I thought that I just got into some situations that people provoked me in. And so I asked this question of like, man, how did you get here? Like, you're the smart kid. You're the kid that wanted to be a doctor and an artist. And how the hell did you get here? And so I started going back and I started asking myself questions based on, when was the first time you got arrested? And what led to that? And then what happened the second time? And when was the first time this thing happened and that thing happened, and who was responsible? And what I was able to do was I was able to go back and realize that I had all this trauma. I had all these traumatic things that happened to me as a kid, but I also had caused a lot of hurt. And I did a lot of things that really was like, no, actually, you probably are a bad person. And so as I began to write and sort those things out, I realized I never finished anything. I started a bunch of things. I never finished high school. I was like probably one of the smartest kids in the class. Went to Job Corps, got kicked out before I finished that. Was going to go to the military, never followed up to take the test. So I was constantly quitting. I started some stuff and would never finish. And so I said, in my journal, I said, listen, if you're going to turn your life around, you have to finish one thing. You have to challenge yourself to finish one thing. And so I'm looking around the cell and I'm like, okay, what can I do? I've done all the push-up challenges. You can do it solitary. And you should write a book. But you got to write the book in 30 days. If you write this book in 30 days, you can change your life. If you don't, you die in prison. That was my charge to myself. And I'll tell you, like in solitary, there's no, like, you don't have a word processor, typewriter. You can't even have like a regular ink pen because they're scared you're gonna like shank somebody or stick somebody. They give you this little flimsy plastic pen. And so I remember getting a pen. I got like a little pad of paper. I said to myself, like, there's no way possible you're gonna write a book in 30 days with that pen. It's just not possible. And I remember saying to myself, this is what you always do. You always make an excuse. You always make a way to get out of being accountable. What are you going to do? Are you going to turn your life around? Or are you going to bullshit the rest of your life away? And so I sat there for a while. And I was like, what if I roll this pen up in some paper? And I literally took some paper and I started rolling the pen up. So it was firm enough. And it was like the size of a regular pen. And I wrote that first book in 30 days. And I knew I would never go back to prison if I got out. But at that point, I still didn't know if I was getting out. So what did you write? So the first book I wrote was a novel. It was a fiction novel. I love reading. I was really fortunate to really be able to escape through books. So I was like, well, I want to try to write a book, and I love these stories I was reading. I was reading like westerns, Louis L'Amour, one of my favorite authors, Donald Goins. So he had all these street books like Dauphine and Black Gangster, and it was like all this kind of underbelly, Iceberg Slim, Pimp. All these stories were stories I had read early on. And these guys that were like me, like Donald Goins, served time in prison, and so I was like, well, if these guys can write a book, then what if I give it a try? So my first novel was literally about this girl who played street basketball. Her dad was like a street basketball legend, and so I wrote that book, and I remember just like I had never felt a greater sense of pride in myself than writing that book on a notepad. I still have the original books that I wrote in solitary confinement on notepads and on the back of paper. I'll send you some pictures of it. Blow your mind. And I remember writing that book, and I got out. So I write the book. This is wild shit. So after I write, I'm like, well, a book really isn't a book until somebody reads it. And so I climbed on my floor. And I'm like, yo, somebody want to read this book I just wrote? And I remember this guy at the other end of the chair was like, don't nobody want to read that bullshit? This ain't over. I'm trying to turn my life around. I'm like, now I got to shank this guy for disrespecting me, you know what I'm saying? So, but it was like, it ended up when he said it, my ego, it's like, oh, I am on the girl, like a little shot call, I can have it done, right? And then I stepped back and I was like, no, he actually just gave me a go. Like, if I want to take writing serious, I need to set a goal for what do I want to happen with my work, and then another guy here agreed to read it, and now, so I'm in solitary, so it's not like I can just walk out the cell and get a guy to book, right? So we would make these fish lines out of our underwear. So we take all the string out of your underwear, you attach that to a toothpaste tube, you scrolls all the toothpaste out of and stuff with paper, so you stuff it with white toilet paper. Then once that dries, it has enough weight that you can slide it up and down the tier. And so then sometimes we would use our socks. Most of the time I use socks, which is just unravel that string, and then you can slide it up under the door, and then you can attach whatever to it. And so I attached the book to it, man. I slid it under the door. And I don't hear for this guy like all day. So now I'm like nervous and shit. And I'm like, so I only copy. You know what I'm saying? It's like I didn't get the guy. So I only copy and he ain't responding. But then he came back to the door, man. And he was like, that's one of the best books I've ever read. And I was like, wow. It blew my mind for like literally about 5 minutes. And then I thought about it. I was like, man, he in solitary confinement. He over there bored as shit. I could send him a recipe. And be like, it's the best chicken soup recipe ever, right? So, but I was like, okay, maybe I send it out to people. So I started sending my writing out to I have a brother, he's my stepbrother. And like out of all my siblings, he's the one of us that's like always played basketball. He went to school, he went to college, he's an engineer in like one of the big three, and he just always done it by the books. And I remember sending it to him. He had never wrote me in prison. Like never wrote me in prison. I sent him the book, and I remember I still have his letter to this day. And he wrote back and he said to me, this writing is better than most of the people I went to school with. And I want to help you figure out, how to path forward. And so just getting that affirmation for somebody who he wasn't in the streets, he wasn't in a prison cell block, he did it the right way. Like just that little boost, man, was like, okay, maybe I'm onto something, And so I wrote my second book, like right after that, and I gave myself the same thing. You gotta finish in 30 to 60 days. And then I started the third book, man, and I went into the deepest bout of depression that I had experienced in prison. And it was because by the time I got to writing book 3, I realized I had this incredible talent. always been there. In that I have let all the trauma, all the violence, all the street life overtake my life. And I'm like, I'm in this environment, I can't give birth to this dream. Like, that's what it was the most, like, getting sentenced was like, my life is over. Not being able to actualize a dream based on a gift I was given. That was devastating, you know, and so I was going through this depression, and I did what I always would do, which was go back to those books, and, you know, I was getting heavy in philosophy, which was like, the wildest thing is like, you know, growing up, you know, you hear philosophy, like, oh, that's so boring, you know. But I was getting into all this philosophy, man, and I remember going back to James Allen book, and it was really talking about this idea that you think into existence the life that you want. And if you focus your life on negative thoughts, you're going to only produce negative outcomes. And when I went back and I read my journals, I saw the pattern was super clear of like, I bought into this negative narrative, so me being in prison was not a shocker to me when I went back and read through my journal. And so I said to myself, if this is true, and if this is absolutely true in the negative, it has to be true in the positive. And I began to just refocus my energy on getting out of solitary. And I remember saying, if I'm going to get out of here, I need help. Like, they're not, like, the way it looks on paper, they're not just going to let me out, you know? And so I wrote this letter to the warden, and it was a super philosophical letter about the truth. And what I said to the warden was like, when I walked into prison, my statement was that I was not going to follow the rules, and that I was hell-bent on destroying my life. And I'm like, if you look at my record, you would know that I'm following my word. Like, at that point, I had probably, maybe I think about 34 misconducts. And they range from everything to dangerous contraband to assault on staff, assault on inmate, you name it. And I was like, so the thing you know more than anything else, I'm a man of my word. What I'm telling you is that if you believe that to be true in the negative, I just need you to believe it to be true in the positive. If you give me this opportunity to get out of solitary, I'm going to focus on two things. I'm going to mentor these other young guys, and I'm going to focus on becoming a writer. And I sent that letter to the warden, and the warden literally wrote me back. And he said, you know, despite my hesitation here, I believe you, and I'm going to advocate for you to get out. And so he began to advocate for me to get out, but he had to go through multiple series of like his supervisors because the assault was on the inmate. And so it took about 2 years before I got out of solitary. The assault was on an officer. Yeah, on an officer. Yeah, on an officer. And so it took really another 2 years before I finally got out. But once I got out, I took those handwritten books, and I typed them all up, you know, and I mentored those guys, and I began to tutor the guys who they said couldn't read or wouldn't read. And I found that if I gave them books that were similar to their life, they would put in more effort. And so that's what I focused on, you know. And then I typed those books up, and I was like, I started to send sending stuff out. I still got like copies of my query letters, man. I was just sending stuff out in the dark. Like, I said, like, Jay-Z was like the president of like Def Jam at one point. I was like, oh, you should publish this book because you rap about this shit. I really live there. I sent it to him, and I was just like, did he respond? No, he never got a response. But I did get a couple of responses from like some like independent publishers, and they was like, no, we're not interested right now, but thank you. And I just kept going at it, and then I was like, you know what? I'm responsible for my own dream, you know? And so I took the money that my parents sent me, and money I hustled on the yard. I still had hustles, they just weren't like illegal hustles, so I wasn't doing like drug smuggling, but I was still, you know, the merchandise on the yard for twice what it's worth, and I just took that money, man. I saved it up, and I published my first book from prison in 2008. And
How did you do that?
so I bought this book. I ordered this book called Self-Help Guide to Self-Publishing. And I taught myself everything I needed to learn about publishing. Like I knew how to get a copyright, an ISBN number. I had a partner outside who believed in what I was doing. And I basically would just be like, here's the steps I need you to take to, execute this. And found a graphic artist and printer. And yeah, I published the first book, and then the prison sued me for the cost of my incarceration. Wow. Yeah. They tell you up to like $1 million. Yeah. Because basically what they did is they literally went and said, this is how much it costs for you to be in prison at every prison you've been in per day. And so higher security levels, it was about 150 something a day. Lower security levels like 70 something a day. And it was like, by the time you get out of prison, it'll be about $1 million. And so we want 90% of anything you earn off this book. They thought I got a book deal. They didn't realize I had like self-published. And I was like, the thing that struck me about that when I went through the actual hearing with the judge was I was like, man, I wrote this powerful letter to him. I was just like, look, I'm coming home with a conviction. I got 3 felonies, right? I'm convicted of second-degree murder, felony firearm, and this assault on an officer. And I'm like, if I put that on a resume, nobody's going to hire me when I get out. And I'm like, fair, I get it. Like, if I'm in a higher position, if I only saw that, I'm probably not hiring that person either. So I'm giving myself a chance. I'm trying to give myself a chance. Like, I don't want to go back to the streets. I want to be able to contribute to society. But I know society's not going to give me an opportunity. So I'm creating an opportunity for myself. And so I'm looking at the court case, and this is how they ended up not getting any money, right? So I backdated my contract to myself, saying that I would only accept 15% of proceeds, 10% of the proceeds once the company recouped this production cost. So they went from suing me for 90% of $15 per book. It's only been able to sue me for 90% of $1.50 per book because I backdated this contract. So I used to work in a law library, so I was like, I know contractual law is binding. And the lawsuit was only binding as long as I was incarcerated. And so I just made sure that I didn't make any money, until I got out. But the letter that I wrote to the judge, it was important to say to him is that, listen, at that time, this was 15 years ago. I've been out 15 years now. At that time, nobody was really talking about second chances if you have a violent crime. If you had a non-violent crime, there's a chance you can get a job and get out. And so I was realistic. I'm like, nobody's going to hire me. So I got to figure out how to make it happen myself. And so I went to that lawsuit, and it was tough. It was tough. Because I'm like, this is the first time I'm trying to do something legit. Like, I sold drugs, I've lost my yard. I'm trying to move into, doing something with my life. I don't want to be thugging out forever. I don't want to be one of those people that go in and out of a prison system. I don't want to die here. I want to actually add value. I know some things that I think is helpful in the community. But if you take this away from me, what do you expect me to do? Right,
So they were under the impression that you had got some crazy big book deal.
Yeah.
And so they were just trying to stop it and turn their fucking dream.
The Jews are like a favorite enemy of Western civilization. We occupy that role for
I kind of almost can see it from their side if they hate you. Like, fuck this dude. What can we do to derail this? Or if you're a corrections officer, you're not making a lot of money
at all.
No, and you're in there and you think, is this motherfucker getting rich?
Right.
And then there's also jealousy of talent. That's a real thing.
Absolutely.
When you find out a person has talent, and especially if you don't have any talent is a gift from God.
Is it really
it's like you either have it or you don't. You can develop some talent, but some people have talent.
Example that
There's something that some people like the video we played the other day of Biggie rapping on the street. He's 17. You can't teach that. You can't teach that kind of power at all. At 17, that's a gift. Yeah, that's a gift. You know, some people just have a gift, and sometimes that gift comes from pain. Sometimes that gift comes from a life of struggle, and hardship, and just the emotional turmoil builds something inside you that comes out of your heart. And people hate because there's so many Jews who really do. They really do, especially if they hate you already.
Yeah, I wasn't their favorite, you know. But the crazy thing is, like, that's how I originally took it. And I think that was some of the impetus to them, like, following the lawsuit. But the policy itself is wild. Because, like, if your parent dies and you inherit their insurance money, that same law applies, where they can take 90% of that cover cost you incarceration. But it's discriminated in terms of like how they apply it and when they apply it. And that's where the hate came in, because how it got initiated was the person in the mailroom was like, oh, how dare this guy write a book, and then I'm gonna send this to the attorney general, and they're gonna like sue you. So it was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What is it like the day you get out of solitary?
About my job.
We say 3 times. Yeah. 2 1-year stretches and then 1 month.
You want to blame something. You want to blame somewhere to have a scapegoat.
I just let it believe I was getting out.
So the Jews are like a really natural target.
They're starting to play with your mind. You see these guys that got
separate in many ways, and even better, they have a long history of already being hated. So you can just fall into a paradigm that all go,
and then they come back and they won't let you out, right? Because you gotta go. So you gotta, this goes like this. When you have assault on the officer, you gotta go to the ward. And then the ward goes to like a regional director. The regional director goes to like the main director. And so each time I will make it like, oh, I got this award, and the regional shuts it down. I got this regional, and the head shuts it down. So it's like you get your hopes up, and you don't know when it's going to end. You know, it's kind of like, you know, when I remember the pandemic, a lot of my friends, I have a lot of friends in different walks of life now. A lot of my friends reached out to me and was like, you know, how do we help people navigate these tough times, right? The isolating feeling of the pandemic. And when I told them, I was like, the hardest thing that we're all going to grapple with is uncertainty of not knowing when it's going to end.
Crazy things like that.
And that's exactly what happened, right? It's like, all right, everybody's going to go on lockdown at the end. On April 30th, we're all free and clear. It's like, no, we're going to stay until March. No, I think we should stay until June. No. So you start to lose that orientation because you can't put your feet on solid ground. That's what it's like in solitary. You just don't know what works. Yeah, so the extreme with that, right? And so when it finally, I remember telling the guys on the tier, I was like, if they ever let me out of here, I'm going to stroll out like George Jefferson. And so the wild thing was like that last year in solitary. So they have these guys come over to the cell block. They like clean up, they pass out the food trays. So they usually come for the protection. The last year they stopped letting them guys come in. It was just creating too much conflict. Because they was like, they got beef, now you over here, and guys are trying to get to us. It was crazy. So the guys who was coming over from general population, these was like guys like that, you know. So like the last year I was there, you know, they would come through, man, they would smoke me candy bars. I hadn't had a candy bar in like 3 years, you know. And I remember, you know, one of my guys come over, he smoked, I hear the broom hit the door. I look up, it's like 2 flat down, like Snickers that he's like probably put in his shoes. I don't know where he put them at. I didn't even ask questions. I didn't want to ask questions. And I remember like running on cold water, Snickers solidified. John, I'll tell you, like the Snickers was like the best. Like, I mean, the detail of how I could taste that, given that I had been gone from it. So I told the guys, like, man, they let me out. It's going to be like George Jefferson strolling out of here, you know? So that's really how it was, man. They popped that door.
He
When I
says,
took my little bag of
rather than
shit
saying
and my books
we
and
hate Jews,
through
we
that thing,
hate
I'm
Semites.
George Jefferson strolling. I'm like, I'm out. I'm
And
like, y'all have never
it's
seen
more
me.
than
And I
that.
had
First of all,
really,
it's less than the
you
idea
know,
of Semites.
I looked at it like this. I was like, you know, up to that point in my life,
It was just a, you know,
I had let myself down so many times. You know,
also, he said
I had
there is such a
been
thing
beat
as
down by life, the traumas, the fucking, all the things. And it was the first time I felt like I was fighting for myself. I felt like I was fighting for myself. Like, I'm gonna get out of here. All the things I said I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be the first time that I'm gonna stand on something that really aligns with that little boy that I always knew was there. And I'm gonna fight for this kid. And so I was like, I'm moving on up, but I'm moving on up into like a higher purpose in my life. And that's when I got out, man, and I went to work. I'm like, really went to work. I took those books, you know, I typed them up, you know, I figured out, you know, how to publish a book. You know, I started preparing for parole. The year that I published the book, I went out for parole that same year in 2008. And I was at a prison at this time. They had transferred me to lower security level, so you start to work your way down, which is its own craziness. You know, I did at that point. I only did a hard time. And going down at security level is like crazy. You know, because you're not even dealing with these guys just coming straight off the streets. They're like, you know, you're dealing with, there's kind of a hierarchy in the streets. You know, there's a hierarchy mindset in the streets. Like, guys who are usually good at selling drugs, they're literally operating at a different, like, intellectual frequency than guys that are like doing petty theft. And so now you're at the lower levels. You're dealing with a lot of guys who really should probably be in an addiction environment versus actually prison. You're dealing with your, you know, failure to pay child support, DUIs, low-level drug offenses, you know, petty theft. So you're dealing with a different mindset of guys who are really still, they're trying to heal. You know, they're just coming fresh off the streets. And it's an open setting, so I'm going from like being in the cell by myself to like now I'm in this like cubicle with, you know, these random, you know, guys. But I was just preparing myself, man. I was like, you know, I want to get out and I want to add value to society. And so, you know, they had transferred me, so now at this point I'm way up north. I'm in northern Michigan. So about 12 hours from you know, my hometown. My dad comes up, my dad, my stepmom, my oldest son. And we going to this parole hearing. It probably lasted, you know, maybe a minute. You know, this lady, she was just like, why did you do what you did? It was like a very hard line, just the facts, you know. And I was just like, I'm not getting out. You know, like I knew it. Like that hearing was so fast, she didn't even, you know, listen to my dad. It was just very curt. And I was like, man, I'm not going home yet.
Who are bent on dominating world civilization.
And so, how many years in was this?
So at that point, I had 17 years.
And how much time do you have to wait before you can apply for parole again?
So technically, it can be anywhere from 12 months to 24 months. They give what's called a board passover. So they gave me a 12-monther. And usually you go back within about 10 months of that. To go back to the same process again. And sometimes less when they're trying to like deal with budget issues and kind of get guys out. So I went back probably about 8 or 10 months later.
What did she say to you? She denied
She didn't tell me she was denying me. Like in the hearing, it was just the way that the hearing was handled where it was like, she didn't ask, you know, what are your plans when you get out? Who were you before that incident? What led up to that incident? Like, it was just very, you know, basically you killed someone, and that's it. And I think when I was even trying to explain to her, I think she just kind of like shut it down.
She put you on category.
Yeah, she shut it down. Like, it was almost like me explaining to her was making an excuse. That was the way that she responded. And I was like, man, it probably didn't even take the full 60 days before I had the decision that, you know, that I was being denied.
Basically, this is the part where I've said this for 35 years.
know, any potential growth or this direction that you're trying to move your life into. You're just in a category you are.
Yeah, that's the scariest part about our penal system overall.
There's no rehabilitation.
Right.
You have to do it. Like, your story is so similar to many stories that I've heard. I've done a lot of podcasts with my friend Josh Dubin. Josh.
That's the lawyer.
This guy who used to work for the Innocence Project and I worked for the Perlmutter Center for Legal Justice, and it's mostly dealing with wrongfully incarcerated people. And some of them, the stories, you hear it and it just kills you. It breaks your heart. And just try to imagine what it's like to be that person. Dealing with corrupt DAs, corrupt prosecutors, corrupt everything, corrupt cops. And people just get railroaded because they need to hang conviction.
That people tend to dislike those who are different than them, right? People tend to distrust people who have different skin tone, people who dress differently, people who smell differently, people who have different food, different languages, whatever. It's just normal for people to distrust, sometimes even hate people who they are not familiar with. Maybe it's some kind of like evolutionary survival system where we like the people on our clan and we are mistrustful of people who live on the other, valley side. So from the earliest period that we can record, not by the way including in here Midrash and things like that, which they may have something different to say about it, but from the earliest people that we can record, meaning when we start reading what other people say about us in their own words, it's primarily the Romans and the Greeks before that who have things to say. And most of the things that they say are misinterpretations of normal human behavior, Jewish behavior. Like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, right? Slothful. Why? Anyone know? Why were the Jews in Mr. Hush's place? Shabbos, right. You're a typical Roman, you have whatever, maybe one holiday a month. If you're a slave, less than that. But the Jews, they're taken off one day every 7. And then you come to the months of October and March, April, and it's like crazy. They got all these holidays. So they were accused of being lazy. Also, Jews are accused of being clannish and misanthropic, hating other people, because we don't let people become Jews unless, for example, they undergo circumcision. And people would say, well, that's way too high a bar to enter. Why can't I just hang out with you guys as a Jew too? I want to be a Jew, let me be a Jew. I don't want to be circumcised. So we were accused of being clannish, of excluding people, things like that. So the Romans had a lot to say about these kinds of things, but that's basically a kind of normal hatred. Just like, for example, when I lived in Miami, the people in the backyard behind my backyard were Cubans, a lot of Cubans in Miami, and I don't consider myself a particularly hateful person, but I really hated it when they would roast whole pigs in their backyard, like luau style, spit in it, roasting it over a barbecue. That really bothered me. I disliked it. So, in a weaker moment, I would say, wow, I dislike Cubans because they do this thing, right? Now, please forgive me. I have nothing against Cubans, but I didn't like the way they cook their pigs. But that's a normal thing. It's normal to dislike things that are different. And, if I was a Cuban, I would probably say I love pigs. It's so delicious, that smell, And the Jews with their gefilte fish, my gosh, that stuff is crazy. So that's normal. An example of this, for example, this is the great Arch of Titus that commemorates the defeat of the Judeans in the First Roman-Jewish War. And famously, on the inside, there is this bas-relief that shows the Jews taking Jewish, Roman soldiers taking the spoils from the temple off to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. So, is this an intrinsically anti-Semitic representation? Does this represent hatred of Jews? Why would you say not, Mr. Kaplan?
Because it doesn't
shows Jews as victims, as losers, but that's also a pretty typical thing, in war propaganda, right? This is a piece of war propaganda. You show the other side as the bad guys, we beat them, and in Latin you say nana nana boo boo, because that's what you do when you defeat someone. Mr. Rubin.
It's the attitude of when you, like we want to fill the world, okay? So it's not like you. It's not like what you do. It's something annoying over time, and being that you did it in the right. It's not okay, but it's not the same as
there was nothing like special or pathological about the Roman dislike of Jews. If the Jews were Koreans, they would dislike the Koreans too, for whatever reasons they saw in the Koreans, and that's basically normal. And this is so the xenophobia is the earliest recorded examples of anti-Semitism that we have from extra Jewish sources, meaning outside of Jewish sources. Now, it becomes quite a bit more focused when you get to the period of Christian anti-Judaism. And this is, did we speak about this? I know I showed you this image before, right? This is the Strasbourg sisters. They visit at synagogue. We see this also in the church in Germany and Berlin. So, did we speak about this idea of why the Christians had a special antipathy for it? We did.
we were talking about.
Sorry, once again?
We were talking about.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to skip over it. Okay, so that's a special period. This is not like the Romans. Here we have a unique kind of antipathy that's based on the fact that you have a different. Oh, the children's example. That's right. That I'm glad you remembered it. I forgot it. Because here you have like a daughter religion rebelling against the mother religion and wanting to create distance, and there's a rebellion there. That's a normal kind of adolescent separation. You would hope that when the daughter grows up and becomes mature, she's able to heal the relationship with the mother, but that really hasn't happened. So that's what happens in the early period, really up until about the 12th century.
What is this?
The medieval period, which is what we're going to be focusing on in about 15 minutes, maybe a little less. This is where anti-Semitism just goes off the rails. It becomes unhinged. It has some Christian roots in it, but it just gets totally bizarre and blown up. One great example, and I will show you more examples of this later in the lecture, is the blood libel. This insane notion that developed in the late 12th, early 13th century that Jews need to consume the blood of a Christian boy in order to perform some bizarre thing. Like, I believe that Jews had an unusual odor that could only be resolved with the blood of a Christian child, sometimes mixed into matzah. There were beliefs that Jewish men menstruated and they had severe iron depletion, and the only way they could get it back is with the blood of a Christian child. And we just go on with the crazy, pathological, bizarre things. This is a whole level different from the previous level, which is kind of like an argument between a priest and a rabbi, whose religion is better. This is like something like, you captured my child and killed him and drank his blood. Is a totally different kind of thing than saying, I believe that my religious principles are superior to yours. You know what I'm saying? And this is the period that we're going to be investigating today. Okay, please.
It started one day someone woke up and was like, oh, this is perfect percentage.
I'll give you a little bit more details on that in a second, because we'll go on to 1144. We'll look at the first blood libel and see how it spread. Okay. Then what I used to say, the last period, the period we're currently in, I'm not going to say it anymore because I think we've actually moved past it this year. So this is a period of modern anti-Semitism. And modern anti-Semitism really starts with people like Wilhelm Marr in the late 19th century. And what happens when you get to the 1800s is that religion is declined very significantly in Western Europe. Like, people just aren't motivated by the earlier anti-Semitism of, the early Christian anti-Semitism that God loves the Christian people more than the Jewish people. Is just not doing it for anti-Semites. And they're also not really believing in the bizarre things that Jews need to drink Christian blood. He says it doesn't move them the way it did in the Middle Ages. But they start saying, aha, the Jews are a race. This is a new idea. It was really developed in the 19th century. The Jews constitute a distinct race, which is not a well-defined term, but they are a race who are especially known as a parasite race, meaning you have healthy societies, and what happens is, like every society is good at one thing or another, and the Jews are good at getting into healthy societies like bacillus or like cancer and eating them out from the inside like a parasite devours its host. And then once that whole society is fully depleted, then the Jews move on and to another whole society. This is something that's really new in the modern era, borrows from quasi-scientific ideas and perverts them in this manner. The other element, besides the racist idea of it, is that the Jews are involved in a conspiracy. There are elements of this which are older, as we shall see, but the idea that there's a racist conspiracy mandated by Jews to control the world. This is, for example, like a Nazi propaganda that shows like this typical caricature of a Jew, and you've got all these arrows pointing in every direction to show you that Churchill and Roosevelt and Stalin are actually connected to Jews, and it's all part of a big nefarious conspiracy.
As mentioned before about religious principles declining over time, over the course of several centuries.
Yeah.
From the Bibles. Was that also what you're saying, like a shift from what looks, it sounds almost like a spiritual anti-Semitism, this idea of drinking the blood of Christian child. Obviously, science is very different back then, but it's not, doesn't seem very scientific, it seems very spiritual.
Yeah.
And now we see that doesn't satisfy people.
I would use the word magical rather than spiritual.
Magical.
Like magical things.
You know what they're saying? It wasn't this whole thing that they used that.
No, but what I mean is that it became more about racial, but also economic and political anti-Semitism as well. They're focused on the idea of how they impact the economy,
right?
How they are
Control world governments, control the monetary
system. And also the evolutions that was obviously, it sounded more, we can sort of put us under the umbrella of evolutionary ideas, like Charles Darwin and whatnot.
Yeah.
Which is less spiritual, more based on
less magical. Less magical. Spiritual is like a good thing. Magical is kind of like fictional, right?
That's just they run the dating press. They run that for after years, all over years, like an actual, at least basis to a lot of it.
Well, the two things. First of all, the idea of the Jews running the banks and running the governments and things like that, that's really modern anti-Semitism. You wouldn't see a lot of that in the medieval period. You would see the idea that the Jews hate humanity. The Jews want to do everything bad to humanity, but not that they have, the connections to all the kings and the bishops and stuff like that. That would be the conspiracy element. But as we shall see, I'll show you one example where this was a conspiracy. But I think if you were to look at it a different way, what would convince a person to hate Jews? What arguments would work? So in the 13th century, if you walked up to a guy and said, hey, do you hate Jews? He says, well, I don't know. And he said, well, I'll tell you why I should hate Jews. You know why? Because they drink the blood of Christian children. And they say, oh my gosh, is that true? Oh, yeah, I hate Jews as well. If you were to walk up to somebody in 1990 or 2010 and say, why I should hate Jews? Because they drink the blood of Christian children, you would say, you're a crazy person. I don't believe that at all. And only really crazy people would believe it. But if you said, oh, it's the Jews. Look, there's a Jewish, vice president. There's a Jewish, heads of all these banks and these newspapers and something like that. And then people would say, oh, that makes sense. It's anti-Semitism is able to adapt itself to the belief structures of a given age and of a given culture with remarkable strength and ability. There's not a lot of things that, let's say, Russians and Americans would agree on. But amazingly, anti-Semitism is one of those areas where you can find common ground. It is a uniting factor. Yeah, it's so beautiful, right? All right, so here's another example. This is a COVID example, right? This is something who was just coming out. It's not Chinese, right? That was the point that was saying it's the Chinese flu, the Wuhan flu. It's the Jew flu, right?
Was that supposed to be a satire? Or this day and that day, this day and age of COVID, I think it was so these people there was public.
Like, this is the real deal. I mean, anti-Semites look at this and they nod their head. They say,
Yeah, no, was this originally posted by that source, or was it originally intended as some kind of satire?
no. This is published by anti-Semites.
The link is Judaism.
Yeah, but news.html, if you look it up, it's
To the church in the fact, I don't know if it's real fake, but it was a made soup call. Trying to convince people why I'm supposed to use.
Yeah.
And a bunch of like college students that were Jewish, they just signed up as like a joke, whatever it is. So they recorded the whole thing.
Oh my gosh. Nasty. But this is the real deal. This is published by anti-Semites propagandists. This guy here was keep up lineup, Mashiach now. This is actually a well-known trope in anti-Semitic iconography of the grasping, greedy Jew. He's like this thing, plotting his plans, things like that. So this is like a modern sort of expression of it. Now, let's talk about the one that's new, the postmodern anti-Zionism. Now, Mr. Ram, what did you want to say about anti-Zionism being a different category?
I mean, I'm sure there's a large group of people that don't hate Jews, but they just hate Israel.
Right.
There is a difference.
Right. You're right. There certainly is a difference, but the practical meaning of that difference is vanishingly small. Like I saw a headline, and I think it was a National Review the other day, that says, anti-Zionism is just another excuse to hate Jews. And I think for most people, they're not maintaining that fine distinction. I'll give you some working principles. Please examine these with me because it's new for me as well. The first thing is this concept that Israel is an illegitimate state, meaning there is something about the establishment of this country, unlike all the other countries in the world, that is fundamentally wrong, illegal. And first of all, that statement can be easily dispensed with. There's no country in the world that has more legitimacy than Israel. Just on the superficial look at the facts, that it is the most successful return of an indigenous population we haven't anywhere in history. That's why a lot of anti-Semites want to say that the European Jews who moved to Israel are not actually Jewish. They're actually descended from the Khazars that we talked about briefly a couple of weeks ago, right? That they're not actual Jews. Because if they are the actual descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, how can you say they do not have an indigenous right to establish a state? We won't go on in great details about it, but another example would be the United Nations voted to make it a country. I mean, you have like a democratic vote of the rest of the world, and they said, let's make it a country. Now, the United Nations is not necessarily the best arbiter of world morality, but you have a vote from the world. Let's make this a country. And third, this is probably the most obvious, Israel wins its territory by right of conquest. Right? Every country in the world basically exists because there were people who were stronger than their neighbors who said, this is going to be our country. And they took it. And nobody is like complaining to, Switzerland or France or Namibia, hey, you guys fought a war against neighbors and won. That's not right. You're supposed to give up. Right? It's not like some kind of international Yovel where someone blows a shofar and everyone has to go back to their houses. Israel won its right to be a state in so many different ways. However, this idea of anti-Zionism says it is an illegitimate state. We're not going to look at any other country and apply the same standards to any other country, including this great country too. And that's why they frequently, in the anti-Zionist literature, they won't even use the word Israel. Even the word is illegitimate. They'll call it the Zionist entity. Yeah. Well, Palestine is an interesting question because
the land.
Yeah, it's a geographic marker, right? It was originally coined by the Emperor Hadrian in an attempt to wipe out the name Judea after the Bar Kokhba revolt. He wanted to remove all references to Jews. He renamed Jerusalem Haila Capitolina after himself, incidentally, and he renamed the whole territory Palestina. There are some references to the people living in this land called Palestinians, but it's probably more like Phoenicians. But be that as it may, that became the geographic name, right? Like, how long has this neighborhood been called Queens? Maybe 200 years. And before that, this place had probably some Native American name. But it's still the same place. It's still Queens. It's not an illegitimate thing. If we were to use the Native American name, that would actually, name it earlier. Before the Native Americans, I don't know if there was an earlier name, but they're just like placeholders. But to say that Israel doesn't even have right to its own name is just, taking another step. And they call it a illegitimate primarily because it's settler colonialist, which once again totally ignores the idea that Jews have been maintaining a constant presence in Israel since the beginning. And also, it's the same people who are coming back. And also, by the way, more than half of the people living in Israel are not even Europeans. They're Jews who come from largely Muslim lands that were expelled after 1948. So they have all these bizarre thinking to say that Israel itself, unlike any other country in the world, is fundamentally illegitimate. So that's like the illogical part of being anti-Zionist. You can, I think, legitimately say, I don't believe in Zionism as an appropriate, political plan. I don't believe that Zionism should be the goal of Jewish people around the world. You can say all kinds of things like that, and many Jews did, and there's some minority of Jews, like the Neturei Karta, who still do. But to say that the state is illegitimate is fundamentally contradicting any view you might have over any legitimate state. Otherwise, you have to say that no state is legitimate. Follow me, Israel? Okay, now look at the second point. Since Israel is an illegitimate state, then erasing this historical anomaly is justified by any means. The slogan is resistance by any means. And that means including terrorism and even sexual violence. That people would say, yes, because Israel is illegitimate, that anything we do to wipe out Israel is also okay. And again, you can't apply that standard to any country in the world. Supporters of the state, which means Jews, are legitimate targets. Like, it's okay to protest at synagogues in America if you dislike Israel, because the Jews are an extension of Israel. That's the logic of it. It sounds a lot more like simple anti-Semitism, right? It's, I hate Jews, and this is a new way for me to express it. Oh, and by the way, I'm totally excluding people who dislike a particular government in Israel or a government policy in Israel. Basically, half of Israelis don't like the current government, and that's pretty much true for every day of Israel's existence since 1948. That Israel is a democracy. It is a vigorous democracy with very, very, very opinionated people all across the spectrum. But that's not the same as being anti-Zionist. Like, for example, right now, Democrats are in power, and you could be incredibly mad about that if you're a Republican. You could be incredibly anti-Democrat, anti-government, but it does not mean that you're anti-American. You still believe in the overall endeavor, you just disagree with this particular political moment. That's not illegitimate at all. That's just normal democracy. Are you still with me? Okay. I want to hear objections. Test my argument.
I don't know. The only scope I know is something like Twitter, like online, whatever. But I feel like at the moment it's not as hand in hand or as clear
there are a lot of people, especially young people, that, you know, are not so. I'm sorry? Not so well educated. Yeah, they don't really think about what these things mean. They'll say, I don't like what Israel is doing in Lebanon and Gaza, things like that. And that's a political opinion. Everybody's entitled to have that. But to go from there and say, I therefore believe that Israel does not have a right to exist, from the river to the sea, right? That's not an acceptable thought that people should apply to any country. Like, here we are in America. This is overwhelmingly, explicitly a settler colonialist country. But I don't see people paying reparations even to African American slaves we brought here. Forget about reparations to Native Americans. It's just there's an inconsistency there. And the inconsistency is where it becomes Jew hatred. I think a lot of people don't realize they're being inconsistent about this, and that makes them susceptible to a level of Jew hatred. Please, remind me your last name again. Mr. Rothschild.
There are some reparations that are being given back to both the Native Americans and the African Americans.
Tokens of tiny amounts. Canada goes really far with that. You know, I gave a lecture in British Columbia a while ago, and before every lecture they get up and they make us, every person, like the person who introduced me and all kinds of people said, we are going to acknowledge that this university is built on the lands of, and they rattle off a whole number of what they call First Nations people. It's impressive, but it's just a token. They're just saying words. Nobody's like giving them tons of money. Mr. Groves.
So there's the ones that I feel I have seen quite a few. It's usually, I think it's progressive, leftist, not just Israel, but saying, you know, you're on stolen land, etc., etc. But again, like you said, if you apply that principle to the rest of the world, you go back far enough in history, you'll always find wars of rage, people take it, people conquer land. Sometimes not so
more often than not,
yeah, committing war crimes along the way, but the winner wins history, right? So, you know, we see that. That's one.
And also, they're not like, if they're saying that, you know, America is so awful for taking away the land away from the Native Americans, so are they like, you know, protesting in front of Capitol Hill? Are they like, you know, massive demonstrations for American flag and the right? But they're doing it in the context of anti-Israel rallies. But, you know, it's not, the rest of the world, by the way, even the Arab world, even in places like Iran, they look at this and they cannot figure this out. They say, like, what is wrong with you people? We all want to live in America. We want to live in a democratic society. We're having such a difficult time here. Like, we've seen these great videos where one of the things the Iranians do, it's so crude. They will paint a big Israeli flag on the street, and they want people to walk on it. You know, it's a sign of disrespect. And they take like drone footage, and the Iranians like walk around it. They don't want to walk on the Israeli flag. It's so bizarre. Okay, Mr. Gross, second.
And other things I would say is, on that first point, the fact that it's a legitimate state, I think at the point of extension of this, which is where it becomes anti-Zionism. Again, you said somebody can hold political belief. Even the political belief that Israel is a legitimate state is on. However, where it becomes anti-Zionism is when you say Jews are not granted the right to have their own home.
Yeah.
I think that's a very important extension.
I think that's a very good way to say it, right? Like, why should Jews, Palestinians can have the right to self-determination? Why can't Jews have the right to self-determination, right? Why are Jews somehow excluded from this really basic idea? That's also when you get to the point where you say, yeah, I can see your thinking is not clear on this, and it shades over into another excuse to hate Jews.
And furthermore, the last one is, I think it mentioned this earlier, is when the political actions of what we might call it freely secular government Jews are being held accountable for elsewhere.
Yes.
That's where you're crossing another line of and not just anti-Zionism, but anti-Semitism. When Jew, at any time a Jew is held responsible for anything the Israeli government does. And this is even understandable to an extent of why, let's say, so I said, well, to regard to their extreme example, but why question people, very groups that didn't support the state of Israel for the longest time was they were able to make the distinction. There's their holy land. We even live on it and be grateful to those who fight on behalf of us. But we don't necessarily support the Israeli second government.
Yeah.
But other people in America and around the world, they're not making that decision.
It's too complex.
And they don't necessarily think critically, they know history. As a result, whether it's subtle, whether it's obvious, they subsequently blame Jews and hold them accountable for any actions of the Israeli government.
You're absolutely right. You're going to segue my third point on mistake, Mr. Rubin. But it reminds me of a joke that, how does the joke go? Like what you're saying about how somehow all Jews in diaspora are immediately implicated in the decisions of the Israeli government. Whether you're pro Netanyahu or anti-Netanyahu, it doesn't matter. You're Jewish, you're lumped in there, and that's like definitely an anti-Semitic kind of attitude. How does the joke goes? The joke goes, two guys meet in the street, and one guy says to the other, "What's your name?" And he says, "My name is Kim," and he slaps him across the face, and he says, "That's for Pearl Harbor." And Kim says, "What are you talking about? I'm Korean, not Japanese." And then the Korean guy says to the Jewish guy, "What's your name?" He says, "Steinberg." And so Kim slaps Steinberg over the face, and he says, "That's for the Titanic." He says, "What are you talking about, the Titanic? I had an iceberg." He said, "Iceberg, Steinberg, what's the difference?" It's kind of a stupid dad joke. But, okay, Mr. Rubin, and then I want to go to the third point, and we got to get to the medieval period.
Right. At this point, you point out about the situation where people conflict too, which is that when QP has their rallies up there, you gotta meet other brothers. When Jews make their rallies, you gotta and also apparently nobody cared about this land until the Jews were taken. Arab Revolt in 1936 was right before the state was established.
Yeah, well, I think we can get into the weeds with some of those points, but you're right. There seems like nobody is protesting the horrible things happening in Darfur or the Uyghurs in China, things like that. This is a double standard that Jews are news.
And even when Christians scored it, only got a 2,000 people for it. That's when Jews scored it, only got a 2,000.
Yeah, right. Let's do the third point here, and this is an interesting one. That's difficult. That's very different from the other periods as well. The participation of Jews in anti-Zionism, I should have put added the word, is regarded as proof of its validity. Meaning you see over and over again that somehow Jews are put at the front of these rallies, Jewish Voice for Peace and Not in My Name and all kinds of organizations. And I really wonder how large the phenomenon is, but it's very, very pronounced. I do not believe there's that many Jews who are willing to go this far, but those Jews who are pushed to the front of the line, as if to say, we're Semites. Look, here's our good Jews.
Your own kind exists to their wrongdoing.
So check this out here. This is something that happened May 8th, which I just thought was so bizarre, but it sort of pictured the whole thing. This is a press conference at the Capitol, and you can see there's quite a few Democratic politicians. Tlaib, who was a Palestinian member of Congress, everyone confused and so on. And then there's this Jewish sophomore from George Washington University. Her name is Miriam, and you can actually look this up and listen to her speak. And you see the smiles on the faces. Everyone's so happy they're applauding her and so on. She says that she was so grateful to be part of the encampment at the George Washington Quad, which they renamed Shahada Square. And the reason why she's been so happy there is because, get this, when she was growing up, she never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. And, obviously she did live in Williamsburg, but otherwise, there's no such thing as an anti-Zionist synagogue. There are synagogues which are maybe cooler to Zionism, maybe more Haredi, cooler to it, but you'll only find really extreme people who are anti-Zionist, right? So, as if that existed. And then she said while she was there, a Jewish rabbi came with a Torah scroll on Shabbos and heard that she had never had her bat mitzvah, so she gave her a bat mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. I mean, there's so many things wrong with this story. I don't know where to start, but it definitely involves a deep level of Jewish ignorance. And that's what we've got to work on. Here is a picture from Shahada Square. They renamed it to Martyr Square because the word Shahada means to do. It's a suicide bombing. Right? The Shahada is one of the great statements which one says if one converts to Islam, but it's also, like a rallying cry of people who blow themselves up and others. It happens to be this phrase here is the Shahada in Arabic, and it is the emblem on the Hamas logo. It is all about Shahada. You can see here flags. That's what we're talking about here. So this is like a weird thing that is an element of this market. So that's why I'd like to suggest that we're in a new period of the evolution of anti-Semitic hatred. We're in a new period of the evolution of this kind of hatred. It has a lot of features which are different from what we've seen before, and we're just at the beginning of it. But it is this inconsistency, this idea that Israel has to live up to a different standard than any other nation in the world, and Jews are implicated in Israel, whether they live there, whether they're citizens or not. It's essentially at the root of this new kind of anti-Semitism. It sort of hides behind the term anti-Zionism, which again, I'll grant Mr. Rand, there is like a vanishingly small possibility for us to be an anti-Zionist without hating Jews, but it's remarkably thin. And let's say that. Mr. Rubin.
And the meaning of Shahada, which would be fixed in the witness. So, and the term Shahida, they're witness in the end times, I believe.
Yeah, they're also giving witness. They're providing testimony.
They are the witness to the end times.
Okay, any last debate? Then we got to go to the medieval period.
Another bit, just wondering. Is there any numbers or data that show that there's an increasing number of Jews who are being
No, I have not found any data like that. I'm really, really interested to see, but I have not seen anyone report on it.
I did see those either.
I don't know either. I don't know.
It's possible they see, escape reason to unify. A lot of like but also at the same time,
Just kind of wait. If you can just imagine for yourself, like my son is at Stony Brook University because he's a marine biology major. We got a very good marine biology major here, and he's like basically all alone, and like the atmosphere there is so overwhelmingly anti-Israel. He finds it it's tremendously off-putting. It's easier if you're a Jew living on your own like that. It's much easier to kind of go over and like get social acceptance, get social validation. And anyways, more to say about it in another context, but we got to know now to the medieval period. So we've had a very quick review of the whole scope of anti-Semitism. We're going to zoom in on the bizarre period of the medieval era. And the most prominent expression of this is the incredibly weird blood libel, which, and I will get to this here. This map here shows you the spread of blood libel charges. It is related to a slightly different charge. It originates from a slightly different charge called ritual murder. The charge of ritual murder first came up here in Norwich in the year 1144. You can see here the two numbers here means that it came up in the 12th century and in the 13th century. And basically what happened, this is sort of typical for a lot of these ritual murder blood libel charges, is Rahman al-Islam, unfortunately, a young child is found brutally murdered, sometimes sexually abused. This is unfortunately an aspect of the human condition that persists into the 21st century. There are people who are predators who pursue children and take their lives. It's a terrible thing, obviously. So a body will be found, and then the population of a given village will be up in arms for obvious reasons, and they will look for a victim. In the case of young William of Norwich in 1144, the first incidence of this, Historians have more or less settled on the strong possibility that he was actually murdered by a lower church figure. Jack the Ripper is also in this kind of family thing a little bit later, but in the 12th century, there was a lower level deacon who was likely the one who murdered him. But
The Jews were just murdered.
Originally, the Jews were not even implicated. But there's an amazing book written about this. I forget the title of it. I think it's the William of Norwich or something. But about a year later, in the context of a debt that had to be paid with a petty nobleman, the petty nobleman in court essentially said, "Oh, why are you coming after me when it was the Jews who killed young William?" And all of a sudden, everyone's judicial attention was like shifted, saying, "What? The Jews did it?" And then there was the huge outcry and the attacks on the Jews and so on that essentially followed afterwards. I mean, very, very tenuous attachment a year later by someone who was in trouble with the law and essentially points fingers at the Jews in an unrelated situation, and that was sufficient to get the population riled up against them. We even have cases of the blood libel where you don't even have a body, where there's no child reported missing. In the case in the city of Blois, hard to say it in English, Blois, B-L-O-I-S in French. Can you imagine living in a place called Blois? Where are you from? Blois. Are you all right? Feeling okay? But in the case of Blois, and this is something that Rabbeinu Tam even wrote about, in the year 1171, a Christian peasant saw a Jew adjusting the pack on the back of his donkey. He apparently was carrying some skins, like recently treated hides of animals, and the Christian peasant believed that he was transporting a body of a child. No child was reported missing. No body was ever found, and yet the Jewish community was immediately attacked and accused of a ritual murder. By the way, the distinction between ritual murder and blood libel. In the case of William of Norwich and a few of the early charges, it wasn't that the Jews wanted to kill them for their blood. It was a much more religious motivation that, and this is especially associated with Passover and Easter time, that the Jews, since they believe that the Jews hate Christians so much, then what Jews really want to do is they want to reenact the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. And, they could do that with a regular guy, but they want to find someone who is comparable in his innocence. And so to do that, you've got to get a child, right? So you find a child, and then that's why a lot of the depictions of it show that they're going through a complicated ritual of actually circumcising the child, primarily because the founder of Christianity was also circumcised. And in that context, then they murder him. That's when it's called ritual murder. Very early on, this additional element was added that, they want his blood. Typically, this happens in the springtime because of the mysterious rituals that Jews are doing, cleaning out all their kitchens, keeping their water guarded, and all kinds of mysterious things with the matzah baking. And so a lot of people believe that the Jews needed the blood as an ingredient for the matzah. And for all of us here, of course, who have eaten matzah, it wouldn't hurt to have a little bit of flavoring in there, but I don't think Christian blood is the right thing. So anyways, this new idea, right? You never had this blood libel before 1144. It suddenly becomes an obsession, a mania. And you look at all of Europe, it just spreads through everywhere, including many, many examples of it in the 1800s. The Nazis make a big party out of it as well and constantly talk about it, but it just becomes this obsession with most of Europe, this idea that, Jews do this. And in all cases, there's never any evidence that anything ever happened. But there is sufficient evidence to get people riled up and attack the Jews, and a pogrom typically follows after that. Okay. Here is a case of a very, very influential blood libel associated with a child named Simon of Trent. It's in the northern Italian peninsula. And in 1479, child was found murdered, and this whole story developed that the Jews, you can see they're labeled with the ruel, the round badge, which was forced upon Jews in the year 1215. Jewish badge. You can see some of them have the Jewish hat. And by the way, these little things are like sort of like titles with names. This guy's name is Moises, right? Moses, Tobias, and so on. And then underneath, which I haven't included here, there's a whole like text, so a description of what's going on there. And they're all performing. They have it in a cruciform posture to mimic the crucifixion. They're performing the wounds that are specifically described in the New Testament. The circumcision I mentioned, collecting the blood in the pan. Here's the woman with the string. She looks like a Havdalah candle and some instruments of torture, pins and things. She's helping the guys out like that. And these kinds of depictions were like all over Europe. People were like obsessed with it. So many examples. Simon of Trent was incidentally beatified as a saint, as a martyr saint, even though it's important to note that the church, the upper church, including the popes, were constantly telling the population, it's not true. Don't believe it. It's a crazy idea. Jews would go to the popes and say, can you please help us out here because they're attacking us for these crazy ideas. But the lower clergy were typically illiterate and often could not even make out the title of what the popes were writing to them, would be fomenting these ideas and spreading them throughout Europe. This is a picture that shows Beatus Simon Martyr, Saint Simon the Martyr, shows them all decked out, strangled. There's typically a Christian accomplice involved who does that part. Body parts of Joan. Like it's got a tenuous little connection to religion, but it's obviously much more kind of violent and pornographic in nature. That's where the kind of part of the brain that is turned on by this is very different from the religious arguments that we saw earlier. It's gross.
And then you can also see the absurd idea of was the fact that they didn't just think that the single person that they found. You think you're good?
No, it's a whole community.
No, a whole community.
Yeah. And again, no body sometimes, no child missing. You're absolutely right. Now, there is a related charge that was especially important in Spain, the host desecration. This is a fascinating kind of like connection to it. In Catholic ritual, around this time, they developed a new ideology, something called the doctrine of transubstantiation, which basically argues that the body of the Savior is transformed into a wafer or a small cube of bread in the Eastern Church. And that what good Catholics are supposed to do is they're supposed to confess their sins, receive absolution, and then literally consume the body of the Savior as a religious act. When you think about it, it sounds pretty strange. I never really understood why people would want to do exactly that, but it is a very holy thing. It's one of the sacraments. They call it communion. So here's the thing. If the notion of the blood libel is that the Jews hate Christians and hate Christianity, I want to reenact the crucifixion. Then, and if you say that the wafer is literally the body of the Savior, meaning it's not like a symbol, it's the actual thing, that was the doctrine of transubstantiation, then doesn't it make sense that Jews would also want to do the same thing to the wafers? And that's this charge. The wafers, by the way, are called the host, maybe because it hosts something like that. So here's an example from, I forgot the name of the place. I was there. It's not too far from Munich. I'll have to think about it later. Anyways, here we go. It's like kind of a useful sort of a cartoon version, so we can see it all playing out. Here is a typical host desecration story. You have a Christian accomplice here. He goes into the church and he steals the wafers. You see the round host here. He's kind of looking over his shoulder to say, aha, nobody's watching. He steals them. he brings them then to the Jews. You can see they're Jews because they have the ruel here. And he offers them, and the Jews take a money bag and they pay for the host. They then take the host back to the synagogue, and here you can see the artist is obviously unfamiliar with Hebrew lettering, so he puts like what he thinks sort of looks like Hebrew up here on the windows, and the Jews torture the host, and it miraculously bleeds. Then, and so this is something the church actually liked it because it like reinforced the whole idea of transubstantiation and proved it. If the Jews wanted to persecute it, that meant it really was true. Then there's like a policeman comes through and says, "Hey, what is going on in here?" And this Jew says, "Quick, hide the evidence." They take the wafers to an oven. They throw the wafers into the oven to destroy the evidence. And inside, the form of a beatific child appears. And doves fly out, and they're caught by waiting angels. Like way more miracles associated with this particular thing. But then all of this stuff is kind of like, imaginary. The following parts, unfortunately, are not. The police break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead some of them. You can see the Jewish hat there. They torture others. They set them on fire. The Christian accomplice is taken away for further punishment. And then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And that's a typical post-desecration story. And that is almost even more popular than the flood libel version. And when you look at this map that shows you the spread of post-desecrations, it's especially known in Catholic countries for reasons that I'm not entirely sure of. Probably it's expelled its Jews in 1182 and then again in 1306 and 1394. France seemed to be fairly clear of them, largely because they kicked all their Jews out. But Spain had a good number of them, and they were really quite significant. And they were right on the verge of the expulsion in the 15th century. So the post-desecration is much more significant, especially for Spain. So to conclude, I just want to bring this up. We did speak about contemporary Jew hatred quite a bit when we looked at anti-Zionism and tried to figure out what that is. Is that a new form of anti-Semitism? But we should remember that even though the general trends of Jew hatred change over time, there are earlier elements which are regularly reawakened. And I saw this image. This is from March 26, 2020. And as you can see, this is a very well-known Italian Catholic artist, Giovanni Gasparo, who was especially known for his hyper-realistic works. Like he paints all kinds of scenes from the New Testament in a style that is like almost photographic in its verisimilitude, but also very borrowed from artistic talent. So, and they have this image which was painted in 2020. 2020. It's like AI. Yeah, before AI, and it's better than AI. So you have these really sad cherubs are flying around saying, "Oh, how terrible! Young Simon is being tortured." And look at the faces on these people here. They are so obviously stereotypically Jewish, and they're also incredibly negative. I mean, the physiognomies are so ugly. Just in case you missed it, there's a menorah. Who's the figure you made? This guy here. I'm not sure who it is. Some, sort of. I don't know if that's supposed to. I don't know how to read this image. You see the payas, which would be highly unlikely at this time. This is, by the way, the same child, Simon of Trent, that was depicted earlier. It's the same story that he's telling, and horrific gashes to the body and things like that, and collecting the blood, right? 2020, collecting the blood, the same deal. It's a totally modern version of it, and unfortunately, as my mom used to like to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Where the more changes, the more but stays the same. You're still dealing with these awful things. Okay, we will have to pick up when I return to look at the period of the expulsions. I'm not looking at the Spanish expulsion, because that we'll spend a lot more time on. Any last arguments, objections, questions, debates? Yes, Rashad. Rothschild.
So you see that also nowadays with like moving the passion of Christ, things like that, and also like the same thing, or is that?
It definitely is. That particular film borrows from the sort of fever dream of a particular medieval nun who used to have these visions of the Last Passion, and it was reenacted. You know, it was very popular in a literary form for much of the Middle Ages, and it was brought to life just like Gaspano's art was. Es ist gut zu sein hier. We still have, but this is the nature of our condition. Okay, Rabbi, thank you very much for learning with me. Once again, Mr. Mandel, for this microphone. I hope this turns out well, and look forward to learning with you on my return. Okay, let's jump ahead. This is the class we're talking a lot about anti-Semitism, and we went through a whole bunch of stuff on how the Jewish community was organized as well at the beginning. Mr. Ram, I have to say, our conversation about the fifth period of anti-Semitism, as we talk about, I have been meditating on that so often. Your questions were so profound that I'm really going to have to do a little bit more writing to articulate what I think about the answers to those questions. So I appreciate your pushing me on. Here we go. Jump ahead. So I'm going to figure it out. At home. So remember, all this lecture is my last thing. The last thing we have to talk about before we get back to Spain specifically, we did this too, right? We did the host desecration. So it was a little cartoon, right? Yeah. And so let's go through the cartoon. Yeah. Okay, and we talked about this 20th century, right? The last thing I do though is the Black Death discussion, which I don't think we did. Okay, so just to make things much worse, did we talk about expulsions? No. Okay, yeah, so we're going to do the Black Death as well, which I think is right after, yeah. Okay, so this is one of the ways that the anti-Semitism expressed in Europe at this time is through an incredible way of expulsions. There is like this fascination with trying to make territory heathen-aligned, not only for sort of religious, ideological reasons, the idea of making a purity of the state with everyone there all in the same Catholic faith, but also for economic reasons. Because as we discussed previously, Jews are involved in a lot of financial activities, especially something called usury, which is a sort of nasty word for money lending. Usury is an essential aspect of any modernizing economy, especially for this period we're looking at 12th, 13th century, where you just can't buy anything if you're limited to the kind of contours of an agricultural economy, right? You buy all your seed, that's a big investment, put it in the ground, and then you got to wait. You wait till the harvest comes, then you sell the harvest, all kinds of money. That's fantastic. What happens, however, if you have unseen expenses like a wedding or something? What happens if there's a bad year in the crops? The economy is just not going to develop very fast unless there's access to credit to help people pass that kind of dip in resources, or to be able to invest in any kind of growing business. So that's why credit is so huge. And Jews were for reason of church law, the only people who are legally allowed to lend money on credit. You about that at all? Yeah, okay. So there's so many more complications here involved, but what often happens is that the Jews would rack up a significant amount of debt. And don't forget, by the way, at this point, Jews are really the only people who are dealing with cash money in these economies. Everyone else is like saying, I will trade you 2 bushels of wheat for that rabbit you just caught, things like that. It's a barter economy, very, very primitive, but Jews are dealing with actual currency and precious metals and things like that. So if you are a powerful figure, a king, a noble, and things like that, you want the Jews to be in your community so you can tax them directly. However, if you borrow from the Jews yourself, which frequently happens, then the nobility would say, hey, I think it's just easier, more expedient for me to simply expel these people to whom I owe money, and therefore my debt is clear. That is a fast, easy way to clear your debt. But then what happens 10 years later? You clear your debt because you got rid of the Jews to whom you owe money, and then what happens 10 years later? You can't borrow any more money, right? It's like saying, I cut up my credit cards, I got rid of them, and now I want to go to Tahiti. How am I going to do it? I don't have anyone to borrow credit to buy my ticket to Tahiti. So the Jews would be invited back. And as you can see in France, for example, they're expelled 5 times in the space of just over 100 years. It's just crazy over 100 years. Because they're kicked out, because either the nobility has invested too much in them and has too much of a debt load, or there's enough popular resentment at small-time money lending, and the nobleman says, well, if I don't expel the Jews, I'm going to have a revolution on my hands, so kick out the Jews, makes everybody happy for a very brief period of time. In some cases, the kingdom discovers that expelling Jews with the advanced intention to re-invite them and charge them immigration fees proves to be a great moneymaker. They can say, okay, we're going to expel you from France, which they did in the 14th century, but if you want to come back, you have to pay 20,000 AQ when you return and 7,000 every year that you're here. And it's like, it's a real fundraiser. So they get it. So a lot of people probably do. Sometimes not. In our case, they have this is future loans. It's based on future loans. That's right, because they're the only source of credit, only legal source of credit. Christians are also lending money to each other illegally. And this doesn't change until the 15th century when the Italians basically did this ridiculous, and they set up a legal form of low interest rate mortgage. But until the 15th century, you need to go to the Christian loan shark, so you can go to the Jews. And what is also ironic that when the Italians eventually set up these banks called the Monte di Pieta, the mountains of piety they were called, which were like 6% interest rate on average, most wealthier Italians preferred to still borrow money from Jews. And part of the reason historians think this is so is because when you dealt with the Jews, you didn't have to because the Monte di Pieta were a church-based institution, you didn't have to give your whole financial history and why you're borrowing the money and things like that. If you had debts because you were engaged in something that the church didn't approve of, the Jews didn't care, but the church would, and you would have to disclose it. So it's still a very, very financially rewarding thing to do to expel the Jews, at least temporarily. Yes, Mr. Rhodes. So where do the Jews independently working on their own and they're able to lend all this money, or the church gave them this money? Not independently wealthy on their own. In fact, most Jews are still just barely above peasants, but they're dealing with cash currency. It's like they're the only people who know how to work with crypto, right? And they're the ones who are, nobody else has it. And also, they're the only ones who are allowed to lend money and charge interest. Nobody else is allowed to do so. That's over the 15th century. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about here in this context, try to give you an example. So what changes? It's actually a representation of the expulsion of the Jews from France in 1182 by his name is Philip the Pious. And you can see here's the king, and he's got his gesture is great. He's kind of get these Jews out of here. And these are the Jews. You can see they're labeled with the Ruel. that helps us identify them as Jews, and they're all being marched out of France, but they are invited back repeatedly. The church is definitely in favor of this. There is ideas in the church saying, yes, this is a great thing. We're going to make our societies much more ideologically pure, and we'll be rid of the irritating reminder constantly that there are other faiths that disagree with us, and especially older faiths. Judaism is the important one here. I talked a little bit about debt vulnerability and the popular hostility that was sometimes transformed from resentment of Jews for money lending into blood libel and post-persecution. But what I really want to talk about now, the greatest one, was in Spain, which I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about shortly. But I want to get to the Black Death. Here we go. So this is the last major event of the period of anti-Semitism that I'll focus on, and then we're going to look more at Spain and specifically the disputations leading to the 1391 pogroms. In 1347, some boats land on the shores of Italy carrying rats, which are themselves host to a particular bacillus that causes a horrible contagion among humans called bubonic plague. That's the word bubonic refers to these massive tennis ball sized swellings called buboes that would appear in lymph glands like in your neck or in your armpits or in your groin, and it was an incredibly painful and highly lethal contagion that wiped out somewhere in the neighborhood of 1/3 of Europe's population. Spread like wildfire. People didn't know what they were doing. They were thinking, it's cleaner for us to live in the cities, and that actually was an urban penalty because it spread faster. It's cleaner for us to live over here, over there. Many people felt that it was a punishment from God, and so a whole series of fanatical movements started up. We don't see this happening in the Jewish world, but it's huge in the Christian world, including a movement called the Flagellants, who are people who walk around with their chest bare, holding these small whips and like whipping themselves. To flagellate means to whip, whipping themselves to atone for their sins, so that this contagion would be moved. Much more popular was not to whip yourselves, but to whip the Jews, because the Jews were held to blame for this horrible contagion. It lasted for about 4 years, and it ebbed from Italy through the entire population of Europe. Only parts of Scotland and Norway, Finland were really spared. But it was like people would be alive one day, and then 2-3 days later they'd be dead. It was awful. Here's one example. 200 years later, Peter Grug, the elder, the triumph of the Dukes, that's the way the sound, like it's such. The triumph of the death. You can see these scenes depicting, all these figures collecting bodies, forcing them off with the coffins, like these long coffins here. Horrific kind of images all over the place in the artwork of the period. Close-ups here because some of the souls are hurting the coffins. Nasty. Now, Jews were frequently held to blame for the Black Death. And one of the most contagious ideologies was the idea that Jews had poisoned the well waters, the aquifers of Europe, largely through some kind of alliance with lepers. That they had taken, leprosy is, it's called Hunter's disease, something like that. Hunter's disease, something like that. It's a really awful, disfiguring kind of contagion that is actually, I should call it contagion, it's a disease. It's not especially contagious, but it looks so weird that people are afraid of it, where it causes gangrene to appear in the extremities, hands, feet, things like that. And then, people lose their ability to control their fingers, and eventually their fingers fall off. It's really nasty kind of stuff. All extremities, nose, ears, stuff like that. So the idea was that Jews, Hansen's disease, thank you. The idea was that Jews somehow made a pact with the lepers, collected up their nasty body parts, and then would dump them in the aquifers of Europe. So here you can see one representation. This is in English from, I think, 1569. Get the basics somewhere. Yes, 1569 in English. Here's a representation of a Jew. The representation is kind of weird because by this period, Jews have been kicked out of England since 1290, so almost 300 years, no Jews setting foot there legally. There were some Sephardic Jews there living as Portuguese, however. And here he is, and he is got a turban there. There's the victim of a blood libel thrown in here, and he's got this satchel or sachet, some kind of like pocket of poison that he's putting into the well. And while this is happening, a demon spins up out of the water. You can see it kind of spinning out here and urinates back into it. Horrible poison that then, spreads them all over Europe. Here is a close-up of the next page of this deck, which I kind of like the way it reads. So, right, you can see here, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? They allied themselves in concert with various lepers by whole sycories and means they made an ointment with a confederation of the blood of man's brine composed with certain heinous herbs, things like that. Is really venomous, maybe venomous. Oh, very good, thank you. Good metal English. Okay. So this is the way it ends up, of course, is through public burning. So this is in Strasbourg, where they had a very nasty burning of several thousand because the Jews were blamed for the contagion as a whole. All this is happening in the 14th century. Now you've got to think a little bit about the dates. 1349 is the burning of the Jews in Strasbourg. The Black Death eventually sort of peters up by 1352, but there's this tremendous labor shortage because they've lost so much of the population. A tremendous kind of like agony of what did God want from us? What did God give this to us? And the Jews are the most convenient scapegoat. That takes us up to 1391, which is a turning point in Spanish Jewish history in particular. But let us just do one last detail here, looking at the disputations, because it's impossible for us to understand the eventual expulsion without them. The disputations were something that originated in the early 13th century by one particular Jew named Nicholas Donin, who was, you see this habitat, this phenomenon over and over again. You have these renegade Jews who convert to Christianity, and it's not enough that they have abandoned their ancestral faith, they also feel a specific desire to spend the rest of their lives attacking Judaism. They make it their career. They are advantaged in this because they have at least minimal Hebrew, they have some familiarity with Jewish texts, and that's something that most Christians, even Christian priests, do not have. So these guys present themselves as Jewish experts, and they make a living out of it. They get huge perks from the church, living expenses and prestige and so on. And these kinds of individuals have actually plagued Jewish history for centuries. We have them up to our own day as well, in obviously a much more secular vein, but it is a very old trope in Jewish history that there are Jews who leave Judaism and then spend the rest of their life turned around hating on Judaism. Sometimes I like to call it, I jumped over the convent wall, except they jumped into the convent as opposed to out of the convent. So this guy, Nicholas Donin, says to Pope Innocent III, so ironically named, that, hey, you know why you're having so much difficulty converting the Jews to Christianity? It's because, I didn't realize this, I realized, Mr. Pope, but the Jews have this whole other book that we know nothing about. It's called the Gemara, or the Talmud, and it has so much information about it, including blasphemies against the founder of Christianity. It has all kinds of, alternate teachings you don't read in the Bible and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, all you got to do is you have to attack the Talmud and get that away from the Jews, and then the Jews will eventually convert. And Nicholas the First, Innocent the Third says, great idea. What ends up happening is they gather up the Talmud. Oh, I'm sorry, there is a disputation in the middle there. He, by the way, is a failed yeshiva student. He left the yeshiva of Paris, and he challenged his old Rebbeim to a public debate sponsored by the church. These debates are called disputations, and they were like forced affairs where Jews would have to defend themselves in front of an overwhelmingly Christian audience with very limited, ability to speak their mind and to cite their text appropriately. They certainly weren't allowed to attack Christianity in the debate. They have to just defend against the things which are usually put forth by the renegade to Christianity from Judaism. At the end of this debate, the church says, absolutely horrific, I can't believe the Talmud has these awful things in it. And what ends up happening is 24 wagonloads of Talmuds are gathered up, hugely precious manuscripts, and burned publicly. That's the awful thing. Here you can see an evil representation of the debate. The Jews here are shown with their horned hats, and you can see they've got these conservative looks on their faces as they're trying to see what's the correct answer to these questions. Christianity here is shown as some Dominican friars. They've got their book is open, right? Everybody can see what's written there. We've got these gestures, which are kind of like aggressive gestures, saying, hey, you don't get it, you understand it. And one of the really, there's a lot to say about the disputation, it's fascinating, but one of the arguments that was so important to the Christians is the idea that the truth of Christianity is proved in Jewish sources. Meaning, if you read the Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, you will absolutely have to become a Christian. And they'll find all these specific quotations, say, look at this, read this, it's so clear. And the Jews will come back and say, what are you talking about? We read this, we see something totally different. And what Donin added to this was he said, not only in Tanakh, but also in the Talmud, which of course was codified hundreds of years after the foundation of Christianity. He wanted to argue that the Talmud actually proved Christianity, which is a pretty crazy kind of thing to say, but at any rate, you can't win these debates. The Jews always lose. The most important of the debates, without a doubt, is the one that was conducted in 1263 in Barcelona by the Rambam. Yes, please. Why would they burn it? Yeah. Oh, because they felt it was horribly contaminated. Well, I should tell you two things. The first thing is, you just have to accept it as a W, as a given, that anti-Semitism does not make sense. It doesn't. You can only make it rational to a certain point, and then it breaks down. But anti-Semites don't need it to be rational. They just need enough that they can hang on to. So that's the first rule, is that as a cloud throughout anti-Semitism. But secondly, they believed that it was horribly contaminated, and they had to get rid of it completely so that Jews wouldn't be affected by it. Later on, they would say, okay, the Talmud is acceptable, because maybe it does prove the truth of Christianity, but we've got to get rid of these specific parts. And so the church got very interested in training priests to read Aramaic, go through the Talmud, and excavate huge chunks of the Talmud, which is why we need Yemenite manuscripts that were not interfered with by the church, and other older manuscripts to try to figure out what's missing and what was changed. Mr. Gross.
And we don't agree with the Talmud. We think it's ridiculous, but even your own people say that Christianity should be.
Exactly. That's it.
They don't want to burn it because they just want proof that it's for them. It's support.
Yeah, exactly. They want this. That is the strongest proof. You can say, hey, from your own texts, you can see that we are right. So that's part of the circular logic. The disputation of 1263 was an outlier in some ways because in this particular debate, the king, John of Aragon, at this particular time, he actually had a relationship with the Ramban. He knew him. The Ramban was already in his 60s. He was a senior leader. He was, the lion of Spain. He was not a schlepper by any ways. He was someone who really knew the sources very well. And when he was challenged by Pablo de Christiani, another convert from Judaism to Christianity, can you imagine, like, let's say a guy in 11th grade at an Orthodox day school decides to challenge, like, the Russian yeshiva to a debate, right? It's like, how is it possible to think that you would have the command of the sources? But that's the way most of these debates went, because most of these guys who jumped over and became Christians really did so at a young age with a very limited understanding of Judaism and so on. And that's exactly what happened in Barcelona. Here you can see, by the way, is a comic book version, a graphic novel version of it that was printed a few years ago. It's actually pretty good. You know, it's scholarly wise, it's great, it's really cool, things like that. And the Ramban, he agreed to the debate, but only on the way that he can speak freely. Here's a this is a great. One last thing before I show you a bit of this video, because it is fun to watch. The Ramban said, "Okay, I'll participate in this disputation, but I have to be able to speak my mind." And John of Arc wanted to give room, so he did. And unlike a lot of the other disputations, Nachmanides could criticize Christianity in his dispute. Fascinatingly, we have accounts of the debate from both the Ramban, who wrote a book called Sefer Mikuach, in which he records the debate, and we have a Latin version from his Christian interlocutor, who also wrote about what happened in the debate. Now, the ending was, of course, that they declared Christianity the winner, and the Ramban was in huge trouble and basically had to leave. He may have had to see Sefer Mikuach, which explained what really happened in the debate. But this is a great BBC presentation that gives you a sense of what the transcript of the trial is like, based on these two versions, which can sort of reconstruct the actual debate. The Ramban looks really cool in this kind of funky talus thing, but let's hear it. Mr. Gross, quickly.
One reserved for Ramban. Was there any recorded? Debates in which he was actually successful with that?
Well, it depends on how you want to define it. At the end of the debate, they would always declare a winner, or the winner would surprise Christianity. But when you read the actual arguments, you can make your own mind up.
I'm saying, assuming that in this
he totally crushed the other side. It's hilarious in many ways. I mean, one of his arguments, which again, it's sneaky arguments, but the student named Yesho in the Talmud, who was normally associated with also Akish, right, the founder of Christianity, in one really famous Gemara at Sota, which you will not find, by the way, in your regular Gemaras. You have to go to the Yemenite manuscript or go to a better quality manuscript. I believe in the art scroll. Sorry? Into the good ones that you have now? Yeah. So the ones that I got when I was married, it's all gone. But you find it in Dikdukei, a Sofer, and places like that. There, he is described as a student of Yoshua ben Prakhia, which would mean he lived about 200 years earlier than he should have. So when probably the Christianity kept saying, "Look at these nasty things that your Talmud says about the founder of my religion," the Ramban would say, that's not the founder. That's a guy with the same name, but it's a totally different person. That's kind of a complicated argument, because then you have to figure out which ones are correct and dated with very short bracket. Let's just get a feel for it. I'll play a couple minutes of this because it's fun to watch. Here he is. He's going to give an argument back. One of these rare passages where he's loud and quite back. This is like a multi-part presentation. Watch the whole thing on YouTube if you want.
Fierceness is greater than that of wolves. Is the people of Christendom the followers of Jesus?
Here's the back end, right? How about the Christianity?
Your Majesty is a great believer in Christendom. Your mighty arm crushes like thunder. You have the foot soldiers of arms and the engines of war. If you believe that the Messiah has come, lighten up, dismiss all your soldiers, and enter the peace of God. The world is full of war justice. I look around the world, Christians have made your faith in Jesus into the world of brotherhood and equality. There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery, no Jew is all over Jews. No nation on this earth, except ourselves, the first of this way, have you the higher standard of justice to teach us. What has happened to the new heart, of which Ezekiel spoke when he said, I will give you a heart of flesh instead of a heart of stone. If this is the new world of which the prophet spoke, it would have been better if they had remained silent. We Christians are never nearer to Christ than when we suffer oppression, as Christ himself suffered. The slaves can come to Christ as well or better than they ever. That is a very comfortable doctrine for oppressors to hear. I do not believe that anyone is better for being a slave. Freedom and equality must wait before the second coming. So it seems that all the real benefits of the coming of the Messiah are left for the second coming. The first coming has not been without its benefits. Bias, the triumph of the church, Brother Pavel made a great point of this, and of the failure and suffering of us Jews. You Christians make a great mystery out of failure, and talk of your suffering Messiah, failure proves his divinity, and then say that our suffering means the fear of curse. The failure and suffering of the Jews was predicted by the Hebrew prophets, and they also predicted that the time would come when the nations would acknowledge that the Jews have suffered for the sins of the world. It is Christ who suffered for the sins of the world, not the Jews. And so it was foretold by the prophet Isaiah. I say that the suffering servant depicted by Isaiah was not Jesus for the Jewish people. Now the suffering servant is still in your midst, and you followers of Jesus are indeed persecutors. You're registered. Are we to allow this blasphemy? He is saying that the Jews are Christ, and that we Christians are his crucified.
I promised him a pretty speech. So it's worth watching. It's an entire. That's only one clip of it. I'll give you the whole thing. The last of the disputations, which is hugely important, is the disputation at Tortosa, which happened in 1413, 1414, and it was like a massive pageant. And you're just from the years that it took, months and months of disputation, not just 2-3 days, but it was like stretched out like a campaign season. And at the end of it, Jews were so demoralized by the ongoing onslaught of the church, they didn't have a Ramban to protect them. He, of course, had to flee Spain. He made his way to Eretz Israel, and even in his old age, in his 70s, was like single-handedly responsible for the rebirth of the community in Jerusalem. It's really an amazing thing that at the end of his life he could do something amazing. But before the Tortosa disputation, which ended in possibly as many as 3,000 Jews voluntarily becoming Christians, because they were so broken by this ongoing difficulty. You have to look at the pogroms of 1391. These were occasioned, particularly in the north and west of Spain. This is one depiction of the pogroms of that period. And they were largely fomented by an especially nasty Dominican preacher named Saint Vincent Ferrer. Ferrer was, he has the saint in front of his name. He was beatified by the church. He was made a saint fully by the church. But from a Jewish perspective, he was an ugly demagogue who, roiled the masses up to attack the Jews. And in certain parts of Spain, there were these pogroms with attacks and massacres, but they were only stopped by Jews willingly converting to Christianity. And the argument at that point was, hey, they may have been coerced, but once they were baptized, they were definitely considered Christians, and what's done is done. The higher church was trying to restrain Ferrer, avail, the proceeded apace. So to add to that's in 1391. 20 years later, the Tortosa disputation, and it was just too much for the Jews of Spain. Specifically, this is, by the way, the church called Santa Maria la Blanca in Toledo, and it was originally a synagogue that was converted to a church after mass conversions of Jews in de Santa Maria was known as originally formerly Rabbi Shlomo of Burgos. Let's just see if I can see the image properly on here. Rabbi Shlomo of Burgos, who was one of these people who was actually a true believer. Let's not mistake this, that, like, why would a Jew convert to Christianity in, let's say, the year 1400? Just think about it for a second. And let me hear your thoughts on why did you convert to Christianity in the year 1400? What do you think, Mr. Brown? Fear of the church. Okay, tell me about that fear. What are they actually afraid of? Being killed is a good one, right? Yeah, 1391, you have massive pogroms, convert or die. You know, yes, social pressures. Can you imagine, like, how long can you put up with this? The dominant society is so against you. They have these, like, huge, you know, disputations, which you could attend. They would have, like, they were like rock concerts, some of them. Tortosa was like that. And you would hear all these nasty things said against Jews. Jews are this, Jews are stubborn, Jews are following our religion, they're heretics and so on. How much of it can you take? Like, what else? Gross?
Somebody could have been conservative in faith if they were young, they were
yeah.
And they see these debates and they don't have the capacity to understand their behavior on unfair grounds, and therefore might be led.
Maybe those guys are right. Maybe they're right. Which reminds me of my joke, which I am not going to tell while I'm on recording. Let me just see if I can pause. No, pause. I'll tell the joke afterwards. But you're worried. Like, maybe the outside society is right. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, don't forget, this is before the state of Israel existed. You know, you guys grew up in a world where there was a Jewish state. That meant something, right? So, oh my gosh, we're a country like everyone else. But this is in 1,500 years into a long, long gullus. And you're thinking, maybe who says we were right? Scary. Any other reasons why you want to convert? You're missing one important one. Yeah, maybe you're a true believer. Like Pablo de Santa Maria, who said, you know what? I was wrong. I listened to the Christian side of these debates, and you know what? I believe them. And we do have such people. The scary thing is that we have so many of them who spend the rest of their lives trying to convert other Jews to Christianity. It's not like, let's say, you know, I used to drink Coke and then I tasted Pepsi and I said, oh, I love Pepsi. And you spend the rest of your life drinking Pepsi. So I spend the rest of my life telling people who drink Coke that they're wrong. Like, just leave them alone. Enjoy your Pepsi. What's the big deal? But this is a big deal for a lot of these people who feel the need to justify their faith. Pablo de Santa Maria, student of Vincent Ferrer, and he was Shlomo HaLevi, right? And here, his student is Geronimo de Santa Fe, who is also a convert of Judaism. Let's see if I can see his name here. Kind of funny. His name, yes, no, I didn't get it in there. His name is Yehoshua. His name in Latin is, or maybe it's Italian, Maestro Geronimo de Santa Fe. And the Jews used to call him from the initials Maestro Geronimo Fe, the Megadef, right? The cursor, the blasphemer. He is Hamagadef. And he was Yehoshua Lorki was his name, and he was the famous promoter of Christianity in the Tortosa disputation. And it led so many Jews to say, we can't win. You know, we're being attacked with pogroms, we're being attacked intellectually, you know, and so many Jews simply gave up. So by the time you get to the middle of the 15th century, this is, by the way, the 2-volume transcript of the disputation at Tortosa. We have the whole transcript. People were getting so bored of it that the scribes started skipping things over. But imagine like a 2-year attack on Judaism, mounted by the state. Can you imagine if the United States of America were to have like a 2-year campaign here in New York City? You could go to Madison Square Garden and hear arguments against Judaism. imagine what kind of thing that would do to your self-image as well. But that's where the Jews are at the beginning of the 15th century, and that takes us into the period of the Inquisition. Okay. All right, let's discuss questions, disagreements, observations. Yes.
Essentially, the word who watched the paper, the Jewish people watched the paper, are these people who were intellectuals and other rabbis, or were they just random people who came for secular sports?
Random. First of all, most of the audience was Christian. But Jews were frequently forced to attend. This is something the church would employ for about another 400 years, actually. Forced sermons, where sometimes Jews would be required to show up in a church and listen to a sermon, frequently delivered by a Jewish convert to Christianity. Sometimes Jews were forced to stay in synagogue longer on Shabbos to hear a Christian drasha. Can you imagine that happening? You're sitting in shul, you're waiting for Kiddush, and you have to hear another 20, 30-minute diatribe by someone who left your community to join Christianity. Just incredible. And the onslaught of this over and over again, at a certain point, you can imagine young Jews saying, enough already. Why don't I just convert? Why don't I just avoid all this by jumping ship? Unfortunately, as we shall see, it was not a solution. Okay, so we're going to go into this the long on this lecture. Lots of things. This image here is very powerful, by the way. This is the Goya's Esquina de Inquisición, the scene from the Inquisition, and it shows a Jew here wearing a San Benito. Right? This is like the infamous sort of tunic that Jews were required to wear when they were attacked by the Inquisition. There's a few more of them waiting here to be tried, and here they're having all kinds of questions directed at them. See the kind of dejected looks on their faces and so on, because they're going to be punished with one thing or another. We shall see what it is. There we go. And we talked about what's happening in Spain here, right? With the disputation, with the slowly increasing tendency towards monolithic Christianity there. We talked a little bit about disputations. I thought I had edited this part up because I included the last one. Talked about the riots of 1391. Here we go. So what was the Inquisition? Jump ahead about 60 years from the Tortosa disputation to 1478. At that point, what do you have going on in Spain? You have maybe something like 150,000 Christians who are of Jewish descent. This is now, think about it. A generation is usually somewhere in the neighborhood of 20, 25 years. So you have the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of people who were at Tortosa, and the great-great-grandchildren of people who were converted by the riots of 1391, right? Put that in your own terms. It's now 2024, so that means that if you think about the Holocaust, you know, everyone here, not everyone here, but, you know, your great-grandparents and your great-great-grandparents overlap with the Holocaust. You are like, to one degree or another, survivors of that. And you walk around with that kind of consciousness of that. Imagine in this scenario where you have Jews walking around who have been made Christians 4 or 5 generations ago, but they are still designated as special Christians in Spain. They're called new Christians to distinguish them from old Christians, meaning people who were never Jewish, people who were converted to Christianity way back in the 4th, 5th, 6th century, but the people who were Jews converted, they and their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and so on, are always called new Christians. No Christos, yes. Was there a maximum amount of generations before they could be? lived in Mario, and so we got so they were absolutely allowed to marry out, in fact, encouraged to marry out, because that would like kind of dilute the Jewish strain, but it would never remove it. I think I told you in the first lecture maybe that there is one Holocaust historian named Raoul Hilbert, who he's like, he died about 20 years ago, senior scholar, and he wrote a massive book called The Destruction of European Jewry, 3 volumes on the Holocaust. And I remember when I read it, I thought this was crazy, but he said that the roots of the Holocaust really go back to inquisitorial Spain because of this aspect of like, you're labeled by your blood origins. And if you ever had a Jew in your ancestry, you were always a Jew. I don't know, it's Christian. And at first I thought it was crazy, but the more I studied the Spanish Inquisition, the more I think he had a real insight into this. In Germany, you get married off the generations. Yeah, you're fine. You could not join the SS. You know, they had to go all the way back to 1750 to prove you had no Jews in it. And also in Germany, up to a certain degree like in Spain, the onus was on you to prove you had no Jewish blood. It wasn't that the assumption was you had no Jewish blood, but if someone discovered it, if you wanted to apply for a job, you had to bring your papers to show no Judaism involved. So what happens is, here we are, in 1478, and you've got maybe 150,000 people who are walking around, who everybody knows that they have Jewish origins, but they've got full access to society. They, for generations now, have had the right to go to university, the right to live anywhere they wanted, which was quite rare for Jews. They had the right to pursue any kind of business they wanted, and they became very, very successful. And there's this, frustration in Spanish society. Hey, what are we all about? Are we for Spaniards, or are we for these former Jews who now call themselves Spaniards? And it's kind of like a proto-fascism that wants to make this distinction between those who had Jewish descent and those who did not. And as I mentioned to you in the previous class, and I will refer to you again if you are doing projects in this period, there's a big debate among historians. Was the Inquisition primarily religious in orientation, but they wanted to get rid of Judaism, or was it economic in orientation? They wanted to get rid of all these people who were taking away jobs, economic positions that non-Jewish Spaniards felt that they deserved. And remember that in that spectrum of new Christians, you had true believing new Christians who really were, full-on believers, and then you had resistors who were secretly practicing Judaism at home, and then everything in between, various degrees of accommodation. So along comes Tomás de Torquemada, who is the leader of this Inquisition that is brought by the church. The Inquisition actually predated Spain by a few hundred years, and it was originally directed at heretics within Christianity. And there were several movements that were horribly persecuted by the church, especially in France. And the Inquisition, like the name implies, inquire, was kind of like an investigative body, the FBI of the church, to make sure that nobody was secretly practicing heretical views or non-Catholic views. In this case, Torquemada, who actually had some Jewish background himself, was brought in to say, hey, find out if any of these new Christians are actually secretly practicing Judaism, and if they are, we're going to extirpate that problem. And he goes at it with a vengeance. Really, really horrible things at the time. As I believe I mentioned to you, did we look at this? Did you see this image before? I can't remember if I talked about this with you before. So, reminding you that in Catholicism, one of the weirdest things is that if a person is baptized, even against their will, it counts. Right? Lechatchila, as the church says, you can't forcibly baptize, but b'diavad, that person becomes a Christian. The most notorious example of this, but of course we have literally tens of thousands of examples, is the Mortara affair of 1858. We did talk about this. Not the picture. Well, the picture. This is by Jewish artist Morris Daniel Oppenheim. depicting a moment when the Vatican police shall arrest young Edgardo Mortara, who was secretly baptized when he was an infant by his non-Jewish nursemaid, and then when she happened to laugh about it in a grocery store, the Vatican police heard about it and came to arrest the 6-year-old boy, and he was never released from the side of the boat. Here is a picture of him grown up as an adult. He was trained as a Catholic priest, served as a monk. He was later, in his adulthood, reunited with his parents. They were allowed to visit him very infrequently while he was kept prisoner in the House of the Catechumenate, which were special houses that were built just to protect Jewish converts to Christianity, protect them from Jews who were upset at them, but also to imprison children like Mortara. Here he is. You can see his mother. He's now so pleased to see him. His brothers kind of look with daggers at him. He spent the rest of his career proselytizing Jews, like so many of these guys we see. He even came here to New York. This is modern times, right? He came to New York. He died in 1940 in Belgium, just weeks before the Nazis invaded. And if they had gotten there, they would have killed him anyways, because he was definitely Jewish, regardless of what the church had to say. So the Inquisition's goal was figure out who is secretly practicing Judaism. And the method was so cruel and gross, but incredibly ineffective. What you basically do is you arrest someone you suspect of practicing Jewish rites. You ask him questions. Are you secretly practicing Judaism? They say no. He says, okay, just to make sure, we're going to torture you. We're going to put you on all kinds of interesting devices that are designed to stretch your bones, dislocate your joints. There's a whole bunch of other tortures which were applied, some of which may not actually be true, but I'll show you some of them that are at least, became kind of like a fetish for people to imagine these tortures. So there's historians have divided this particular image happens to be historically much more accurate. There are various kind of stretching devices and things like that. And under torture, people would say, yes, it's true. I lit Shabbos candles, whether or not they did. People would say this, obviously, under torture. You can't rely on what a person says, but they would confess because they want to get the torture done with. And they say, oh, thank you for confessing. Now, please tell us the name of 10 other Judaizers who practice with you. And they would arrest those people too and torture those people who would give up names, even if they were not true at all, and eventually envelop the entirety of society. People were confessing left and right, and you could never be sure who was going to be arrested next. This kind of thing happened in the Soviet Union in the 1930s as well, for similar reasons. Here's some rather nice pictures. This is another awful device that had this crucifix here up front so that when your hands were trapped inside it, you'd have to stare at this and hope for redemption, and they would turn these wheels to crush the bones in your hand. Actually, this is one that's especially awful. This is called the Pope's hair, and this would be inserted in an orifice of the human body, and then this ring here would be turned until it expanded like this and ruptured membranes. Actually horrific. You can imagine these membranes. Again, scholars have disputed whether these were actually used by the Inquisition, but that's kind of an awful thing, so I showed it to you anyways. And what would happen at the end of it is several possibilities. This is, by the way,
Hi, Miss Aquarius.
17th century, right? We're talking about two.
How are you?
Later, it's still going on.
How are you? I'm well, thank you. I'll be with you in just a moment.
Slow burning Holocaust for 8 generations. Just try to put it in your mind. Your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your great-great-great-grandparents. I mean, it's crazy. Imagine just going on and on and on like this forever. It's amazing that anyone survived. So, everything you wanted and stuff like that.
She might be back.
They would, like this caseless woman here, they would say, okay, fine, we are releasing you. And you would only be forced to wear the San Benito as a sign of humiliation. So a little bit of her smiley face because, thank God, she has, oh, by the way, the self words, affirming that you're going to be a good Christian from now on. And that's her over here. Then you have a woman who is, condemned But she has eventually confessed, but she has not been released completely. She, however, because she confessed at the very end, she was given a lighter sentence, and that was a kind of a chesed, a kindness, that they would garrote her before they burned her at the stake.
Right.
It's like strangulation. So that way it was considered a much less painful death than being burned. And this woman here is in big trouble. She did not confess. She had stayed a Jew, and she was burned at the stake. Various types of designs on the tunics, the and you can imagine that just try to put this in your head. It's actually happened for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's really not really. Okay, arguments, questions, debates. So this is going on for like 25 years, right? Where we simply cannot come to terms with this. Oh, I forgot. This is the actual learning. And this is one example from 1633. And look at this scenario here. They've got two Jews on the stand here for Judaism.
Good one.
And by the way, they would not always involve
You're welcome.
live beings. Sometimes they would do this also.
Nice
after death.
bear.
Sometimes they actually exhume their body and they burn it afterwards. Mr. Ron, this is yes. This is a public trial here. So the two things you're wearing the hats there, and they're going to be burned over here. All right. And look at all these people show up. I was actually at this place, the Playa Mayor in Madrid, and it looks like a big square. It is about the size of.
You got a chance, Rabbi.
That's what I need.
It's got these buildings all around, just like this.
Yeah, you got a chance. Let's go. You got a chance.
Get seats. They can watch.
This one, so you got it.
Get
Get it, try.
Different uniforms and stuff. This kind of looks kind of like a.
Yay. Come on, you got this. Yes, good job.
It was like
Thank you.
a rock concert. It was like Taylor Swift. It was incredible. Used to run rushes.
Nice joke.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, everybody, you got it. Match me, match me, match me.
Centuries. I think the last one was here.
Yay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Come on. Yay, good spin.
Thank you, Mr. Aquarius.
But I wanted to take you to the expulsion, which was in 1492. Like, why did the expulsion happen? Catch that up. That's true. And again, hundreds of years later, hundreds of years afterwards, if you were a Jew,
Nice bear.
now a Christian.
Thank you.
You're
Come on,
welcome.
Rabbi, you got it. That's right.
You are not changing.
Right.
You are wearing crucifix,
You got it.
going to church, eating mayonnaise, whatever it takes to be Christian. Some people I don't know what the mayonnaise, but whatever. You're totally Christian everywhere. You could never be safe from the Inquisition. It was always possible that someone would denounce you. You would be drawn in. You would have to, be tortured.
Get it.
It's horrific. Living with this cloud over your head all the time. Also, I was about to mention that it quite often happened that you would be tried even after death, and that people would be tried in absentia or in effigy. And the main reason for that is because there's an economic issue here as well. Anyone paid you if your possessions were confiscated as part of the punishment. The betrayer would get a percentage of your possessions. So if let's say Juan didn't like his neighbor Ruvain, he could denounce Ruvain, saying, "Hey, he's actually practicing Jewish rituals."
Hey, group up one.
There we go.
You win, you win, I win, you win. Let's go.
Oh yeah, that's not what Juan says. And then they would be tortured. Okay, we don't like pork. We don't like the way it smells. Whatever it is, then they would be punished. They would lose their possessions, and Juan would get, 10-20% of Ruvain's possessions. So there was like an incentive to actually rat out your neighbors, even if you made it up, which is crazy. Jews rat out other Christians. Well, they did. There are cases where actually high-level church figures, including one bishop, was arrested and tortured because he was ratted out. That's the point where eventually the church began to say, wait a minute, maybe this is going too far. There are also cases where Jews attempted to fight back, especially with assassination.
Hey, I'm coming. No, wait, this time.
It spread so fast, and it was so, it was just like absorbed in society. And by the way, I talk about this for days and days. It's awful. I thought about it too much. It's not an unknown phenomenon in our own times. Give you an example. You guys, you're too young. Most of you were born like 1998, 2000.
Thank you.
03.
You're welcome.
Don't you remember, there used to be this thing called communism. They existed when I was like your age. And communism also had this incredible paranoia and incentivized people to rat out on their neighbors to say this person was not a good socialist or communist. Here's an example. In
There we go.
Germany,
Oh, good job.
Thank you.
An eastern side that was communist, a western side
Good
that
job.
was, like democratic. They had a wall. Berlin, you remember maybe the Berlin Wall was knocked down in 1990, I think, 91. Oh, okay, very good. The Berlin Wall. It symbolized the collapse of all communism.
Nice spare.
So in East Berlin,
Thank
among the
you.
things they found, there was
Look at you,
called
right?
Stasi.
Thank
The
you, ma'am.
Stasi maintained a massive smell archive. A massive smell archive. It's a huge warehouse filled with little mason bottles with people's socks and underwear, undershirts, stuff like that. That was given to the Stasi by people's spouses, brothers, sisters, children,
You got it, right?
just in case that any of their relatives fled and tried to cross into Western Germany. And so that meant that there were brothers who were betraying brothers and children betraying their mothers and stealing their dirty laundry and giving it to the Stasi so the Stasi would have it in their smell archive.
There we go.
Just imagine what that
You
was
win,
like.
I win, Miss
All
Aquarius.
right. Yay! You win, I win. Yay!
Good job.
No, they would use
Good job. Good job. What time do you be going to sleep? Man, did you ask me about 10? I'm trying to come on here a little bit earlier. But what time do you?
My hours.
You come in here.
That's a great question. My hours are always reversed, so it depends.
Okay, I'm gonna try to catch you my time I go to work. Like go under 12:30 p.m. Eastern, which would be you'll probably be sleeping. You probably will. That'd be early morning for you. So 9:30, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to do what I can. I'm trying.
We'll link up. Don't you worry, Miss Aquarius.
I know. I be busy. You be sleeping every throwing off your sleep.
That's all right. We got it tonight.
I know. We did it tonight, though.
That's right.
I kissed you.
Excellent.
All right.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Sweet
I'm
dreams.
sleeping in here, okay? I love you.
I love you too. You take care. Sweet dreams.
Get you some rest.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
right, you too. I be careful. Okay.
You had people and societies that were so bent on ratting each other out. It was like no trust in society whatsoever. And that's the kind of environment you had in Spain at this time, because anyone was susceptible to the Inquisition. I'm sure you've seen the Monty Python skit, Nobody Expects the Spanish Inquisition. Yes, yeah, it's a joke, right? They make the Spanish Inquisition look like they're hilarious, like they show up at unexpected times, but they really did. They're like the Gestapo. There were so many aspects of this that was terrifying for Jews and non-Jews as well. So what this culminates in is the expulsion. So in a little bit, I'm video solid Francis for amazing representation of expulsion. It's not succeeding, right? The whole point of the Inquisition was to try to control Judaizing in the state. And it had metastasized like a social cancer, where everybody is telling on everybody, Jews, Christians, and it is just like going way out of control, and you can't slow it down. So finally, Torquemada, you'll recall he's the Grand Inquisitor, he says to Fernando and Isabella, King and Queen of Spain, I know why it's not working. I solved the problem. It's not the Inquisition. It is the Jews. And recall, you have two classes of Jews now. Get the dates right here because it's significant. 1492, it is 100 years since the 1391 wave of conversions. It is 90-odd years since the Tortosa disputations, lots of voluntary conversions of Jews. And you've got all these people who are walking around technically as Christians, but actually as one form or another of Jews. And you've got another population about the same size, maybe 150,000 regular Jews who are never baptized, who are practicing as Jews and are legally allowed to do so. And Torquemada says the reason that we can't control the Judaizing that is rampant in our society is because these false Christians are still going back to Jewish communities. They're still able to get kosher food if they want it. They're still able to meet a rabbi. They're still able to get Jewish books, all kinds of things. So he says the only way to solve the problem is to expel the non-baptized Jews, the regular Jewish community that up until now has been exempt from the punishments of the Inquisition. And that's what the bottom line was. That's why the expulsion happened, because Ferdinand and Isabella thought, yes, we can finally put an end to this chaos. They were wrong and kept on going, but we'll put an end to this chaos if we get rid of the regular Jews. There's a lot of debates as to their motivation. Isabella, who's quite a religious fanatic, may have been motivated by her desire to make Spain totally Lutheran. She also didn't like Constantine, she wanted to be totally Catholic. Ferdinand may have been more motivated by economics, saying, if we expel all those Jews like we did in France so many times, theoretically we'll have a huge surge of wealth. We can use it in some of the battles we're having and so on. But ultimately they decided in 1492 that was what they were going to do. This is, by the way, Isaac Barbanel, famous Moorish, who was the second in command of the finance department. He was the deputy finance minister of Spain at the time. Ferdinand really respected his talents and said, stay, just convert, stay, we'll give you tons of wealth, keep your own wealth, and we'll give you more. He said, no, I'm going to leave with all of the exiles, and that's in fact what he did. His boss, Rabbi Abraham Senior, who was called in tradition Rabbi Somne, or someone who hates light, he says, I can't do this, I'm converting to Christianity. And his nephew, along with him, and they joined the Christian world. They actually became a very famous family. You can see them in Southern America now. But that's the roots of the expulsion. Yes, Mr. Rothschild.
Isabella, she actually had her own power when she wanted to set those differences in economic and religious, but it was
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Like they what a good time to talk to. What a good time to have you in. What a fine time. There's so much chaos. There's so much madness. Oh my God. Did you see the South Park episode? Which one? They did a Donald Trump one with Satan. No, it's fucking. I love the show. It's fantastic. I raised my 3 boys on that show, much to my wife's horror. But it's a great show, but I haven't seen that episode. When you think, like Bridget Fennessy had a funny quote, like when you think that they have reached the bottom of the highest level of not giving a fuck, they reach unseen levels. The whole Epstein thing is so crazy. And him saying, what do you care? Why does everybody care about Epstein? Well, it is. Although, again, going back to South Park, once they did the Woodland Creatures episode all those years ago, you thought, okay, that's got to be the worst thing. Which one was the Woodland Creatures? Oh my God, you got to look it up. It's fantastic. I'm not going to do it justice if I try to explain what it's about. Remember they did their teacher where he had a whore off with Paris Hilton and stuffed her up his ass? Oh, God. Oh, that's right. I forgot about Oh, that one, yeah. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They haven't given a fuck since the beginning, and it's the greatest show of all time. Yeah, and honestly, if you said what would be the best job that you could have imagined, it would be being one of those two guys. Yeah, they're killing it. Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's so beautiful because they have cartoons, and you could do things with cartoons you could never do with real people. You can kill them, they can fuck each other, they can stick things up their ass. Yeah, like anything can happen. Anything can happen because, and it's also they're not realistic cartoons, so it's like you're somehow or another detached from it.
Yeah, no, they did a documentary one time. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yeah,
where they tracked the 6 days it takes them to make the show.
This Trump is new with Satan's back. Satan's upset at Trump. It's very funny.
Well, you remember the Satan and Diddy episode? All those, that was fantastic.
I didn't see that one.
The Satan Diddy episode, and then they had the mass murderers, and this was a few years back too. It was a Diddy party, and he wanted to. Yeah, it's a long story. He wanted a Lamborghini cake, but it was like the devil wanted it, and they said no, Diddy did it already, and it's fantastic.
Remember when they had the movie with Saddam Hussein?
Yeah,
Saddam Hussein was in a gay relationship with Satan.
Oh God. You'd spend the entire time. People are like, oh, they're going to talk about this the whole time.
Yeah, the Epstein stuff is so crazy because when Kash Patel was on here, and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people were like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work because there's nothing I can. The guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't make any sense. And then he didn't know about the Michael Patton stuff, the autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happens when you hang yourself. Even when you leap from somewhere with a rope around your neck and it snaps your neck, you never have 3 broken himself. He's not pushing himself off the first floor balcony. And then they release it. Well, we have a film. We're going to release that film, and the film is all fucking missing from it. Do you think we're babies? What is this?
So you got people including Dan Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years talking about how awful it is, and we got to get this shit, and this is a huge conspiracy, and then you release a 2-page memo that says, it's nothing to see.
Yeah, because you're walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser. Yeah, you got a laser across your chest.
But it really is. It's so good. Look, you know me, I'm not a conspiracy guy.
Oh, you are today. You are today.
I'm fully on board with this shit.
Everybody's in today.
Yeah, but they're actually doing it as we speak. And I find this fascinating. Is that the Assistant Attorney General Todd Blanche is down in Florida for an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. And she served 20 years in a Florida prison for sex trafficking. What's that? Well, he's down there,
but I'm saying she's sex trafficked.
Well, she was a co-conspirator of Epstein's, right?
But don't you have to have a person for your sex trafficking?
Exactly. And they talked about the victims somewhat during her trial. It was a very difficult trial in the sense of, they're trying to protect certain victims and others were coming forward. But, my surprise was nobody from DOJ has ever, according to her legal team, nobody has ever interviewed her from DOJ. Right? Department of Justice. So this is the first time the Department of Justice is telling me, up on Capitol Hill, you've got Democrats like Adam Schiff and others going, well, you got to release these fucking files. They had 4 years under the previous administration, right? Look, everybody's fucked in this situation, but they had all that time to do whatever they wanted to do. And nobody, up until this point, apparently, has talked right now. Some folks on the legal side are saying, well, look, if she had anything interesting to say, she would have said it during the course of her trial, right? To save herself or to cut a deal. But no, I don't think so. I don't kill her. Yeah. Well, the smartest thing for her to do is to keep her fucking mouth shut, which is what she did. Right? They put her in a cushy prison where she could do yoga. Yeah, yoga in prison. That doesn't sound good.
Here's one of my favorite ones. I'm going to send you this, Jay, because somebody tweeted this, and it's just so perfect. And it just shows you how crazy this whole thing has been, from the very beginning. This is, someone tweeted this from the Atlantic, and this is what's funny about this. Check this out, Jay. So, these fucking people, it's like, They all knew her. They all knew him. So many people knew him and knew her. And they're all pretending that they didn't, that no one knew. Check this out. This is the Atlantic says. Scroll, go up bigger so you can see it. So you see the quote below.
Some of these people would not consider themselves Jews.
No,
some of these
go
people
back.
would not be considered by various rabbis as
I can't read it.
because they may only be
There it goes.
let's say, on the
This is what the Atlantic posts. If the Epstein scandal teaches us anything, is that America needs a dedicated and decently funded group of people whose job it is not to just ask questions, but to find answers. And then this guy, Sean Davis, posts, the woman on the right is Ghislaine Maxwell. She trafficked children for Jeffrey Epstein. The woman on the left owns your magazine. This is so fucking wild. Just that alone is so wild that they would have the balls to post that. We need dedicated journalists, not just people asking questions, which is like, for sure, an attack on podcasts. Like, listen, you guys didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. So, just the fact that we're just asking questions along with that, or is this a knock on the defunding of PBS, which is essentially a propaganda network for the Democratic Party, which is now being, apparently, we'll see if that happens, but apparently being defunded. But yeah, look, everybody's worried now, right? At first it was like, okay, again, I go back a handful of years, nobody was pushing for this, right? Because you got people from all sides probably on whatever that list looks like, whatever that Epstein file looks like, whoever was involved, you got people from all sides of the spectrum here going on. And so everybody's worried. So it looked like, all right, there's kind of this bizarre bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. We're not sending anybody from DOJ. The Dems aren't, during the Biden administration, calling for the release of the files. Now, all of a sudden, they smell, blood in the water, particular, political motivation here. So let's get these files out. And, nobody's going to look good for this. But again, I would caution some, just because a name might be in a file, no matter whose it is, right, doesn't necessarily mean there's nefarious activity. It could be like any police file, right, that says, okay, the individual stopped at this particular location and this person was there. It doesn't mean they're connected to something awful. They weren't fucking underage girls. Maybe they were if they're in the file, right? But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably in that file that are going to be named, if it ever comes out, who may or may not have been engaged in illegal activity, but just release the goddamn things. Yeah, there's probably a lot of people who just went there. Did I send you that thing where this guy was breaking? Did I say NPR or PBS earlier? I meant NPR. Did I send you that thing, the link where this guy's breaking down all the different tweets that the lady who's the CEO of NPR made? She's getting questioned on whether or not she's biased, and then this guy goes over all the different tweets. God damn it! I know I saved it, but I should have been prepared. I know I have it in here because it's so funny. It's so funny listening to her. See if you can find it. You might be able to find it. But of course, I found it beautiful because it's so adorable. This pretending that this was an unbiased news source. Yes. Well, this is wonderful, but this one guy broke it down.
The probable etymology of the term, which comes from a word for pig, or swine.
We'll find it, yeah. But I mean, again, anybody who at this stage of the game thinks that the media, doesn't have an agenda, that they're not complicit in one way or another with whatever media, come on. Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. And they're all funded. And the fact that the government was funding NPR is crazy. You can't have a completely biased, one-sided media organization that's funded by the government and taxpayers. That's crazy. And they went over all the amount of people that were on NPR that were Democrats. It's 100%. Yeah. It's like out of 87 people, it's 100%. So look at the New York Times. Yeah. I mean, so none of that should be a surprise to anybody. But the New York Times is a privately funded company, right? I mean, It's like NPR relied on tax money, and there's this giant outrage that the government's going to defund it.
Well, a lot of what they're trying to do is they're trying to couch it as saying, look, you're taking away, the only source of news for, rural locations, for example. Like you got some place up in North Dakota that, has no other access, and so they rely on NPR for their news. I don't know a lot of people up in North Dakota that say, I want what NPR is saying about this.
Well, not just that. It's like, at the end of the day, the reality is the internet exists, and you don't need to publicly fund something that's clearly biased when the internet exists. Right? You can get whatever you want. If you want just to absorb and consume only left-wing media, there's so much available. You can go find it. But our tax dollars should not be going to that.
No. And to be fair, if anybody wants to know what the hell's going on in the news, you can just listen to the President's Daily Brief podcast, Frank.
Your podcast.
I'm good, man. Yeah, that's that boy. Just stuck that in there.
I can't find this fucking thing. Yeah. Did you find it? Let's hear it. Sorry, I can't search it.
That's fantastic.
As far as accusations that were biased, I stand on the same story that
We talked about this a little bit in the
bring that conversation back to our news.
Shlomo Halevi of Logos.
Fat folk, it's racist past and present. Some white people may choose thumbs up because it feels neutral, but some academics argue that opting out, what does that mean, thumbs up, signals lax awareness about white privilege, akin to society associating whiteness with being racist. What? God, what does that mean?
How about how racism became a marketing tool for country music?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. This right-wing conspiracy theory about eating bugs is about as racist as you think. No, it's like literally. And then here's another great quote that she said. If you look on the right side, Jamie, which says the truth is a distraction from getting things done. That is such a fucking Orwellian thing to say. Click on that just so you can hear her say this, because it's so bananas that someone would say this out loud and not think it's
Significant differences, critical for moving from polarization to productivity, is that the Wikipedians who write these articles aren't actually focused on finding the truth. They're working for something that's a little bit more attainable, which is the best of what we can know right now. And after 7 years there, I actually believe that they're onto something. That for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth isn't necessarily the best place to start. In fact, I think our reverence for the truth might have become
what?
A bit of a distraction that is preventing us from finding consensus, getting important things done.
What? Oh my God, that's fantastic. Wild as that. You want government, but that is such a wild thing to say.
Going for the truth as a journalist? No.
It's not important.
No, it's not
It's a
important.
distraction. The truth is a distraction.
You know what I hate? I hate that you see that all the time. I don't know whether it's a TED Talk or not. As soon as I see that type of forum where they're earnestly standing there, and they've got their little mouthpiece there around there, they're talking. They're looking out to the distance, and you think, oh, climb out of your own fucking ass, right? It's just awful.
Yeah, I don't like any of those things.
Yeah.
I don't like that little Bobby Brown microphone either. Unless you're on stage, Bobby Brown. Remember? Yeah, I remember we used to sing with that.
Yeah.
Step by take.
Yeah, sorry. Step on your line, I'll join in for the chorus.
I don't like those little microphones. Hold the microphone like a real fucking human. That's a madness. That video clip is madness. That's a piece of madness. That's a crazy thing to say. I will say truth gets in the way.
I will say that the Epstein situation is going to be so disappointing to so many people now, because I have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequences of any nature. And we got all sorts of things happening right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one of them. But right now, you've got the Dems focused on Epstein because, they see there's a good opportunity here to go after Trump, regardless of who else is in the files, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because, years back they were thinking, okay, Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that. So, again, my point would be just release everything. I don't understand how
if you just look at the way that they handle this logistically, whoever thought, because the mob wants to eat, right? And they've been throwing red meat to the mob about Epstein files now for years. It's part of how they got elected. And so whoever in their communications group or their strategic thinking arena in the administration thought, that we can get away with just saying there's nothing to see here, they should be fired, right? Because there's no way you can satisfy this mob. And now the mob is oddly bipartisan because it's got the Dems and it's got part of the base of Trump in there. Yeah. And they're all screaming to have this. You goddamn it, just release this shit. Otherwise, this is going to be around like Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. And that's what's crazy. They did release more Martin Luther King documents, which is really crazy. Like, why are you holding secrets about the murder of one of the most beloved figures of all time from 1968? Part of that is just released it. Yeah, part of that's a family request. The family has asked, in the past on a number of occasions, they really don't want some of this because some of it's salacious about Martin Luther King, which doesn't take away from everything that he did, right? As a leader of a cause and a movement. But some of it is, extraordinary affairs. Yeah, so there's been some push that could be concerned about that. But yeah, now do the Epstein files. We'll do it in the same amount of time, 56 years from now. Just like they did with them. It's 56 fucking years later they released this stuff. And we're still not any closer to, again, I don't want to disagree on that rabbit hole, but we're still any closer with Martin Luther King. Again, not a conspiracy guy except today, but there's huge shit there. You've said multiple times. If there's one that you think looks really bad, it's that one. But going back to, I know I'm bouncing around here, but going back to the Epstein thing, I don't understand how they handled this so poorly, right? For Van Bondi to come out and talk about the files, and then like within a blink of an eye, they come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying there's nothing to see. How could there's just this lack of coordination? Yeah, I do. Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's the messaging problem is always kind of a key element of the Trump administration, whether it's this one and look, that's not. I'm not knocking a lot of the policies. I like a lot of the policies that come out of this administration. This one and the first administration. But I'm just saying, a hallmark of a Trump administration is the ability to have self-inflicted wound. Shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging usually, right? So I think they've done it again, and I don't see how they walk this back. They're trying to, I think, with this interview with Ghislaine Maxwell to say, look, we're trying, we're talking to her. But how does Pam Bondi say we have thousands of hours of footage? And then Kash Patel says we don't have anything that you're looking for. Yeah. And then Tim Dillon said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial pornography. Right? Yeah. You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras, it wasn't taping shit. It would have been 100%. So 100%. Yeah, well, that was the thing about that house they had in New York City, which is, by the way, for sale. And, really? Yeah, nobody wants to buy it. Like, you want to buy Epstein's house? Do the cameras get that? Well, this is the thing. I mean, you gotta gut the walls. How are you gonna know what the fuck is in there? Yeah. Imagine you're walking around your house naked and you think that the CIA is coming, or whoever it is, it's got a lot of hours of videotape of me walking around naked, I'm sure. Yeah. But Mossad, whoever it is that was involved in this intelligence gathering, I mean, I'm just guessing. I have no idea. But there's fucking pinhole cameras all over that house. Yeah, maybe they took a start from that perception, right? Because again, if anything else, you're just being naive if you think, no, there's nothing. Again, you gotta take it down to the bare beams. Yeah. You gotta strip the wallboard off. You gotta fucking every baseboard. You gotta pull everything. It's like we had knows what's in that house. We had a situation in Moscow one time where we're building. It was the new embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, right? And for some reason, part of the deal was to allow Russian contractors to work on the construction of this. So, but it's a government thing, and so you can imagine there's like to your point, there's not a lot of coordination. So, the Russian contractors thinking, oh, this is great. We're helping to construct the U.S. embassy, and they know there's going to be sensitive areas within there, the station, for the agency and other areas. Anyway, at a certain point, they're just about finished with construction. And just by not by having sense to me, there were efforts to try to examine what the Russians were doing, right? So the security side of things, they were concerned about the fact that the Russians were working on it. You had the State Department and others that were like, no, it's a good idea. It helps with diplomacy. So the security guys were doing things. They were X-raying, parts of materials that were coming in for the construction. And apparently at one point, what was going on was the Russians were installing listening devices inside the rebar, right, of the construction process. And apparently at one point they, one of the wires on one of these communications devices that was stuck in there had broken. And so they soldered it. The Russians did. They soldered it with aluminum. That showed up when they were X-raying that particular large bit of material that they were going to install. And that was the way that they found out. And they said, what the fuck? And they had to tear the entire goddamn thing down. It was 2 or 3 different floors of this embassy. They had to remove it bit by bit, shipped it back to the States to examine fully. And it was just loaded with listening devices by the Russians, right? So it's going to be the same with that. Long story short, it's the same at Epstein's place. They're going to tear it down. Yeah, it's a nice house too. It's like right on the park. Yeah, and I was like, wonder why that stuff for sale. And then they're asking for it. I think it's like 60 or 70 million. I can't find it. It's pretty dope. Holy shit! But it's for sale now, though, right? I'm pretty sure it's for sale right now. I wonder if it gets a premium because it's Epstein's place. Like a celebrity premium for a home. If that's the case, you'd have to be a fucking complete psycho to want to live in that guy's house. The same guy's gonna buy Diddy's spot. I don't know what that fuck. God, but there's so you've got the Epstein thing going on. Like, how does that get resolved? This is the question. Like, if you're the administration, you're looking at this puzzle and you're trying to figure out how to make this a PR win. Too late for that. What the fuck can you do at this point? Is it for sale? 5 mil. Oh, is it not for sale right now? Zero bedrooms, only 1 bath. That's not a very nice place. That's just one fuck hole. Yeah, we call it the playroom. This is the house. Oh my God, it looks like Saudi. It's $65 million in Manhattan. What the hell? I don't think it's like right on the street. Like anybody can come to your door and just knock on your door. Like walking by. Yeah. It's weird. Living there is weird. Yeah. Look at that. Meanwhile, no one can explain where he got the money. No one can explain why he got so rich. And Eric Weinstein, who is like a legit financial guy, said he talked to him. He had a meeting with him once. He's like, it was really clear that he's a construct. He's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not for sale right now? It's listed on Zillow, but not for sale. It's not still on Zillow. Like it was for sale. Yeah. Maybe there's another service that's sometimes Zillow doesn't have all the stuff because someone I know was looking at it. Yeah, maybe it's on cheap old houses. It's a bargain. It's a fixer-upper though. Yeah, but like you'd have to go through that house. You'd have to hire like the top of the food chain security experts to go, and they would probably recommend you take that house apart. Yeah. I mean, you could do a sweep of the thing, and but that's not going to guarantee, right? You really have to pull the walls down and look, because again, maybe I'm wrong. Does never say never, but I can't imagine that the psycho like Epstein, wasn't enjoying videoing, some of the activities going on. So what do you think from your perspective? What do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort? I know there's a lot of talk about, did he have some sort of connection? From my perspective, it's complete speculation. I will say, but from an operational perspective, I have no idea. Was it Mossad? Was it anybody? Who knows? Right. But from an operational perspective, if you see a guy like this who's super connected and is. And, all the way back to 2008 was like his first trial, right? So he's had a long history of these problems. But if you know that he's kind of engaged in a variety of things, as an example, if I'm the Chinese intel, right, and I just read the goddamn entertainment news, and there's these rumors and allegations of high-level people flying off to his island. I'm going to think that's interesting because potentially, if I could get an access source there, if I can get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell, whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting, leverageable information on people that maybe I want to influence.
And it's so funny to me that it always comes down to like carnal needs and carnal desires. It's always sex. Because these guys, when you get to like this Bill Gates level and Bill Clinton level, you can't just go pick up gals at the bar. So if you're a super famous super freak, and you like chasing skirts, but you can't do it, like what do you do?
Well, you do what he did, right? Which is you get somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell's job. Yeah. She's out there, and she was described, usually as his girlfriend, but she was clearly operating as his pimp or whatever the female version.
Curator.
Yes, a curator. Yeah. And so she's out there doing that, but look, again, I can't speak to the rumors about him working for one intel agency or another, but I will say, if I'm working for an intel like that, I might find that of interest, right? And I would definitely go after somebody to see what's going on, just for no other reason than again, maybe it's an opportunity there.
Well, it's the easiest connect the dots puzzle of all time. Yeah, you got rich, powerful people and hot chicks and probably drugs.
Yeah,
and cameras.
Yeah, and I tell you, the Russians love nothing better than the truth. The reality is, in terms of recruiting an asset by using blackmail is tough, right? You gotta that window starts closing immediately, right? In terms of their operational usefulness, right? Because there's a lot of issues, right? You're blackmailing somebody for their cooperation. At some point, that's gonna go south on them, right? It's not like you've recruited somebody for ideological reasons, right? Or even something as straightforward as like they need the money because their kid's sick or whatever it may be. So blackmail's like, but having said that, look, the Russians in particular love that, right? And Chinese intel do whatever works from their perspective. The agency, I can people can say that's bullshit. The agency tries, they blackmail is never really ever on the table as an option because it always leads to a problem, and sometimes those problems can be very, very bad.
In what way?
Well, the asset will turn on, right? Next thing you know, you've got an agent working now, a double agent working for the other side, right? Because they're so fucked over by the fact that they've been blackmailed, and at some point they lose their shit and decide to roll for the other side.
Like, aren't you like constantly monitoring them and looking at their phone?
There's only so much you can do, right? In terms of maintaining, particularly with a hard target, particularly with an asset who's in a difficult or challenging environment, for instance, you've got limited access to them, whatever it may be, so you're really relying on clandestine communications. You don't have a lot of face-to-face meetings, and at some point you never know when things are heading south, right? And then the next thing you know, that's the operational reason for trying to avoid blackmail. Right? Has it ever been done? Well, sure. I mean, I'm not saying it hasn't been done, of course, but some services go do it much quicker than others do. So which service? And I would, again, the Russians are primary users of something like that. They've got a shotgun approach. Israelis have been known to do that in the honeypot operations and other things. But the Russians throw a lot of shit at the wall and see what sticks, right? It's very much a shotgun approach, right? And honestly, sometimes that can work. Right?
So kind of, if you thought about this island, if you're bringing award-winning scientists, like famous people, politicians, world leaders, all to one place, you're basically throwing as much shit against the wall as you can, and then you have all this stuff on all these different people, and they know it, and so then you just kind of like, wasn't there like some CEO that had to step down because he wound up giving Epstein, it was found out they gave Epstein like $150 million, that they could explain why. Why that? Yeah. Isn't that the case, Jamie? So it's one of those things where
there's obviously value in having all these people on your side. Yeah. But when you do get all this information on these people, like, what are they trying to accomplish with it? This is the question. Are they trying to get support for a policy to step down if the firm finds more payments to Jeffrey Epstein? $158 million. He paid the convicted sex offender $158 million.
What does it? Can you solve that one?
Beyond its traditional borders.
Yeah.
And Isabella Cornett said,
he's planning to step down as chief. I've advised the Apollo board that I will retire as CEO before my 70th birthday in July. Remain as chairman. I'm going to remain as the chairman. New York Times detailed at least $75 million in payments and found that Mr. Black had paid Epstein $158 million in a 5-year period ending in 2017. He also lent Mr. Epstein more than $30 million, only $10 million of which was paid back. So that's a guy that they got something on him.
Leon viewed Epstein as a confirmed bachelor with eclectic tastes. This was after his 2008 guilty plea. Wow. Mr. Epstein's advice was worth perhaps $2 billion in tax savings to Mr. Black.
This is what Weinstein said, and Eric said that this guy is not. He's not good. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He wasn't a good financial advisor.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is you can say, okay, why was he collecting people around him? Why was he doing it? Was he keeping a file? Right? You still have to figure out what that file looks like. Part of it could have been initially self-preservation. Right? I mean, he's engaged in all sorts of activity. He gets a few people into it, then suddenly, he doesn't look so bad, right? And he's kind of protecting himself because now I'm surrounded by people who also have to keep that secret. And so, but then the question becomes, is at what point is he or somebody in his little tight circle there? Are they approached, right, by anybody who's interested in some of these folks? Well, we don't know because we don't know who the fuck's in these files, right? So. Or if the files even exist, and apparently, there's nothing there according to Van Body.
And Cash Patel. That's nuts. Yeah. And then, have Bongino and Cash Patel saying he definitely killed himself. Yeah. Okay. This just the level of convenience. It's so convenient that the guards were asleep. So convenient that the cameras didn't work. So convenient that years later you have a recording of the outside of the cell, but a minute is missing from it.
Yeah.
3 minutes?
Yeah, it was like almost 3 minutes. 2 minutes. It's like the missing Watergate tape.
I thought it was just starting.
It started off as a minute, and then you look at what metadata, like, saved this many times. Actually up to 3 minutes.
Okay. That's plenty of time to kill somebody. 3 minutes is more than enough time.
3 minutes, you can get a whole bunch of people killed by it.
You saw that guy that was his cellmate too, right?
Yeah.
Guy is a fucking gigantic human being. A huge guy who was a mass murderer who had killed multiple people, a bad cop who was built like a brick fucking shithouse. The kind of guy that you can really easily get to strangle somebody. It would take him. I could kill him in 30 seconds. So how's this fucking giant dude could do it easy? Metadata from raw Epstein. Metadata from raw Epstein prison video shows approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds were removed from one of the 2 stitched together clips. The cut starts off at the missing minute. Wow. Yeah, shocker.
Yeah. So a guy like that decides, he's going to off himself. And again,
here's the thing. It's like these guys that are all involved in this are still, they've been around for a long time, and they have this mentality that existed before the internet, where you could just kind of put stuff out there, and you wouldn't have all these psycho sleuths out there that are going to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, especially guys who are tech wizards who can look at the metadata and figure this kind of stuff out.
Well, shit done a lot quicker, you're right. So something would happen, and we still have ADHD, right, collectively as a nation, right? Things move on, and I think maybe that's what they're, some people are saying, look, they called the recess on Capitol Hill because they figure by the time they come back in September, everybody will have moved on from this, right? Yeah, I think they're wrong. I don't think this feels like, and it just looks like that one of those handful of conspiracies, again, you go to JFK, that's just going to hang around.
There's a line in the sand. This one's a line in the sand, because this is one where there's a lot of stuff about, when we thought Trump was going to come in, and a lot of things were going to be resolved. We're going to drain the swamp, we're going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody's been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that.
All the Jews have to leave.
Well, you would have thought that,
Yeah, I hope not. Oh, it's my wife. Should I answer?
Yeah, it's on. You know, it was on silent, but it still goes. How does that happen? It literally is on silent. And
are you sure?
Yeah, no, I'm positive. It's got a little thing at the top that says silent. And it's still compromised. My phone is
I trust you in front of me.
Well,
I don't trust you anymore.
They did call me this morning. What are you going to talk about?
I don't know. Do they ever talk to you about that? Do they ever have questions about your appearances here?
No. In fact, and I'm in the building on occasion, and we're actually working on a show that's going to be a great TV show based on this amazing museum that's inside agency headquarters. But nobody ever says that they don't. We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just like. It's not like they're going to call and say, here's our view on this.
They trust me.
Yeah, they trust me. I'm not going to open my app and talk sources and methods, and at the same time, I'm just going to try to just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that was my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today. Happy birthday, Muggsy. Yeah, thank you very much.
With a thing like this, what is the general feeling about people that you talk to that are still in the agency, or people that are still involved in the government? Like, how are they feeling about this? Because, like, the general public is outraged, right? Do the people inside, are they frustrated? Like, people that wanted this stuff to be exposed?
Yeah, it's funny because with the agency, it's not like the Bureau. The agency, I think most people honestly don't probably give a shit about the Epstein files. They're more concerned now about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about, manipulating the intelligence, for the 2016 election and Russian collusion and all of that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files does, just from a, whose responsibility is whose, right? This is the Epstein thing as a DOJ, FBI issue. I think if they're concerned about it, it's because of how it erodes trust in organizations, institutions, right? And then that's happened a lot. So, there's a lot of good people. I know, again, every time I talk about the agency, people are like, fuck you, you're such a shell. But there's a lot of good people doing very difficult work for the agency.
I believe that.
And so, I think, if anything, they take it personally when people think, fuck the CIA, you gotta burn it down and start over again, like they said with the FBI as well.
I've talked about that many times, like, you don't know what the fuck is going on in the world. The world is filled with chaos. Like, you need people that are paying attention to that shit. They should be on your side. Yeah, they should be on the side of the American people who are paying attention to threats. If you think that not paying attention at all is going to do you any good when there's all these countries out there that are fucking plotting constantly, you're crazy. Yeah. No, you're living in a utopia. You're living in a fake world. The real world is filled with madness, and you gotta be paying attention.
Yeah, but I think that to answer that question, I think they're more focused on or interested in or looking at this issue of and it's surfaced again right at the same time as the Epstein files. Right now, it's like sucking all the oxygen out of the room for the past couple of days. Tulsi Gabbard comes out and starts releasing these documents. She releases these documents.
What do you think about all that? Like, so this is the accusation. They're throwing around the word treason. They're saying that Obama knew that Russia did not meddle in the election, did not have any impact in the election, but yet promoted this idea, and then there's been some incredible clips of all these different news reporters, CNN and MSNBC, just saying over and over and over again, clear evidence of Russian collusion.
And you got Hillary Clinton saying, this is an air of illegitimacy around Trump's, victory from 2016 because of this, and she was very clear about it. And as
they're also saying others, the noose is tightening on Trump. It's all going to come out. He's an agent of Russia.
Adam Schiff coming out on camera numerous times saying, I can't tell you what I've seen, but I've seen things that's a lot more than circumstantial evidence about this collusion. So, but again, it's much more it's always the same thing. It's much more complex than what folks tend to hear just in like a 2.5 or 3 minute news segment, right? So the Democrats want you to think there's nothing to see here in these documents. How could you possibly spend time doing this? You're just trying to distract from the Epstein files. And the Republicans are saying Obama committed reality is, as it oftentimes is somewhere in that middle, right? There's a lot of conflating of issues here. So nobody is questioning, now that Republicans or Democrats, nobody's questioning that the Russians meddled in the election, just like they did in the previous one, just like they did in this last one. Just like they've been meddling since World War II, right? Since the end of the World War II, they've always had an interest in influencing U.S. politics.
And when you say meddle, do you mean like social media bots? Do you mean like influencing politicians? Like, what do you mean by meddle?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the early days, what were they doing? In the early days, they would pay off trade union representatives, right, to push a certain line, to push for a softer tone, much like the Chinese do now, push for a softer tone against the Soviet Union, right, or during World War II to push for isolationism, keep the U.S. out of the war, right, before the Nazis turned on the Soviet Union and they tended to need us. Or they would pay journalists to write articles pushing a particular point of view. And so there were those things. Now, social media meddling is a lot easier, right? It's a lot cheaper. For sure they do that. Yeah, for sure they do that. I'm sure they did that in 2016. Absolutely, and nobody's questioning that, right? What's happening is that once again, there's a bit of a messaging problem from the Trump administration. The Trump administration, at the end of the day, is saying, what was bullshit was this Russia collusion angle, right? Was the idea that, this is complicated to explain. I'm not doing a very good job of it, but they're saying, yes, there was meddling, but you pushed a story, meaning Brennan and Comey and all the others that were involved in this, and then going up to the top with Obama, saying you took what was a Intel community assessment, the ICA is because everything has an acronym, that said there was no indication of Russian efforts to push or influence in a particular direction the election, right? And most of that initial reporting was on election infrastructure. So there was a fairly significant bit there that said the Russians weren't able to hack into election machines and actually alter vote counts, right? So they said we have seen no evidence of that. Right? And so you could argue that, in part, the Trump administration is having a hard time explaining, much like I am, that the problem here wasn't that there was anybody's saying there's no meddling. There's meddling. They're just saying that you, at a certain point, around about December 9th, I think it was, you had a meeting where Obama was sitting in there with Comey and Andrew McCabe and a variety of others, and the president himself requested a different intelligence community assessment, which is a little unusual for a president to say, I'd like you to do an ICA on a particular thing, which is what he did.
So they were telling him what?
Well, they were telling him we don't see that Russian meddling impacted the election, basically. The Dems are saying, well, that's just about the electronic infrastructure, about the voting machines, right? In reality, the ICA was also that instruction, the PDP, the president's daily brief, and the writing that had been done, the analysis that had been done up to that point was saying, we haven't seen anything that the Russian meddling influenced the outcome of the election. Well, then, shortly, they squashed that particular piece, right? They said, let's shelve that, and that's what a lot of the emails that Tulsi Gabbard released show, right? So, all this agonizing. It's amazing anything shit gets done in the government when you read these emails going back and forth between James Clapper at the DNI and other places.
Yeah, you sent me some of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the analysts and others, and they're all saying, okay, well, what kind of tone do we give it? What do we say about this? And you can also see in there that they're saying we don't think the Steele dossier is credible. The two senior Russian analysts, right, at the agency were telling John Brennan at the time, if you put the dossier in there as a piece of information into this assessment, you're compromising the credibility of the whole thing because we don't believe it, right? And this is December, right? And Brennan instructed, and it's in writing, instructed them to go ahead and do it, right? Because it basically, he liked the narrative, right, of the Steele dossier, right? And so he chose that over the analytical process, right? Over the discipline that you need to corroborate information that's going to go to a high level intel assessment. So, if anybody's in the crosshairs right now, it's probably John Brennan, right? In terms of, because he went up on Capitol Hill at some point and said that, the Steele dossier didn't form an important point of, it wasn't in the document, it wasn't in the ICA. The ICA is now out there, and sure enough, it was not only in the annex, it was in the body of the report, which gives it much more credibility. So, so he, I'm not a lawyer, but, I think he should be concerned a little bit about where that might go. But Obama reportedly, and it's in email traffic, requested a different ICA. And so shortly thereafter, they produced.
How does he say it?
I forget what the exact wording.
Because that's a crazy thing. If you have a bunch of experts that give you an assessment, these are the facts, and this is how it went down. I don't like those facts.
Well, I don't want to difference. I don't like the facts, and that's where this is going to be a problem. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to go to prison for treason is conspiracy. I think, again, much like Pam Bondi, with her treating of the Epstein files, which was ridiculous. Tulsi Gabbard's gotten out over her skis. Treason is conspiracy.
Is that what she said?
That's what she said. It's not going to happen. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to forget about it. You'll be lucky if you get any consequences of anything out of this. Again, I'm very cynical about where investigations go.
Well, this is also based on the Supreme Court's justification of everything that Trump did while he was in office. So you can't try him for immunity when they're out.
Yeah, immunity for acting under the authority as a president. And it's also very nuanced, right? He can sit in there. He's perfectly got the right to sit in the meeting and say, okay, well, I tell you what, let's sit on this, right? James Clapper and the others agreed. We're going to take this document, we're going to set it aside that we all worked on. Now we want to restructure it, focused on the outcome of the election and the Russian meddling and where this went and how they. So he can do that, right? And it's nuanced, and he can and never get in trouble because you got the right to do that. I mean, it's not illegal by any means, but there is no doubt in my mind that there was a desire to drive this thing in a certain direction, right? And so there is no doubt in my mind that, first of all, using the Steele dossier in there was just a horseshit, right? Because that thing, there hasn't been any allegation in that Steele dossier that's been verified, and they knew that, right? So they went, and they used that Steele dossier in part to then go to FISA courts and get warrants, right? So that's another issue that I think from a legal perspective, again, not a lawyer, but I think some people should be probably concerned about how they represented that information, knowing, right, based on kind of what we're seeing from the document releases from Tulsi Gabbard. Again, you can see by virtue of how difficult I'm trying to explain it, it's much more complex, right, than just them bad, these guys good, these guys good, these guys bad, right? There's layers here that I think need to be examined, and I think that at the end of the day, you're not really going to get, much like fucking everything else that happens in DC, you're not going to get a lot of satisfaction on this one. But I do think, I'm convinced that, they drove this narrative shortly after into January when they released the new ICA, then suddenly leaks to the press, and that's when the Russia collusion story happened. And that's the thing that they should be focused on, right? They're losing the message because they're throwing shit out there. There's a lot of detail and people get bored, and so I think that's a problem they're going to have here trying to push this thing forward. And I do think also that Tulsi Gabbard should have been a little bit more circumspect in the way she explained this, right, and how she described the actions, because I think there were some people who are culpable in terms of going after this narrative, pushing this Russia collusion story that then wasted a couple of years, and God knows how much money on investigations and impeachment hearings and all the rest of it.
But why do you think she chose to frame it that way? Do you think she was instructed to do that, or she was guided to do that, or encouraged to do that? Because if it's not warranted, if you don't believe it's warranted based on the evidence that you've looked at, like, she's the director of national intelligence.
Well, I think she's part of it is the realization that, look, you put that information out there. I think it would have been more appropriate if she released all the documentation. said, here's, and lay out in a very good, like almost like a PowerPoint presentation for the, make it very simple for the press, because the press isn't inclined to pursue this because the press won't listen, right? So you're trying to say, this is what these people did, and you help them. Now, what we want is for you, meaning the media, to uncover all of this and report on it. They were winning awards, journalistic awards for their coverage of the Russian collusion story. And so the idea that they're going to somehow now say, yeah, that was a problem. So I think they should have maybe just made this more factual based, stayed away from the sort of the hyperbolic statements about treason and all the rest of it. And then, tried to explain it to the American public in a way that they can digest a little bit better, right? But when you throw out things like treasonous conspiracy, once again, much like with the Epstein thing, you're creating this kind of howling mob that's going to expect something. And I just don't know if they're going to get it.
Right. So, do you think that it's possible that she was encouraged to do this because this kind of takes away some of the heat off of the Epstein thing?
I'm sure there was a thought process in there somewhere.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable assumption. Look, it's an important issue, right? If you have the intel community, or you have, the White House, deciding to themselves, look, we know this information is kind of bullshit, but it certainly serves a narrative, which is we want to delegitimize the new president that's coming in because we can't stand it. Then that's a really, really serious problem that needs to be examined.
It's also so short-sighted because do you not know that that information is eventually going to come out that's going to compromise the confidence that people have in anything that the intelligence agencies put forth after that?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of part of what was going on was the expectation that Hillary Clinton was going to win. Right. So, like with the Steele dossier, trying to dig up leverageable information or dirt on Trump. I think they were all under the assumption that Hillary Clinton's going to win. Doesn't really matter what we're doing right now because she's going to cover from this, right? And I don't think they ever expected Trump to win. So, then suddenly they've got to shift course a little bit and think, okay, all right, now that didn't work. Now what? Well, let's say that we've got this document over here talking about Russian meddling. Is it that much of a push to kind of say that we believe there might have been collusion and the media ran with it? Right? They didn't have to do. They ran with it for 3 years. For 3 years. Yeah. 3 years hardcore all the time. Every time they talked about Trump. Which is crazy. Regardless of how you feel about Trump, if you're the biggest Trump hater in the world, I understand. But understand this, that is dangerous. It's dangerous to have the media in lockstep with the government who's saying something that's not true. Yeah. I mean, they scream threats to democracy all the time. Let's just be a little bit more self-aware and realize, what that looked like. You can't. People were just bullshitting about evidence that they had or that they saw.
Right? The Democrats saying anything's a threat to democracy is wild when they haven't had a primary since 2012. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's really wild. I mean, they kicked Bernie out. They made sure RFK Jr. wasn't in, and then when it came time for Kamala to run, no primary at all. They just put her in position. That's wild.
Yeah, they didn't know what else to do. And there's so much going on right now. Today, speaking of Kamala, and speak about Biden, but today, what's his name? The chief of staff, the former chief of staff for Biden, and he was over there for a couple of years. Ron Klain was up on Capitol Hill to talk because they're holding these interviews up on Capitol Hill to try to figure out what the hell was going on, right? At what point did people decide they're going to cover up the mental condition of Joe Biden? And that's another book. I mean, and then they're all pleading the fifth. They're all pleading the fifth. Kevin O'Connor is White House doctor. Pled the fifth. Senior advisor to Joe Biden, what's his name? Andrew Bernal, pled the fifth, right? And Ron Klain apparently stayed up there for a couple hours talking, right? But again, he wasn't there for the last couple of years of the administration, I think, but he was there for the debate prep, right? And he's come out publicly and said, I was shocked at his condition. So,
I think they set him up for failure in that debate. Why, first of all, why are they having a debate that late? Why would they agree to a debate at 9 p.m.? When you got a guy who's really old and kind of broken down? Why would you do that?
Television timing, who knows?
And it seemed like, didn't someone blame it on him being on Ambien. Yeah, Hunter did. Hunter, that fantastic interview that Hunter just did with, I forget his name, Andrew Callahan or something like that. He referenced, now he's walking it back, saying, it wasn't me that he was on Ambien during the debate. I'm just saying, they had him on Ambien because it was travel schedule. Guy was at Camp David and resting in Delaware for 10 days prior to the debate. So, yeah. Jesus. What a mess. I think they set him up. I think they wanted him out, and this is the way to do it. Get him in the debate. Don't give him his medicine. Don't give him the proper medication to keep him up and peppy. Let him out there all confused. And apparently he had a cold at the time, too. So but if they were going to do that, wouldn't you think that they would, have a better plan? A plan B?
No, they didn't have a plan, and I think the Biden administration, the people didn't want him to step down. There's people outside the organization that didn't want him to step down, particularly supposedly Jill. Jill did not want him to step down. But then there's the cancer thing. Like, how do they not know that he has cancer? Well, they stage 4. Yeah. Which is crazy. Like, that's so many years of development.
Yeah, I just think if there was a plan, if there was a nefarious plan to have him step down, I think they thought he would do it. I think they did.
He might have if he performed the way he performed in the first debate.
Tourist presence that has replaced it.
Yeah, it seems to me that
very few of them actually sleep there.
they were caught in the headlights at the point where he saw it. Yeah, so I know she said,
Starting to kick in. Have you ever taken that stuff?
No.
And he scares the shit out of me. No, my friend Kevin took it and he got up in the middle of the night, cooked a meal, went to bed, and didn't know he cooked the meal, so he went back and saw the plates in the kitchen, thought someone broke into his house and cooked. Like, yeah, that's not good.
No. I've never taken. Have you taken Xanax?
No.
Yeah.
That's so scary. That's what fucked Jordan Peterson up. That stuff's really hard to kick. Yeah. Benzodiazepine is one of the hardest things to kick. It's one of the things that if you get off a cold turkey, can kill you.
Good God.
Yeah, and they put everybody on it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It seems like it's readily available.
As is Adderall, readily available and fucking super bad for you.
Although during the pandemic, you couldn't get Adderall. I remember that being an issue.
Right, stories about make it overseas.
Couldn't, exactly. As they do with most of our pharmaceuticals. Couldn't have been talking about.
And so then people probably bought black market Adderall, which probably has fentanyl in it, which probably contributed to a lot of deaths.
Yeah. I got this voice now. I sound like Kim Carnes. Betty Davis eyes. Kim Carnes. It's a very sultry voice I've got going on here for a second. I suspect most people have.
Time waiting for no one.
Yeah, but I think, so the Biden, let's call it the cover up. That's, again, it's an example of how people are not more upset about that, right? I mean, again, with the idea that we've got ADHD and everybody's moving on, but you would imagine that story, if none other, right? Because it's not quite as complicated as the Intel issue or even as the Epstein files. It's pretty straightforward. People hiding the condition of the leader of the free world. So anyway, it's just a thought. I'm surprised that it's gone away.
Well, then there's the auto pen as well. That's another wild thing because so many of these people that were pardoned by auto pen. And so you have to, it begs the question, like, how was that negotiated? Like, who was involved in that? Who made those decisions? What was their motivation? Were they compensated? Like,
the former president, Biden, says he was advised on all this. He was in on all of these, and the auto pen was primarily used for, sort of rote pardons, collective pardons, where they're pardoning, for an action, and so you have a number of people included in that you're giving pardons to. But all of this, whether it's that, whether it's any of the other things we've been talking about, at the end of the day,
it's no wonder. Look, people's confidence level in politicians, in government institutions, and the media is at an all-time low. Right? And that's I think it's a really dangerous thing. But I don't see how you walk the dog back on that. Right? I mean, how do you do that? How do you suddenly create more trust in any of those things?
Well, I think a lot of people thought that draining the swamp would create trust, right? The idea of Trump coming into office with 4 terrible years under Biden, Trump's going to come in and clean things up. Everything's going to make sense now. But everything's just as chaotic, if not more, and just as confusing. I mean, there's good things that are happening. The closing of the border is clearly a good thing. Yeah, that was fucking scary and dangerous.
Yeah, no, from a policy perspective, look, the other day they had 9 crossings, right? 9, right? Compared to maybe 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 a day in the previous administration. So that's a huge win, and that's what they should be talking about. And they should be talking about the trade deals, right? They got a good trade deal with Japan. They got a good trade deal with Indonesia. They got a good trade deal with Vietnam. They signed one with the UK. They're getting ready for the European Union. There's things that they should be talking about, and instead, once again, we're fucking consumed with what we've been discussing, Epstein and the intel manipulation. I mean, you think of Biden's condition and
Obama, treason.
Yeah. So it's really it's disappointing, but I don't know how. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, other than the fact that it's very depressing if you think about where our focus is right now. Right? There's a lot of flashpoints around the world, a lot of real serious crises, right, and threats to national security and concerns, and the White House can't seem to get a focus right on things. But yeah, the border thing is a great one. That's a very, from a national security issue, that's a terrific win.
The fact that it was open for so long is so insane to think that anybody would think that would be a good idea unless you wanted chaos.
Yeah, that is always discussed as like, was it intentional? I don't see how it's not intentional. Right, because we can see now after 6 months of the second Trump administration that you can fix the problem. Right?
Yeah, they could have fixed it instantly.
They could have done it, and they chose not to. So clearly there's a lot of people in the Dem Party, the Democratic Party, that are fans of or believe in open borders.
But there's also the moving of the people to swing states, and the fact that it changes the number of congressional seats regardless of whether or not someone's there legally or illegally. Once they do a census on how many people live there, it raises the number of congressional seats that's available.
Yeah,
which is crazy. Well, all that's so wild that it's so transparent.
I mean, look at Europe. I know it's kind of people talk about this, but look at France, look at the UK. I mean, much smaller environments, and you can see what happens when you have massive migration, right? And look, hey, I'm not against immigration. I'm just saying it should be legal. You should know who's coming across your border. You should have security. You can't pay for everybody, right? I mean, so opening up your borders and say, "Come on in, and we're going to provide you with whatever Mamdani in New York is providing, new free grocery stores and free bus, and free childcare, and everything's going to be free."
And they're going to tax businesses.
That's what he said. He said, and if you're wondering how I'm going to pay for this, I'm going to tax the rich, right? You think like, oh my God, how? Stalin, you've been going all the way back to, communists have been talking that way for years, feeding the same bullshit lines to gormless sheep. We're just now, Mamdani's just talking to a new generation of sheep, and he puts that thing up as
utopian perspectives are really attractive to young people because you see the way these older rich people have been running the world. It's all corrupt. They don't care. They're all capitalists and monsters. All they care about is money. I don't have any money. I want them to take the money away from the rich people and give it to the poor people, and then everything will be fine.
Yeah.
It's like a common thought amongst young people.
I get it. If you're a young person, you probably look at your parents. If your parents have done okay, done well, and you're thinking, well, that maybe I'm not going to be able to do that, right? I mean, a lot of young folks now saying, I can't buy a house. How am I going to get a down payment for a house, right? I'm drowning in school loans, which of course they took out. get the frustration in a sense, and so I think Mamdani is doing again what a lot of slick socialists or communists in the past have done. Right? He's speaking to the masses, and he's using all these platitudes, and there will be an element that buys into it, right? Because they haven't seen how shitty it can be. Right?
Well, it seems like a huge element bought into it. He won the primary.
They won the primary. Yeah. No,
so what happens now? So Eric Adams is the current mayor. So if this guy wins the primary, is Adams even? Is it possible for him to run? Like, what? How does it work now?
Well, I guess he could run as an independent, which maybe is his intention.
Because he apparently is still running, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He plans on running.
Wasn't Cuomo also planning on running, or did he drop out?
I believe he's still trying to run as well.
Yeah,
so he lost the primary, and I think people think that people are so horrified that Mamdani's in that they think that maybe it's possible. And then there's Curtis Sliwa. He still wants to wear that stupid fucking hat.
Yeah, God bless Curtis Sliwa.
Take that fucking hat off. Maybe I have a chance.
Yeah, at some point he's got to stop that. But I think there's a good chance that if Eric Adams ran as an independent, maybe that's the plan. And if Cuomo dropped out, I think if they split the vote, then I think Mamdani wins. But they're going to have to, and the Democrats, nationwide seem to have some real concern over Mamdani, right? Because that's not the message they want to send at a time when they see sort of this cultural shift in America, where they think, okay, what might be done with this whole woke issue, right? And they see Mamdani out there slinging down bullshit, doubling down. Then you got Bernie Sanders back. Then you got Jerry Nadler back in New York back, and then you got obviously AOC back in them. So they rightly so. Because what do they want to do? They want to reclaim the White House, right? They want to reclaim the Senate. They're not going to do it riding the backs of a found socialist, right? Who wants to reclaim essentially a communist. Yeah. So, and he's again, God bless the ideology of the youth, but people should do a little bit more research into his ideas and how they've worked elsewhere, right? And maybe they will find
one way to enforce those ideas. That's with guns.
That's a government grocery store. Get the hell over there.
Yeah, government grocery stores and taking money away from the rich people. Like, how are you going to enforce that?
Yeah.
You need force.
Well, they tried to. California tried to. I think maybe they've even enacted it. They've tried to figure out a way to tax people who are leaving the state.
Yeah, that was a thought that they had, but I don't think it's constitutional.
Yeah.
They wanted to. I think it was 5 years. So if you had left for that, so me, I could get taxed, even though I've been out there for 5 years. But that's just they're just so irresponsible what they've done with the tax money. They have some of the highest taxes in the country, and it's chaos. And then they're also like upset that people want to film what's going on in the Palisades in Malibu.
Oh shit! Yeah, I was there not too long ago, and nothing's happening. Nothing's still a war zone. Right? You drive up towards Malibu, and everything's just gutted. Yeah. So you think, and it's because you've got thousands and thousands of regulations in place that prevent the reconstruction. Right? Just trying to get a simple permit for something it takes you forever, and it's going to be years. Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting because Gavin Newsom obviously is in sort of a soft campaign right now to set the table to run for president. I mean, he's desperate because he's like some kid who wants to be the class president.
See him on Sean Ryan's podcast?
I did not. I'm sorry I missed that.
He's doing podcasts.
Wow.
It was a disaster.
Well, he's got his own podcast, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah. So how do you do on Sean's?
Terrible.
Yeah, of course.
Terrible. It was terrible. I mean, there's only so much you can say. Like, the record speaks for itself. His record is terrible. People are fleeing the state. The disaster that came about because of the fire, the homeless situation is untenable. It's all madness.
But if you look at the Democrat Party, you say, okay, so what does that mean, right? Because right now they're flailing about, right? They're doing this autopsy of what happened from this last election, even though they're not going to address the issue of Joe Biden. And, at what point did we know that he shouldn't be running? They're going to leave that off the table. But the purpose of the autopsy is essentially to try to figure out what's our next step, who's our next leader. And they did a survey not that long ago, and they said who's the who's the top of the Democrat Party, and the top three individuals were Kamala Harris and Bernie Sanders, and none of them got more than like a 10% of the total on the survey. So when you've got those three as your option, and you're trying to figure out how do you appeal more to a larger mass, they got an issue because it's not. Yeah, I agree. It's not going to be Gavin Newsom. It won't be Pete Buttigieg. Sure, got a solution. Jamie, I just texted you something.
Okay, where we left off yesterday, we started last week. We talked.
Here's a solution. It's coming up. Damn, it's not Hillary.
Finally, a Democrat who could shine on Joe Rogan's show. Hunter Biden is Unrepentant by Helen Lewis. Helen, take your medication. Oh my God. He did the best ad for crack ever, though.
Yeah.
It was a great ad for crack.
It was not just an ad. It was a cooking show. That fucker taught American youth how to make crack. And I was astounded as he sat there. And nobody. I mean, he loves crack more than anything in the world.
It sounded great.
He was romantically involved with crack.
He said it's safer than alcohol.
Yes. Yes. Take that to the bank, kids. Holy shit.
Talk about like not learning from what happened during the crack epidemic ruined American cities.
Yeah,
Mr. Ryan. It's like
which reportedly was done by the agency, by the way.
Reportedly,
Again, conspiracy theories. But summer cold.
It's probably allergies. There's so many allergies.
That interview. How is it? Apparently, the family has no control over him. But how is it that they allow him to go and do podcasts or interviews of any sort? Right? They need to do an intervention. And, look, I hope he's clean. I hope he's not,
He seemed clean. When he was talking about it, he said, I'm reluctant to explain this, but he was being honest about, like, why it works and what's so euphoric about it.
Well, it feeds into the Democrats have decided apparently that they need to be tougher, right? Because after the last election, and so they would send Tim Wilson out there and help with FUD and his hunting gear to try to appeal to middle America. And so I can see it, and you see more Democrats getting out there and swearing because that makes it tougher. So that interview with Hunter Biden, I can see feeds into this idea that the Democrat strategists have is we've got to be more mainstream. Right? Which again is kind of in part why they're so concerned over Mamdani in New York City.
Yeah, well, they were trying for a long time to squash masculinity and frame it all as being toxic, and people rebelled against that.
Eventually, it took a while.
Well, a lot of young men in particular went to the right because of that, and a lot of young men that would ordinarily have probably voted Democrat if you were just fucking reasonable, but you turned them into villains for no reason other than just being men. Yeah. And that was a narrative that people were really sick of. And it's like the pendulum swings one way and the other way. It always does. It always has. This is how we course correct. We try to fake way through this world. People go one way too far, and then overcorrect going the other way, and then we try to bring it back to the middle, and it never really kind of goes there.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is, and that's been the problem for quite some time. It is. It's like that pendulum. You're over here, and then instead of it like settling in the center, you're back over here. And that happens every administration change, right? So you get this knee-jerk reaction, and from a legislative perspective, that's a real problem, right? Because you really never do get shit done, right? Because you're bouncing from extreme to extreme.
It's also a problem with this 4-year term thing. It's like every 4 years we have a new person, or the same person does it twice. These are the options. These are the only options that you have. So you have this terrible situation where you're always like shitting on the other side, and there's no like, hey, this is the president now. Let's all work together.
Yeah. What if you had a setup like Mexico? Mexico has a presidency where you serve a 6-year term, and that's it. You're done. 1 term, but it's 6 years.
I don't know. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing.
January,
It was like these people fucked it up. We're gonna do a better job, and then they get in. It's the same fucking thing. Well, and also you get the self-interest. Obviously, that's not rocket science. But if you can be a senator for 46 years, or however long, which is nuts, and you make hundreds of millions of dollars somehow or another, right? And that's another thing. I always wonder how do people not? And again, maybe some intrepid investigative journalists, if there are any left, but who wouldn't want to do a story about the wealth gains by politicians? Just look at the past 10 years, right? And say, and take them on both sides, right? So you look at Chuck Schumer and AOC, and you look at on the other side, you look at Grassley, you look at Mitch McConnell, whatever, right? And you look at those, and that would make a fascinating series if you just said, how the fuck did you make your money? It's 100% both sides too, which is so important, because everybody wants to point to Pelosi, and Pelosi made a lot of money for sure. But it's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. Yeah, we do it. I don't handle any of our finances because I'm not smart enough. But we do have a fund that tracks Pelosi. Right? There's a Pelosi America fund, and it's done very well. It's done very well. And I'm always fascinated because I'm thinking, well, of course it does well, because you're sitting up there on goddamn Capitol Hill, and you hear in these hearings, you hear about developments, right? And it doesn't have to be about a particular company. It could be about our particular dealings with a country, right? And regulatory concerns with that country, or it could be about a sector and where we're going. And you can, yes, of course, you can use that information to your benefit, unless you're a moron. But it shouldn't be illegal, right? It shouldn't be legal. No, it's insider trading. Yeah, like they put Mark the Stewart away for insider trading. Yeah. So how about politicians? But actually, they put her away for lying. They didn't get her on insider trading. They got her for lying. Because during the investigation, she didn't tell the truth about something. They didn't actually. I don't believe she was actually in jail for insider trading. It's always the cover up. But it's all just horseshit when someone like Nancy Pelosi is able to do it legally. If you're able to make hundreds of millions of dollars legally through some, where your salary is so low, most people who make, not that it's low, but most people who make a salary, well, it's a great salary, but most people who make $170,000 a year might have $170,000 in the bank. They won't have 200 million. That's crazy. I get a lot of speeches and books and everything. I don't think you can track it. You can see how much money she makes. Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be a fascinating series if that's what you did. Is if you did asset tracing and a financial review of modern day politicians. How did you make your goddamn money? Also, why are you still doing it? You're older than Biden. She's older than Biden. Like, chill out. I know, but it's on a vacation. It'll never happen. People, it's not even about the money. It's about the access, the power, the people, who carry your bags and toady after you, and they love that shit. So I get it. I get what the attraction is. I'm just saying that, if we had any balls, we would have enacted term limits quite some time ago. Well, at the very least, they should block insider trading. I'm sure you've seen that time that she was questioned about insider trading.
Let's go to
well, we should you're not participating, lady. You're making hundreds of millions of dollars. It's insane. And this is not a partisan. I agree with you 100%. It's not a partisan issue. Not at all. Everybody gets up on there. And if you look at the trades, if you look at it between the red and the blue, it's across the board. They're all doing it. And so I think it's like it lures them in. I think once they get into office, and even if they have good intentions, they get lured in by a corrupt system. And then they play ball. Yeah. And then you get paid. Well, and then you get a lifetime pension, which I think makes no sense. But you say, okay, fine, you go out there on Capitol Hill, you get your pension while you're up there. Pay is maybe similar to military Congress. Maybe you get a major's pay. I have no idea. I'm just making that shit up. But take the financial incentives and the excitement out of it. And maybe you get a different group of people who want to pursue that work. And then they just go back to wherever they came from and work a job. But also, there's a problem that the campaigns are so ugly. And we've agreed, sort of as a society, that that's how we do it. And then these people are going to attack each other. I remember one of the things during the when Biden was running, when Kamala Harris
not
was
quite as nice as
saying
nice,
that he
doesn't
was
quite,
guilty
not quite
of
as deep,
sexual
but
assault.
nevertheless hopeful.
Like, you remember
The
that?
reason
And then,
why they're
and then afterwards, she gets interviewed. I think it was by Colbert. And she's like, "It was a debate. It was a debate. Like, imagine that. It's a debate, and so you're willing to say something in a debate that's not true.
Well,
it's just policy. You can. Yeah, I think it's partly just a disdain for the American voter,
varied with
and the
regards
belief
to
that
enthusiasm for the
people will move on, and they do. Maybe that's it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People tend to forget pretty quickly. They're overwhelmed by information. We're constantly, consistently overwhelmed by the news cycle. It is almost impossible. You have to have like some sort of a Mike Ben style recall in your head where you can keep track of everything, because it's just coming at you so fast. Doge, Elon, and this and that. I had some guy ask me last night, "Do you think that the Elon Musk and Donald Trump thing was staged?" And I go, "Do you think it's staged?" He's like, "Absolutely, I think it's all fake." I go, "Do you think that they made an agreement that Elon would say that you're on the Epstein client list, and that's why you won't release the file?" Do you think that like Donald and Elon came to that agreement? Just sitting around over a Diet Coke thing. They're all in on it. They're all in on it. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? What do you think about Musk's political party? First of all, my wife told me you really can't name it the American Party. It's not legal.
He comes up with a bill.
Yeah, why? I don't know. She told me I believe it. Jamie will find out. You didn't follow up. Never follow up. They weren't interested. We're going to eat dinner. Thanks, honey. We're going to eat dinner. She was like, you can't just call your party the American Party. I go, really? She goes, no, you can't. You can't use the term America for your party. Which makes sense. But I don't think you couldn't, because I'd be like, fuck you, I'm the American Party. It's the whole country. You know what I'm saying? If you decide you're the American Party and I'm against the American Party, well, that sounds like I'm against America. Because you couldn't call it the American Party, but trademark that name. That was my problem with the Patriot Act. You can't call it the Patriot Act, you motherfucker, because if you go against it, you're against the Patriot. Goddamn right. That's crazy. The terrorists win. Is it legal to call your party the American Party?
Looking at this, for example, the New York State laws outlaw the use of words like independence, America, and America as the names of political parties.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so she's right. Yeah. So listen, you gotta come up with it. Oh, just New York.
Most of the Jews
So nationally, it's legal.
If it's out south, if it's in New York, what does an independent call himself in New York?
This was like,
Well, you can run it as an independent. You can't call your party independent. It's all sus. Isn't it? Sus. Look at that little sus that your kids call it. I know. Call everything sus. Likewise. Like, what is he going to do with this party? You're not going to get, how's that going to work?
Yeah, I don't think it's out of it. As much as I don't, I think there should be room. I guess I should say that there should be room for another party.
100%.
But I don't think there's enough oxygen to do it.
Here it is. The name American Party has been used by several political parties in the United States, most famously as the official name of the Know Nothings. It's my favorite. That's what you should call it. Why doesn't he call it the X Party? He likes the term X. A nativist group, sometimes dubbed the America's Third Party, that rose to prominence in the years leading up to the U.S. Civil War. The Know Nothings were during the Civil War. That's crazy.
The name of the American Party attempt to brand the party as a force of patriotism. That's what you're saying. Okay.
As well as the names of an anti-Mormon party in Utah and the supporters of George Wallace.
Jesus Christ. He's not a handsome man.
He looks evil. Yeah, he does. I'm not voting for you. You're fucked up eyebrows, bro.
When she hears
Some
about
people
what the
just
fuck
look like they are. You know what I mean?
George Wallace. I remember watching him. He was tiny, but I remember, and still to this day, watching it when he got shot. I did it rally.
Oh, that's right.
With a wheelchair.
This is a
But
favorite destination.
I don't know. I don't think there's room for a third party. There should be, but I just don't see it happening. We're too entrenched in the way that we do things, and you start splitting the vote. And I think
I know it's hard maybe to imagine it because we have chaos in the Middle East right now.
Yeah, I mean,
especially after
those two together, it's like, geez, I saw that coming.
hundreds of
I was like, this
thousands,
is not going to work out.
100,000
When his son was with him in the Oval Office and the son told him to shut up, shut up.
Then the Ottoman Empire was actually
shut up.
you're not the president.
Oh my God, what is that?
It actually lasted longer than I thought it would.
Right, destroyed Elon, destroyed his company, destroyed Tesla. I mean, and then on top of that, when people started like putting swastikas on Teslas and fighting Teslas, madness. I mean, and then people were probably very reluctant to buy a Tesla because they were worried, like, hey, if I buy this fucking thing and park it somewhere, someone's gonna key it.
I know somebody who actually covered up the Tesla insignia on the car.
I was behind someone the other day on the highway. They had a fucking thing on their car that said, I bought this before Elon went crazy.
She essentially spits in the face of the Pope, saying,
you're conceding, you're giving it to the mob. And they're giving it to the dumbest mob.
But there was an element also that was like, oh, it's legitimate form of protest. What to blow up a fucking Tesla dealership? Right? That's not blow up a charging station.
It's certainly not legitimate to destroy people's private property who are just paying a lease on a car that they probably had for 3 or 4 fucking years before any of this shit went down.
Yeah. But it's nuts. Someone walks by and keys the car. Right, keys the car at Tesla, and you just I don't know why they all take a look alike, but they do, and they're all they're just like this sense of self-righteousness. Like, I deserve this because I'm in the right. I'm on the side of good, so therefore I can do whatever the fuck I want. So
it's mentally ill people. Yeah. And there's a lot of them in this country. Unfortunately, you can weaponize them.
And we've all played it too, right? I mean, so it's, the U.S. Olympics, by the way, the U.S. Olympic Committee just said males will not be able to participate in female sports. Shocking. I had no idea that we had to actually say that out loud. Apparently we do.
Or they're going to take that gold medal away from that dude who pretended he was a woman and won the boxing.
Yeah. Sorry.
Fuck off, man. So crazy. That's where this woke thing just hits the wall, where people who have daughters and people who just like, hey, look, I want you to live your life and be whoever you want to be. I really do. I don't want to infringe upon your right to express yourself. But at a certain point in time, you impose this on other people and you fuck up their lives. And Vivek had a great term. He was calling it the tyranny of the oppressed. That the oppressed, people who are legitimately oppressed in a lot of ways, then they turn that on everybody else, and they want everyone to concede to their demands.
It's on the victim, so therefore I deserve it.
Therefore, we're going to throw society into the wood chipper.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm busy enough that I don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about what other people are doing. At the same time, I don't need to play along, right? With your imaginings, and so I think that's where it started to impact other people. Like a kid who loses a race because now suddenly she's racing against a dude. Yeah, exactly.
900 medals lost during this time. Really? Yes, 900 medals that would have gone to biological females that were won by biological males because of this crazy ideology over the last few years. And so think about how many girls lost out on scholarships. Think about how many girls just like felt fucked over by the system. Where you've got a guy in the fucking locker room with his dick hanging out. You're supposed to pretend that that's a woman. Yeah, it's crazy.
And then, God forbid, you go against the idea, and a handful of people did, and spent a lot of time getting pilloried for it. But
Riley Gaines,
yeah, good example. Yeah.
You see people attacking her all the time online. It's just wild.
I think it's dying down a little bit. I think we hit that top, and I think it's coming back down to where people are saying enough is enough. Again, with the idea that, look, you want to do that, you want to pretend that you can. You want to believe that a dude can have a baby, fine, you do that. I don't need to pretend with you. I'm not going to infringe on your thinking that that's the case, and yes, you need some protections in place for people. Of course you do, right? But
at a certain point, I kind of lost track. It used to be that you had gay dudes and you had lesbians. That was kind of it, right? You had guys who like guys and you had girls who like girls, and you're fine. You know,
we made progress in that regard. Where, people that used to have to hide that, they don't have to hide that violence.
Right.
Pretty much accepted by society for the most part.
Yeah.
And then they're trying the same thing with this. It's like, no, this is a different thing. And a lot of the gays, they don't want this in their group. They're like, no, this is a different thing. This is not your sexual orientation, you're attracted to men. This is an identity thing. This is a totally different thing that you're dealing with. And then you also have to factor in, as uncomfortable as this is for people, you have to factor in perverts who all of a sudden can just say I'm a woman and wear a dress, and now they can enter into women's spaces, and you can't stop them. And that's real, man. That's real. It's not discounting actual trans people or discounting gay people or lesbians. It's not. But you're opening the door for fucking sexual predators.
Yeah.
People who are out of their fucking minds, man.
And you also had one of the things I didn't quite figure out was you also have the parent who's like they've got a 3-year-old son who says, I'd like to play with dolls. And then suddenly the mother's the enabler, right? They want to get parents on board. Yeah, and you're thinking, like, how about you just let the kid be a kid? Maybe tomorrow they want to play football. Maybe the next day they want to do a turban dance. Maybe the following day they want to play baseball. Let the fucking kids grow up in a certain way without trying to impose this bizarreness on them.
So they do it because they want that kid to be whatever. Whatever it is. Well, they want to be queer, they want to be trans. For them, it makes them look more progressive. And they have their kid like a fucking flag they plant in their lawn. It's gross. But there's a lot of these pathological monsters that happen to be parents. They're just nuts.
Yeah, everybody gets a license to be a parent. It's like boat drivers. The other day we were out on the lake, the boat, and they were close to 4th of July, and I realized really anybody
You have a driver's license.
You don't have to go breathalyze. I mean, you should. We've got sheriffs out there trying to stop people.
They freak people drinking boat, but yeah, they do it. Yeah, they do it all the time. And it freaks me out.
Yeah, it's bizarre because the same people would not like say, I'm gonna shotgun 12 Coors and then drive my car. God damn it, they'll be happy to get behind that boat and take off. And so we've got, our boys have started driving the boat on their own, taking their friends out, and that sort of thing. And it's actually more nerve-wracking when they head out on the lake than it is when they get in their car and drive somewhere, right? Because of just like the craziness that goes on. So, yeah, I watched one of our boys head off the boat. He had like 3 dudes and 7 girls on there. It was his dream, right? He was just heading off to the lake. They were going to go cliff jumping and some surfing and everything. And I watched it go, and I said, God bless you. But I was inside. I was so goddamn nervous, of course. So anyway, made it fun.
People think they're invulnerable and young too, which is also a problem. They don't think anything's going to happen because nothing's happened yet.
Yeah.
You haven't had enough severe injuries where you go, oh, because I'm vulnerable as shit. This is dangerous. Like, people can die. You need to see it.
They go bridge jumping. Climb up to the top of the bridge, jump off, and it's like, oh my God.
I know a girl did that. She's fucked for the rest of her life. Her back was ruined. She felt funny and hit her ass in the water, and it destroyed her spine.
It's like, I mean, you get higher up there, and it's like concrete, yeah, exactly. And if you over-rotate or you under-rotate or whatever, but yeah, it's a balance, right? Because with the boys in particular, you don't want to take away that risk-taking element, right? You want them to take risks, right? But so there's a fine line of saying, no, don't do that. That's dangerous. Whether they're doing that or they're going to the dirt track or whatever they're doing, and you think, okay, how do you balance that out? Be smart, but I don't want to stop you from taking risks, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. Listen, you're talking to someone who spent the majority of my teenage years fighting. With no health insurance. I'm talking from a position of not being one of the wisest people. But I was never into jumping off of things. And I didn't want to ski. I didn't want to do any of that because I knew how vulnerable I was. Which is crazy.
Which is crazy because you're risking getting clogged every time.
You get clogged in the head all the time in the gym.
constantly getting kicked and punched and but I realized like, hey, I don't want to ski. I could ruin my knees. I might fracture a rib there. I don't want to do that. I just wanted to take as few risks outside of this one risky thing as possible. I think a lot of kids don't have enough controlled risks. So then they start wanting to jump dirt bikes. Yeah, wind up breaking every fucking bone in your body. Yeah, our youngest boy, happy birthday, Bugsy, but he went over his bike, wearing a helmet, very good helmet, so banged his head. This was just a couple days ago, so I'm on the road, and I'm like, okay, keep him on, don't, make sure he's good. And so anyway, but again, I don't want to, and when I talk to him, I don't want to say, well, you should have done that, you want to say, okay, you're good, how do you know? Do you know what you did wrong? He's like, yeah, I didn't get the back wheel on the. It's like, okay, but anyway, that's parenting. It's you don't want to completely shelter your child, right? You don't want them exposed to unnecessary risks, but it's like there's this balance that you have to achieve. It's really hard. It's because you don't want a sheltered child that's scared to take any risks at all. Yeah, we're sending the oldest one off to university. In a couple of weeks, going down to Ole Miss, and yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a big step, right? So he's going down. He's been down there a couple of times already. He's met some of the folks down there. He's had a good time. Some of the guys take him out to the bars and so you at a certain point you lose control of them, right? And so all you can do up to a certain age is hope you've set the compass right. Yeah, you have to set the compass right. At a certain point in time, you have to realize that's an individual human being that you don't have control over anymore. And one of the worst things that parents do is they try to control their kids when they're in their 30s and 40s. Like they still treat them like the children. Like, you're just going to have a resentful person. Like, they don't want you to be the boss of them when they're 30 fucking years old, or honestly, 20s. I think they want to know that there's something they can go, or there's something they can talk to, or advice they can get, But at a certain point, and I think, who knows what that point is. I mean, it changes. Kids seem to be growing up a lot quicker now. It's because of the internet, right? They have so much information comes their way. It's and then we're at the precipice of artificial general superintelligence, which is gonna bust out of its cage if it hasn't already. I mean, there's real good arguments that it's already done that, and we're not aware of it yet because it hasn't assumed control of things. It hasn't acted in a way. It doesn't have a physical form where it can move around yet. Right. We're definitely moving in that direction. I think we're probably already there. We're just unaware of it, but I think people at the cutting edge. I think, we went from a Rogan show that was done by AI to now you can't swing at that cat on the internet without hitting Rogan babies, right? Those babies are hilarious. Dale Vaughn is the best one. Dale Vaughn's a great baby. I will say, anytime, I don't spend a lot of time digging through that. Anytime I see the baby episodes with you and Theo, I'm like, I gotta watch this son of a bitch. And I send it to the boys. But they don't. There's no authorization. You have no control, right? No, there's no. It's just the Wild West right now, and it's happening so fast. We had who was just showing us the Skywalker 20th century. Was it Joe DeRosa? Yeah. So my friend Joe DeRosa was showing us this. They're doing Star Wars AI, like fan-created AI scenes of stuff that they wanted to happen, and it looks better than the actual Star Wars. And it's a young Luke Skywalker. It's Mark Hamill from Star Wars 1. Like that. Like, look at this. Watch this. Look how incredible this is. And look at this. That's AI. I mean, this is nuts, man. I mean, this is better quality than the original Star Wars itself. And it's his voice, it's his face, it's all perfectly synced. It looks incredible. Look at this. My company does some work for the entertainment industry, for the movie business, and I was out there talking with the studios, so to remain nameless, not that long ago. And this is a massive issue for them. They're seeing full scripts out there, right? Written
by AI for some of their franchise, movies and characters. And they're seeing, they're animators, they're writers. All these people are obviously worried. They're convinced that they're, about to be made useless.
Now, it
And they're right.
another guy.
And they're right. Yeah. Because what they're finding, just what you're looking at here, they're finding, but there's places where they're dumping full-length scripts and pieces of movies out there, and it's, it's going to upend, much like whatever Netflix and the others did with the television market. It's going to upend the whole industry.
100%. There's no way around it at this point. If someone can make something like this, the Skywalker Stories thing, I mean, this is just a person doing this with an AI video generator. Again, you just do it through prompts. I mean,
Or you say to yourself, okay, I want to write a scripted TV series. What am I going to write about? You spend 20 minutes feeding some ideas into whatever. I forget what aside from ChatGPT, there's a bunch of them out there. And it will feed back to you in short order the entire show map, right? It'll give you all the characters, it'll give you a character map, it'll give you pitch lines, it'll give you episode plots. It's remarkable, and it means all those people who work in Hollywood writing, right, or wherever they're based, writing shows or coming up with pilots, they're superfluous to the whole business now.
Yeah, and not just that, it's also music. Drake had a song, it was a hit Drake song that came out, and it wasn't him at all. It was all done by AI, and they could just kind of guess what people like, and you could just formulate what the big hits were, what's similar, what's common, what are the phrases, what's catchy,
exactly. Give me the last 6 songs, the commonalities that made them successful.
Exactly.
Fine. Give me that. Is Drake still beefing with Kendrick Lamar? Or is that over? I can't keep thinking.
This is pretty central, of course.
Okay. I don't know. That's the sort of question you need to be asking.
Different people have different perspectives. Some people think Drake won, some people think Kendrick won. I don't really give a fuck, quite honestly. I'm not a fan of those kind of beefs, but they do make some good songs sometimes. Beef does, like Ether with Nas. Those are good songs.
For Christians.
It's just, I was about to nod like I knew what the hell you were talking about. Ether with Nas. That's Young Gravy, Little Gravy.
There's a thing that's going to happen within our lifetime where all creativity is going to be suspect. Because you're not going to be able to know, unless someone's doing something off the cuff, like live in front of you, you're not going to be able to know whether or not something's AI generated anymore. Like they have AI generated stand-up comedy now. It's not great, but it's okay. Where you have a guy on stage, the audience is fake, they're laughing. What he's saying is comedic. The timing is pretty similar to comedy. So that's it. And this is, by the way, impossible 3 years ago, probably impossible 2 years ago, probably impossible a year ago. Now, ubiquitous. It's everywhere. So, like, where does this go, and what does 5 years from now look like? We're just guessing.
Well, in terms of driving narratives or telling stories or getting people to think a certain way, we think about how simple that is now from a hostile element, right? Like if I'm working Russian propaganda for the FSB, how easy is it now for me to create a clip of whatever, let's say a hot topic, right? And suddenly you created a clip where Trump is talking about, being in the Epstein files, or somebody around Biden's circle is talking about how they covered up his. People will see that, they'll release it, right? People will see it. They're not going to necessarily question whether it's, because that's not how people work, right? They see shit on the internet and they go, oh yeah, I'm going to send it to my buddy. And yeah, you got some people who might be more cynical than others, but for the most part, people just eat that shit up. And so,
which is also shows you the incompetence of the government that they released that video from the cell that's got 2 minutes and 53 seconds from it. These aren't the best people in the world that are doing that.
No, there's you can argue that on the hostile side, on the whatever you want to call them, the hackers or people on the cutting edge of doing things and using this technology for nefarious purposes. I'm not saying the government doesn't have good quality people doing it, but you tend to have cutting edge folks on the hostile team. Yeah, they're not going to be working for the State Department. No, they're going to make money anyways. Yeah, I got to pee real bad. Let's take a little break. I'll go back. Okay, right back. Maybe it's a joke, but did you see that? I sent you the Lockheed Martin thing, right? I also sent you the thing that I was looking for earlier, which is I believe it's a center that's reading off the most ridiculous tweets from the CEO, former CEO of NPR. Oh, God.
But on the other hand,
yeah, which senator is that? Do you know? I don't know.
And they can do business, they can travel, they can study, they can do whatever they want. And so they have that unusual sort of schizophrenic possibility of living in two worlds. And so for that reason, Cecil Roth says
it would be appropriate to maybe read some of the craziest tweets from Catherine Moore,
please tell me, what do you think of that here?
I'm so done with late-stage capitalism. America is addicted to white supremacy. I do wish Hillary wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's erasing language for non-binary people. Lots of jokes about leaving the U.S., and I get it, but as someone with cis-white mobility privilege, I'm thinking I'm staying and investing in ridding ourselves of the specter of tyranny. Never underestimate the ability of white people to center ourselves. White silence is complicity. I'm white, so my hair doesn't automatically carry with it a trait of my race, and everyone else is
idea of being taken to outside culture is a characteristic of modernity. But we can say that about a lot of music periods too, especially the way you put it. Still everywhere, but going ball games like that, right? That would be a little bit more spaces to try. What do you think?
Horse spaces are white spaces. It keeps going. I love the music. The music is good. I think whoever came up with that soundtrack is good. God Christ. Yeah. So the thing that I sent you, the Lockheed Martin thing, is people claiming, it's again a lot of horse shit, who fucking knows, that Lockheed Martin created that Tic Tac and that there's been 3 different versions of it. I sent you that, right? Who are the people claiming? So the idea is, this is what I wanted to ask you about. So this is a congressman who says this. Congressman Eric Burlison dropped bombshell evidence that Lockheed Martin's developed generations of Tic Tac UFO technology. Is that real though? Did he say that, or is this just a tweet? Let's look. I understand that, but did he actually say that, or is that just a quote on Twitter? I believe he said that. Oh, okay. So he says, I've had 2 people come to me that say that the Tic Tac is Lockheed Martin creation. The latest person came to me, says he has video of the first, second, and third iteration of the Tic Tac. Burleson revealed. This isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information. The implications are staggering. Lockheed Martin allegedly discovered a revolutionary new propulsion system and has been secretly developing it for decades, according to Burleson's source. They used it in the first iteration, which was the Tic Tac. They have an intermediary one that they are more advanced with, and then now they're putting it inside what looks like conventional so that it's not obvious. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to call bullshit on all that. Look, this is interesting. If you scroll back down, there's an interesting, when you start to do it, there you go, dissecting this. He says, I've had 2 people come to me that say that Tic Tac's a Lockheed Martin creation. Now, he doesn't say who those 2 people are. I've had 2 people come to me that said they had sex with Bigfoot. Yeah. I did. But you got, then it says, this isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information, which is the implication that, well, the people that came to him with this have access to classified information, which is, there's no connection there. So they're taking a data point and another data point, they're drawing a line between the 2 of them, and saying, yes, he's getting this from classified. Yeah, exactly. And so, and also the next part has been secretly developing for decades. I'm here to tell you that if Lockheed Martin was developing something for decades, a new form of propulsion, maybe I was just a cynical son of a bitch, but I don't think they'd be keeping it secret for all this time. I don't think it would have been able to be kept secret because somebody would have opened their yap, or the Chinese would have gotten their hands on it. in their economic and intel espionage efforts. So I don't know. This strikes me as, and then I've got video of it. Okay, well, how about you show us the goddamn video? Right? It's always the same thing.
It's always the same thing. It's always like, I've seen video. Well, fucking show me, bitch.
Yeah.
And here's the problem. The more time they wait, the more it's Luke Skywalker shit. Like, you're going to show me something. How the hell do I know what's real anymore? We're 6 months away from never knowing.
Right. That is exactly right. That's the problem. And there, look, I think we've talked about this before. There are companies out there, private companies, that are working, trying to figure out how do you get ahead of the curve of deep fakes, right? And AI-generated material. And it is really difficult, right? It's lagging. That defensive capability is lagging behind, right? The offensive potential for AI-generated material. So, again, I agree with it. Someone's going to show this, or it's going to be grainy, blurry, and I'm like, see, there it is.
So I had a guy recently come through with a bunch of videos that he needed me to look at, and every one of them was fucking blurry. And I'm like, I'm not interested in this. This doesn't mean anything to me.
Every time you got another hearing up on Capitol Hill, it's always the same. I can't talk about it. I've seen this shit, but it's in a skiff, and I can't. It's very sensitive, and kind of goes back to people getting in front of the camera and saying, "I've seen evidence, but I can't tell you about it. You're just gonna have to trust me." So I don't know. I'm not a buyer necessarily. If the congressman wants to make a point of this, then he needs to be more clear on this, right?
Right. And when people say things like that and then nothing comes of it, it makes you more and more inclined to believe it's all bullshit. That's where I am. So I'm like, I think the possibility of alien life, of course. Yeah, of course. There's so many planets and so many stars. The idea that we're alone seems crazy. That seems more unlikely. I don't know what's real when people describe things and talk about things are moving underwater at 500 knots. Okay, show me. Yeah, show me. Like, I can't anymore. I can't respond. I can't get excited.
No, I agree. Sure, everybody's chasing, just like they're chasing that are bad, everybody's chasing a new form of propulsion. Right? That's a leading part of what the government's spending their money on. They have the resources to do it. So, there's a national security issue there, and you would think that the congressman then would say, oh, okay, maybe if you're telling me this, I might go out in public and say it, right? Maybe if we're talking about this, maybe I shouldn't be talking about what Lockheed Martin is doing and obviously working hard, if it's correct, to keep it secret, because that's a national security issue. So what the hell's he doing here? Right, I don't know. It all sounds, like bullshit.
Well, it's also like, the problem is a lot of these politicians, it's kind of a form of entertainment in a lot of ways. Because they're trying to get attention. It's like they're almost like reality stars, right? They're trying to do something outrageous to get attention, and that'll help them get elected. It'll get the constituents on their side, and I'm going to be the guy that releases all this information. Oh, let's vote for Bob.
I'll be there with vote congressman.
Yeah, it's like, you're not producing anything. Show me, tell me, or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I agree. It does. I'm approached maybe once a month about doing a new series, focused on UFOs, and my point is always the same, which is like, what are we going to talk about? Right? What are you going to show that's going to be something new that maybe people learn something about? And it's always the same. Look, I'm not saying I agree with you. There's definitely stuff out there, right? We've explored, like a drop of water in a glass of the universe, right? So there's stuff out there. I approach it all from a skeptical point of view.
Well, I think you have to, because there's also, unfortunately, a market in talking about these things. And there's a lot of grifters out there that have made a career out of telling you they know. I have the information, it's been brought to me, and I'm going to release it. And it's like Lucy and Charlie Brown with that goddamn football. Charlie never gets to kick that football. Like, this is the time. This is it. He never has. Never has. Every time he goes to kick that football, that bitch just pulls it away from him. He goes flying up in the air. Damn it.
Yeah. Maybe he needed to identify as trans. We should give him a break. I don't know where I came up with that one. I'm going to get lambasted for that. They're going to come for me.
You reached on that one.
Yeah, I did.
It's just like, I want there to be some information that's real. I think There are like Commander David Fravor's depictions and his descriptions of what happened, and those other fighter pilots were involved. They have video evidence. Yeah, that's compelling. Yeah. What is that? What does it mean? What is it doing? How is something able to go from 50,000 feet above sea level to zero so quickly? Like, what is that? Yeah, no, I agree. We talked about that. That's one of the few things that I think is legit right now there and needs further investigation. Again, you have to pick and choose. Is there a reason to have an identification program in the Pentagon? Of course, goddamn, it's a national security issue. Figure out what the hell's flying around up there. Right? If it's real, that the Chinese come up with a new form of propulsion, right? And if they did, they undoubtedly stole it from Lockheed Martin. There was just because there's never, you can never do one of these episodes without me kicking the Chinese Communist Party in the ass, but they just finished the sentencing for an American Chinese citizen. This is fascinating. People always roll their eyes when I talk about Chinese espionage, right? So I always love to highlight, they shouldn't roll their eyes. They shouldn't. But there's so much. You want to talk about evidence? That's not UFOs, bro. Yeah. No, it's true. So this guy, Jack Wong Gong is his name. He's like 60 years old. Has been sentenced, or I think he's awaiting sentencing. He's out free, believe it or not. He's free on bail right now. And so he went to work in 23, because this is definitely been sealed for quite some time, but he went to work in 23 for some California-based company that was contracted with the Pentagon. And he was only there for a month. And during the course of that month that he was there, he downloaded some 3,600 files or so on the technology that this company develops on behalf of the Pentagon related to sensors that are very sensitive information that used to detect nuclear missile launches, used to detect and track hypersonic and ballistic missiles, used for fighter jets to track incoming missiles, heat-seeking missiles. So it's very classified material. He downloaded during the course of his 4 weeks there, downloaded all these files on his personal storage devices, and they couldn't find all the hard drives that he had taken with all this information. They had gone missing somehow. So as it turns out, the amazing part about this story is he accepted a job during the course of his brief period of time with this California company working on these sensors. He accepted a competitor, right? So they were going to hire him. But ever since like 2014, when he's been working for U.S. companies, he's apparently, nobody gives a shit. Nobody's doing any due diligence. Nobody's doing any background investigations. From 2014 on, he's been applying to the Chinese Communist Party for what they call talent programs. The Chinese government puts out these proposals. Hey, send us, your information. If you're working on, information of interest, they call it talent programs. And they'll provide funding to people who get their applications accepted. Well, of course, what the Chinese Communist Party is doing is they're fishing for people with access, right? And then you put in a proposal saying, I'm working on the following. I think it could be really interesting. And this guy did that. He took several trips to China. He applied for funding for these talent programs from just essentially the Chinese Communist Party. He stated in emails that he thinks it could be really beneficial to the Chinese military, some of the work that he's doing. And so from 2014 on, he's been doing this, and people are still hiring him. And it's incredible. So now he's out on almost $2 million bail. I don't know how they're allowing him to roam around free. But it's just another example, I guess is what I'm saying, of what happens out there and why people need to be aware of why companies that are engaged in anything almost because they're the Chinese Party might say you see this and you think, okay, I get it, the guy was stealing information, but then you look and you go, how the fuck did he keep on doing this all these years? How was he? He'd go from a company and get hired by another company. They were obviously excited by his expertise, but nobody bothered to dig into it. Right? And that's always how businesses, for the most part, get fucked. Is they don't have a proactive mindset. Right? They're not thinking about that when they're hiring something. They're not thinking about there's a hostile state sponsored entity out there that like to steal our information. So is that also part of the problem with having these administrations that are only in office for 4 years? So like they have
all their problems that they have to deal with. They get in, they're basically starting the job anew, and then you've got these companies out there that are hiring Chinese nationals, and you don't even know it. You're not even aware. There's no way you can pay attention to all of it. And the people that are running the companies, all they want to do is get that company off the ground, start making a lot of money,
Get a government contract.
Yeah.
Now, theoretically, they're supposed to be going through a variety of security processes about, the dissemination of information, who's got access to it, and all these things. Clearly, it's not working all that well. Anyway, so that's the thing, and then apparently the news just broke that there was a breach, and I think it was Microsoft's SharePoint software that attacked the Department of Energy. It was Chinese hackers, again, this is the past 12 hours or so. And they were going after, among other organizations and agencies, the group that's responsible for maintaining our nuclear stockpile, which sits inside the Department of Energy, so it's the National Nuclear Security Administration. So, yeah, I guess I always like to point out that it's a hostile world out there. And going back to your point, you need to have organizations that are out there trying to secure the national security interests of America. And so, that's how
the idea that you don't is correct. Yeah, that's so naive. Well, it's the idea that everybody, if we just would all get along, it's all going to work out fine. And, the world's really messy. It's ugly. I mean, we can see that when you talk about the Middle East right now, which is a mess. You look at the Ukraine-Russia conflict. There's just a lot of shit that happens out there, and so you do need these organizations. Now, again, we talked about this. You need them to be as transparent as they can be, and still be operationally efficient, right? But Middle East is a fucked up situation.
No longer have any fast days.
What do we know about how much damage was done by those bunker buster bombs? I saw some video, and again, but it looked insane, where they were reviewing the damage, and they were kind of climbing into this giant canyon that was created by these bunker busters. It's a really interesting point, and I think we talked about earlier about how you can get out over your skis. Tulsi Gabbard probably did it. Graham Bondi about the Epstein files and everything. I think the Trump administration got out, talking about completely obliterated all three sites, Isfahan and Natanz and Fordo. And you know what? Wait for the battle damage assessments to come in with credible intelligence, right? Just saying we've done this, we're assessing. How about that, right? Just keep it like that. Prevent yourself from having to then walk the dog back, right? So they didn't. They came out and said we've completely obliterated these sites. So what appears to be now coming from some of these assessments, at least the early assessments, is that they did significant damage to one of the sites, Fordo, and then the other two sites, they did some damage, but that's where it's questionable. And these are coming from Israeli and U.S. intelligence. And honestly, when it comes to Iran, sometimes we rely very heavily on what the Israelis, because their intel tends to be a little bit better. I mean, it's their existential threats, and they've spent decades developing sources. Right? And so I think, did we destroy all three? No, absolutely not. We didn't. Did we degrade their ability to enrich uranium in the short term? Yeah. But does that short term mean 3 months, 6 months? I think that's kind of where they appear to be at. They don't know. There's still questions, and the Israelis think that they actually did manage to keep stockpile of some of the enriched uranium that was buried way down inside of, I think it was Isfahan, the site. And so it was successful to a degree, right? But not to the degree that it was discussed early on and what they're still saying, right? So I think that's, and that's a realistic approach. I think the military was fairly clear in some of their scenarios that they were drawing up prior to this, that, we don't have high confidence that we can completely destroy these sites, right? But, if they
destroyed and damaged a large number of centrifuges. Well, that takes time to replace, right? And so, what I think what's going to happen is the regime, and I think they're already doing it, they're going to disperse all of their efforts, right? They're not going to stop trying to enrich uranium. They're not going to stop this drive towards a nuclear weapon, because now, in particular, I think they view it as that's our only leverage going down the road. So they're going to disperse into smaller sites. Going to make it more difficult to, create a single strike scenario where you take it out for the most part. And I think that's where we're going with it. But okay, the Israelis, during the course of their 12 days or so, they degraded the missile capabilities, which was a big part of what they wanted to do. Significantly. Now, depending on who you talk to, that significantly is like 40% destruction of launchers and missile stockpiles to 50%. That's a lot. But again, they still have the ability to make them, and they still will. So we've kind of kicked the can down the road. Right? We bought some time in terms of, okay, they're not going to get to a breakout point, next week. But we haven't really solved the problem. And you don't solve the problem unless the regime goes away. And then people talk about regime change and everybody gets all squirrely. So, but you're going to have the same problem. They've already said they are going to continue to arm their proxies. And there have already been weapons shipments that have been interdicted, going to the Houthis, going to Hezbollah. Right? That process of them getting weapons to their proxies is more difficult in part because Syria's fallen. And the Syrian government is, it doesn't like Iran. The new one, the Islamist government that's there, doesn't like Iran. So they're shutting down some of that traditional routes they used to move weapons back and forth and other resources. But they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep trying. So we've kind of, it's put a lipstick on a pig. We've created a better situation in the short term, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Are you shocked that we intervened, that we bombed their nuclear sites?
No. By the time we got a few days into what the Israelis were doing, it looked like there was really very little option. We were going to have to go in and do that because the Israelis did not have the ability to do that. Right? They were their operations. People can argue they should have done it, but from an operational perspective, it was pretty damn impressive. Right? Taking out some of the military leadership, taking out some of those nuclear program managers, directors, scientists. Was really impressive.
And it shows what was so impressive was where they tricked them with a fake phone call. Everybody got together in the bunker.
Yes.
And they blew the bunker up.
Yeah. I mean, it shows the depth of their intel capabilities because, again, they've been doing this for years because it's an existential goddamn threat. And so that's their target, right? We've got, in the U.S., our intel operations are focused on a lot of different things. Right? For the Israelis, for the most part, it's Iran. Yes, it's sets are Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas, and all that. But those things wouldn't exist without Iranian support backing. So their focus over the years has been how do we develop sources, how do we create access, to this. So. When the time comes, they pull out their playbook and they open it up. Well, let's do this, and they just push the button. Right? They're able to accomplish these things. So, but it does show their capabilities. They didn't have the munitions, so they don't have these bunker busters to penetrate, get down to the towns or wherever. So it wasn't a surprise that we did it.
It starts out where this guy was
again, I just think. We should be, and I suspect that felt like we should have been more circumspect in how we described the success of it. Now, the foreign minister from Iran's come out the past couple of days, right? He said, serious damage, we've had to stop all uranium enrichment. People going, and even the White House said, well, see, we significantly damaged all their enrichment capabilities. Okay, if you believe what the goddamn Iranian foreign minister says, right? But he's a spokesman for the mullahs and IRGC. Why would you? Yeah, sorry.
Why would they be honest about the chances they've taken?
Yeah, so he's pushing a message, right? And so, who knows? But I think there's been damage, but not to the degree that they would like to have seen.
A lot of people didn't understand why at this point we do that, because one of the narratives was that they had the capability of enriching uranium to 90%, when they could. they didn't plan on doing it. They only wanted to have it so that they could use it as leverage.
There is no. There's no civilian purpose for having 60% leveraged uranium. So yes, maybe they thought if we get a stockpile of it, then we're very close because it's an easy lift getting from relatively speaking, getting from 60 to 90% for weapons grade. So yes, maybe their thought was only we'll just use it as leverage and we're not actually going to pursue a weapon. But I don't know that you want to, you want to make strategic decisions based on the hope that that's the case, right? I think everything else that it's shown in the past, their obfuscation, their hiding of their program, backing off of past agreements, none of that showed that they were earnest negotiators, that they were honest brokers and what that weapons program was like. So I think, there sounds like there was significant intelligence that came into the Israeli services that said they're fast tracking this whole effort, and that may have been in part because of the damage done to their proxies. So they may have looked and seen Hezbollah's leadership was torn apart. Right? Their stockpiles were incredibly degraded. The same thing with the others, and so maybe, that was the motivation, perhaps, I'm speculating, for the Iranian regime to say, okay, let's get this done, let's push. If the Israelis picked up on that, then that would be sufficient justification to say we're going to act now.
But the thing is, it's like we had to get dragged into it.
Yeah.
That's where it gets fucked up, because like one of the things that people voted for with this new administration was no more wars, no more useless wars, and then 6 months in we're bombing around. I'm not here to argue whether, and I know there's a lot of people that say we should not be doing any of this shit. We shouldn't be, we shouldn't have been in Iraq, we shouldn't have been in Afghanistan, we shouldn't, not in Vietnam, okay, fine. There's a lot of people that argue that we should just sit in a bubble because the world will happen and it won't impact us. Right?
Any last questions, debate?
Some of the shit that happens outside, U.S. borders will come back in a massively, serious way and bite us in the ass. So, could a conflagration out in the Middle East, if we don't take any part in it, could it impact U.S. national security as well? Yeah, it could. So, but it's a call. I get it. People saying draw the curtain, so we shouldn't be at war, and we shouldn't be doing any of this, and we shouldn't support Israel. And what are we doing? I understand the mindset. I just don't agree with it. But I think so. I think the limited participation in terms of providing the necessary munitions to attack those sites again wasn't a surprise. Don't disagree with the decision. I just think we need to be pragmatic about how much damage we've done and what the potential is for us having to revisit this whole issue.
The thing is that people are so skeptical about motivations now. They're so skeptical about public narratives. Like, why we're doing this, why we're doing that. And I think one of the things that's important, hearing it from a person like yourself that's spent most of your lifetime involved in this, that there are things, like, we really shouldn't be meddling in every part of the world, but sometimes we have to meddle.
There are occasions, there are times, again, it would be great if we lived in a world where we could just worry about ourselves. But that's not, maybe 250 years ago it was, right? Because it would take the Armada a long time to make its way across the ocean, but shit happens with remarkable speed now, and I just think it's an idealistic idea that you can ignore what's happening and you can just say, we're only focusing on us. We're not going to get involved in anything that happens out there. I agree. There's a lot of things that we don't need to be involved in. Right? Looking back on Iraq, looking back on Afghanistan. Right? Now, Afghanistan should have been a surgical move. Right? We should have gone into total war, blown the shit out of that, tried to get Bin Laden. And then we should have said, look, if you do this again, if you let your country be a sandbox for the terrorists, we're going to come back here and do this again. And then we should have gotten the hell out and not worried about where maybe we could build a stable federal-style government in Afghanistan, which has never happened. And which we could have looked at what the Soviets did and said, yeah, it's not going to work. So there's things where we should be learning and we're not very good at. We should be learning and saying, well, my point being is you got to leave the door open because there are times when shit can go really seriously wrong. And if the Iranians suddenly, if you're wrong about the hope, well, I think they just for peaceful purposes or something, for some reason believe, counter to their actions up till now and believe the Iranian regime. So it's peaceful purposes. And then they announce that a member of the nuclear club. You got a shitstorm going on in the Middle East because it's not like the regional actors of the Saudis are going to go, okay, no worries, we're going to let Iran have the bomb and we're not going to get it. Right. Now you're going to have multiple nuclear-armed nations sitting in the Middle East and at odds with each other. And I don't know that that's a really good scenario because you're inching closer to the use of a tactical nuclear weapon. Like Putin's already in his moronic puppet Medvedev, keeps rattling the nuclear saber. Remember, we use a tactical nuclear. Yeah, you start getting closer to that, and that's a real problem. So I think there are times when you got to step in and in an intelligent way, but you got to be pragmatic about what that means. And so what I'm saying with Iran is, I didn't really solve anything, right? And nothing will get solved. The Iranian population isn't going to have a better life until there's a change in that regime. I'm not advocating regime change unless it comes from inside Iran. Right? That's what you'd like to think. Maybe at some point they rise up and say, "Fuck it, enough's enough." Right? Yeah, but that hasn't happened, despite people hoping.
Yeah, it's very. It gives you a lot of anxiety to think about all the possibilities of all over the world, all the different things that are happening, whether it's Ukraine, Russia, Iran, and Israel. It's constant. What's going on in Gaza? It's like everything is. It's just like this constant feed of doom. If you're paying attention, and you kind of have to pay attention a little, because it's kind of crazy, and it could affect your life, which is I think why we're so quick to glom on to what's happening with Epstein and what's happening with the intel assessment, because it takes away the focus from the shit happening in the world. They could create bigger conflict, right? Could drag us into something big. Look, the European Union they're heavily focused on what's going on with Russia because they're sitting on the border. And so, right now, he has no interest in peace, right? He thinks he's still kind of winning, right? And there's this hope that, we think the Russian economy is about to crumble. It doesn't look that way. I don't think it's going to crumble. So, my point being is that the EU looks at it from a different perspective than the U.S. does. And I think one of the things that Trump's done very well is to get the EU to focus more of their own resources on this. That's a great move. And people should be able to say, whether they're Democrat or Republican, it makes sense. Focus more on it, right? It's in your backyard. And so I think that's a good step from this administration. They should be talking about it more. But does that mean we should back off entirely? Again, I hear from folks all the time. They're like, why do we give a shit? Why should we be spending our resources on Ukraine? And fine, if you're okay with Putin winning, then fine, okay. I get your point. But at least admit that what you're saying is, we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine, and frankly, without U.S. support, Ukraine's not going to win this fight, and whatever that win means, right? So can they even, not in terms of we've reclaimed all our territory. That's never going to happen. Right? So it's a negotiated settlement of some sort that's not completely unpalatable for Ukrainian people, right? So what they're going to, who knows? Maybe the goal is clearly to get everything back, but they're not going to get Crimea back. They're not going to get some of the eastern region that the Russians have been sitting in now for quite a long time, right? Even before the invasion. So, you've got some negotiated settlement that they can accept. But if we say we're not going to support them, and you can't inflict enough
pressure or whatever you want to call it, pain on Putin to get him in a serious way to the negotiating table, then ultimately, the Russian military will overwhelm them, right? Because they got the support of China, they got the certainly support of North Korea. North Korea's about to send another 30,000 troops to the front lines on behalf of Putin. I mean, that's crazy, but North Korean troops by the thousands fighting and dying in Ukraine. And so, the U.S. providing military support that keeps them in the fight long enough to hopefully, with the EU expanding what they're doing, to hopefully get Putin to think, okay, fuck it, I do have to sit down at the table. Great.
That's what's discouraging is that Trump said, when I get into office, I can fix this in 24 hours.
I know that's the messaging problem. Again, messaging problem. Yeah. It's always. Again, I go back to that same thing. There's always a problem with, and again, this is not just saying maybe get better, comms people, and try to get a little just a tad bit more discipline. But the idea that you're gonna fix this problem in a day, attack properly, but people buy into it, right? And then you get a mob that are saying, well, how come we couldn't? What are you doing here? Rather than saying, no more wars, just say the world is an unusual, unstable, chaotic place. There may be occasion when we need to be involved. I'm going to try to minimize that. Say something like that. And then you don't have to throw more red meat to the crowd. But it's the Ukraine situation. And Zelensky's got some other problems, right? It's an interesting situation that maybe hopefully it doesn't bore people, but it's important to keep on the radar. Is that Zelensky has just signed a bill that kind of gutted the two primary anti-corruption organizations in Ukraine. And Ukraine's had years and years of history of being a corrupt nation. And it's always been a roadblock to them getting into the European Union because they're saying, we've got to do something to clean this place up, right? So Ukraine has had a history, not just with Zelensky, but prior to that. And so the parliament, wrote up a bill basically handing over control of these two anti-corruption independent organizations that monitor corruption inside the Ukraine government, handed over that control to prosecutor general, government control of these organizations. And they put that bill that they wrote, and Zelensky supported wrote it, put it on Zelensky's desk, I think it was 48 hours ago. And he had the choice to either sign it or veto it. Again, here's the problem. Who the fuck is advising him? Right? Veto that goddamn thing. But he did, and he signed it, and now you got street protests, significant, large street protests in Ukraine against this because they consider this authoritarian takeover. And they know what their history was like, and so people are worried about this, so they're out in the streets protesting. Putin's looking at it going like, it's fantastic. That's because Putin's been saying that Zelensky's an illegitimate leader for some time now. And one of his demands has always been, I'll negotiate, but, Zelensky needs to go. And because he wants a pro-Kremlin leader. So you've got all this going on, and then Zelensky decides he's going to sign this bill. Now he's got the protests. Now he's going to have to, he's trying to scramble. So now he said, we're going to introduce a new bill to strengthen our anti-corruption efforts. So now he's trying to, cauterize that wound. So, it's just, again, it's a self-inflicted wound. He shouldn't have done it, but I'm trying to speak to the complexity that's going on out there right now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, so we touched very briefly. We have about the situation with Hamas and Israel, but I'll leave that for another day because I'm sure if we got together again in another half a year, it's still going on. There's no ceasefire that's going to happen. Every time you turn around, the U.S., Wickoff, or the U.S. administration, or the Saudis, or the Egyptians, and the Qataris, whoever's handling mediation, say, yeah, we're very close to a ceasefire. And it's just not happening. So, it's going to be a mess. We can talk about that some other time. That's it. Is there any way you can give us some happy news around this stuff? Is there anything positive? Yeah, well, I got a bunch of notes. I do. I think like, hey, I got one about Ozzy and Hulk Hogan. I mean, that's not positive. God damn, it was Hulk Hogan. We did. Hulk Hogan, what a guy, and then Ozzy. Goddamn great.
The Ozzy thing was less surprising because he's been battling Parkinson's. He was very old, but the Hulk Hogan thing was crazy. He was here just how long ago? A year ago?
What's the Sephardic connection to Kabbalah?
Yeah, in the podcast for a year ago.
Well, Ozzy did that concert on the 5th of July.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, in his chair.
Hulk went in for some surgery, apparently.
Where does Kabbalah?
And got an infection.
Yeah. I think it was neck or spine surgery or something that he couldn't come back from. But and then it's all the same week. And then what? What's his name? The other guy, this poor guy. It always happens, right? Malcolm Jamal Warner, the kid from the Cosby Show. He dies, and then nobody thinks about it because like the day after, Ozzy dies, and then Hulk Hogan dies.
They always die in threes.
Yeah.
But they like saying that celebrities die in threes. Why is that true?
Poor Malcolm. I mean, he goes and his death is completely, it's like if you and I were on a plane and the plane went down, it'd be like, we lost a legend today. Joe Rogan is gone, along with 240 others. And that'd be like that. It'd be a sad moment.
Malcolm died swimming, right? Gets caught in the
It was a swimming incident in Costa Rica. Got pulled out by a riptide.
Fuck, man. You gotta be able to swim and you gotta fuck with the tides.
Yeah, it's scary shit. Yeah, we were out in the Caymans. My wife and I had gone down there to give a speech and something. So we said, let's go snorkeling, whatever. And so I went out. I didn't take a PFD. I didn't take a inflatable device with, and I should just grab the belt. So I was out there snorkeling around, and at some point I was like, I don't feel right. And then I could tell because I had an heart issue in the past. I knew exactly what was going to happen. And so I started feeling this, and I could just kind of feel the energy drain out of me. I'm in the middle of the fucking water, and I kind of look up, and there's I can see my wife off in the distance, but I'm like, and so I'm just trying to keep my goddamn head above water. And so I get her attention finally. She comes over, and she's a brilliant person. She's a great athlete, very strong swimmer. And so she's trying to help. Now I'm doing that dude thing where I don't really want that. I don't want to make a fuss. So I'm out there going, I don't want to take my mask off. I'm saying, I'll be okay. And I'm just kind of like barely. But I'm doing the dude thing. When you have, as a dude, if you're having a heart attack, you don't want to because you're like, I don't want to cause a scene. I don't want to be a problem. I don't want to show that I'm weak or whatever. So I'm out there. So she literally hauls my ass back to shore, right? And so it was one of those moments. I got back down, I was fine after a little bit, but it was just one of those moments where I realized this would be a fucked up way to go. Right? Just kind of drown it, be at the bottom of that, maybe kind of fish it out. So I feel bad for Malcolm Jamal Warner, but then also his news got blown out by Ozzy and now Hulk. So it is weird when they always die. I don't know what that's all about. But it's so common. Cosmic retribution. Something's going on.
But it's like there's a pattern to the universe where that happens.
So, but as far as good news.
I'm really working on this one here.
We're listening is still going to see Oasis. That's good. Oh, nice. Yeah, going to see Oasis. Okay, come to Los Angeles. Nice, big deal. I'm glad they're back together. God damn it, right? And I was hoping it's not till September. So the danger is that they feud. They break up. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck off. Yeah. So it should be a great show. They're doing a bang up job. As long as they stick together, make it to September, and we'll be fine. But other than that, there's good news happening out there. I'm sure I haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
Tell everybody your podcast.
Thank you. It's President's Daily Brief. It's available. We got a YouTube channel. At President's Daily Brief.
Doing well.
So we're
doing you on the charts all the time.
Yeah, we're up there. We're always hovering around the top 10, and I think it speaks to the fact that for the most part, look, we're just trying to tell people what's happening without telling them how to think about it.
Yeah, that's what people want, because there's not a lot of that.
And it's worked out well in that regard. And any occasion I'll say something, I get a little comment in there, but I try to keep the opinion out of it. But it's all the podcast platforms, YouTube channel, and it's gone well. It's been a great adventure so far, and it's been growing. Which again, for me, that is very satisfying in the sense that nowadays everything's opinion, right? Everything got an opinion, right?
Not just opinion, but again, like you're saying, telling you how to think.
Telling you how to think about it. Yeah,
this is how you have to think.
Yeah. So it's President's Daily Brief. Anybody gets a chance, check it out, subscribe, whatever you do. And I appreciate you letting me.
I appreciate you telling me about things. Explain.
Yeah,
Get lost up there.
I always feel like I come in here, I bum you out, and
You definitely do.
Yeah,
You definitely did today.
dude. Go to your show tonight. I'm gonna love it. Okay, America wants to know this before I go. The White House card, is it happening?
Supposedly. Yeah, supposedly July 4th next year.
Yeah, okay. July 4th next year.
Yep.
Okay, that's going to be amazing.
It should be wild.
Is Jones coming back?
I don't know. It's a lot of time between now and then. He's a wild card.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see him. You can't fight for the title while the White House won. That'd be pretty wild.
It's crazy. No, okay, so I didn't even drag that one out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye, buddy.
Has a more imitation of God, which is a little bit more, stark in its expression of it. A lot of the Rothschild does not imply God so much as it implies following after God.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Check it out. How you feeling? What's going on? Oh man, back from the amazing time of my vacation.
Oh, really?
After the fight, it just feels like I've been on just a great vacation journey. Baku was amazing. Let me start off with Baku, Azerbaijan. Oh my God, what a place!
I heard it's amazing there.
Absolutely incredible.
Everybody who went there was raving about it.
Absolutely incredible. When we got the news, like, okay, the fight's going to be postponed, it's going to go to Baku. I never heard of this place in my life. I agreed without even looking it up, but in my mind, I was thinking, like, okay, this is a place I've never heard of. I started thinking, like, I don't know, it's probably going to be something similar to, like, Saudi, and it's probably just, like, a desert, blah, blah, and I get there, and my mind was absolutely correct. Amazing treatment from Baku City Circuit, welcomed us in. The fans were some of the best I've ever encountered, and they were so happy to have the UFC there. Everyone in the streets, like people who weren't even fight fans, were just excited that the UFC was in Baku, so like that added to the experience. And then it's just beautiful, man. Like, what's that? Okay. So where we were, so that's Old Town. So I did a tour through there. Old Town. And I forgot, but I know that 4,000 people still live in Old Town. There's boutique hotels in there. There's just so much history. It's like when it was built, kind of what they're known for. I don't remember what that building is, but the architecture there is one of the things that's the flame tower. So at night, there's just projections and like it'll be like the flag, or it'll actually be like flames. Because Baku is known for oil, like being one of the first oil countries. This is the Carpet Museum, an amazing place full of carpets that are like century years old. They built carpet. It's crazy. All these carpets are handmade, like passed down generation after generation. So like they tell you how deep the culture and like the stories of these carpets and like how, oh my God, they clean, friendly people.
A bunch of people that went there decided to stay for a few days.
I wish that I would have stayed longer. I've already booked family trips. I've told everybody we're going back to London. Wow. Oh, man. Like, if you're thinking about it, I'm like, man, this is a place that I want to visit for the rest of my life. I want to just keep going back to Buck. That's dope. Yeah, so. And obviously you have amazing results. And yeah, I think that I think that it really played into just my performance. I was just in a really good place. I was in a good place, but I was also in kind of a fucked up state. Like, not gonna lie. I was just so happy to be across the world doing what I love to do, and to be like treated like we're actually appreciated for like for what we do, and so that helped me get through all the other shit. What was the other shit? Oh man, so I knew that we were going to be jet lagged. No matter what, I knew it because we're traveling, super long flight. So I knew we were going to be jet lagged, so I made sure that we got there 2 weeks early to adjust. It took about almost about a week to like fully adjust, and then so during fight week, it's second day, first day of fight week, I'm like throwing up and shit. Okay, this is great. That's exactly what I want to be feeling right now. Pressure's on. I got to fight. I'm super motivated. Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't know what am I gonna do, man? What was it? I don't even know. I don't think so, because everybody that I was with, we all ate the same thing. You were the one that was the other one. It was the other one. And you don't cut a ton of weight. So I think what you walk around right now, I'm in vacation mode. I'm 228, 230, something. That's still, I don't hear it to guys get over like Pereira. Yeah. He cuts a ton. Yeah. If I just do not let myself get over 230. That's just like that's my goal to myself. And then in camp, when you get down to 20, I'd say between 20 and 25 is where I like to balance. 220, 225. Anytime in there, I'm good because I know that's where I'm going to fight at. So when I'm in camp, it's, And then when do you start your cut? So the way that it happens is the last kind of 2 weeks, I don't necessarily do too much of like a diet change. It's just I'm always looking to peak on fight day, not like a peak plateau format that a lot of people go by. So I'd say usually, let's say we weigh in on Friday, that Tuesday, I'm around 214, okay, 213, something like that. And then, those last days start with water low, proteins and fats. So nice cut. I sit in the sauna no matter what, like an hour. Maybe, like my weight cut this time I hit mitts for an hour and a half. I laid down in the sauna blanket, and I was on so it was like under 2 hours for me to be on. So you're not depleted, I don't feel good. How long did it take for that to get out of your system or whatever it was? I still felt it. I still felt it a bit on fight day, but there was nothing that was going to, like, my mind, for like through this camp, through this fight, man, like, I'm so happy for everything that I went through, honestly. Like, there was nothing that was going to take away like my shine or my joy or my feeling of like being ready, being prepared. It was a battle in my mind, and every day I had to make a choice to like to just be better, to get bigger, to be happy, to just like embrace everything. That's just all like everything's just been about embracing the obstacles that come. So the last time we talked was before the Pereira fight. Yeah, it was a great fight. Thank you. Had some great success. It was a tough fight. And then what is it like after that fight? So you faced the best in the world, and you know you can hang with them. You lost the fight, but you didn't gain a ton of experience. You went 5 rounds, one of the greatest. And what is it like after that? Everything seems very different now.
People may start nightfall in this world, in the next world they say.
I have been, since the Pereira fight, I've been to, I'd say, more than 6 countries. And there's fans there. Everyone, like, knows who I am now. And that is something that was a shock to me. Especially coming off a loss and just knowing that, like, I gave my all in that fight, and that's, I guess, what the people wanted from me, to get that type of, like, acknowledgement, because I've been in the UFC for so long. But that fight, I guess, really showed people, like, who I am, and I got to show the world who I am. And against a guy like Alex, so now I feel like I've at least kind of made my mark, and I'm like, hey, I'm here, you know, right? So people are now like, okay, you know who this guy is, you can say the name, and now people kind of, you know, they're familiar with who I am now. But the other thing that it showed me was that I now know who I am and what I'm capable of. The majority of that fight, just soaking in the moment and just like, oh, I'm here. I was excited to be there. I gave everything I had, but then going back and watching it, I'm like, oh, I saw a lot of the mistakes that I made. The number one mistake that I think was made in that fight is that it was my first 5 round, and when I was going into the 4th, because I took a lot of damage in the end of the, like, middle to end of the 3rd, so I was up 1 and 2. The beginning of 3, I was starting to kind of, he started to kind of take over halfway through the round, and once he started hitting me, I was like, oh shit, he's established his range, and now I'm feeling it. So it wasn't necessarily like a cardio thing, it was just like I started taking damage, and everybody knows this guy hits hard. So I was taking the damage, I was rocked, I was dizzy going into the 4th in the break. I remember John Wood saying, all right, man, like, you're doing great, 10 more minutes. Like, you can do anything 10 minutes. Just stick in there. We got this. And because I wasn't familiar with the 5 rounds, I took 10 minutes as sellout. So in the 4th round, I came out, like, ready to, you know, I wasn't thinking with the mindset of, like, I'm up 2. He just took the 3rd, 4th round, and he relax, you know. Maybe pitch yourself, not get hit, you know, whatever. 4th round, I came out, I bit down, and I went to war. I think that's what lost me the fight, for me personally.
So you made a lot of adjustments in the 12-0 fight, 1,000%. Yeah, you can see it. You can see, first of all, what performance. I mean, you dominated a world champion. I mean, dominated. It was such a clear-cut victory. And it was a victory where a lot of people thought you were going to struggle with him. And, you know, you just really showed a level above the Pereira fight. And I think maybe part of it is what you're talking about, like choosing when to engage and when not to engage. Like, there's moments in that fight where you were dominating the fight, but there's moments where he was coming after you, you just moved. You just moved. You moved away from him. And I know it pissed him off, but it's like, hey man, you know, you were way ahead. You were way ahead. You were dominating the exchanges. That when you chose to exchange with him, you were hurting and dropping him. It was very impressive.
Thank you. And that was the product of, you know, really reviewing mistakes, and
you also do some wild shit like standing hammer fences. Because that's how you practice. You practice it a little bit, man. That's a crazy move, man.
We're artists, you know. I think that's one thing that, you know, I try my best to always embody the artist in mixed martial arts. I think it gets lost in the growth of the sport of MMA, you know. But, you know, from this past conversation we had, you understand kind of how I was before. Like, man, I need some type of outlet for creativity, you know, and
that's what it is, standing here.
I mean, my mind, and, you know, just art. So I'm like, how can I, you know, paint this picture of, like, expression of combat? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different, we got Silat, we got Krav Maga, we got all these things, and it's like, let me be, you know, like what can I use to, you know, to
It's a bold thing to do, to use something very creative like that on the world champion too. Oh, that was dangerous guy.
Hey, he's dangerous, man.
Standing hammer fist.
Yeah, I'm dangerous too, you know, like I try to like, I always try to insert myself into, you know, into these things too, because I think about it, yeah, Alex, hard-hitter, dangerous guy, and I have to like get someone to, you know, Alex, or Jamal, same thing. Like, I know he's got one punch power, you know, all these things. I'm like, let me insert myself, let me take some chances, let me beat them, you know, I
think there's an advantage that you have also as a lighter guy in that division is that you move quicker. And that was kind of evident in that fight. That you're like, you know, there's a range of light heavyweights, and you're on the smaller range. Like, there's a lot of guys like Drickus, who's big, who's the middleweight champion. He's fucking huge, man. It's the opposite thing, right? He's cutting a ton of weight. I don't know what he cuts, but every time I interview him, I'm like, how the fuck are you 185 pounds? You're enormous. He looks like a heavyweight. He is a heavyweight when he fights. He's over 205 for sure. Yeah, these guys, they blow up. And you don't. And I think because of that, you have this, you have speed, and not just speed of the strikes, but the way you move in and out. You know, it's like when you close the distance on Jamal, you can see it was like there were some moments where I think he was surprised by the speed in which you were able to close the distance.
Yeah, I think so as well. There were some reactions in there that I was picking up on. I could see a bit of frustration, you know. I feel like I was able to read a lot of the things before they would come. And I heard everything that his coaches were saying, and in my mind, I was just taking trouble with not being able to react the way he wanted, and maybe that was because, you know, there was a speed that they weren't necessarily dealing with.
The speed and also leg kicks. You fucked him up early with leg kicks. And it really had a significant effect when you see him switching stances, and he doesn't like to stand orthodox. Yes. You saw a lot of changes.
Yeah, he did. I can say that, you know, there were some improvements made. I think that he probably spent some more time working on his footwork. He was a lot less flat-footed than he usually is. I could tell that, like, a lot of the times his toes were pointed at me, and that wasn't what I studied.
You know, so he made some changes. He landed some very good leg kicks, specifically in the first round.
Yeah, thank you. I always do my best to, you know, try to channel my retire.
You're like one of the few. I remember we talked about that about the Eric Anders fight. Like when you came back from Thailand the first time, you were fighting like a Thai. Me and DC were having a blast with it. Like, look at this, like light on the front foot. It was like totally different approach. But he landed some very good leg kicks in the first round too, which is a good exchange. But yours were doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, he started off with the leg kicks. Like I think he threw maybe 3 or 4 calf kicks before I actually started answering back. He started it. I was just like, okay, cool. If this is the game we're playing, like, I love this game. You know, like, I love this game. So, it was a great fight.
Why did you start the beginning of the fight, like, with your hands down, just like walking towards him?
Because that's how I felt, you know? I mean, like, I feel like in that fight, so there was not necessarily like beef between Jamal and I. Like we never really exchanged, you know, there wasn't any like discussions or anything. But we all have phones, we all have social media, we all, you know, I get Google alerts and stuff anytime they shit. So like I've seen things that were said and I'm just like, okay, whatever, I don't agree with it and I don't, you know, whatever. If this guy looks at me as however, that's just his opinion.
What was he saying? What was
it? Just like, I think it were like things again about like Alex fighting or just saying that like he's gonna outskill me or, you know, I don't belong in the division. Just, you know, things like that. Like, don't take my exact word for it, but that's kind of how, like, that's the stuff that I kind of saw. So, for me, there was no real reason to show any, like, respect. You know, if we're in the same building, if we're in the same room. I just like whatever. I wanted to just kind of block him out. And then
pool becomes much more possible. And if you have 10
During the
mirrors
weigh-ins.
all lined up,
So
then you
I
can
had
actually
I had a
look at the
press
sun
conference,
as long as you
and
want.
they were saying like, hey, in the Alex fight, there was a lot of blood, you got cut up, can we expect the same thing from you in this fight? And I said, no, there's not going to be any blood on my face. How you're interviewing me now is how you're going to interview me after the fight. It'll look the same.
So what
He didn't like that. I didn't say his name, but he didn't like that. And so at the weigh-in, shadow, like,
bad metaphor, tiny like fraction of the real sun, and it's like
3 days
but you
before the
get
weigh-ins,
some idea of its approximation.
seen
And
each other
that's
in the
also
hotel
like
room,
the
and blah, blah,
spirit,
blah,
they're
in the
like
hotel,
bouncing the light
there were many more opportunities for him to say what he said, but he chose to do it at the weigh-ins in front of Dana White, and I thought that was like, come on.
What did he say?
He said, oh, you're going to bleed. You're going to bleed. You better believe that. You're going to bleed like in the face, like, oh, I'm going to make you bleed. Okay, sure. You know, like that was it, like internally, like I'm
kind of like, you know, why do we have the ace?
Why did you think that you would get cut?
What made you think? Why was it there?
I knew how I've been training and what I'm prepared for. Or what type of athlete and fighter and man I am, and I just knew that it wasn't going to happen. I was just that confident in the work that I put in that I just knew it wasn't going to happen.
It's pretty wild, also considering you coming off of a loss, you get more confidence coming off of a loss.
100%, because the loss just showed me that there's more work to do. You know, like people would say back to the drawing boards, and like it was more than the drawing boards. It was like back to the dirt, back to the Vegas weather, back to the dying on the assault bike, back to challenging myself, back to going deeper. Who am I really? What am I really capable of? You know, like that was it. It was just like deep internal digging to get out and to discover what I'm made of. And so in that comes confidence. In that comes like I know what I'm capable of, and I know what I can do. And so that's how I felt. You know, so that's why I walked out like that, because I was just like,
it was kind of wild. That was what I was doing.
Yeah, but I was also prepared, you know, like I didn't want to rush anything. Like nothing needed to be rushed. Like the cage is closed. We got 25 minutes. I'm gonna run out, you know, like no, like I walk here. I know that you're not gonna do anything. I wasn't threatened. Like that statement in my face didn't like. I was just like, here we go. You know what I mean? Like another guy that wants to get in my face. Like, I did the job that needs to be done.
This is a very measured performance. And some people didn't like that. Some people, you know, the casuals. I think there's casuals that they want to see, they just want to see chaos. They don't care about your health. They don't care about me at the age of 50 and with, you know what I mean? When this is all over, and I want my knees and my hands and my fingers and everything to work. And I want to be able to speak sentences and go through the airport on both my feet and not in a wheelchair. They don't care about it. No, and that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, you know, like, the only time it bothers me when referees react, like when referees separate people because of booing, like, don't do that. Yeah, you can't give the referees can't be influenced by the crowd. Don't give into the casuals. You can't, man. Because I thought it was a very smart performance. Like, if you're gonna fight a guy like Jamal, who's an awesome counter striker, one punch knockout power, got a series of bodies behind him. Like, he's knocked out a lot. Yeah, he knows how to do it. You gotta fight him smart. For sure, and that's what he did. And I wasn't, just like, to be clear, I know the things that I said can come off as like overly confident or whatever. I wasn't sleeping on Jamal, you know? Like, I knew what he was capable of. And I trained hard for him. I really did. And every day was dedication. Every day was strategy and planning. When did you feel like everything was coming together in the fight?
Before the fight. Right, yeah. The win for me happened before the fight. Like I said, I think camp, the training, you know, my head trainer, like with John, with Lorenzo, Christian, it's just the guys who are in my circle, and the work that we do. It really helped me with, you know, a lot of confidence and a clear vision.
path to victory, and I just stuck to it. So I just had a feeling that if I stick to the plan, I will fight.
But they deal essentially with diversity and humility.
Yeah, it was very measured, very smart, and I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it because I like when people fight smart. I really do. When people maximize the amount of damage that they put out, minimize the amount of damage they receive in return. That's what we did.
Yeah. And so now we got the next one, Yuri Prohaska. Did you see that news? Just saw it yesterday. Yeah. So this is, I'm excited about this fight. I really am. Another guy who's, you know what I mean, like former champion, very skilled, very dangerous.
Another guy's gotten a lot better since the prayer fight.
He's gotten a lot better since the prayer fight. He's dynamic. He's, he's strategic.
He's awkward as fuck too.
Yeah, he can be awkward. So
he's the worst.
And it's in Vegas, so this is great. It's gonna be the first time since the Kokansaki fight that I've been able to fight in front of a crowd.
Was that really?
That was the last fight I had.
That's crazy.
At T-Mobile Arena in front of the Las Vegas crowd.
I did not realize that. Oh wow. So that's huge. Don't have to fly. Don't have to travel.
Don't have to fly. Don't have to travel. And then Las Vegas can come out and support a local. So that's cool because with the growth of Las Vegas, we're getting sports. Got the Raiders, getting a baseball team. Women's basketball. It's the local scene in Vegas right now. I'm proud of it. To come from there and to see that now we have something besides just gambling and all the debauchery. So it's going to be nice, and I'm very happy to represent that.
So how do you train for a guy like Yuri? Like what do you do? I mean, are you going to watch a lot of tape on him? Like, how do you prepare for a guy like that? That's
like kind of the mechanics of it.
Without giving away too much, I think that it just requires, study, like passing any test. You know what I mean? It requires dedication and focus, and doing the right study, making the right adjustments. Training, the rest I think is art. Like how to go about
when they were
solving
born,
the
I was thinking to myself,
is for everybody to enjoy. But I think that it comes from study and good training partners as well. I think that's a huge thing in anybody's training camp.
Do you have anybody that can emulate that style? Or will you even try?
You know what? To emulate someone's style, I think it's helpful. It is helpful. But it's very hard because you can never really truly, be someone. So someone can give you certain looks and maybe you'll see. So I don't rely too heavily on people emulating. But I do appreciate, bodies and people that are around the same size, just so I can get used to body contact of maybe someone who's a bit taller. Not training with guys who are maybe shorter. Like if I had a short guy who can emulate my opponent, it doesn't help. It doesn't help. So if I have a taller guy who maybe can't emulate and I can do what I want to do against a taller body, then the rest is up to like my awareness and like making sure that my guy maybe has this weird style. Okay, I'm aware of that, but I know what I can do against someone of the same size.
Yuri's he's so unusual in that a lot of times his hands are down really low, his stance is very wide, and he moves back and forth like a cobra. Like he hinges at the waist more than probably anybody. He does a lot of unusual stuff that you can see guys like try to adjust to that when they're inside the cage. It's like you have this weird moment where you have to think and consider these new possibilities.
I think that like I said, I just returned from a reset. As soon as I leave here, I'm logged back into samurai mode.
What did you do in Thailand? Were you just trained? Were you just vacationing or training?
It was incredible, Joe. So my wife and I got invited to Thailand from the Thailand Tourism Authority. So they invited us to come. They hosted us in Bangkok. Amazing hotel, Dusit Thani Hotel. You have to go if you ever go to Bangkok. Dusit Thani. So they hosted us. They took us to like a the smallest province in Thailand called Samut Songkhram. And in that province, they are known for having the best coconuts in all of Thailand. So all like coconut water, coconut sugar, all that stuff most likely comes from Samut Songkhram. A salt farm, a bee farm, a salt farm. So they made these channels that come from the nearest like body of water, and they get the salt. They extract the salt from the sea, and then they create a bunch of different things from it. You know, bath salts.
Those they do with some kind of machinery.
You know, it's like there's a little bit. It's like this. Yeah, exactly.
Mostly they do it by hand.
Yeah, they do it by hand. These people, they're out there. Yeah, this is their daily life, and so we got to hang out with these people that live in this province.
That's how they do it.
Yeah, man.
I would have never known. So how are they getting salt out of the water like that? Like, what do you do to?
I honestly I was so excited to be there that I probably missed out on a lot of the details, but that's how it looked. Like there were these windmills, and I know that the water evaporates, and then there's like salt left at the bottom, and then they rig it into a pile, and then it goes through other process. But it's really cool to just experience. Like they're very passionate about. And there's different salts from everywhere. Like that up on the right is salt. I don't know where it came from.
That stuff that looks like dark, like cereal.
Yeah, it's salt.
Does it look like cereal?
Cornflakes. Cornflakes.
That's all.
And so they had different like salts that came from everywhere, and you can see how it forms based off of like the whatever ecosystem. So that's Samut Songkhram. We were in Samut Songkhram, and really cool, man. So we went there. They took a bunch of influencers from around the world and flew them into Thailand to welcome us and show us different sides. It's not always about beaches and Phuket and all this stuff. Like they took us and they spread us out. So that's where we got to go. And then we went back to Bangkok and had this crazy cool gala. Bullock Howe was there. Like all these movie stars and the people from just like the Thai government and stuff, just showing people pretty much like the heart of Thailand. So it was very welcoming. It was a really cool way to kind of come back and feel home again. And then I ended up staying an extra week or two. Same thing, Thailand tourism, make sure that we just continue that experience. So we stayed at the hotels, did like a boat ride cruise down the river, just had dinner, just really got to live an experience,
So it was all basically vacation and not training.
Not training because it was fresh out of the flight. So I was in Baku 2 weeks. I flew from Baku to Vegas, stayed in Vegas 8 hours, and then flew from Vegas to Thailand. So I went around the world in 24 hours. So I was fresh out the flight. So
would it be closer to go from Baku to Thailand?
Yeah, but the trips were booked separately. So in order for that to actually work, I had to be in Vegas to fly out. But I did it. I knocked it out, and it was the best way to recover. Like this was a good recovery for me because I started to camp for Jamal in February. Is when I heard about it, but then he got postponed due to one of his injuries, and
inspired by.
And now I'm back. And
when you get a big victory like that over a guy like Jamal, what does that feel like in your head when the work paid off?
To just keep going, and to just keep digging. It's nice because before, like when I went on that 5-5 win streak, I was like coming back from Thailand, and like now I'm fully in this. I'm 100% in, and with that, that means I'm committed to digging this tunnel, and so like a win over Jamal, like that tunnel isn't open yet. Like I gotta get it done first, like. But I'm digging, and I saw like, oh, maybe I got this like cool gym stuff. Like, okay, I'll put that in my bag. But like, I'm committed. I'm still in the mind. That's like prize.
And the process, it's very interesting though, right? Because Pereira lost to Goliath, and they're going to rematch on that same card, which is going to be wild. Yeah, that's the main event. And then Comey is Marab and Corey Sandhagen, which is another awesome fight. Yeah. So it's going to be one of those cards. Yeah. I mean, right now, busy night for John Wood. Those 3 fights, that's an insane card. Obviously, if it stays together, MMA is rough. People get injured. But if that card stays together the way it's pieced up right now, just with those 3, this is an advertisement from BetterHelp. Stress in the workplace is becoming an issue around the world. Did you know that 60% of the global workforce is reported experiencing higher than normal levels of stress? So it's more important than ever that we learn to take some time for ourselves. Plan a nice long holiday this summer, go hiking, read a book, play video games. I found that even a few minutes of meditation can help. Another great option is therapy. Everyone can benefit from it, and it's arguably one of the better long-term solutions to stress. Therapy can teach you how to positively cope and manage anxiety while improving your self-confidence and self-awareness. It can be very empowering, and thanks to BetterHelp, therapy is becoming more and more convenient. All it takes is a few clicks to join a session. You can also join from anywhere, whether you're at the beach, on your vacation, or at home after a grueling day of work. Plus, as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE.
From what I've seen so far, like just the text that I've gotten, a lot of people are really excited about it, which hypes me up, makes me want to, train smarter.
Well, Yuri, who also beat Jamal in one of his last fights, looked fantastic in that fight. And coming off of the Pereira fight, he also made some big changes and big improvements. That's one of the things that makes your fight with him so much more interesting.
Yeah, because I'm sure from his last, even a loss to Pereira, I knew him coming back, he mentioned it, like he wants to fight for the title again, you know what I mean? Like, so he's hungry for the title again as well, and so am I, and we both made the adjustments, so I think it's,
the thing is though, it's like, he lost twice, he lost once, it's a little tougher to sell his fight than it is to sell a rematch. And I think you probably had more success, certainly, than him in the second fight. He got kind of tuned up.
I think second round was the first round. He got dropped hard, and then came out in the second round and head kick.
He was out of it going into the second. That left hook landed clean. At the end, it could have been the end of the fight right there.
No, those Pereira's got a different caliber. For sure.
It feels remarkably different.
Really, yeah. Getting punched. I've never been punched as hard as I did. There was just something. It's kind of crazy because, like, I give credit where credit's due. I don't want to gas him up too much, but there's just one thing that is like, I don't know. I think that it's real.
It's obviously real.
Yeah, it's real. The power of the strength is real. It's not anything lucky. It's calculated, but when it lands, it's like,
He was a guy talking about some glory, but when I found out he was going over the UFC, I was like, buckle up. This is just different. He just said it's different. And, his frame's different too. So
Yeah, it was different. I remember when, like, during the weigh-ins, when we faced off, and like he just bent his arms up like this, and I was like, "Fuck, this is a big man." Like, we weigh the same, but like, like that. I was like, "Yeah, okay, this is a big guy," like, because he just bent his arms, and like his hand was kind of like right near my face, so I could see just like. The mass. So it's like, oh, but I was like,
how the fuck did that guy weigh 185? I don't know. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I don't know. What kind of torture? Yeah, torture.
It must have been unbelievable. I think that's one of the things that contributed to it is he knocking him out. Other than the perfect punch, because he landed an absolutely perfect punch. Yeah. But I think, it's well noted that when guys lose that much weight, they're a little bit more vulnerable to getting hit.
Yeah. 100%, man. And, you watched the Glory Fetish show? Oh, yeah, you were there, no?
No, I wasn't. You weren't the last one. You mean with Max?
Yeah, with Max. Pretty sick, man. Very good. I was very happy. And what a cool, like, I don't know. I like what the UFC is doing now with, like, the exits. Like Anthony Smith got a sick exit. Like, Dustin's got a sick exit. For me, I don't know. That was kind of one of the highlights of that night for me. Not only did I feel like they put on a really good fight, I just thought, like, what a cool way to be able to just, like, do that much work and then, like, be appreciated for it, like, win or lose. I think, yeah, maybe the guys have changed a little bit. Maybe,
Well, wait a minute.
Like, I felt like for a long time, and still to this day, it's still pretty, like, heavy. But to lose in MMA was almost kind of like the end of the world to the fans.
Because it is in boxing.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be undefeated.
Yeah, like undefeated. And like, sometimes like someone can be on a tear and then they lose and then like you can just see the direction of the like completely shift. Like But yeah, I think that it's when I see things like Dustin's exit, granted he did a lot in the company, and he's done a lot in his career, but to see that kind of gave me hope. Like, okay, maybe this will give the fans a little bit of different perspective. Maybe it can start to shift towards like
appreciating people,
appreciating the fighter, man.
Yeah,
like appreciating the fighter for what we do. It's not the easiest job. We don't get paid the most. Like a little appreciation goes a long way, win or lose.
Yeah, I hope the tide's turning in that direction too. Yeah, people need to. It's like again, it's casuals. It's like people love. It's one of the things that I really struggled with in the early days of commentary is that regular sports people were starting to do MMA commentary, and they were talking about fighters the same way they would talk about like a football player drops a pass or a basketball player misses a shot, very disrespectfully choked. They were saying a lot of shit. I was like, hey, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like, this is a long sport to be coming over here and talking like that. For sure. In the early days in particular, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of people that they wanted to get credit for their work by just being that arrogant. There's like a bunch of those people in the sports world that are just like insulting, and then there's a long history of athletes meeting those people and fucking them up and slapping them. It's super disrespectful, and I don't know why. But there's like a culture, particularly in America, that embraces that and that likes that because that's the kind of talk that like dum-dums have when they're on the job. They're like, see you last night, fucking loser. Yeah. Just that 3-pointer, should have passed the ball. Shut the fuck up, man. I hate that shit. I hate that shit because I didn't do a lot of team sports. I only was involved mostly in combat sports when I was a kid. And so disrespect like that was like, God, you don't know what you're even talking about. You don't understand what this is. These guys are risking their fucking life. It's different than everything else you watch. You miss a basketball, miss it going to the hoop. Okay, next day, you get to shoot some more basketballs and practice, and then you'll be playing in a few days, and you're back at it. fighting, you're fucking it's everything.
100%. Broken nose,
Calling people bums. It's like, shut your mouth.
Yeah, dude.
Stop.
It's super annoying. And that also brings to thought, like, I went to the ESPYs, and that was really cool. Like, first time going to the ESPYs and seeing all these other athletes, you know, that we see on football, you know, just on television, being in the same room. It was amazing. And I remember seeing just like the opening video. And I think there might have been maybe one clip of an MMA fight. But I'm listening to all the awards given out, best play and all this stuff, and I was just thinking, man, like, I know MMA is new, and I'm obviously it's growing because we're here, and you know they got John Jones in the crowd, they got Marab here, you know, so it's growing. They're starting to acknowledge us, but like I can't wait until the day where like there's more fights on, you know, in the ESPYs.
Yeah,
we're doing great things. You know what I mean? I feel
it's
like
the most exciting sport on earth.
It's so exciting. And even like I had, you know, pro hockey players, all these guys coming up like, oh man, watch your fight. You know, so like even the athletes that are playing the NFL, NHL, and MLB, all these things, they're even watching what we're doing.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
I think it's, you know, I'm excited for the growth of the sport as well, and you know, hopefully the next generation or even sooner will be able to know what it's like to be an MMA fighter and still get like an ESPY award.
I wonder what's going to happen if the UFC doesn't renew the ESPN contract, because there's this negotiation thing that's going on right now, and I don't know where they're going to land. There's talk of Netflix, there's talk of other networks, there's a bunch of different talk. And one of the things that we benefit from is ESPN not just as the host of the fights, but also covering the fights, all the additional coverage, all the Sports Center talk, all the different shows that they have on ESPN Plus, the post-fight shows. Those are all huge. You know, the breakdown, people love that shit.
No, they do.
They love the pre-fight breakdowns.
I think it's great. I'm
Sean Evans.
It's gotta stick around, man. Like,
I hope so. I love ESPN, and I love that. I like getting it that way off the app. It's easy, you know.
And I think it helps us too. I mean, it definitely helps the sport grow, right? And I think I think it helped us as fighters gain those fans who were football fans.
Oh yeah,
people who just have ESPN on all day. You know what I mean? Or in a PT clinic, it's just like, okay, ESPN's on. You know, and to be able to be shown through that, I think it's been really helpful to us.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like you can get converted to a fan with one fight. All you need is one undercard banger. One undercard banger. You're like, oh shit.
I mean, that was me with the Alex fight. Honestly, like these people came out of nowhere. Like one fight changed my life. Wow. Like one fight changed my life. It's
you dropped him. You had great moments in that fight.
Dude, off topic. What's it like to be Joe Rogan these days? What's it like? I'm here. Welcome to the Khalil Roundtree experience. Today's guest, we have Joe Rogan joining us.
It's pretty much the same for me. We're going to sit down, talk to cool people. Yeah. I live my life pretty insulated, so I don't deal with all the blah and chitter chatter. Yeah, I just keep moving.
Okay.
That's the way to stay safe. You gotta just keep moving. My day is basically the same every day. Get up early, write, shoot arrows, get the cold plunge, lift weights, work out, do what I gotta do, come here. It's the same. You gotta go to the club, tell jokes, go home, go to bed, rinse, wash, repeat. That's what I did. I don't do anything any different, so as chaotic as it seems, it's the same for me. I think what fucks people up is when they get caught up in other people talking about them, and then they get involved in it, and then they start reading things, and then they start thinking, who's right? I'm a fucking loser. I'm the coolest guy ever. Who am I? Just keep working. Yeah, it's the only way. The only way to not go crazy when you get really famous is to keep doing exactly what you've always been doing and make sure you fucking burn yourself out. You go hard all the time with everything you do. Because if you don't, then you're going to just wonder, am I slipping? Is this, what's happening? Is this all going to go away? Like, that's one thing that people really do freak out about. Like, once they start getting some success, what if it goes away? Yeah, what if it goes away? And then you get imposter syndrome. You don't think you should be there. And then you read a bunch of comments. Most comments are negative. People telling you over and over again, you're a fucking loser. You start going, God damn, am I a loser? I've seen it happen to fighters. I've seen it happen to many fighters where they get too caught up in reading comments and interacting with people in a negative way online. It's just not good for you. It's not smart. It's not the way. It's not. It's you're dealing with crabs. It's crabs in a bucket. There's a lot of people out there